Server mute, please can you put yourself on local mute as requested? Thank you. Bob, told you why it's not science. Mental science? No, that's pseudoscience.
Yeah, well, I would just say that you have a reductionist notion of science, and I think that you're incorrect on this point, but it's not really important to the flat earth discussion.
Oh, it is, because people are under the misapprehension that they know what science is and will hand wave when I detail cause and effect reasoning based on systematic experimentation with a hypothesis. When I go through what hypothesis construction is, they'll tell me no, mental science, because hand wave? No. It doesn't comport with the scientific method, therefore it's not science. You telling me, well, I disagree. Okay? Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I'm saying that on this topic, I believe you're conceptually impoverished and believe that the only thing that can qualify as a science is that which is born out of something like the scientific method, which I agree is going to be the best way to glean facts with respect to certain phenomena, such as physical facts. Sure. However, I don't think that certain investigations that we do on things like mental phenomena, for instance, are best suited by the scientific method. Why? Because you can't necessarily control the variables. You can assign parameters and try to do scientific experiments for things like neuroscience and its correlation with mental phenomena. However, when we want to get information such as what do the public on average think about X, right? We would do things like surveys, for example, right? Surveys are a perfectly good example of empirical.
I have to listen to this endless tripe about what isn't science. These aren't science. Surveys aren't science. Neural studies and correlation aren't science. Now, you may want to disagree and then waffle on about what surveys are. They are not science. Science is the elucidation of the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. That's physically occurring phenomena in nature can be and has been elucidated by this method called science.
Yeah, if I may, I don't think you talked about...
Surveys aren't science. Correlation is not science. Empirically proven facts established with this method, that's science. Natural science.
I think when Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Sorry, yeah, I was just going to say, right, you add the word natural at the beginning, natural sciences or physical sciences. This modifier is very important because it establishes that the only science is going to be of a natural or physical kind. When you say things like the social sciences or pseudosciences, well, why would you say that when there are sort of peer-reviewed and verifiable conclusions that come from it just because they're correlative? That's silly, no?
Yeah, I think Bob was talking about survey, not land survey, but survey in a way where you send one mailer out to one neighborhood and then find another neighborhood that has about the same demographics, the same variables, and send a different type of mailer out to that neighborhood and then check for response. How many people responded to the pool clean service? How many people responded to whatever the mailer was designed.
Like a survey. Yeah, like a survey.
Oh, okay.
It's just not science.
Exactly.
That would be a survey as opposed to science. Science is the elucidation of the cause of naturally occurring phenomena through systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis. That's what science is. Putting leaflets out, finding out what people believe or how their habits are in social terms, none of that's science.
Well, I think there's a lot of historic precedent for a more broader use of science, which could be capitulated in Western philosophy, right? Prior, science was used to simply refer to domains of inquiry, right, for which you could create a systematic sort of methodology in gleaning facts, right? And this would apply to a lot of different things.
Do you know what the term pseudoscience means? Do you know what the definition of pseudoscience is?
Yes, I think it's a slur.
Do you know what the definition is?
Something that is pseudoscientific is that which is going to be not in comportment with the scientific method as you'd enumerated prior.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Like the things you're detailing and trying to ascribe a more broad sense of science. Yeah, people like to hijack the validity that an empirical method offers by calling social studies and survey science when they're not.
What do you think?
That's why we have this term called pseudoscience to define that which is not science. Anything that's not been through that method that I've elucidated. It's cause and effect reasoning based on a phenomena with a presumed cause being validated through experimentation. Anything outside of that is not science, is pseudoscience by definition. You might like to prefer science more broadly defined as stuff that isn't science, but we've got a term for that. It's pseudoscience.
Just to be clear, that if we were, for example, to have a relatively replicable experimental design, where when we ask subjects, do you think that it's weird to wear a skirt in a workplace interview or something like that? And by and large, we get people saying
experiment. And you'd be misascribing the term incorrectly. That's not an experiment. That's you asking a woman whether or not they like wearing skirts. You don't know what an experiment is because you've ascribed incorrectly this term to you asking women questions. They aren't experiments. It's pretty clear you don't know what experiments are because you've just incorrectly ascribed that term to a question about skirts. I'm pretty clear. I'm sure you would like stuff that isn't science to be science, but it isn't. Like asking women about skirts. Definitely 100% without question not science. Maybe we could call it social study and then maybe pretend it's science by having a more broad definition. But to avoid people ascribing a more broad definition to something that empirically validates things, we give that a title of pseudoscience to stop pretender clowns and charlatans stealing the valor of an empirical method by having a more broad definition of science. No, it's just stuff that's been empirically validated through experiment, as opposed to questions about their skirts that the women are wearing and that.
Oh, have a good day, sir.
Can I make a point here?
Yeah, go ahead. And listen, Bob, he left, so the floor's yours.
One of the things that helped me get my head around.
Yeah, Nathan, he started the show.
Oh yeah, good call. So just give it a second. He'll be back. He's going to do the intro.
Is Nathan over here?
Yeah, just give a second. He'll be doing the intro for the show, and he'll be back momentarily.
Oh, sounds good. I have some questions for you.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching and click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Adam Price, Neil, Central Goat, Click OK, Duncan, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Flat Earth Debate Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Aloha.
You didn't pick up from my introduction, in case there was a bit of rumblings and mutterings going on while I was doing it. Please don't swear, just while we're live. That's all I'll ask. My endeavours of being in the Politics server, and have been for the last year on a Friday, is to spread the good word of non-anti-globism. That is to say, rather than what we've done for the last 10 years as flat earthers, which is tell people Earth is not a globe, start on the front foot, point out how Earth is actually functionally utilised and measured. That'd be flat. No need to defeat people's beliefs. They can present them to you if they wish, and if you're adept at the arguments that have gone over the last 10 years, you'll be able to overcome them. That shouldn't be your default position as a flat earther. That's why we're here on a Friday. I'm sure there'll be some fun discussions in the meantime with some of the more flamboyant of this particular server. Anyway, good to be here. Fantastic.
What's your show name? I didn't catch that.
Flat Earth Debate.
Is that on YouTube or Twitch or what platform are you guys on?
It's on YouTube. Yes, indeedy.
YouTube?
Yes.
Right on.
We
Is
are
it
live.
open queue? Like, can we ask a question, or do we have to like get on queue?
What you like? It's an open server. I have previously been into this server where we're in a Q&A section in a separated bit of the server, but I'm just in this room as a guest like you are, to be honest. So hopefully it'll go well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll start it off. No problem. Yeah, I'll start it off. No problem. Thanks for being here. I got a question. So, saw a couple of your videos. You mentioned that 500 years ago or something like that, the Roman Catholic Church introduced the idea of globe Earth. So I guess, can you expand on that? And also, were the humans before that like flat earthers or what?
Well, the notions that Kepler and Copernicus used, that's what you're talking about. They're the people that have brought to fruition this notion of being on a spherical ball moving around the sun in an orbital motion, or further to that, an elliptical orbital motion. You're talking about Kepler and scale that we have with 93 million miles. It's huge, and there's a whole list of people of all participated in taking what are flat Earth measurements and turning them into a paradigm we now believe, or the most of the world believe that they're part of, standing on a sphere. You can track the origins, it's easy. Hope that answers your question. Copernicus, Kepler, Huygens. There you go, those are the only names you need to look up if you want to know the history of this subject. Where the
So
globe
were
came
humans flat earthers before that then?
We are now. Everybody's a flat earther. We measure Earth flat, and those people that we're talking about 500 years ago took the flat Earth measurements specifically of angles to the stars and converted them into orbital and elliptical orbital motion. We could better predict where the stars would be. But the origins of those systems that we now think we sound on are flat Earth measurements. Were they flat earthers before? They were flat earthers then, they're flat earthers now, and they'll be flat earthers tomorrow because that's how Earth functions.
Obviously, I disagree with you. I don't really have the technical expertise to argue this in depth. But I would like to ask you if you're like a heliocentric or geocentric kind of guy. I'm just kind of wondering where your guys' orientation is with regards to that.
You started off by saying I disagree with you.
Yes.
Disagree with measurements.
Yes.
Disagree with the measurements of Earth.
No. I disagree fundamentally with your whole flat Earth kind of thing. That's beyond the point. The point, the question I have is not regarding that.
Please stop him. Don't just tell me you don't agree, but that's not the point. I'll move on anyway. Yeah, if you disagree, you better have a damn good reason to, and explain why, and give me a justification for why you disagree. Earth is measured flat.
The whole thing with that, right? I just said I don't have the technical. Obviously, you guys debate this whole. You debate this all the time, right?
Shut up. You disagree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you disagree with Earth measurement. You. Is this
no,
what
and I think that
disagree and then laugh at me while I'm trying to clarify that which you disagree with? It's not going to succeed, sir. If you just hand wave that which I say, Earth is measured
I was being
flat.
very polite actually until you
shut up while I talk.
Popped off.
Shut up. What you think you can do is hand wave what I've said. I disagree, you say. I object to your disagreement because you haven't backed it with anything. You won't just move on. I'll stop you and say, no, you won't get to just disagree. You have to justify why you disagree. And if you can't, and you just incessantly babble me through me pointing that out, eventually you'll be removed. So, no, you don't just get to disagree and move on. Earth is measured flat. If you want to show me some Earth measurements that contradict that, be my guest. If not, you won't get to just hand wave those facts.
Okay, are you done?
You have Earth
I feel like what I said.
Don't ask me if I'm done after a protracted silence and then keep talking. That's a question you've asked me. Now I'm going to answer without you yammering through me.
Go ahead.
Yeah? I'm done. I was done at the point that I stopped and asked a question you were non-responsive to. Do you have Earth measurements? You're still talking. Am I done? No. Seems I've got to berate an idiot that is non-responsive and is now talking while I'm talking. I'll be done when you offer measurements of Earth that contradict that which you've disagreed with. I say it's measured flat. You say no. Okay, give me Earth measurements. Go.
I said disagree with your your views.
I got that
I wanted to ask
stuttery.
you a question.
Got that stuttery. Yeah, you disagree. Now you're going to back it.
You can debate, bro, all you want. I was here to ask you a
We hear you
question.
stuttering, son. We hear you stuttering.
Earth
I was
measurements. To ask you a question.
No, you're going to give me your Earth measurements because you disagreed.
I want more information. I want more information.
Shut him up. Shut him up. No, you disagreed with me after I stated a fact. Earth's measured flat. I state as a fact. You just disagree and want to ask me a question after just disagreeing. I stopped you and said, no, you don't just get to disagree with me. You're going to back your disagreement with some substantive evidence. That would be Earth measurements to back or justify your disagreement. Nobody cares about your feelings on the matter. The fact that you feel like I'm wrong, and therefore feel like you've got to express that verbally, isn't tolerated. No, if you disagree, you better have a damn good reason to disagree with me. That's Earth, measured flat. If you disagree, you better have some measurements to show for your disagreeing. Oh.
Give me a second now, because here's the thing. I wasn't even coming in to argue specifically.
Sit down and shut up.
No. Okay. If you're gonna, no.
Stupid man.
This is
you're not here to debate with me. Shut up. Nobody wants to hear you and your ramblings about your stupid feelings on the matter. You thought you were going to get to ask a question. Shame you disagreed with me before you got to ask it. Then you were pinned to the wall on what you disagreed with. Oh, you disagree? Oh, really? Well, you better justify it or you won't be asking anything.
I can write it down. I'll do this stuff. I can come back with actual information and have a more thorough debate. Okay, that's what I was going to say. I'm here to have ask a few questions, and then I can go do my actual, and I can go do thorough.
Shut up about what you could do in the future, dum-dum. You didn't do it. You failed miserably. You disagreed with me telling you how Earth's measured, and then didn't back that which you disagreed with. And then you thought that you could just move on with a question of me, did you? Oh, well, that's a shame. Next time, come with Earth measurements. I don't need to hear about what you'll do next time and how you'll debate next time. You failed miserably this time. Now bugger off. Next. Anybody else want to disagree? Earth's measured flat. That's how it functionally operates for everyone. You want to believe in a globe, then your origin measurements of that globe are flat. Those are facts. If you want to disagree, you better have something to back it with.
Okay, I guess I'll ask the next question. So there's a trip in the south. If there is proof that there's a 24-hour sun, will that change your stance?
Why would it change my stance? I think 24-hour sun changes the measurements of Earth. Are you under the misapprehension that what the sun will do in Antarctica in any way, shape or form alters the functional measurements of Earth? Yes or no?
No, you're correct on that. It doesn't. But it still doesn't work on the Gleason's model, right?
Sorry, who was asserting that it would?
So is it safe to... Yeah, is it safe to say that it... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just asking, have you checked the Gleasons and how functionally accurate it is?
I mean, I've looked at it. I haven't checked it personally to go out there to do measurements.
I have. I ran an entire 2-day campaign where we verified how inaccurate the Gleasons was by looking at where the sun was in comparison to where the Gleasons, as it is, map suggests. One of the first things I did 10 years ago. I already know the Gleasons isn't correct. Do I need somebody to go down to Antarctica and assume they're on the bottom of a ball to then look at the sun? No, they'll be arriving in Antarctica after flying with respect to a plane, nose up with respect to horizontal. We can prove that with pitch data, showing that Earth is measured flat for all aviation. So, no, it doesn't make any difference to my worldview to answer your question.
Okay, so do you currently believe that there's a 24-hour sun down there or no?
No, I don't go to... I've never been there. I don't know. makes no difference to how Earth is measured. Earth is measured flat regardless of what the sun does in Antarctica. Furthermore, travelling to Antarctica will prove Earth is flat by way of the measurements we can show for the journey to Antarctica. It is flat, as shown in the measurements. Pitch data show how Earth is flat. That's what the measurements show. How could it change my worldview?
Can I point out something here?
Sure.
The flat earthers, the so-called flat earthers who are going on this expedition have had this pointed out to them in regards to the Gleason. So that's something to consider about their motivations.
Well, I don't think it's fair to group them as flat earthers because Nathan Oakley believes in flat earth, but I don't think he aligns with some of the ideologies of those guys because some of those guys believe in the Gleason flat.
Indeed.
We don't.
Even though they've had the issues pointed out to them.
There's a lot of flat earthers that exercise their beliefs. That's the problem here. Beliefs. In the pre-show, I was talking to a guy called Issa, and he's saying, yeah, well, we're planting the seeds. And you're like, well, no. A lot of the people planting seeds, as it were, planting beliefs, new beliefs, in place of the old beliefs. Well, they're just beliefs. When we're dealing with measurements, just deal with absolutes.
Yet keep in mind, too, that none of the participants of the final experiment are flat earthers. Both Jaron and Whitsitt stopped identifying as a flat earther years ago. They call themselves true earthers. A completely different, ballpark. That's not even the same league anymore. It's like we're playing baseball and they're over there playing air hockey or some shit. Oh, sorry. Sorry about swearing. It slipped out. I didn't mean to.
No, I laughed because it was a good comparison. We're playing basketball. They're over there doing water polo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not even a comparison. If they wanted the final experiment to involve flat earthers, they should have invited flat earthers. But they didn't. On purpose, by design.
Yo, how about you get a job, man?
Again? Again, whoever that was?
I think he asked you why you don't get a job. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, don't be shy, sunshine. Step up.
Yeah, that's Van. Van, come on, you can speak up. You've been around here many times.
Three,
I think his old
1. He chose not to. Bad luck.
Yeah, I think his old name was called like Tech Skank or something like that. So I think he's a Nathan fan. Ballbusters fan, anyway.
I just want to do a follow-up on that. So if you're saying the Gleason's map is wrong, what map on the flat Earth model can I refer to?
Can you can do whatever you like. Refer to whatever you
No,
like.
like I want your opinion. Like, what map is correct in your opinion?
With regards to the subject, you appreciate that all maps are flat, right?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not a cartographer. You appreciate that, right?
Okay.
You appreciate that when dealing with measurements, navigation, they're all flat too, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why do we need to do anything else? What's next?
No, the question was, is there any correct maps out there that I can refer to or no?
No. Surprisingly, there's an entire worldview that we're on a ball. And in order to achieve that end, they've taken the ball that they created with flat Earth angle measurements to the stars and projected that ball that's absolutely useless for navigation onto a load of flat maps, creating huge distortions. Now, I'm not responsible for those distortions when making globe projections that came from flat Earth measurements flat again when they induced distortions. That's not my fault. There's lots of flat maps that can only function flat, and some of them come from globe projections, which causes distortions, like making circles of equal elevation in the case of the latitude grid, square in the case of the Mercator projection. Why is it called a projection? Because it's come from flat Earth angle measurements to the stars to create areas of equal elevation, to then project them onto a globe with it inside the celestial sphere on a flat plane, and then project that back onto a flat map so it's actually useful again. That buggers up the whole thing. But that's because we've got this worldview that we're on a globe when we're not. we have that problem. Not because it's not comporting with the world being flat. That's how it functionally operates.
You also mentioned model. There really is no flat Earth model.
So, from what I understand, you reject the idea that all of the celestial bodies, like the stars or the sun, orbit around the North Pole in a concentric circles around where the North Pole is the center of the Earth, which is the model that is proposed by Gleason. Is that true or not?
Can you back off your mic a bit, Embo? Really distorted. Orbits, you say? Orbits is derived from the angle measurements of the stars, though. What Kepler uses.
Yeah, but I'm asking if you reject that Gleason's idea about what's the geometry of this orbits, that the North Pole is the center of the Earth around which these orbits are centered.
I heard you the first time, Embo. My response. Orbits, you say? Orbits are derived from flat Earth angle measurements, though, aren't they, Embo?
That's a non sequitur. That's not an answer to my question.
So let me get it straight. My response, using the very specific word orbit, and how that comes to fruition with flat Earth angle measurements, is non sequitur, not relevant. No, it just proves Earth's measured flat, Embo. It makes your question about sphere Earth with things flying around it redundant, because the origin of your question has the word orbit in it, and that needs a flat Earth. It's not relevant, surplus to the questioning process. It's absolutely relevant, because to come up with this concept of orbits, thing you asked me about, Embo, would mean we need a flat Earth to measure, to create that idea, like Kepler did. Yeah? We need a flat Earth for the angle measurements, though, Embo. So it's kind of redundant to be asking if I believe what Gleason perceived to be, what, lights in the sky moving around a sphere? Oh, definitely not. That idea came from the church, and they used flat Earth measurements to get there. Making your question completely redundant, because we need flat Earth for the orbits. That's clear. I thought it was non sequitur. It isn't. It's a flat Earth proof. Because when a globe believer is a flat Earth proof, it's not relevant. Very relevant. It's us measuring Earth to come up with orbits.
But I've never denied the assumption of flat Earth. In my argument, I was already giving you that assumption and asking if you already have that flat Earth, do you subscribe to this particular model of orbits where the center of them is the North Pole on flat Earth? Or do you have some other view of it, or do you not have a view on it at all?
My view is Earth's flat, and you're confirming it for us. Thank you for confirming that your orbital motion to believe you're on a sphere has a flat Earth prerequisite. Measurements be made off a flat Earth, or your fundamentalist religious sphere belief with orbits and stuff you believe in. I see that being very, very relevant to other people's beliefs. They base on the flat Earth measurements that we all must use when we measure Earth flat, because that's what it is. You want to know what I think of someone who took those flat Earth measurements and created a map with them? Oh, I don't care. I showed how wrong his map was 10 years ago. Do I care what Gleason's thought? Nah, not really. Don't care. I know he had to use flat Earth angle measurements if he's inferring orbital motion has something to do with his map. That's wrong, that I showed to be wrong. We still need a flat Earth for that orbit that he's appealing to. Like all globe believers, they all need flat Earth measurements. They all, like you would also say, that they're not relevant and pointed out to them.
So you don't support Gleason's model that all of the stars and sun and moon rotate around Polaris, which was his view?
Right. Did you not hear me point out that we need a flat Earth for this? Did you not tell me that it wasn't important and then me reiterate how important it was? Did you feel that reiterating your question for the fourth time was in any way going to address which I put back in answer to your question when we were in a debate and discussion about the nature of Earth and how it's measured? You're asking me about the extrapolation after the flat Earth measurement and whether or not I agree with it. I heard you the first 4 times you asked, Dembo. You told me that the answer about the flat Earth measurement that's needed to come to those conclusions you're asking about is irrelevant. Yeah, it's the genesis measurement that leads to your question. Maybe you could acknowledge that flat Earth measurement. Oh, you did. You said you don't deny it. So the only thing I take away from this is that both you and I accept Earth must be measured flat. That's the end of this discussion. I don't care beyond that. How right was Gleason's? I already know he's wrong. I answered that too, didn't I? I showed how wrong his map was 10 years ago and tracked the sun. So that kind of undermines everything you're asking. Did you think you need to ask it a fifth time, Embo? Because I'm pretty sure I'm done with this line of questioning, as I've dealt with it on multiple times. I don't need it repeated a fifth time. Thank you. But thank you for your question. Earth's measured flat. Gleason's to utilise orbits. Thank you for bringing it up. I hope everyone else who's listening to this realises just how Earth is measured flat.
It's actually not flat, and I can prove it right now. I'm actually in space. So I can actually come on camera and prove it right now. I'm working with Elon Musk with the star gauge.
Get rid of this guy that's lying, please. I don't like
I'm not. I am literally can come on camera right now. Just give me perms.
Liar, please. Get rid of this liar, please. Thank you.
Violation.
Do you know why I know he's a liar? On whoever that was from G+, sorry.
I said it's in violation of natural law. He can't be in that area.
Yeah, it's like somebody coming on mic and saying, I am actually in Narnia. Just let me have my camera on. You can see that I'm in Narnia. I'm talking to Aslan right now. The sky vacuum, outer space, is fake. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. If the sky was an area of volume 10 to the minus 17 torr, then the high-pressure gas expanding in all directions would vacate the Earth and we'd all be dead. Furthermore, we would have never developed gas pressure in the first place because there'd be nothing to press on. And they're definitely not in a sky vacuum. I already know you're a liar. Like all astronauts claim to be in a sky vacuum. They're all liars too.
Hey, just a follow-up. So if you're saying the church introduced the idea of the globe Earth, what about all the Muslim countries? Because they don't have authority over those countries, right? So why do they believe in the globe?
Why do they? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. But their rhetoric, Muslim or any other religion for that matter, as I've found out recently, having chatted to people around the world a little bit, is irrelevant. The origins of the heliocentric paradigm, there's me talking while you're answering in the middle of my answer to you. Was in the middle of being talking for you to start talking? Again. It still came from the church. I can show where it came from. I can name the individuals who created it. The fact that a different religion also teaches it to their children in their schools is irrelevant. They all teach it. It came from the Roman Catholic Church. Those are just facts. It's not an if. If it's true that it came from the church, it did. Kepler. You never heard of Kepler? Copernicus. You never heard of him? What do you want me to do? Turn him into a Muslim and give him a different name? No, that's just where it came from.
No, but if you're saying it came 500 years ago, Muslims existed before 500 years ago. That's the point.
And?
So if the idea was only introduced by the church 500 years ago, how did the Muslims teach it thousand years ago?
Why are you asking me this? Number one, I'm not a Muslim, right? I'm a proud transgender Jew. Don't ask me about... I don't know. Ask a Muslim.
Yeah, can I answer him?
He didn't teach it was a ball.
Meanwhile, all religion came from the Roman Catholic Church. You keep saying if it came from the Roman Catholic Church. So what about Muslims? They had religion 1,000 years. So what? I don't know. I don't care either. I know where the religion of the ball came from and who created it. Nothing will change that as far as history is concerned.
Where did he get the idea that Muslims were teaching globe Earth 1,000 years ago?
I don't know.
I don't know either. They teach it now, though, in Muslim schools.
I'd say in all schools.
Yeah, in all schools, correct. You're in school, you're being taught that you're on a ball.
Pretty much all the scriptures, if you read through them, they indicate a flat Earth.
Well, their holy book, their holy book hasn't changed, right? So that's why I'm assuming if they're teaching it today, they would have taught it years ago too.
No, as I think it was Endless just said, they're all the Bible or the Quran. They're teaching a flat Earth. There's no heliocentric nonsense in these books. The church, the mosque, it's different. It's a building with people in it. Well, they, in the case of the Roman Catholic Church, came up with this paradigm, heliocentrism. That doesn't mean they've got it from the books. It doesn't mean that because somebody had any book 5,000 years before, it doesn't alter that from 500 years ago you have this notion of heliocentrism, and then now in all the schools they teach it.
Ethan, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
They did not think they were on a spinning water ball. There was no need to emphasize that they lived on a flat earth. That's why you're not finding anything there. But if you read any scriptures, it's all flat.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
Well, the debate started when they started pushing this heliocentric paradigm.
Interesting question, though. Thanks. The guy earlier.
So you're...
sorry. Go ahead. I was just filling the air. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you don't claim any model of the stars and you support complete separation of the arguments about the sky and the ground, are you equally fine with people having different ideas about how the stars move? For example, the South Pole being the center of flat Earth, as long as they accept the Earth is flat, or do you have some specific layout of how the stars move imagined in your head?
I don't know. I just know how they've been utilised up until now to map and chart the territories. The way that's been done to date is with flat Earth elevation angles. That's how we've created things like the celestial sphere and indeed the globe itself.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. $101 people watching in YouTube. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Very warm welcome if you've just joined us. As is always the case, or typically the case on a Friday, we are in the politics server, so hopefully one of my mods can drop a link to the politics Discord server. Thank you, Divergent Droids. So Divergent Droids just dropped a link to this Discord server, which is politics. If you did want to join and express your views on the nature of Earth, then click that link today. Please don't swear if you join.
I guess let's assume that they're lying about the globe Earth, right? The way you're saying it. What's the motive? Like, why? If it's flat and they know, why are they lying about it? Well, to gain what?
Who are they? And this is an appeal to motivation fallacy.
The church and all the people that are making this lie, right?
No, we're going to need a big spade and some very strong smelling salts to find that out, I'm afraid. Didn't lie. They tried to create a novel way of predicting where the lights would be. And thinking outside of the box, they took the elevation angles measured off a flat plane and put them into heliocentric motion. Better predict where the lights would be. That's the original motivation. Don't get me wrong, you fast forward 500 years and suddenly we've got the most of the world that we are aware of professing to be on a sphere. We're not. That doesn't mean that Copernicus is a liar. He's being charged as an astronomer to come up with a better predictive model for the lights in the sky. That's it. I don't think there's any nefarious intent. Now, move forward into the current time and you could suggest it's the same as anything else in life. It's done for control, like everything. But who cares? If you know it's flat, that's how it functions. Number one, nothing changes. It was always flat and it still is. Functionally, Earth is utilised flat. No ifs, buts, or maybes about it. So in that respect, nothing changes. When you're like, why do we need religions? To keep people under control. You can either question and query about the methodologies of control that we have in our lives in abundance, or just know the reality of the world. In this instance, it's just how the surface is measured. It's flat. You can concern yourselves with the paradigms that are foisted upon you and the lies and deceit and consume your life with it. Or you could just get on with your life, knowing that it's flat. Oh yeah, I used to be part of a religion. That's how I view it. Why did they lie? You can waste a lot of time appealing to the motivation of frauds and liars. They'll just lie to you, though, if you try and appeal to them. I don't know their motivation, I'm sorry. I know that there's control structures in our lives everywhere. I would assume this is just another one of them, if you need an answer.
No, what I was referring to now, like forget 500 years ago, why, if it's a well-known fact now that it's measured flat, why keep that ideology up, right? And also, how does it, okay, so if they come out tomorrow and say it's flat inside of the globe, how does that make them control us even better? I don't get that part.
These people can't
specifically is lying. Can you tell us who is lying? Specifically, like the names.
He shifted on to the people who adopted the lies.
Your education system, right? Because your religions, they're all teaching the globe Earth, right? That's the point.
Can you prove that they believe that it's flat, but they're saying it's a globe, or do they just believe it?
Lie, they must have malice. They must have the understanding, the forethought that what they're saying is wrong. They must have the intention to deceive to be called liars. So when you say teachers, you can't label teachers who teach heliocentrism liars. It's part of a curriculum. They're not liars. There's very few people who are. Astronauts are liars. The ones that say that they're in a sky vacuum. Definitely not. Like the guy earlier who said, I'm definitely in space. No, I automatically called him out as a liar, didn't I? I didn't need to hear anything else beyond, I'm in a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. Put me on camera. We can show his green screen and be funny. They're liars. There's very few others that you can actually ascribe as lying. They just don't know any better.
I'll go ahead and say that Elon Musk is a liar.
No, it's real because it looks so fake when showing you a car in an area that doesn't exist. But the same car in Narnia, you know Narnia is real because the images of my car in Narnia look so unbelievably fake that you definitely know that there is a Narnia and we went through the wardrobe to get there. No, you don't, I don't know if he's been given that by a scriptwriter, a PR company, I don't know. So I can't, strictly speaking, say, yeah, he's definitely a liar because he said, you know it's real, talking about outer space, because it looks so fake. That might be actually takeable as read. Like, he actually believes that because his own images, he didn't film, he's not on the back of the car with a camera. So it might be the case that he actually believes what he says. I don't know. I do know that when men say, I've been in space, no, you haven't, you're a liar. Musk, I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Just be a useful idiot. You don't know.
Elon doesn't run SpaceX. He's specifically kept away from running that place. You can read interviews with various people who work there and look at how the organizational structure actually works. He's not the CEO.
Yeah, he's got better things to do, like make flamethrowers.
Yeah, Endless is right. I can get into detail on the corporate structure and why it is that way, but maybe that's too much for this discussion right now.
It's an appeal to motivation fallacy. Why would they lie? Who cares? You know what reality is if you know what Earth is functionally being used as, and that's a plane. There's no getting around it. Then when you go, well, but there's people who say otherwise. Yeah. There's always going to be liars, and there's always going to be people who buy into whatever paradigm is to the status quo because it benefits them. Again, you can't ascribe the lie to them. The fact that they reinforce a system that exercises a certain degree of control over their minions if they're in control, like in government. Again, it doesn't really make any difference to the subject that we actually discuss here. Is Earth flat or not? Yep, that's how it's measured. Move on, or concern yourself with what you'll actually get back from the opponents with, no, it isn't, it's a globe. How do you know? I just feel like I disagree with you when you tell me it's measured flat. Can I ask you a question? No. I don't care about your feelings. But why would they lie? I don't care.
Hello. Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
Question. What made you turn into a flat earther? Was it something you saw, something somebody said? Like, what was your turning point for you? Were like, okay, you know, like this is just not adding up, and like, let me just do my further research. Like, what was it for you? Sorry, I don't know if I'm.
It was a recognition. In realistic terms, it's only been in the last couple of years. I could honestly call myself hand on heart a flat earther, because prior to that, I didn't know it was flat. There was plenty of indications that it was flat, and I'm generalising here. This isn't even strictly true either, but there we go. For the sake of your question, in the last couple of years, it's become abundantly clear that Earth is measured flat in all instances. Therefore, there's no denying it or coming to terms with it. It's just, it is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Before that, I had a very strong flat Earth belief for quite a number of years. I didn't know it was flat. I just believed it was flat because there was a lot of people out there that talked about it being flat and then told us how globe-shaped it wasn't and the reasons why it wasn't globe-shaped. I believed it was flat.
So Nathan, are you a citizen of the Crown? Are you a British citizen?
Yes.
Which team do you support?
Ball team. Don't.
You don't support any teams? Oh, not Manchester, not.
No, I don't. I'm not a sports fan. Sorry. My father used to support Birmingham City, and therefore I used to go to those games. And when I was at school, I used to like Aston Villa, so I'd go to those games, even though it was frowned upon, as I was apparently labelled a Blues fan, and you're only allowed one. But I had no interest in either, really. I just went. My friends went, and my dad went, but I'm not really a sports fan. No, sorry.
The last time I went to a game was 33 years ago, and I got to see a Tottenham game because my extended family is Tottenham supporters.
Back in the good old days.
I was about to say that would be in the 90s. That's when they were winning. That's when they were good. Yeah,
it was quite enjoyable, really.
One of my uncles used to be a steward at Tottenham during that period. So he'd be looking back at you while you were watching the game.
Well, I think I think the chanting and the cheering was actually more exciting than watching the men go back and forth, kicking a ball with no result.
Only for tell you, Tottenham didn't win for 50 years. Nothing, people.
Well, I mean, you could watch the game for half an hour and not see a single score. Where you're just kicking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And it's like, and that's great. I mean, you know, they're competing, and the game is meant to be difficult. It's not meant to be easy.
And they need a flat Earth.
I agree. It could be boring. Football could be boring.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to find out what the room thought of the claim that you could sail in a straight direction from the coast of India and hit Alaska.
Hey, could you? Don't know.
Now, if you look at it on the map, it looks like a sine curve. It looks like a sine curve when you look at the map because it ends up going down and around through the southern tip of South America, and it looks like a big W basically, and then it lands out in Alaska.
Has anyone claimed to have done this?
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it seems to be a pretty profound argument, but let me see here. Sailing straight from India to Alaska.
You're dropping things in while you're looking.
Hold on, I'm going to try to find. I mean, I'm looking at my desktop computer, so I have to then find the link and then bring it up on my phone and then share it. So please continue, gentlemen. I'll see what I can do.
Well, I was just clarifying something you said. You said it seemed like a profound argument.
Yeah, this one is from the Daily Mail.
He's not going to address that. He's not going to address his. He gave himself the trophy before the race.
It's not a trophy. I'm asking what the room thinks. I haven't sailed it.
Sounds like a profound argument, bro.
It sounds like a joke from Lord of the Rings, where like if men sail in circles, the elves, sail in straight lines. How profound!
But you're saying on the map, it looks wrong. Okay, we need to establish which map it is, and we'll go from there. But furthermore, it's being presented as though there's an argument to be won or lost here, when there isn't. No argument about how Earth is if you're suggesting that this argument with where things would be travelled to and from on a certain map would prove it either way. Well, no, that the map itself, if I can find out which map it is, will have had its origins in flat Earth measurements. The map itself will prove either way, not distortions and how they may look when you plot things on them.
Well, gentlemen, this is one write-up from the Daily Mail. Can't always trust the Brits, but here. There it is. Actually, it's not a W, it's a big U.
Has anyone done this?
What's your position on it? Where do you stand on this act that Earth
Well, I personally, I don't ever want to get cholera, so I'm not going to India.
You said it was profound.
Where do you stand in regards to the Earth being flat, or the utilisation of those measurements to infer that we are on a ball? Do you have a position in that regard?
Well, I mean, I was just going through some comedic listings on like those short videos on Facebook, and this came up as one of them. This spherical representation of someone sailing directly from India to Alaska, and so I was like, I'm going to have to ask the guys on the channel here.
What's your position on it in regards to Earth and its nature with respect to its measurements?
Well, I'm too busy grinding spreadsheets personally.
Okay, but you said just I'm nearly done with this guy.
I get paid to hump finance data. So that's what I do. I hump finance data all day.
Excellent. But you said
I do the Watusi. On spreadsheets.
Thanks. You said it was seemingly conclusive in regards to the argument.
No, it just seemed to be profound. I didn't, because the visual representation that they posted on the Facebook link, which I don't know that I can reproduce it. Is it shows us.
You're stuttering through the top of me, or I finish my statement. Nobody wants to know about your spreadsheets. Where do you stand with regards to Earth being flat? Fourth time I've asked you.
Well, I live in the middle of a very flat state of Texas, and I really just don't bother with it.
You suggested that
I've never tried to do measurements. I've never tried to.
Okay. You paused, so I started responding to what you said. Thank you. You suggested that there was an argument, though. Given that you made that suggestion, presumably you understand what that argument you were putting forward from the Daily Mail was and which sides there were with that argument. So, given that it's presumably a flat Earth argument the Daily Mail are putting forth, and they're suggesting sphericity in the argument, which side of that argument that you put forth do you sit on? Fifth time I've asked you.
Honestly, I'm undecided, and that's why I'm bringing it here.
So, did you feel that the Daily Mail had come to a conclusion you could draw? You said you thought.
No, I just found this article as a representation of what I saw on Facebook, because these Facebook shorts, you can never hunt them down. There's like a rotating melange of them. There's got to be 1 million of them, and unless you completely copy it or grab the link immediately, it's gone. You literally, if you shut your phone off and you turn your phone back on, it gives you something else. It doesn't bring you back to where you were.
Really fascinating. With regards to the argument, you're neutral when you suggested that it had a conclusive outcome.
No, I'm undecided.
Okay, but you said formally you've changed your position then, because previously it was quite conclusive, this Daily Mail debate.
Well, I thought it was profound, but I didn't view it as authoritative.
Use the word quote conclusive, end quote.
I didn't say conclusive. No, sir, I did not.
How did you evaluate it to be profound?
I don't need help. You said, quote, it seems pretty conclusive.
Well, what do you think of it? See, you can look at the link. Tell me what you
hear
guys
what I just said? Is it just me, or is he raising his voice?
I'm asking what you guys think. That's why I brought it to you. I wanted to get the room's opinion.
He's on his lie. He's denied what he said. Wrote it down.
I said it was profound. I didn't say it was conclusive.
Okay. You're neutral.
So none of you have an opinion on this?
No, how Earth's measured won't offer.
I didn't write it.
To the debate in regards to this subject, because there is no debate. Earth is measured flat. There is no debate to be had. I'm trying to peg you on it. You were suggesting that it was somehow in.
Well, I don't indulge in a lot of pegging. I have to apologize.
Straight through the middle of me, sir.
I'm more of a missionary guy. I'm not much of a pegger myself.
You're still talking through the middle of me. You offered it like it needed assessment because it would help elucidate an outcome in the debate.
Are you getting defensive?
You offered it because you suggested it would offer some elucidation in the debate. Therefore, you are under the misapprehension there's a debate to be had.
Okay, so if there's no debate and there's no interest in reviewing it, then basically I've wasted my time and you're not interested, and that's fine. If you don't want to comment, you can pass. You can say
I'm commenting.
Not interested. You can say not up for discussion. Not up for debate.
I think you're completely misunderstanding.
I'm interested. I don't need help. I am interested. I'm interested in why you would think there's a debate based on the article, and it's a fact you were obviously unaware of. Obviously, sir. Given that you suggested that this article would help elucidate the debate, I can only draw the conclusion that you are ignorant of how Earth is measured. I'm very interested. This is my response. Okay?
Excellent.
You were unaware Earth is measured flat then, sir. You thought there was a debate here. All right, let me enlighten you. The article won't do that. I will, when I tell you Earth is measured flat for everyone. Everything that's mapped, charted, flown upon, sailed upon, built upon, it's all measured flat. That would be Earth and its flatness and how it's measured and how it functionally operates. Ergo, I have no need to look at some article that some people might ignorantly believe will elucidate something about a debate that doesn't exist. When we've got measurements, the debate is over. Non-debate that the article won't be helping with. Hence my interest and my response about your ignorance of how Earth's measured, sir.
Well, I apologize. I guess I didn't realize I was the subject of the discussion.
What, when you piped up about an article? Well, you were under the misapprehension that there was a debate being had when, in fact, Earth's just measured flat.
Fine.
Did you know that? Earth is measured flat?
I'm not a cartographer, sir.
I see. Me neither.
As an example, mate, if it mentioned miles or kilometres in the article, well, they're linear distance measurements. So you need a flat Earth for the distances in that article.
All right.
It also mentioned a straight line, so that won't be on the surface of a sphere.
Some problems, that article. Maybe it was written by an idiot. Did you have trouble identifying idiot article writers?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the reputation of the Daily Mail. You can probably comment on that better than me.
Talking about distances that have a flat Earth as a prerequisite, they're linear distances.
Does it have longitude and latitude?
Mentions latitude and longitude, does it?
Well, we'll have to see. Would you like me to read it to the room?
Not really. You know it if it mentions latitude or longitude at all?
Honestly, sir, I did a search to find if someone had a reference to what I had seen, because I thought it would be of interest to the room.
It's non-responsive. I'll try again. Second time. Let's start counting them off. Does it mention latitude and longitude? Second time.
I haven't read it yet.
Let me get it straight. You would like to read an article that you haven't read. You thought prior to reading it would somehow elucidate a debate that doesn't exist. You know where you are?
Well, don't you think it's interesting that someone could sail in a straight line from India to Alaska?
I don't think it would be pertinent or prudent to read an article you suggest might elucidate something for offering it in light of some elucidation of a debate that doesn't exist. Do you not think it would have been wise to have read it first? You haven't read it, right? Are you talking?
Well, it claims 8,000 miles.
I thought you hadn't read it.
I hadn't read it, but I'm reading it now. I've got it in front of me. 13,000 kilometers.
Third time. Does it mention latitude and longitude? Third time.
Does it mention that? No, it does not.
All right, you could have answered that the first time I asked if you'd have read it.
Well, I hadn't read it yet. I admitted.
Why did you offer it to us?
I'm not being dishonest with you. There's no chicanery or deceit.
Sir, I'm talking, not you. I'm talking. I'm making you look stupid because you've offered up for assessment an article that you haven't read. That makes you seem incredibly stupid.
Well, fine. I guess I'm incredibly stupid. I mean, can we have a vote? How many people think I'm incredibly stupid? Can we have it at the eyes? Can we have ayes and nays here?
Are you not in charge?
Please, gentlemen. I would like everyone to agree that I'm stupid.
To take charge by rambling incessantly in defeat. Shut this idiot up. No, we won't take a vote, sir. I'm running a live show with 106 people watching. You deciding that we'll take a vote on your idiocy. I've demonstrated how stupid you are. We don't need a vote. Act. You offered up for assessment an article you hadn't read. That makes you moronic. You don't need a vote. Certainly don't need you yammering incessantly while I've got a live audience. Sit down, realise how stupid you are, and shut up. Ask if we're going to take votes on it, silly little man. Go and read your article before you offer it to us next time, okay? Idiot. How stupid are these people? You have assessment of this article I haven't read yet. No, maybe you should read it first, dum-dum. How thick are you?
No, he found it profound first, but then he didn't read it.
I found this article I haven't read profound. Can you explain how conclusive it is? Because it seems pretty conclusive. Not that I said conclusive. Idiots. Well, now he knows. Earth is measured flat. Well, the article he didn't read. Things that need a flat Earth, like miles. Linear distance on a plane, so you're going to need a flat Earth for it. What a shocker. People claiming Earth's a sphere are too stupid to realise their own proofsies include flat Earth prerequisites. Shocking. There's a lot of stupid people out there, including people who read, or don't read, articles that other idiots write. This has been fun. It's been an hour that's flown by as always. About 5 more minutes left with the politics Discord server, so if there was any pertinent questions that needed to be asked, feel free. A pleasure, as always. Love being in politics. You make me feel so welcome. Moderating team, that is, who very, very rarely actually pipe up because they're the unspoken heroes of this server and its wonderful, wonderful community.
Yeah, thank you. It's nice to have you come by too. It helps break up the week, by having separate things each day.
Can I ask the last question? So, during what's called the final experiment, one of the participants, Critical Thing, flew from Australia to South America, to Chile, using the flight Sydney to Santiago. So you would like to repeat that the Earth is practically used as flat. In that case, I would like to ask what shape of the surface is used in order to figure out in what heading and what time of flight will an airplane take in order to fly from one point to another. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we've got something called pitch data that shows how flights nose up with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. The measurements of flight data, specifically pitch data, show Earth is measured flat. Regardless where it's travelling from and to, in order to maintain, quote, level flight, you'll need a flat Earth, as is shown in TSB pitch data. We already know that all flights are with respect to a flat plane. If that helps. As for the distorted maps, I don't know, I'm not a cartographer like I explained to the last guy.
It's like you're allergic to answering questions directly.
Did answer your question. I said the flight has measured data we can assess from the NTSB. It proves Earth is measured flat. That's what I can take in terms of the measurements. These flights that you referred to. Now, you referred to a particular location, and another particular location, on presumably a particular map, which you didn't name or detail. Well, all maps that we typically use have distortions on them. Now, I'm not responsible for those distortions. I can detail why they're distorted. They're globe projections. Globe being a reified paradigm that came from flat Earth measurements in the first instance, are the ones you conceded to earlier, like to create orbits. You conceded those flat Earth measurements that we need for the maps, then get projected onto a globe, and then get projected back out flat so they're useful again. If you're saying that there's some problem with those maps, then speak to the cartographers, not me. I didn't make them. It seems perfectly unreasonable for me to be answering why distorted globe projections that claim from flat Earth origins are wrong. Speak to the cartographers. We do know that they're functionally used with respect to planes of reference, and that's how they're created in the first instance. So that proves we need a flat Earth for them. If you have a problem with the maps, go and ask the map maker.
Well, when it comes to practical application, like the one where you fly an airplane, you don't want to use projected projections. You want to use the actual shape of the ground in order to figure out in reality what is the shortest distance between these 2 points. And my problem isn't with maps, because they are indeed distorted, because they are projections of the globe, and you cannot project a spherical surface without distortions into the plane. My problem is that we have an actually working map. That map is just the actual globe in 3D, not projected, and it perfectly works for all of the travel.
How was that globe created? For example, on the globe that you say works for travel, where did the latitudes come from?
The latitudes?
On the globe that you say we need, and it must be functional with?
They come from measurements to stars. If you know a star, the declination of a star, you can measure an angle, subtract it from 90, you will get your latitude.
So these latitude measurements require Earth to be flat then? They're angle measurements with respect to a plane of reference. That's the surface, the angle. So the globe that you say is somehow indicative of the surface of the ground, no, it definitely isn't. It's just how they have it modelled. Furthermore, we're not using models of spheres when taking journeys on planes. They use waypoints that are set in stone, like almost like highways in the sky. No, definitely not. There's nobody digging out a globe projection on a laptop and then deciding which way they're going to go with the plane. Definitely not. What we do know is that the globe that's in their cockpit that you're inferring has some semblance of relevance to the ground that's being traversed. No, the NTSB data shows that the ground that they're actually traversing when you measure it with the instrumentation on the plane is flat. Goes without saying. So if you're going to suggest that the maps that were also created using flat Earth angle measurements for latitude, for example, mean that the surface is spherical because the map projection's spherical, no, definitely not. You're misunderstanding how these map projections work if that's what you think. It doesn't make the surface curved. It's just a projected model within a 2D screen on a cockpit. Heck, I mean that's not how the world is though. Not know how those maps and models were created, like with angles off a flat plane.
So what is used is called the Harrow-Sine formula, which is a formula for the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere. So that's already a practical use of the Earth as a sphere in reality. And it cannot be, the globe cannot be a projection.
Stop. Scattergun me with claims. Haversine conversion converts from a flat plane to a sphere.
No, it doesn't. It's derived from a spherical geometry, from the beginning to the end.
Converts from flat to sphere.
No, it doesn't. You made that up. Prove that.
Your claim. You show me how we start with Haversine. What's the conversion doing then? What's Haversine converting?
Haversine is converting the. You have two coordinates, latitude and longitude of 2 points, and that gives you the root.
The latitude and longitude are measured on a flat plane, didn't we?
No, they aren't.
It's converting from flat plane latitude and longitude measurements with respect to the angles off a flat plane to a sphere. Or to put it more succinctly, from flat to sphere then.
No, latitude longitude is a spherical coordinate system. A system with two poles. This is the 90 degrees latitude and the minus degrees latitude, the north and the south pole.
Your starting point to convert from, then you're converting from flat.
Do the lines of longitude converge as you go south?
Yeah, Haversine converts from flat to sphere. That's correct. You just misappropriated this term like some other spherical measurements being made to convert from. Oh, you were wrong.
You claimed the latitude-longitude coordinate system is a planar system, so I'm asking you, do the lines of longitude converge as you go south from the equator?
From flat to sphere.
South?
Right, you denied it and laughed and asked me to start justifying this conversion. I asked you what the conversion was. You started with latitude and longitude. Fortunately, I'd already established that's flat. It's me, or is he talking?
Which is a spherical coordinate system. It has two poles, the north pole and the south pole, and the lines of longitude converge towards this.
While I'm talking, you'll win. Maybe you'll win. Maybe Haversine won't be converting from flat to globe. If you keep talking while I'm talking. Definitely, latitude and longitude. Oh yeah, they require a flat Earth, don't they?
Again, latitude longitude is a spherical coordinate system. It has nothing to do with a plane.
And answer me, ladies and gentlemen, non-responsive. So latitude and longitude, that's measured on a flat Earth, isn't it? Second time.
It isn't. It's a spherical coordinate system.
No, it isn't. It's an elevation angle to Polaris. He's a liar. Latitude and longitude, they're not spherical coordinate systems. They're measurements of angles to Polaris with respect to a plane. You're going to lie again? Maybe if you start chanting through me before I finished, maybe that'll help you win when you lie. Lie. Haversine converts from flat to globe. When I ask you what it's converting, you start by explaining latitude, and I've already tied down that that is a flat Earth prerequisite. Just me, or has Ember got his mic wide open while I point out that there's flat Earth prerequisites involved? Maybe if his little noises that he's making with, maybe if he starts talking while I point it out, maybe he'll win. You're converting from flat to globe. Earth is measured flat. You need a conversion process to create a system that can have the coordinates applied to it. Not from it. Measurements that we take are from a flat plane.
Which isn't the Earth.
Oh, I see. So when we measure latitude and longitude with respect to a plane, that's not the Earth.
Absolutely. That's the plane of the astronomical horizon.
Version of something that's measured not from the Earth. Haversine's just converting from something that's not the Earth then. It's not useful or relevant to this subject then. No. What he's actually doing is denying the measurements Haversine is based on as not being Earth-based because they're a flat Earth measurement and a flat Earth prerequisite. So the moment that's pointed out, given that he lied when I said it's converting from flat to globe, he said it wasn't. He lied. Now that it's tied down as, yeah, latitude and longitude, yeah, that's flat Earth. Now it's not Earth. Scum. This is what globe believers do when they lie. They're scum. So you need flat Earth measurements, and the moment that's pointed out, you deny that they're measurements of Earth. Now, scum. What you got to do, you got to lie to glurf, Embo.
The aren't measurements of Earth.
It's just you chanting through me as you get destroyed. Your lies and your glurf zealotry. You're lying, Embo, to my audience. There's 120 people listening to you lie. I point out how flat Earth will be measured, or you have a sign conversion from flat to globe that you denied because you're a liar. Meanwhile, when I ask you what it's converting from, your starting premise is a flat Earth measurement of latitude. Yeah. You're a liar, and you've got to lie to be a globe believer. That's the facts in these matter. No matter chanting through the top of me defeating your lies and zealotry will make you a winner here, Embo. You're just a scumbag. You'll deny the very basis of your Haversine conversion. It's the measurements that we take to make the conversion to globe. You just denied them as not being Earth measurements. They are. flat Earth measurements. The ones he'll deny when he's got nowhere to go. Oh, well, that's not Earth that's being measured. What, for your Haversine conversion? Therefore, his argument for conversion to globe is relevant to Earth. Apparently, the measurements aren't Earth now. They are. It's just flat Earth, the ones that will be converted to globe. He doesn't like that, so he'll lie about them being measurements of Earth, won't he? Scum. Got to lie to Glurf.
So, do you have any proof that the plane of the astronomical horizon, which is what is used as the baseline for the latitude measurements, is the surface of the Earth?
And he thinks the way around that is to ignore it's even happened and start asking me questions. Latitude and longitude is part of the conversion process in Haversine. You're a lying scumbag. I point that out extensively and no response. You're a liar. You remove this person from our company, please. I don't want to talk to him anymore. He had an opportunity to acknowledge his glurf scumbaggery and his lie. I pointed it out to him, he ignored it and asked me a question. Don't want to talk to him anymore. I don't want to engage with liars. Scumbags. Ones that would deny Earth measurements, the ones that they're relying on to be converted in Haversine. The moment they're pointed out to be flat, he'll deny their Earth measurements. That makes him scum. I think I'm going to answer any more of his questions. Get out of my life, scumbag liar. Meanwhile, your Haversine conversion starts with flat Earth measurements, though, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. You'll be converting from the measurements of Earth, the ones that he just denied, to a globe. You'll need a flat Earth, though, to do that. Starting point is the measurements. They're of Earth. They're flat. They won't be denied, because then it makes his Haversine conversion to globe useless. He's more than happy to completely suicide bomb the whole claim. Oh, well, they're not a measurement of Earth. Well, then why would you be converting them and telling me that that's the principle for your argument in Haversine conversion to globe with these measurements? Apparently aren't Earth anymore? Scum.
Anyways, every vertical situation display in aircrafts 100% sure what Nathan is talking about. The planes flying over a plane. The plane's instruments themselves give testimony thereof. So whatever you guys want to believe in your imaginary world, there is no sphere that the plane is flying over. The plane's instruments testify 100% that it's flying over a plane.
That's why it's called a plane.
Hard. Yeah, I know it's hard to digest. I know it feels bad to know that it's not a ball and you have been lied to. But there's nothing you can do about it.
It has to be flat. It must be flat.
If you are watching this on Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Hit me up on PayPal, satisfying my e-begging desire to get lights on my car like the scummy scammer I am. That good stuff. Also, of course, a massive thank you to today's politics moderation team and their public participation. Thank you very much to them and my G+ panel for making today's live show possible. Been Nathan Oakley once again. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show, and I will see you all in the next video.
Lots and lots and lots of fun.
Yeah, I really wonder how globers are gonna cope for the fact that we have systems in aircrafts where you can zoom out 260 nautical miles and the vertical situation display still shows a planar surface, no curve at all, with the right topography. Interesting, right? Pretty strange how the plane is depicting a plane. There's a reason why it's called a vertical situation display, right? Because the planar surface is a vertical.
Hey, the planar
no
surface.
hocus pocus.
Kind of plane of surface being vertical. What are you talking about? Perpendicular to the surface.
Yeah, I mean, in perspective from you being in an airplane, you're flying a vertical over the vertical surface. That's why it's called a vertical situation display, not a
as in maintaining
curved situation display.
Altitude. Like maintaining altitude.
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha.
We know it's not a spinning ball.
Thank you very much for having
I actually posted a video that really shows that display. It's mostly used in modern aircrafts. And as far as I know, in Boeing, you can go out of a range up to 260 nautical miles and it's still flat.
We just got pitch data. So we found it via the NTSB, publish this stuff to the public. They do air crash investigations. So we've used one that doesn't have any loss of life. Yeah, shows it's flat. Like you say, the instruments attest to it. Yeah, well, the data readouts for those instruments show it in no uncertain terms. So yeah, pitch data, very useful.
Indeed. But you're still gonna have Globers denying that, right? They're still gonna somehow cope in their mind for reality.
How are you going to talk about cope when you can't explain a 24-hour sun in Antarctica we're about to see?
Dude, your religion is derived from the sky, and you want to tell me that I'm going to buy into a reification fallacy? How dumb do you think I am? Really?
That gives me... hold on real quick. If I may. Like, Nathan, Rob has a statement he'd like to read to you. Like, to see if it helps smooth over the past. If you're open to it or not, it'd be... At least give him a shot. You'll see if you find it genuine or not.
Why?
What?
No.
Leopards don't change their spots.
Real quick, Nathan Oakley. Hey, I'm a loud guy, dude. I know I get fucking anxious. I know I get fucking crazy. Anything I have said to you in the past that may have insulted you or made you feel weird, I apologize for you. I apologize for you.
So he's immediately swearing at me, isn't he? Immediately. Swearing
I thought we're off air. I'm sorry.
You just please mute this guy. I mean, I don't have to just bugger off because we're obnoxious and swearing at me, but I'm recording this. This is my
sorry, I didn't know we were on air still. I didn't know you were on air still. I apologize. I won't swear.
I don't want to talk to him. Right? I've explained.
I apologize to you. I do apologize for anything
Now he will not shut up.
Yeah, I got him.
You want me to give this guy a second chance? He hasn't stopped talking from the moment he opened his mic and started swearing at me. I've already judged his character, and when I say no, I object, what does he do? I'm going to continue talking straight through the middle of your objection. Yeah, that's why. No, I don't want to talk to him. No, I don't want to get messages from him on Facebook and whatever with him swearing at me and calling me. No, thank you. No, I don't. That's not my life. I don't deal with people like that. Thanks.
Okay, I really thought I was working with him to prepare a message and went back and forth and gave him some feedback, and it appeared to me that he was ready to read this message, and instead he did a profane rant, which was not what he said
immediately.
Yeah,
immediately.
Exact opposite.
Like, shut up.
He kind of tricked me. Okay, I took him for. I said, hey, he seems honest. He seems sincere. He's going to read off the prepared message. And he just didn't.
Yeah, and unfortunately for you, that's what he gets off on. He's now, because he's listening, getting off on the fact that he screwed you. Yeah? Duped you, lied to you, got away with it. And he's delighted with that. He's really pleased that he screwed you, Crit. No, I don't allow it. Sorry, go ahead.
Like a pervert.
It's like that old saying, you think you know someone, and then they prove you're right.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't. People who've got pain or are just sadistic in terms of taking pleasure from screwing other people. I don't want to involve those people in my life. I've removed them as soon as they identify themselves. Shockingly, they want to nag to get back into your life. What do they do when that fails? Oh, well, they can triangulate with others. That'd be you, Crit. Then they can find an angle into that person. No, piss off.
Hello?
Hello?
I was wondering why it was so quiet in here.
Just finished a live show, that's why.
Oh, okay.
It's called civil.
It ain't civil, it's just quiet.
Yeah, because this is not the usual Discord channel where you have, a lot of smart civil people screaming over each other.
Well, and you're Clay Under Seal.
As far as I know, that's my username, yes.
Oh, okay. Do you believe the Earth is circular or flat?
I don't believe the Earth to be anything. Reality doesn't need me to present itself. It is what it is. Either you accept it or you don't. If you want to invoke that what I experience in reality is the complete opposite, which means
it's... I heard in my life, you fucking faggot. Fuck off.
No swearing. Please don't swear.
Yeah, much blessings to you, sir. Much love.
1 second.
May God bless your heart.
Can I ask that Shah guy a question? You realise that flat and round aren't mutually exclusive, right?
Please explain.
Do you know what a penny is?
Yes, I do.
Is it flat?
Okay, now I'm starting to get your point, but yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's flat and round.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to say spherical.
Spherical, sorry. Wrong use of words, so yeah.
Do we believe Earth is flat or spherical? Neither.
Yeah, neither. Okay. So is it misleading to call it 24/7 flat Earth if you don't believe it's flat?
It's not a belief. That's how it's measured. Either because neither would be based in belief. Well, one's based in belief. I just don't hold it. I'm still talking, Shah.
Okay.
One is based in belief. That's to me still talking, Shah.
So I was
based in belief. That's still me. Third time, you just need to shut up when I talk. While I talk in answering your question. Notice, Shah, you've now had the server moderator shut you up. Take him off mute. Let's see if he can be tolerable when people respond to him. Shah, I'm answering you. While I answer, it'd just be nice if I could get to the end of my statement before you start talking. Thanks.
My apologies, sir.
No worries. One of them is based in belief. That's the globe. The other is based on measurements. Earth being flat, that statement that I just made, Earth is flat because it is measured that way. It's not belief, though. That's why I said neither.
So you're saying to me that one is an empirical fact and the one other is like a belief?
Yeah, one's measured that way. The other is based on the measurements of Earth being flat. So your globe belief, if you hold it, is based on the measurements of Earth, and that's flat.
Okay. And you say it was measured flat. Well, okay, I'm just like clarifying. But do you have a source for that? I'm not saying that in a malicious way. Because I've always assumed it was a globe. So I'm just wondering, where do you get that information from?
Or how many different measurements too?
Latitude.
Latitude. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is the latitude? Yeah, that's the one that goes horizontal around the map.
You know how it's measured?
No. Well, I would assume kilometers and miles, but I assume that's the wrong answer.
Well, they're flat too. They're linear distances, so you'd need a flat Earth for that also.
Don't assume you're wrong, bro.
Yeah.
Do you know what latitude is? We're just still in the middle of this. Latitude. That's how it's measured flat. That's how it's measured.
I know what I know what longitude and latitude is. I get confused between the two.
Excellent. You know how it's measured?
No, please tell me. Flat. Okay.
What instruments are used?
Who is this third guy talking?
How do you measure it flat? That's my question.
Who's the third guy talking?
Joe
It's
Dubs.
Joe Dubs.
How is it measured
He's
flat?
screening for the other guy.
Shah.
Just
Yeah,
wondering.
I'm sorry.
Just talking to this one dude called Shah. Thanks. Latitude is an elevation angle measurement to Polaris.
Okay.
Not an elevation angle measurement is.
Do I know what an elevation measurement is? Is that what you asked me? So I didn't hear it correctly.
Exactly. But well, you could do that also. Elevation also needs a flat Earth to describe how high you are off sea level, but that's not what I said. I said elevation angle.
Oh no. No, I don't know what that is.
It's an angle, one line being the base between you and the point below a star, in this instance Polaris, and another line up to Polaris. One line along the ground, one line up to Polaris. That's the angle, the elevation angle of Polaris to form the latitude system. At Earth measurement. It'd be nice if you didn't through the top of me. Thanks.
Sorry.
Try that without you. I have to apologise, I'm still talking.
Dude, you are such a...
Thanks.
You're a faggot. You're a fucking faggot.
You and everyone else needs to shut up. Everybody else who's not Shah, thanks. We're taking a line along the ground and a line up to Polaris to form an angle called an elevation angle. That angle forms the latitude system. That's how it is measured with respect to a plane. Old Ross Byrne or whatever, can you put yourself on mute, please? Thanks. Now you know. Earth's measured flat.
I do. Oh, okay. So yeah. So now I get your logic. Okay.
Not logic. It's a measurement. Isn't the basis of an argument in logic? It's the measurement of Earth in this respect for latitude. That measurement requires Earth be flat. But there's no logic to see. That's how Earth is measured. Clear.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you came to the server to see the way, presumably. Now you know Earth is flat.
Yeah, no, I'm a very open-minded, like to ask questions, and that's me. Yeah.
Oh, there is no question anymore. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Being open-minded isn't needed. Just knowing how it is measured, Earth, that is, flat, that is. That's all you need. Once you know it's measured flat, there's no question or open-mindedness needed. What your bonus prize is? Huh?
What?
It's a bonus prize. Your bonus prize, now that you know how Earth is measured, how it is functionally utilised, is to be considered the most stupid person on the surface of Earth. Worthy of ridicule. Or anything you say if you ever acknowledge that fact about how Earth is measured. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, very wonderful.
It might be an idea to keep it to yourself. Up to you. Were you to mention this fact of reality, you'd be considered the most stupid person on the surface of Earth.
Oh, okay. So do you not like the ridicule that people give you for saying that you're wrong?
When you are right about something, sir, do you appreciate people telling you you're wrong when you are correct about something?
Me personally, no. No, I don't.
How do you think I feel when I point out how Earth is functionally measured and useful in terms of its practical application and it being flat, and I'm told you're a stupid conspiracy theorist and I can mock you and ridicule you just for you acknowledging how Earth is measured? You think that's reasonable?
Yeah, no, it would be quite insulting.
I agree. There we go. Now you're in the same boat with us, aren't you? You can just know it quietly when people tell you about their religious belief.
Are you Christian?
Again?
Are you Christian?
Why?
No, I just not really. I think you brought up religion, so it's the first thing that came up to my head.
Yeah, the heliocentric religion came from the Roman Catholic Church. It took the flat Earth measurements of angles to the stars and turned them into heliocentric motion and a ball Earth. Mathematically, obviously, the surface of Earth's flat, and that's how they created that paradigm. That came from the church. That's nothing to do with me. That's the Roman Catholic Church inventing a ball for you until about 5 minutes ago to believe you were standing on.
Wait, what do you think about the AE projection? Wait, what do you think about the AE projection?
About it?
Do you think it to be an a accurate model of the flat Earth, or do you think it's inaccurate?
You just answered your own question. You just called it a projection, didn't you?
Oh. Okay, yeah.
Number one, maps are not the territory. That's a reification fallacy. Number two, it's a globe projection. And the globe that it's projecting is created with things like the latitude system that's measured off a flat Earth. You create the globe with flat Earth measurements and then project that useless surplus to requirement, incapable of giving you angle globe back onto a flat map to make it useful again. In that process, there's quite a few distortions. And then not my responsibility. I've debunked in terms of its actual direct translation to the surface below ground positions, in this case the sun, the Gleason's map. I debunked it 10 years ago by looking at what the sun physically did while it was above certain territory according to the times on that map. Having looked at what the sun actually does, I'm still talking. Saying what I did. Ask me about the Gleason's map. Yes, I've spent a considerable amount of time studying it and then verifying what the sun does with respect to that map. I went to considerable effort to track the sun over 2 days, 24 hours periods, to say that people around the surface of the plane that we are on looked at where the sun was coming up, sunrise, going down at sunset, and where it was at what time at solar noon. We could get a good idea, where you could call it like groundbreaking or overarching or all-encompassing. It was just a good idea of whether or not the Gleason's was or was not accurate. And very quickly I found out it is not. There you go. Most people who will give you an opinion on that won't have done a damn thing to check how good it actually is. I have extensively, comparatively to anybody else in this regard, looked at whether or not it does or does not function. It doesn't. It's wrong. In more ways than one. Okay, I hope that answers your question.
Okay. So you said you've debunked in the past. Do you have a video? Because I see you're verified. So do you have a YouTube video where you explain it? I just say because be a lot easier for me to just go look at you explain it rather than, on Discord.
I can explain it in a couple of sentences, but if you want to trawl through literally 48 hours of non-stop live footage with people showing you where the sun is and isn't, and us checking where it is versus that map, you feel free. It's in a playlist called Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Live, and there's 2 sessions. One at... hold on, my daughter's just come in. Oh, there you go, Clover. Sorry, just one sec. Shut the door, please. Yeah, you trawl through it, but all we're checking is, does it match where the sun says it's supposed to be according to that map? And it does not. Mm-hmm. On 2 separate occasions, we've shown that it was miles out in terms of where they say the sun should be at a given time on that map, and it isn't. That's it. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was literally hundreds of people who participated in that event that were tuning in from all over the place, showing where their sun came up, where it went down, tuning in obviously later, not can't show at the same time, and where their solar noon was on the second event. We refined it a little bit for the second time we did it, but we just showed where the sun goes 24 hours. Everybody showing where they had it at what time, and we just verified where they were in the world versus that map. Very boring and tiring, because I had to run it for 24 hours, which meant staying up 24 hours straight non-stop twice to actually
do you drink a lot of coffee?
Yeah, I had other channel moderators in that I would not be able to run it, so I entrusted several other people to actually run my channel. I had to give them permissions to take over the channel temporarily. I didn't, in the end, actually need those people to run the channel, but they could.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
Yes.
How would seasons work on a flat Earth model?
Oh my god.
Well, this is flat Earth, and this is a flat Earth question, so.
Exactly the same way they work now. What's the problem?
So you would have to be a plane of existence that's flat, rotating around the sun, correct?
No.
No, there's no proof of rotation.
Hold on. Because seasons occur because a set fixed point in space and time is reached. The winter equinox, the June solstice, the fall solstice. I don't know the actual name of the solstice, but they're actual set points in Earth's rotation around the sun. So if you have seasons in the flat Earth model, it needs to be flat and it needs to be rotating.
Time causes seasons? Hold on. You said space and time causes seasons?
Yes.
Are you varying and manipulating space and time to prove it causes seasons?
The winter solstice happens every time the planet meets a certain distance from the sun on that certain rotation around the Earth. That's why it's called the winter solstice.
Are you proving the distance?
The something equinox and the other equinox. June and fall equinox. That's the actual name of the set points in time.
Distance to the sun?
Excuse me?
How are you proving distance to the sun?
That's what I'm saying. Your flat Earth model would have to follow the same rotation of the current global model to have the seasons that we occur on Earth.
Why?
So I'm just fixing your model for you. I'm not trying to fucking destroy it. I'm actually improving you guys. The flat Earth. If it's a flat plane of existence, it cannot be still. It cannot be standing still. It has to be rotating around the sun as well to get those set points in the rotation of the Earth that causes seasons. Other we wouldn't be in the winter equinox. Winter solstice.
You asking him a question, or are you trying to just?
I asked a question. But that's what I'm saying. Like I wanted to see the seasons. Seasons work on a flat Earth model. I would give you a little bit of credibility.
You making a claim, or you making a claim, or asking a question?
More of a claim. I'm more educating you on what you should be saying. That would be more proper instead of just making things up.
Yeah.
So me trying to educate you that seasons occur by a set point in time, or the Earth's rotation around the sun, means that you're also have.
Right, can you stop asking the same question, please? Please stop asking the same question. We heard you. Thanks, Duncan. Okay.
Anything you're gonna rebuttal with?
I mean, stop talking. Stop talking. I'm going to answer you. That means open your ears and close your mic, please.
Go ahead.
I'll wait till you put yourself on mute so you don't immediately interrupt me like you've just done.
No, I'm saying go ahead.
Don't need your permission. I need you to shut your mouth, and you've demonstrated incapable of doing so thus far. Therefore, until you go on mute, I'm going to demand you shut your mouth, and I'm not going to answer your question. If you want to be unreasonable, just stay with your mic wide open, and I'll ask the server operators to remove you for being unreasonable. Alternatively,
what did I say that was unreasonable? I said go ahead.
Now that you're being belligerent, I'll have to ask the server moderators to shut you up. Boy, last chance. You asked how seasons work on a flat Earth model. Nobody here has claimed a model that's a straw man. You're suggesting we have a model that you infer we should have. Straw man. That's the first thing. Second thing, when it becomes your claim of how Earth must create the seasons, you utilise the claim of orbital motion. That orbital motion has come from Kepler, Copernicus and Huygens. It's come down the line from the Roman Catholic Church, and the measurements that create those orbits that you suggest Earth must take part in are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the lights in the sky. Ergo, we create the heliocentric motion you're appealing to with flat Earth measurements. After we create a globe for you to believe in, you're asking, we must use the motion of this globe created by Kepler to describe the seasons. Then we look at the globe you're inferring we must infer create the seasons, and its origins are flat Earth measurements. Ergo, seasons you describe are reliant on Earth being measured flat to create that paradigm. You infer create the seasons. That's a globe, heliocentric, that's Earth moving around the sun paradigm. That paradigms created with flat Earth angle measurements, sir. I'm done. Did he disappear? Did he go? Real.
I wanted him to try to prove Earth rotation. Darn it!
Yeah, he disconnected as soon as he was muted.
Well, he went on local mute himself. And then I explained that his appeal to orbits is derived from flat Earth measurements. And then when I finished my statement and said I was done, then he dropped. Unreal.
Well, right before you were done talking, I saw him take him off local mute, so I muted him, and then he disconnected. Like he's going to interrupt the last 3 seconds of what you were saying.
Of course he was. I see. Thank you. Gotcha. So what you're saying is just before I'd finished the statement, he opened his mic to interrupt the conclusion. Of course he did. And he got server muted and ran.
Yeah, I was ready for it. I figured he was going to do something like that, so I just moused over, just waiting.
Pricks. Concluding the answer, right? He's appealed to orbits. They use a flat Earth. Once that gets concluded, it best be the case that isn't concluded. I'll just yammer through the top of it and then reassert, how do they work on a flat Earth model over the top of it, maybe? Anyway, I was going to say thank you and goodbye a significant time ago. Thank you very much for having us, Discord Politics. You've been awesome, as always. That's all right. See you next Friday. Yeah, if that's okay with you guys, hopefully I'll see you next Friday. We'll see.
See you next Friday,
Yeah,
sir.
for sure. We got Fridays blocked. If Fridays are blocked for this session, they're a repeating event and everything.
We'll check in that I haven't worn out my welcome. Thank you very much again for having us.
There you go, Embo.
That was fucking pathetic. That was pathetic. Muted me and ran away.
Man, I'm so disappointed right now, dude. That is like the worst of the worst, man. That's like edging dude and not letting me blow.
Embo, nobody's running away from you, doofus.
Absolutely are. Come on, man. You guys avoided us like.
If he isn't running away from me, then why is there a relationship between how much experienced in the topic someone is and how quickly he knows someone? Like these baby globbers, these people who aren't very experienced in the topic, you didn't mute them, right? There has to be some kind of correlation.
Embo, you don't even know the difference between gas and plasmas. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, I'm ignoring you, though. I'm trying to ask you a question. You're avoiding loser. But Nathan have a show every day. It's called Flat Earth Debate. Ebo, you could go there anytime. How is he running? You got a show open every day.
Yeah, hey Jen, your mic's a little garbled, like on those hard. It's like it sounds like it's I don't know, something's going on with it. I'm not sure.
I'm in the truck on the highway.
Well, I was just telling Ebo, Nathan Oakley have a show that's open 5 days a week. It's called Flat Earth Debate. You could go there anytime you want and lay out your argument. You don't have to catch him in here. It's not running from you. As a matter of fact, he's probably in the FED panel. Him and the FED panel probably just went back to their own Discord. You could go there. It's like running. I don't know why you think that.
So answering your question, the curvature can be from left to right, can be detected from 14,000 to 35,000 feet. This is like the minimum limit.
Embo, do you know any globalists who'd be willing to do like an hour or 2 hour long show where they take questions? Like they have to be open to questions. It's really hard to find because normally the globalists only want to ask questions and they take no answer. Is there like a Nathan Oakley like figure on the globe side who takes questions? It would be able to have people ask him, questions about the globe. Do you know of anyone like in all of creation? Is there anyone who would do something like what Nathan Oakley does?
Well, I am not his fan, but what's he called? MC Toon? MC Toon is an example of that, but he does that more early.
MC Toon's current claim that all flat earthers, without exception, are subhuman mongrels. Their wives need to leave them and take their children. They're all cultists who need to be removed from society. So he's uniquely disqualified from taking questions because all his questions about the globe have nothing to do with the globe at all. He's found a criminal underclass that he wants to blame for all of society's ills. So
these are like his runs. These are like his runs when he gets triggered, but with his actions, like he sometimes goes into servers like Awakening or jump on the server, and there are others then, and he talks to them.
If he wanted to do like a show on 80s toys, like a collection of 1980s toys, maybe that would work. But this topic is clearly too triggering for him. He is unable to maintain any sense of logic and reason. Like, as soon as someone asked him a question, he would go into some profane rant about like them. Okay, no, we're looking for a globalist who can take questions, who can field questions about the globe, like Professor Phil did last night. Someone like that who could do a reoccurring, hour-long thing, or hour and a half or 2 hours or whatever. Someone who could maintain some sense of self without flipping the fuck out.
I have a question.
Isn't that funny? It's funny that Rob Noxious wants to chime in when he was chat skanking about the cult earlier. Now he wants to. He got triggered.
Oh, I'm always triggered. Oh, Crick, can I get a question in for that? If you do get a globalist to come in here and do that, will he have the same treatment as Nathan Oakley got? So he can tell you guys to remove people, and he'll have free reign.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. This would be the same thing. The show where it'd be their show, their live streaming. Whatever.
I'll find you one. I'll find you one, man. I swear to God, I'll find you one.
Rob Noxious. A long time ago, a guy.
No, they'll leave all the time. They'll leave automatically because they can't take the heat.
Mr. Sensible actually was able to hold it together. Maybe that's why he has that moniker. But Mr. Sensible didn't spaz and spill his fifis all over the place.
Oh, I agree. I've seen it happen myself. I've seen
it was moderated fairly. It's when these guys spurg out and go into their fifis, you have to mute them.
Yeah, but can I give you? I mean, listen. I know you guys don't want to hear it, but can I tell you something, man? The way
Rob, can
I get it?
Go ahead.
Why do we got to talk about this for, dude?
So my thought is
this: it's a feeling emotional thing, man.
When Nathan comes on, everybody enjoys it. Even I listen to it. But
people
when the
get muted for a reason, dude.
I'm right in the middle of talking, man. I mean, I'm trying not to be rude. I'm keeping calm. I'm not going obnoxious and just making a statement. My statement is that Globers want to interact with Nathan, but the fact that when they do, they don't really get to go beyond their first initial sentence without then getting destroyed. It doesn't really build anything, and then on to the next one. So it's like that's why when they get on, they're so crazy and rabid because they want to get it all out so fast. I think if it was,
well, that's great for the audience to see how desperate the globerifiers are.
No, see, the problem is that when you ask a question, then you're supposed to put yourself on mute and listen. The issue is these guys aren't doing that. They're asking the question, and then as Nathan Oakley's answering, they think they also can keep talking. And that's the same thing will happen. Like if some globalist comes in here, I'm going to field questions about the globe. Certainly, Toby. Okay, here's question number 1. Like whoever it is, like Clay says, how did you account for curvature when I flew my flight simulator point 8 or whatever it is? And then if the person starts answering the Clay's question, then Clay opens his mic again. That would be a mute. And I just, Clay, not to throw you under the bus, you're just right above me.
I got you. No, I understand what you're saying. I think just more dialect and more ability to talk. I think that when they get in there, they just know they're going to get 15 to 20 seconds of talking before they're cut off, and they just want to get it all out. I think
they get their question in, and then they should listen. They ask a question, listen to the answer. The problem
there's never an answer, but hold on, Chris, there's never an answer. It's always followed by Nathan Oakley destroying them. That's all it is. It's never an answer.
Well, I guess that's a weird take. I mean, it seems like he fielded questions for, almost 3 hours today.
Yeah, but every question was followed by, get this guy out of here. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't have to do this. It was just crazy.
My Lord, Rob.
Yeah, because the person wouldn't be quiet. Like, if they ask a question and then continue to talk, that means the person's done. They're forfeit. That's a forfeit.
Yeah, but how come we never answer? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And a lot of those people were the cheerleaders and the white knights and the spaz artists in the background. It wasn't the person that was being spoken with at the time, Rob. It's 24/7. So there's plenty of time. These people just, you're right, they have to spaz out for some reason. I wonder why.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't even his main talking point of all his talking points, the Earth's measured flat. Like, no one ever gets to have a conversation about that, like that actual statement he makes. I mean, it's just crazy to me. It's like
Don't complain to us. Don't complain to us about it. Go talk to Nathan about it.
I can't.
Or go complain to the people that are spurging out and have to be muted.
That's the thing.
Or you can have a conversation about it right now, Rob. Do you have a question about that?
This is the thing I'm bummed out too. Like, I just worked with you to write up I thought the perfect statement to reset
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. But why didn't you read it? You just jumped off and tried to speak from the heart instead of just read the statement.
Because honestly, man, as much as you guys think I'm obnoxious and shit, I'm stupid or whatever you guys want to call me, I do speak from the heart, man. I don't try to pre-plan shit, and I don't try to be fake, man. I just speak the truth, man, to what I believe in my heart, dude. So if I'm being stupid, man, it is the way. I mean, you guys try to hold me to some kind of standard that no one else gets held to. I'm the only Glober that I know that fucking. I don't know that many Globers, but I don't go on all these channels, man. I don't see nobody there fucking battling everybody. I try to go everywhere and try to be everywhere just to see what's going on. And I want to talk about this, dude. There has to be an ending to it.
Rob, do you have a question about elevation angles? Because is there something you're not clear about with it?
No, the only thing I wanted to ask today was, we're all have the availability to go watch these guys, the track they took to get to South America. The one guy came from Australia. The couple of people came from America and Europe there or whatever. But if you look at the flight path from Australia to South America the guy took, you can see the path they took. You see how fast the plane was going, their elevation. And when you try to transfer that into a flat map, you can't do it.
Well, that's the best part.
You just said it, man. You just said it. GPS and elevation. That's exactly what GPS is. Longitude, latitude, and elevation. X, Y, and Z axis. Those are flat Earth prerequisites for navigation.
Okay, then show me how they navigated it. Give me a map, draw a map, not a draw map, or get a map on paper like you guys have. All maps are flat, and just show me how we got to most. All maps are flat. I agree. Can you show me how we got to Australia?
Not just that. All maps are based on the Cartesian system, longitude and latitude, which by nature are flat.
Let's say they are. Can you just show me on the map how he flew from Australia to South America in a flat map?
Can you define for us longitude and latitude first, please?
Yeah, I'll put the flight path in the chat. You can transfer it onto a flat map.
Well, the main thing, Rob,
you didn't hear the question. Can you define longitude and latitude for us, please?
He's got wax in his ear, George.
Yeah. I'm not defining anything for it. I'm just trying to show you the flight path, dude. This is the flight path that guy took from Australia. You just transfer that to a flat map. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
it doesn't require longitude or latitude. It doesn't require anything except just transferring it.
Yeah, just
the map is based on it.
Just wait for all this information to be done. Then we'll see what the result of the final experiment is.
Well, no, this is already we already have stuff coming in. This is coming in. This flight path is already known. We gotta wait for it.
We need, if it's an experiment. Okay, in an experiment, there will be a conclusion. That's what we have to wait for. All the data to be analyzed, compiled, and then a full statement about what the conclusion. Did the experiment match the hypothesis? A lot of the stuff is being held close to the chest for some reason. They haven't released the hypothesis. They haven't really given much data. They've given little sprinkles because now I guess they're doing microtransactions. If you want, you get to see one photo, but if you want to see more photos of Chile, you got to spend like $5 or something like that. So let's just wait until all the information is there. Then when they give their conclusion, then see what happens next. Like, does this guy, this critical think guy, does he then move on to another topic? Like, what does he do with his experiment? Is he convinced himself now that the Earth is a globe?
Well, the experiment's about the 24-hour sun, and the experiment they're going to do in Antarctica, yeah. But I'm just talking about a flight path that the guy took. It had nothing to do with the experiment. The guy just took a plane ride.
Yeah,
it's literally not an experiment, you guys.
No, it's not part,
literally not an experiment. So there's that.
Yeah, sure.
That's why there's
there
no
you go.
hypothesis. Well, no,
it's not even an
yeah,
experiment.
sure. Okay,
I'm just talking about the flight path. I'm just talking about the flight path, man. I mean, it's a real simple concept. We don't have to get into the reasons and everything. It's a simple flight path. On his thing, it shows you going that flight path. You just impose that on a flat Earth. That's what I want to know. Can you impose that?
You don't have to impose on anything. The flight path, the azimuth is a straight line, a horizontal line from the origin to destination. Straight line. You're going from you're going from a specific point on a Cartesian system to another point on a Cartesian system. The whole thing is a flat plane.
Yeah, but the plane's got pitch data which requires a horizontal flat plane anyway.
Exactly. For you to generate lift, you need what we call a runway, which is a horizontal plane for the airplane to generate lift and take off. The whole duration of the flight will be with the nose up at least 3 degrees.
Come on, man. He flew over there. He flew there. He's there. There's a person there that flew from Australia. That's there.
Yeah,
why are you going
to fly there? He needed a flat plane.
He flew horizontally,
okay,
mate.
I know. I'm not arguing what he needed, guys. Okay, listen. I'm not arguing what he needed or any of that stuff. I'm just arguing the path he took. And the path he took, we know. I posted a picture of it. Okay, it doesn't matter what it was. Okay, cool, he was. But I'm saying, all I want to see is that fucking path. I'm sorry, I swear. All I want to see is that path on a flat map. That's all I want to see. It doesn't require any of the other extra stuff. You got to just do an extra because you can't show me a map with that flight path on it. I bet my money
here. You cannot draw a straight line from point A to point B on a flat map. You kidding?
No, show me. Yeah, show me. Please show it to me.
No, hold on.
You don't know what an azimuth is.
The issue I
show me on the azimuth.
Yeah, Rob, look at his destination is somewhere in Antarctica. Why did he fly completely past Antarctica? And then
what? No, he went to South America, Punta Arenas. That's where they met up. Come on, Craig. That's
yeah, but this is really silly though. Like if you're going,
no, they're not going because he's not going to Antarctica right then. He was going in a couple of days. That's why they flew to Punta Arenas. What are you doing? This is beneath you.
Why would if his goal was to get to Antarctica, why not just go to Antarctica?
Because they're not ready. They're all going to have to meet up and go together on another plane. What are you doing?
The other issue too is like this is supposed to be an experiment about the sun. Wouldn't his location somehow be a control variable? Like they would be able to correlate other locations with the other observations. So by him, he's somehow here in Australia, the west or east coast of Australia. Wouldn't he be a control variable to make sure that you could line up the observation with other locations? Why would he then fly from Australia to another place in the southern, quote unquote, southern hemisphere, just to fly south again to another location? This seems like the whole thing is completely contrived. Like there's multiple tiers.
Okay, because first of all, you're talking about the difference between 20 degrees south latitude, looks like about where he came from in Australia, compared to like
what's that?
About 80 degrees south. That's what I'm saying. It's a whole different. He's going so much more south. Please,
what's latitude?
I don't interrupt anybody.
That's why we needed the hypothesis. Because without the hypothesis, they appear to just be doing random shit without any function.
No, there's nothing random about this. It's totally planned. They know where they're going. They have a chart. There's nothing random about this. And again, why are we jumping away from the fact of the flight path from Australia to South America that we know the guy took because he's there? He's from Australia and now he's in South America. So obviously he got there. He didn't take a boat. He didn't walk. He flew a plane. Now, regardless of how the plane flies, he still got there. So I just want to see that path.
What was
Take a map. Show me a map. Just show me a map with the flight path. That's all I want to see.
What was the purpose of that action inside?
I'm asking to see it. You don't get to tell me if I don't need to see it. I'm asking. Okay. It's ridiculous. What a crazy.
That
you guys are
experiment. He did this. He flew from here to there, A to B. Why was that conducted as part of the experiment? What did that do for the experiment?
It's not conducted. It's just tracked on a GPS tracker, dude. As I'm saying, why you're talking nonsense? You're just making things up to sound intriguing. This is crazy. Just be real, man. Just be real for a second.
This is part of the final experiment. Why? Why was this a data point used in
this? Is not the final experiment. It's just a plane ride. This is things that are just happening, and we're getting data back that's going against what you guys say. You're saying that when you fly, you're saying, hold on, when you're saying that when you fly from Australia to South America on every freaking flat Earth map that I've ever seen, which is the Gleason's one, basically, you say that you fly on some crazy arc. And the amount of miles would be crazy. As I'm saying, you know where we're going with this. That's why you don't want to go there. Because we just slapped you, man. You just got globe slapped.
May I ask a question real quick, please?
All latitude is flat, mate. All latitude. Yeah. He keeps mentioning latitude. Latitude is a flat Earth measurement, mate.
Measurement.
Fly over latitude.
Cool. We're not talking about longitude and latitude in any way, shape, or form. You're just bringing it up. Bringing it up is meaningless to the conversation. I'm not talking about.
Yeah, it's on the flight.
No, it's not meaningless. It's on the flight path. It's on the map that you're talking about, man.
No, it's totally meaningless to this conversation. You're just bringing it up. It has nothing to do with it.
Can I ask a question?
You're talking about the map that is based on longitude and latitude for them to go from point A to point B.
Mate. Okay, then show me on a map how they got there.
Because you think you live on a globe. Latitudes
Can I ask a question?
Level flight.
You will not show me on a flat Earth map how they got there. You cannot show me the guy from Australia how they got there on any map you'll ever bring up. I guarantee it. I'll bet
on a level flight. That's how they got there.
I will change to a flat earther right now. I will become a flat earther. If anybody in this VC or this chat
can I answer Rob Noxious? Rob Noxious, can I answer you real quick? And try to get the misconception out of your head. Every flight plan that is filed on this earth, especially the ones commercially that go from A to B, but even the civil ones, they're all based on flight navigation chart data, which are the flight charts which give navigation aids to the pilots. So the point being is why I'm saying this is a grid system, and that grid system that this chart is derived or based on as a reference is completely derived from the sky because it's based on longitude, latitude, and meridian lines. Right? So for you, first of all, to ask anything about fly routes, 1 second, let me finish. For you to ask anything about fly routes is, first of all, fallacious because all fly routes are based on a planar surface because they need to. Otherwise, you wouldn't have came up with that chart in the first place. And second of all, every map, okay, get this in your brain, every map in reality is flat. There is no such thing as a map that isn't flat. If you want to have a globe, you wrap a flat map around a toy ball.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I got it. I got you. I got exactly what you said. Perfect, man. I'm saying thank you for saying that. Now just show me the map that shows the flight path of what this guy took.
Every map is flat, Noxious.
I know. I understand that. Okay, listen. I'm not asking you if every map is flat. I'm asking you to take that map that's flat, that everybody knows is flat, take one and just draw out the fucking flight path from Australia to South America for me. That's all it is to it. I already know.
So if I draw, so if I'm gonna map the flight,
if you draw right now, I'll be a flat earther.
So listen, you can't just draw a line and expect this to be a qualified flight route. If I'm gonna map that flight route, which I can obviously do, no issue, I'm cooking right now, but I can do that for you in a navigation program, it's gonna use a flight chart with the airwave, the intersection, the VORs, the flight restrictions, whatever it might be that sums up the flight route. It's all based on longitude, latitude, and meridians. The route itself is only one second.
You're deflecting.
Sir, I'm not deflecting. The only way the plane
yes, you are,
gets
because
to
the bottom line is this.
Sir, listen. Oh man, listen. Let me finish.
You're obfuscating.
Let me finish. I'm not obfuscating. The only way your plane gets from A to B and gets it right is by using navigation aids that is based on celestial navigation. That's it.
Okay,
that's how the plane
comes. I know. I agree with you,
man.
dude. You keep telling me that it does this, and I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm saying show me. Show me. Listen, if you know what Australia is a physical place on the fucking flat on a flat Earth, it's a physical place. South America is a physical place. You can go from one to the other. You're telling me, oh, there's no way to draw or to know that. We can't draw a path to that. Or that's beyond our ability.
Rob. Jesus Christ, it's exhausting just listening to you spiral.
He wants us all to become cartographers right now. Everyone become a cartographer.
It's common sense. Australia is a place. South America is a place. Just draw me the path that how to get there on a flat Earth map, please. Just show me. That's how you guys won't do it. No one here will do it.
No one needs to.
Wow.
Oh, no one needs to. Now you don't need to.
No one can draw a straight line. Unbelievable.
If you're making a claim, you can present something for it. No one here has made a claim. You just said, draw me a cartoon of where a plane flies, and I'll believe it. Despite
wrong. I am making a claim. I'm claiming that the flight path that guy took from Australia is only, no matter what, if ands or buts about it, only able on a sphere Earth. You cannot make that flight path on a flat Earth.
You'll need some curvature for that. So who's measured that?
Listen. You're going from one coordinate. You go coordinate to another. Hello. You're going from one coordinate to another. Yeah, that'd be latitude to another latitude. So flat Earth, elevation angle, proof. You don't need a picture to look at. You know you're going from one latitude to another. You know it's measured flat. Yeah.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Then chart the path.
Now stop
You're saying you can't.
Stop being like a little snake.
Okay, one deck. You're saying you can't chart paths.
No, we don't need to draw it.
We don't need to. We just go.
We know the latitude.
Listen to this guy. How do you get somewhere? Then? How do you get somewhere?
Yeah. From one latitude to another.
Exactly.
You get the coordinates of them two places, and that's how.
Okay, I will. It's a real simple thing. Pointis Arenas, South America, and wherever that guy came from in Australia. I just put it in chat, dude.
Give me the coordinates. It's impossible. Give me the coordinates of the start position and give me the coordinates of the finish position.
Punta Arenas is the finish position in South America. The starting position is Eastern Australia.
Give me the coordinates. Give me the latitude.
You don't need them. You don't even need it. You don't need it. You can just do South America to Australia. That'll work even.
See, you can't do it, can you?
You're a clown. I can do it. Yes, I can. You're a clown, dude. What are you doing, dude? This is the biggest presentation I've ever seen.
Guys,
you're failing again. You're
having a manic episode because
I'm not having a manic episode. This is calm.
Yeah, you're having
a manic because he's saying nothing.
Give me it's Australia. Every time you come in the channel, you're having some kind of manic episode. Bro.
Cool. I doubt it.
Yeah, that's fine. So you don't have a globe. You don't have curvature.
I only asked him.
There's other things you said.
Yeah, we do. We have 24-hour sunlight in South America. I know. I'm sorry, in Antarctica.
But no curvature, right?
Yeah, there is curvature.
Oh, okay. Who measured that?
Yeah,
Hey, Rob. Here real quick, one deck. I just looked up this critical think guy. He's horribly obese. How did he get on a commercial
elevation?
airplane? The dude's too fat.
Cargo. Yeah, maybe he got cargo ticket. I don't know.
Yeah, the dude's. I mean, unless there's some weird camera angle, I'm watching his video. This guy must be 400 something pounds.
Whatever. I don't care what people are, dude. I don't care what people are. I care what they're fucking saying, bro.
Yeah, but how did he get on an air?
I don't know, man. Come on. I don't know. That's just rude. I mean, that's beneath you, man. Come on, dude. Raise your standards.
It makes it seem like that's why we want the whole story. Because when I look at this guy, I don't see how he would be able to fit on the commercial airplane.
Come on, no one's making fun of your skunk beard, dude. Come on, dude. And you're fucking lisping, you're fucking spitting all over the mic. No
all right, Rob, just tell us who measured that curve that you said you had.
The flight path.
Well, if he says beneath.
No, I was about to say something, dude. I'm saying the flight path itself proves curvature. I don't need to have measurements.
That's not a measurement of curvature, Rob. Come on now.
Well, I don't. No, it's an expression of it. That's what it is.
Hey,
it doesn't have to have. I don't have to have a measurement.
Rob,
provide the measurement.
You don't have measurements for anything. You guys, show me a measurement for flat Earth. You have one. You don't have one.
Sea level is a measurement. Level.
No, it's not. No, you don't.
Level.
Rob. I think you're done then. I think if that's it, Rob, if you can only do a reverse.
You guys are the only ones that are done. I'm never done. You guys are the only ones.
That's going to be. So you don't have the curvature measurement that you are assuming. Yeah, don't have a measurement. Just an assumption, just a belief.
Don't have a.
I got a measurement if he wants it.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Who are you? Okay. Go. Measurement of curvature. What is it?
All right. Oh no! I measurement of it being flat.
Oh.
No curvature. That's ridiculous.
That's not going to help him.
So can I just quickly? Can you just quickly, for the record, say if Rob is going to use flight routes in order to say it has anything to do with a spinning ball, he's actually referring to celestial navigation, which means that he is just making our point. Every flight route that is being utilized, that is initialized within the aircraft, if it's an MCDU or FMC system, whatever flight computer being used, the very good system that the plane is utilizing in its inertial reference frame is going to be, first of all, planar, and second of all, derived from celestial observation. It utilizes, such as GPS2, longitude, latitude, and meridian lines. These things can only be derived when we use a planar reference point as a surface. You cannot, if the sky wouldn't be mapped like this, and the Earth would be a ball, the whole thing wouldn't work at all. So every time a Globus has flight routes, they just make our point.
Eratosthenes measured a flat Earth before planes were invented.
Exactly.
Yeah, but remember, Rob said elevation angles aren't important, so I mean, whatever.
And you know what's even funnier, right? These fixed points in the sky, which from we derive longitude, meridians, and latitude, right? Which make navigation possible. Imagine all the motion that the heliosonic model assumes, you know, the wobbling, the spinning, the acceleration, the deacceleration, and shooting from ever-expanding void of darkness. Imagine that would be actually reality. You can't tell me that this perfectly fixed sky clock above that has been mapped in order to get everyday airplanes correctly from A to B and every other navigational aids in reference, that while all this bullcrap is going on with the wobbling, tilting, accelerating, deaccelerating, speeding through space, spinning on its own axis, that this somehow matches a perfectly still sky that we can reference for navigational purposes. I mean, how stupid or gullible do you need to be to believe this? Sorry if I offend you, but I just can't give you any credit. If you fall for that, I'm sorry.
Hey, you guys need to check this critical think dude out. He's basically, there's all kinds of coded Nazi stuff in here. He's got Wolfpack on his YouTube channel. I mean, that's like the whole German U-boat submarine. You could see why this guy's upset about flat Earth. He probably loves the Apollo program. Yeah, I don't see any way that this guy is somehow like.
Wait, so he's a 400-pound Nazi?
Yeah. Yeah, he's huge. He's literally.
What if he's just a wrestling fan, like WCW back in the 90s? He's just a Wolfpack guy.
Yeah, well, if you look at his thing, it says Wolfpack with a stamp over the moon. So it's like a wink, it's like that sort of how neo-Nazis always do the wink and the nod. They don't actually go out and say who they are. They got to be cloaked. Yeah, this guy is extremely triggered by flat Earth for some reason. I mean, he's not even like.
And he's going to Antarctica like right now, or he's on the little
If
trip.
you look at the channel, his About Me is just about flat Earth. He just talks all about flat Earth as his About Me. It's like, holy shit, dude. Are you just like that far gone that when someone asks you about you, you talk about flat Earth instead and how much you hate flat Earthers and flat Earthers don't accept evidence. If he really believed any of the stuff in his About Me, why would he even do a final experiment? You've got things right here in your About You that demonstrate you wouldn't do any sort of final experiment.
Makes me cringe.
Yeah, this guy is wild. It's like you think you can't find any more of a scumbag globalist, and then one just presents itself.
Anyway, that
all
flat Earth
globers talk
measurement.
about flat Earth, especially
they
when
love
they're
it.
talking about flat Earth measurement.
This is why I want all the data to come in first before I look at the final experiment, because you're going to see this stuff. You're going to see these contradictions in quite radical points of view presented outside of the scope of their experiment. And then you get to ask why. Why was that the case? Why were these data points and this information added in?
Anyway, just let me get this out real fast. If you're in London and you see Polaris, which is at 51 degrees, so you take a circle of equal altitude around Polaris at 51 degrees. Then you go to Atlanta, Georgia. It's at like 31 degrees. Whatever. You take another circle of equal altitude with Polaris is at 31 degrees. And then you go to some point where let's just, I can't think of a city, but let's say Polaris is 10 degrees. No, let's say it's 17 degrees off the horizon. And you take another circle of equal altitude where Polaris is at 17 degrees. Every time the number gets smaller, the circle gets bigger, and all those circles are parallel with each other. So let Rob digest that.
He knows this. If he tried to explain how globes measured, he will be describing a flat Earth measurement.
So there's nothing to discuss then. He knows the Earth's measured flat and it's navigated flat. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, it's his belief in his heart, like he said a bit earlier. He believes it in his heart. That's not a measurement, Globe Noxious.
That's what it's all about, fellas.
Latitude, mate.
Sure. Latitude and longitudes. Well, yeah. That's the key.
It is funny when globers try and describe how globes measured, and they mention elevation angles and horizontal planes of reference. They never mention curvature. How bizarre.
I mean, see, this is what I don't think people are serious sometimes, man. I mean, this is just bizarre to me. You know, he brings up a map. One guy brings up a map, the Viking guy. He draws a line, and then to prove another thing, he brings up an entirely different map to prove it. I mean, how many different maps are you going to use, and then claim you don't have a map? When I say show me a flat Earth map, you can't show me one. You just show me. But then you guys use all these supposedly flat Earth maps with proof points.
It's only the 10th. It's only the 10th time, mate. Globe Noxious. Anything with latitude, mate, on the map is a flat Earth map. Can you show us a map without? Can you show us a map without latitude?
So any map that you can think of, as long as it has longitude is a map. Then. Is that what you're saying?
All maps have latitude. They're all flat. They're all measured flat.
Yeah.
Have you got a globe?
What about maps with no latitude longitude? They're just pictures of the Earth. What about pictures of the Earth or pictures of the map?
Do you think have you got latitude on your globe, mate?
Absolutely.
How was it measured?
In degrees.
Using what tool?
Hello. Yeah, give him time to Google read.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for Viking to post that. I want to see him post that flight path on the other map, the original map.
Yeah, so it's a degree measurement. It's an angle measurement, yeah? Latitude. Nothing to do with curvature. Now, tell us how curvature is measured. You've just told us how flat Earth is measured using latitude and degrees. Using a sextant, that's an angle measuring device. So, are you going to talk about curvature? Or are you just going to keep telling us how flat the Earth is?
Well, I'm not here to prove the globe. I'm here to talk about flat Earth.
Which is what? What is that?
Well, like on that map he posted, Crit. So the map, he's posting these maps or whatever he's using. But if you look at the edge, that means there's like an edge. That means I can go from like Africa to the edge of the Earth and looks like a couple miles. I mean, these maps aren't even, they're not realistic. You guys are using things that just make no sense of common sense. There's no ice around anything on these maps, but these are your maps all of a sudden. I don't understand why you guys get to do this and claim some kind of superiority. This is pathetic.
Okay, is your globe realistic?
Yeah, my globe never changes. I'll show you a globe, and it'll be a globe.
Okay.
Every globe's the same.
Do you have any now? Can you point to anything in reality that shows that your paper mache that you've got hanging from your garage is real?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
Like what?
The fact that everybody uses the same thing, it's fucking been measured.
Oh, brother.
Everybody knows about it. Yeah, I'm saying it's a silly question. I mean, what do you mean?
Right? Well, you're complaining about unrealistic things, Rob.
How about this? I can pull up any globe in the world right now. This is a good one. And those flight paths will work the same way that they're showing on our thing. Will show working here. You guys have to pull up 4 different maps to show 4 different flight paths. What are you guys doing? Think about what is going on here. You can't just show all the flight paths in one map. You have to bring up 4 different ones. Wake up, man. I can bring up any globe I grab in the world. Here, anywhere in the world, I can show the flight paths. It'll be the same. You have to use 4 different maps, dude. Who do you think you're talking to?
Although the globe's not accurate, though, right? All the land formations and everything else is distorted, right? But you can draw a flight path on it.
Cool, man.
What about
if that's your retort, dude, then you just
forget about flight paths, mate. What about a ship traveling from 0 degrees to the 90 degrees latitude?
Yeah, they didn't take ships there, man. They took airplanes. I'm going with what they took. They took airplanes there, dude. They didn't take ships, man.
Yeah, we're talking about the ground.
Ask Duffy for a boat ride, then, man. I don't know. I don't want to talk about ships.
Yeah, so we're talking about the ground, aren't we? And latitude and traveling along the Earth. Correct?
No, talking about flight paths that go from Europe, America, and Australia to get people there to Punta Arenas.
That's got nothing to do with the Earth.
Oh, nothing to do with the Earth. I know. As I'm saying, man, think about what you're saying, dude. Think about it. Look in the mirror and watch yourself.
You know, it's nothing to do with the Earth, mate.
Okay, I know. But what has it got to do with Mars?
Yeah, so the sea level's got a lot to do with the Earth and latitude. Do you want to talk about that?
No, because they're not on a boat. They're in a plane. Well, not anymore. Yes. They flew down there already. So I just want to talk about the apparent flight paths these people take do not match up to any model that can be represented.
Okay, then. That's not a question for you. Has altitude got anything to do with the Earth?
In respects to what?
Has it got anything to do with the Earth?
Atmospheres, yeah. Yeah, the atmosphere is good. Yeah, Earth has atmospheres, yeah.
So what's altitude? How is altitude measured, my friend? No, it's measured from sea level, my friend.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, that's level, plane of reference again.
Well, how do you measure from sea level?
With gauge measurements.
What's the name of the gauge?
Tide gauges, mate.
Okay, tide gauge. Okay, guy. Okay, that's what I'm saying, man. This is just. It gotta be a troll.
It's called sea level for a reason. Yeah? It's called sea level for a reason.
So sea levels the same. So sea levels are the same all around the world, huh?
Yeah, that's how all altitudes measured, mate.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
You think so? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, that's That's measurably false. Sea levels are not the same all around the world. So that's nice try.
Yeah, everything's measured from sea level, mate. Everything. Above and below.
Sure. What sea? What sea is it used? What sea is used?
All seas, all the oceans. Every single one of them.
Oh, so the oceans. So now, just oceans.
They're all level.
Is it just oceans? Is it just oceans? Oh, okay, so all water. So what about lake? Hold on. What about Lake Titicaca? That's like thousands of feet in the air. That's like thousands and thousands of feet elevation. Why is that? We can use that for sea level?
And it's flat on its surface.
Wait,
it's above sea level.
in the air from what?
Exactly.
It's a lake.
It's a lake.
Hey, this guy said he used bodies of water for sea level.
Man, you are just desperate, aren't you, Rob?
I said sea and ocean.
You guys are desperate. Grasping at straws. That's why you're talking about sea level. Instead of talking about flight paths.
Wait, you said it's thousands of feet in the air.
You're not fooling nobody but yourself.
Above sea level.
Hey, Rob, if a plane's flying over Lake Titicaca that is way up in the mountains, what's going on?
That's what I'm asking you guys.
And is it a constant altitude above sea level from A to B?
All the data you want from those flights is available. Their elevation, their wind speed, everything. The pressures, you can get that all online. And it'll tell you everything about those planes. You guys are just diverting and deflecting because you guys really don't want to talk about the meat and potatoes.
Can you get pitch data?
You want to eat the cheese on top. You want to eat the cheese.
Obnoxious. Can you get pitch data for the plane?
I'm not getting anything. You're the one that's claiming it's not real. So the onus is on you. The onus is on you to disprove it.
Really simple. Are we able?
No, it is really simple. We normal people see flight paths and we say, "Hey, look at that. That's pretty cool."
You're simple.
Flight. You guys said people can't even go there. The fact that they're going there is just ridiculous, anyways. According to you, where's the UN? Where's the United Nations gunboats guarding Antarctica?
Well, you're asking a lot of questions, aren't you? When you don't know what sea level is.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. You don't know what sea level is. This is it. That's the end all be all. I'm not going to answer because I'm answering questions, and you don't want to answer questions. So why should I?
You can't give us any proof of curvature except for a degree angle measurement, which has got nothing to do with curvature. You're not doing a very good job, are you?
Yeah. Well, opinions vary.
You're not making any sense, Rob.
Well, it's in his heart and soul.
I know. I'm not making any sense because I bring up a flight path.
Okay, if you have a lake up in the mountains that are 15,000 feet above sea level, is that lake at sea level?
That's what you guys were claiming. That's what the guy was claiming.
That's what you're trying to wedge into. You're trying to sow seeds of confusion, Rob.
No, me? That's hilarious. A good one. Yeah. No, that's what that guy was claiming, and I was calling him out on it.
Yeah, all the oceans and seas are connected to one another. There is such a thing as mean sea level, Rob.
Cool. I'm not saying there isn't. But he said that all the oceans. Now someone's going to
do you must have been thinking out loud. But that was your little buddy Cotton trying to obfuscate for you.
No, he said that all of the oceans are the same level, and they're not.
Yeah, Cotton realized that the lake up in the peaks of mountains, that a puddle, hell, we'll just call it. It doesn't even need to be a lake. Cotton realized that thing is not at sea level.
If oceans has not the same level, if ocean has no the same level, does that mean that it's curving?
Yes.
Yes.
And spinning.
And spinning. That means
Guys, instead of just to put a pause on Rob Knox's 10 millionth spiral. Hold on, Sasha. Hold on. Hold on. Just to put a pause on Rob's 10 millionth spiral, can we open the room up and see if there's any new people in who actually want to have an honest conversation? Any new people got questions? See, we've got Steve Irwin back again. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a question.
Please, think of a question. Save us. Who else have we got?
Ask us what our latitude's measured.
Totally not. Boobles, you got a question?
I'd like to read something.
I think we talked about this already, but does anyone have any thoughts on the Antarctica Treaty?
Sure, people have plenty of thoughts. Anyone want to give this guy some thoughts on Antarctica and the treaty?
Like, how can all those countries make a truce so soon after World War II?
Yeah, it's not what you think it was.
Oh, Rob, for fuck's sake.
All right, I'll take it.
I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Well, I'm back in. Yeah, it's exactly what they told us it was. It's a scientific treaty that no one can use to take the resources out of there, set up military bases, basic stuff. There's nothing sinister, nothing spooky or scary or conspiratorial. And the fact that hundreds of thousands of people have been there in the past 100 and some years, it just proves it all wrong. You can go there. Any of us can go there too. You don't have to have a Will Duffy. You just got to have a little money. And the fact that you need money and there's a little bit of regulations still doesn't negate the fact that you can go there and you can freely explore. Matter of fact, there's people going across to right now, 3 backpackers that are going across the entire continent and mapping it and taking measurements the whole way. Stop the cap. All right, I'm done.
No, that is true. There is a lot of jobs there. And I know a guy who's actually gone to Antarctica, but they only go to the northern tip of it. They don't go deep into the mainland.
Yeah, just say it's not an ice ring, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can say it's some kind of mysterious place, whatever. Maybe it's the end of the world. But to say it's an ice ring that goes all the way around you, that means that if it's all the way around, then it has to be a circle, right? Because around means going in a circle. So if an ice wall goes around us, then it's a circle. So if we live in a circle, then it has to be rational thinking would be like looking at a map, a flat circle is a flat circle. So then you put the map on that circle. There's only so many combinations you can play with.
Stop rambling, please.
I'm not rambling. I'm giving you the vaccination.
Don't you think it's a bit sus that no plane has ever flown over the southernmost part of it?
They have, man. They have circumnavigated in a plane.
Not straight over it. They've flown towards it and then diverted at the last minute. They've never flown directly over it.
The Earth's been circumnavigated both directions, north and south.
Listen to this guy.
No, this is good. He's going to get a first-hand experience of what it's like to deal with the dishonest globers, so this is good. So tell him again, Rob, how they've circumnavigated north to south, and you know this because you vaguely heard it sometime.
Trouble with north and south is that's a horizontal direction. You can't use north and south on a globe.
You guys ever hear of a bird called an albatross?
Oh, here we go. Somehow an albatross proves the globe.
Twice, but they don't do it anymore. It's fine. They don't do it anymore.
Tell us how an albatross proves Earth's a spinning ball somehow.
Well, the birds don't prove it's spinning, but it does prove it's a ball.
Amazing. Tell us all about it. The albatross proves the globe now. The globers can't prove the globe, but the albatross, that can prove the globe. The flat earthers and the albatrosses, they're proving the globe.
Yeah.
But the globers, they can't do it.
No, it's not that. It's albatrosthenes.
Albatross, that's a good one, dude. That's actually a good one. Albatross.
Cool, dude.
Yeah.
No, tell us how Al Tribuni proved the globe.
They're migrational flight paths that they take from the Arctic to the Antarctic every year.
So they fly in the sky, therefore Earth's a globe.
No, not really. That's not really the point. The path they
that's
take.
what you
is
just
the globe.
said.
The
You
path
just said they
take, the
fly
path
from Arctic to the Antarctic, therefore Earth's a globe.
I said
Shut
the
her
flight
down.
path. The flight path they take.
The flight path. You've been tracking the albatross's flight now, have you, Rob? You're a busy man.
Yep. Yeah, there's been studies on
Migrating
them.
birds prove the
Yeah, look
globe.
it up.
Shut her down, boys.
The Arctic.
how come,
I think I
how
can
come,
I'll
so
look
are
up
the
the exact name of it.
albatrosses
Okay.
having to account for the curvature?
No,
Unlike
probably
the
not.
plane.
they just fly on the Earth. Like I said,
So they
it's
just
the
fly
actual.
like it's flat, like the
So
planes
again,
do.
I know you don't want to hear it 'cause it burns, but we're not talking about. It doesn't. Yeah, they're not. Of course,
Yes,
they're not adjusting
the
for. They're not
albatrosses,
dipping their
it's too
nose
much.
down.
This globe
No,
proves
because
the
they
albatrosses.
only fly a couple hundred feet off the ground. They only fly a couple hundred feet off the ground. Stop it, dude.
Stop
This is
debunking
hilarious.
observable reality with a story about the albatrosses. It's too.
It's not a story about the albatross. It's a fucking.
Well, yeah, it's
I think you mean a couple of 100 feet above sea level.
Okay.
Cool, whatever you want to
The
say.
albatrosses,
The flight path proves it.
Aren't accounting for any curvature. So the albatrosses are treating the Earth as flat, just
Has
like the
nothing to
planes
do
and
with
everything else.
that. Has nothing to
But
do with that. What
somehow,
are you doing?
albatrosses
Look it up.
flying flat tells Rob
He
that
thinks
the
he's on
Earth
a
is a
roll.
big ball.
I know. He thinks he's on a roll.
Yeah, the Earth is a big ball because the albatrosses fly flat across the Earth.
No, it's their flight path that makes if you chart their flight path in the way they
Rob,
take, it's only possible on a spherical object.
A flight path is referring to horizontal, mate. A flight path.
Cool, man. Again, irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, the flight path that doesn't have any.
So what exactly about the flight path?
The way they take, the way that's been charted, is the only way that you do it. You can actually do it on a globe. If you try to put that on some kind of map that you guys have, it doesn't work.
Show us how they do it on a map.
Yeah, Steve Irwin's not going to take this. Steve Irwin's very familiar with albatrosses.
I'll do it on a globe.
I think I can just prove you wrong by Googling their flight path.
Well, Google their flight path, man. Let's do it.
Rob, what evidence would you provide to support this claim you've just made?
I think it's the Arctic tern or something, or some kind of albatross. You have to look it up.
So could you provide? Could you post the evidence? Could you post the evidence for how this proves a globe in the text chat?
I think we should read. I just want to be. I was just wanting to be clear for the Globers. We got boats going over the horizon. We got photos of Earth from space, and now we got migrating birds prove the globe. Okay, continue.
Yeah, I still need to see how this critical think guy got on the airplane. Like, how? I mean, unless something's wrong with the camera angle, if you look at his video,
oh man, you just wrong. Damn.
No, I'm not trying to body shame. I'm just saying a fact. Like the numbers. He's too big to fit on the airplane seat.
Why didn't gravity pull the plane down? Come on, stop, man. You're making me do it.
I mean, how does it mechanically fit into a seat?
If you're gonna mention down, that's in reference to a horizontal plane.
There's more evidence for UFOs and aliens.
This guy's all about the horizontal plane. That's his
flight path. It goes all around Antarctica.
You don't have down on a globe, mate. Remember that. If you say down, it's in reference to a horizontal plane. Wake up, get with it.
Down is reference to the core of the Earth.
Hold on a second.
That's all I need to know.
Did Steve Irwin just want to chime in on the albatrosses there? Is that what that was?
Grid,
I forgot lanes above sea level prove the globe too. I forgot that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Steve, try again.
So I just posted an albatross flight path. It goes all the way around the ice wall.
That's hilarious. Come on, man. This is just absurd all the way around the ice wall. That's what I'm saying, man. Are we dealing with reality? We have a real conversation?
What do you mean it's absurd? That's a scientific journal. It's been tracked.
Okay, let's say they do that. Okay, let's go with this, man. Let me just get that. Okay, it's been tracked. What's the distance they traveled around the entire ice wall? The entire distance?
A long way.
Okay, a long way. Well, is that long way? So if an albatross, if around the ice wall is just a long way, then how is going from, let's say the North Pole to the ice wall longer?
You ain't ready for this logic, Steve Irwin. You don't know what you're dealing with.
Tycho, the Earth is not flat, dude.
No, you really don't.
Up in pear-shaped.
I don't know the distance.
All right, so we don't even know distances. All right, that's cool, man. So you're just saying it is. I don't know. I got you, man.
I'm trying to figure out what your point was with the albatross.
You guys they don't fly around the ice wall, dude. If you flew around the ice wall, it'd be like hundreds of thousands of miles.
Why such an inane theory is so popular? We are so confused. Why is flat Earth theory coming out like this? It's because alien theory is what it's covering up. They don't want you to know the aliens come from space. They eat your children.
It is. It's a psyop to keep the fucking people.
We're just worried about this. Use cope in DMs or something. We don't all need to hear use cope together. Do it in DMs. So where were we? We've got albatrosses proving the globe. We got anything else?
Albatrosthenes.
Why didn't the albatross fly directly over it?
Albatrosthenes needs to correct you.
Good question. Don't the albatross just fly over it? Do the penguins hunt them down?
Yeah, see? It's always about making jokes and stuff, man.
Here, I got something
because
for you,
it's
Rob.
laughable. What you're presenting is laughable. That's why we're making jokes. You're actually not presenting anything. It's the other guy who's new, who's just trying to figure out what the hell's going on, who's actually doing your work for you.
How am I laughable when you said someone said there's an ice wall that goes around?
You just said albatrosses prove the globe.
But even if I said albatrosses with horns, that's less crazy than an ice wall that goes around the planet. Well, I think the ice wall.
No, it's absurd, Rob. As
So
you
is
know.
the ice wall. An ice wall is absurd. There's no ice wall.
Well, we didn't claim one. You're the only one who claimed albatrosses prove Earth is a ball.
That's your new. I know that's your guys' new tactic. You don't claim everything, but you claim to know everything. Which one?
The Earth is flat. The surface.
How the hell are they able to sell this ice wall gear?
All we need to do is let you guys talk.
So you don't know the shape of the Earth, then? You just said the Earth's flat, or you said the ground's flat. So you don't know the shape of the Earth. You're not claiming to know the shape of Earth.
Here he goes. Jesus Christ, Rob.
Your whole point about the albatross was stupid. Like you had nothing to back it up.
It was really good.
What was your point with the albatross?
I'll post a real map. I'll post it.
He said, no, it was really good.
You're good at spiraling, I'll give you that.
It is really good, Rob. It is really good, Rob. See, we don't even need to make an argument. We just let you guys talk, and it's patently obvious that you've got nothing.
Here's a glober. Air holds air. Gravity. We went to the moon. Ships go over the horizon and disappear over the curve.
Climb a tree.
We've got 3 rovers on Mars. What? They're lying to everyone?
You don't see curvature, but it's there.
Uh-oh. This one's going to burn, guys. Get ready, dude. Get some ointment ready. This is going to burn.
My favorite color is red.
It is spinning, but you just won't feel it.
Birds migrate, so it's got to be a spinning water ball in space on a 23.4 degree tilt.
Man, I say, hey, one good thing is you guys know all the facts about the globe. So when it's time to come back home, you guys will just be normal globers. You actually be smarter than most globers. I'm proud of you guys. You guys did a lot of hard work.
What does that prove?
Of course we know
They
the
won't
facts. That's
actually
how we
give
know
you
it's
the
not true.
23.4. They'll just say, we're on a spinning water ball on an axis. I don't know what the axis is. We're on an axis.
You're going to need a horizontal plane for an axis, mate.
No, Rob doesn't.
I love this guy. I love this guy. I love it, dude. You guys all have your little
the albatross should have kept going right, and it would have ended up on the left side even quicker, but it turned around.
Yeah. Well, I posted a picture of the migratory pathways of the Arctic Tern in chat, and that's the real path that they take. So yeah, they, like I said, they circumnavigate the globe, and they actually go back the other direction too. If you look at the map,
so they turn around.
Why didn't they go all the way right? They turned around into the loop.
Then why don't they just keep going and then come back at the north, Rob?
They do. Here, I'll post another picture.
That's
why
not
do they
a
have to
globe.
turn around.
What
He's about to open that image on Microsoft Paint and draw a green line across the globe.
It's weird how they have to turn around and come back, huh? I don't see any.
No, it's not. It's not actually. Because if you went the other, if they went fully around it and circumnavigated that direction, the difference in the climate and the environment is not suitable to them. So they take a path that they know.
What you posted isn't a globe, Rob.
It is a globe.
The cartoon.
Because the simple fact is you can't put that on a flat map and say that and represent it on a flat map.
That's a new globe
seem to
model,
turn around a
folks.
lot, and they don't cross ice walls.
Yeah,
Brand new globe map here.
How does the albatross account for curvature?
Classic stuff today, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah, the flat path, man. The flight path.
Yeah, how does it account for the curvature?
Yeah, they don't. No one accounts for curvature like that. You guys are just being silly. The size of a bird on the face of the planet, it doesn't have to account for curvature. Same as a plane, dude. They're tiny in the face of the planet, dude.
And they still
the plane would have to be.
But there's no need for curvature then. Thank you.
No, because look at if you take a globe, I have a globe in my hand. If you look at the flight path when they turn around, because if they went to the other side, they would end up going back home over Australia, China, Japan, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's unsuitable to their environment. You know what I'm saying?
Calm down, Linda. It's not a proof of a globe.
Yeah, they go back. It is, man. There's so much proof of globes, dude. I just want you guys to.
I know. I see the curve everywhere I go. I see curvature. You're absolutely right.
You're right. If you take a basketball, you can play. That's a spherical, and you can play the basketball. But if you take a cylinder, then that is not a ball, and then you cannot play the basketball. But you're correct. If you take real basketball, then you're playing basketball with the basketball. But if you don't take the basketball, then you don't playing basketball. Do you understand?
Yes, and that proves that we have to go back to the basketball because it only works on the basketball. Thank you.
I thought Rob's claim was that albatross flies north-south around the globe.
Rob, the same thing. If you have on the 10 centimeters of the flat surface on the basketball, that is not basketball. Is that correct?
The globe's not got north or south?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Sorry.
I mean,
say it again.
If you have the 10 centimeters on the basketball, that is not basketball anymore. Is that correct? If you have 10 centimeters of the flat surface on the basketball. Is it?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's not a basketball. It becomes a rugby union ball.
I don't know. I don't really know how to answer that question. I don't know how to answer that question.
You don't know. Do you know how the basketball look like?
Yeah, I'm looking at a globe in front of me. I sit in front of a globe when I talk to you guys.
Do you know how okay, does that basketball has the 10 centimeters of the flatness? No.
Yeah, I can actually show. I mean, I don't know about 10 centimeters, but yeah, like if I was to take a camera and I zoomed into this, can I get it out, man? Can I get it out? Can I get it out?
Okay.
If I take a camera and I get close enough to this globe right in front of me and I zoom in enough, it'll look flat. Yeah, it'll look flat. Yes, it will.
No, I'm not asking you if it look flat. I'm asking you, is it there at 10 centimeters?
Yeah, it'll be flat. Yes.
No,
yes.
I'm again,
yes, it will.
Rob. There will be 10 centimeters of the flatness. You're saying?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, it will be there at 20 centimeters of the flatness.
It's all relative to the size of the object on the
yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Hold on. If it was the size of a molecule on this globe, which is probably the
yeah, that's why I'm asking.
You're not understanding. We're so small.
Man, I'm only asking you to clear up. Is it possible that you have 20 centimeters of the flat surface on the basketball?
I don't know, man. As I'm saying, I don't even really know the question. I don't even know the question you're asking, to be honest with you, man. It just makes no sense.
I'm asking simple question, like a baby, like a child.
I know.
Can we have the flat surface, 20 centimeters of the flat surface on the real basketball? I'm asking that question. Is that simple, normal question?
Basketballs in Albania are flat all the way around.
Yeah, okay. That means we cannot have 20 centimeters on the basketball, and that is not, if I show you 20 centimeters, that is not anymore basketball. The same thing is with the Earth. If I show you 10 miles of the flat surface on this Earth, that means this is not the Earth with the size what they are giving you, because it's the same thing like a basketball. Okay. That means basketball is not anymore, that stuff what is going in the, in the net. Yeah. It's some things large, big, whatever it is.
Yeah. You win. You got it, man. You're
whatever that was still a better argument than your albatross thing.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something about that feeling? You're roboting.
You're roboting. You're roboting big time. Big time robot.
The bot's malfunctioning.
Oh, sorry. My Wi-Fi turned on. So it's a false equivalency, and what you're doing is you're not scaling. You're looking at the toy model of globe in my hand and saying, "Oh, that's a scale we want to show me 10 centimeters of distance on that." No. When in reality, you have to scale yourself down to the size of whatever. I mean, you can even scale yourself down that size to be on the globe and be the same relative size as the Earth around you. You know what I'm saying? So we're small. We're so small on it that things are going to seem flat. Yeah, when you're walking around, it seems flat. We're not walking around a ball falling over because the ball's giant.
Okay, you're too small to see the curve. Wait, I want to get this straight. You're too small to see the curve, but you're watching the boat go over it, right?
Yeah, you can see things that show
yeah, you can see things go over the curve, but you're too small to see the curve. Are you listening to what you're saying?
No, you're just not.
Are you listening to what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying it. So obviously,
you are not listening before you. You're not thinking before you speak.
No, you're not listening before you talk.
No, you're not thinking before you speak.
No, I'm not. I know what I'm doing.
You can't be too small to see the curve and then witness something go over the curve. That is
I'm talking about physically
sir.
Talking about physically.
That is an improbability, sir. Plain and simple.
Okay, cool. You got it out.
That's
it's
a
not
3-pointer.
at all. When you're walking around, you're not going to walk around the curve like that. But I'm saying when you're looking across great distances of water and a boat goes over the horizon, you can perceive the curve. As I'm saying, both things can be right. He was talking about why on a globe, if I walk, if you show me 10 centimeters flat on a ball in a basketball. And I said, yeah.
You don't observe boats going over the curve, but don't observe curve as you rise in elevation.
Didn't say anything about rising elevation. Didn't say anything about rising elevation. Walking down the street, you're not walking over. You're not going to walk over some kind of curve like you think you're thinking.
Look, Linda, you're spiraling.
You literally think you're walking around the ball with a 1,000-foot lake.
You are spiraling. Take a breath.
I'm not spiraling, and I do this every day. Albeit, I'm fine.
You really are, though.
I don't lose breath or nothing.
You should hear yourself. You really should hear yourself.
Your idea that you're putting in is absurd, dude. Walking down the street, you're not walking over the globe. You're walking relatively flat surface because there is flat surfaces on a globe, whether you want to believe it or not. You're not supposed to believe. Just your comprehension of the scale is just, I think that's what's getting it.
Rob, you're so full of shit, bro. Like everything you're saying, like you're just ridiculous, man. So you're claiming we're too small to see curve, but we can watch boats go over a curve, but we'll never actually experience the curve while walking. If you're 1 foot above the surface of the water, how far away is the curve? And what is the curve? Are you talking about geometric horizon? Or no, you're not going to say that though, right?
No, that's how Rob operates. He doesn't hear himself talking out both sides of his mouth.
I'm talking about things in nature that allow you to physically observe the effects of the curvature of the Earth.
Like what? It's not albatrosses, is it?
Mountains in the distance. How come when I'm driving through, if I'm driving through Kansas, okay, and I'm driving from east, going west towards Colorado, all of a sudden, on the horizon line, little bumps will appear. You barely see them. And they look like just like little, rolling hills in the distance. And as I keep driving down straight, because those roads are straight, I've driven them. Okay. And all of a sudden, those little tiny bumps that were bumps are getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until all of a sudden you see there's snow on them. And now they're giant fucking mountains.
No longer in Kansas.
No, because I drove over the curvature of Earth. I drove over the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, listen, when you drive through Kansas, check out the windmill farms.
He drove over the curvature of Earth. Folks, are you listening to this guy?
Yeah,
brother. Let it be known. I drove over the curvature of Earth. Yes, I did.
Yeah, mountains are topographical features. When you're driving through Kansas, you can see those windmill farms, and they will disappear like a perspective drawing.
Dude, I can prove this right now. You know what we should do? I can prove the fucking globe Earth, dude.
Rob, how come you can't read a phone book from 500 feet away?
Yeah, you need to calm down, Rob. You can't prove your globe, so just calm down, bud.
Right here. This is it. No, this is the final experiment.
Get ready to shut her down, boys. Here we go.
Another albatross.
You guys ready? Ready? Here it is. We go out and hold on. Listen, we need 3 people. We need 3 people. We can prove the Earth is a globe right here. We need 3 boats and 3 people. We get all the boats to go out and listen. Just please stop. We got all the boats to go out into the ocean.
That's what you should do is stop, Rob. Just stop.
No, you don't want to hear this because it's gonna burn, dude. Just let me get
You're just gonna spew bullshit.
Just let me get this out. You got 3 boats. Listen, man, you get the 3 boats.
Let's do it. Rob,
please let me get this out, man. I'm begging you guys, man. I'll shut up for a little while, dude.
It's going to be funny to hear it, though. It will.
Please, just let me get it out. I beg you, man. Come on, young, please, man. Just let me get this out. It takes like 30 seconds to get the whole thing out. We got 3 boats. We go off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean all the way out till you can't see land no matter what. We have 1 boat stop there, okay, and hold the position. We have the other boat go out fucking far as fuck until that first boat can't see either of those other boats. And as soon as that happens, we drop another boat at that guy's horizon, so he can't see that boat. And then the third boat will go all the way past that second boat until that second boat can barely see him on the horizon. And then we'll just shoot a laser from the third boat to the second boat to the first boat, and that'll prove that it's a globe because the first boat will never be able to see the third boat because it's on the second boat's horizon. Hold on, but the second boat will be able to see the first boat and the third boat, proving that the world is a globe.
Rob,
I win.
Rob, I think that is a great idea, and you need to get 2 buddies and go out and test it.
Is this going to be the final experiment then? Will this be final?
That's the final experiment right there. That's the final experiment, dude.
Yeah,
No nothing.
but can you add something in that experiment? When you do that, can you turn around it? Yeah, when you do that experiment, can you turn around with that ships and do the same things in opposite direction, please?
Absolutely. You're going to look around everywhere because, like I said, the boat in the middle. Listen, the boat in the middle can see both boats, but why can't the first and third boat see each other? Glober,
experiment on the coast of Somalia.
I just put a dagger in your fucking hearts.
And not only that, don't use 2
Rob
boats.
should do it in Somalia. That'd be awesome.
Use 8 boats, Rob, to go, south, north,
No,
east,
3 boats is all you need. No, 3 boats is all you need.
8 boats will give you better
just put
results.
a dagger through our hearts, folks.
I just pick up some refugees and bring them back to your country.
Do you all actually think that the Earth is not round?
2024, baby. They do. They truly believe that it's They truly believe.
Listen, Rob, calm down, Linda. You haven't done anything. You've presented an idea. Now you need to go out and do the idea and prove it.
I've done the idea. Okay? That's the thing. I've done it. I live in the Great Lakes. I've done it. I've live in the Great Lakes. I live in the Great Lakes.
You bumped your gums, okay? So go and do it.
I've done it.
I live in the Great Lakes. I live in the Great Lakes.
You guys don't know shit. The Earth is a round ball. Get over it.
Obnoxious. Wait, do you actually think that the Earth?
Why don't you tell us how you saw it from an airplane?
Yes,
tell us you saw the curve from an airplane, Rob. Tell me you've been on an airplane. Come on, bud.
I have 37,000 feet. I did see a curve.
You're full of shit.
Yeah, that's called a fishbowl lens.
I jump out of the things, and from no matter what altitude, there is no curve.
There's no fishbowl lens. There's no fishbowl lens.
Shut up, Rob.
I've been on a plane.
All right. I'll chill out.
Yeah, take a break for a minute, Rob. Someone else piped up in the middle of that. They sounded new.
Yeah, that Fred goat or Freed goat.
Free to go, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, there we go. What's up, dude?
It sounded as if he was in disbelief.
I was shocked that it caught me off guard about like the or flat Earth or whatever. That shocked me. I'm sorry.
Okay, what's going on? Let's do like a therapy session. So you're in shock.
So I mean, kind of shock because
Are you sitting down?
Do you know anything about your globe, dude? Before we start, like, do you know how big it is or anything?
Like, wait.
Do you know the size of the globe, bro?
40. It's around 40. 40,000 kilometers, but it's I forgot how to measure in what measures.
So you don't know anything about your globe, but you're gonna stick up for it, right?
Wait, Google Translate.
So it's like a blind belief with you, right?
Because
Blind
it's not
faith?
my native. It's not my native. Okay, so okay, it's in scope. It's 40,000 kilometers. Yeah.
So you know nothing about your globe, but you're gonna stick up for it, though, right?
He just said 40,000. That's more than nothing.
It's 40,000 kilometers. That's what they teach you.
Yeah, you Googled it. That's good. So now, why?
No, it's not by Google. It's by Eratosthenes in the fourth century before Christ.
So
when you're
disagrees
going,
with that, why do you find that so shocking that you'd have to have a fainting pillow or fainting couch?
You find what shocking?
You
did, dude.
Okay, I found it shocking, like about flat Earth. I'm sorry. Is that like a bad thing?
So
for you?
people disagree with a figure you didn't even know, and you found that shocking.
What figure did I not know?
Yeah, in all fairness, he kind of knew. He said 40,000. He didn't say circumference, but I think that's what he meant.
I just wait. It's not my native language.
Just start over.
And what I meant in scope. Yeah,
you're doing fine.
In scope, but I didn't know how to translate it to English. That's why I went to translate what it means. But I do know that it's 40,000, and if you want, you have like more than enough evidence to like present that. It's by even in 4th century before Christ, you can go to Eratosthenes in his book called Geography. He assumes what? He assumes fear.
He assumes that there's a ball.
He assumes there's a ball? He assumes there's an ellipsoid, yeah, but that ellipsoid...
Yeah, he assumes there's a ball in the first place. So yeah, you might be shocked about is the house of cards that the globe is.
No, it's...
Yeah, I was trying to set the record straight because you were getting piled on. No. And you did sort of know a number. You didn't say, "Oh, the circumference is 40,000 kilometers." You just said 40,000. So carry on.
Yeah. Okay. So, what you said is like a ball. What he meant is ellipsoid, and that's what you even learn in geography. Ellipsoid
that's
is
fine.
basically
That's fine. That's fine. But he assumed it. That was his starting point.
He didn't assume it. Do you know how Eratosthenes and other people got?
Yeah,
to the
he did
conclusion
assume. What he assumed ellipsoid. Isn't that what you want me to say?
He.
Also, I'm just telling you within the narrative, that was his starting point.
From something else. Wait, do you realize that like even Newton didn't like assume
stick with
gravity.
What we're talking about.
Wait, no, just
forget
like, hear me out. So listen,
forget Newton.
Wait,
you
so,
don't need
for example, you will need Newton. So Newton didn't presuppose gravity. Newton got to the conclusion of gravity because something happened, and he realized, oh, there's this something. This something can be possibly like a conclusion.
Mate,
therefore, let's explore
excuse me, mate. Sorry, I have to stop you.
That's the same Eratosthenes did. Wait, that's the same
years out of date, my friend.
Aristotle did.
Excuse me.
You realize that, right?
You're out of date, pal.
What?
You're 110 years behind the door. That gravity has been superseded. It was never proved to be in existence, else it wouldn't have been superseded.
Wait, what do you mean by gravity has been superseded?
That's what I want to know. That's what I.
Einstein gravity. Tell me about Einstein gravity. Tell me about the scientific method.
Supergravity? Like super.
Are you talking about gravity? Are you talking about gravity is described under general relativity? Because if you're talking about gravity is described under general relativity,
I'm not talking about gravity, mate. I'm not talking about gravity. He was talking about superseding gravity.
But you just
said that's what you said. You said superseding gravity. I just said gravity.
Yeah, Newtonian gravity is out of date by 110 years, mate. What are you talking about?
I brought that as an analogy. That's an analogy, not to say his gravity. That's not what I said.
Yeah, hang on. I'll answer your question. Said Einstein. That's who.
Okay. Just because Einstein came up with a more just because Einstein came up with a more robust theory of gravity or a robust definition explanation of gravity, it doesn't mean that Newtonian gravity is completely outdated. Especially since Einstein based a lot of his ideas about the current gravity or the current conception of gravity that we use today off of Newton. You'd just be wrong to say.
Damn. You are wrong.
You are completely 100% wrong because Einstein doesn't have.
So why do you think I'm wrong?
So shut up! I'm telling you why you are wrong. Newton.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Sun that is orbit in the center of. So you won't listen because I told you that you are wrong, and you asked me why I'm wrong, and you won't listen to someone telling you why you are wrong.
Wait, who said that I'm not gonna listen?
So
wait, why did you pre-code?
You won't shut up.
Yeah, you won't shut up.
Well, Wizman, why did he even bring up the apple in the tree in the first place? Why did the other guy bring that up?
So Newton had a sun that is orbiting mass in the center of the galaxy, while Einstein is telling you that the sun is the center of the galaxy, so it's not orbiting anything. It's not the center of galaxy, the center of the solar system. So it's not orbiting anything. It's creating a cavity or a bendy space and time. So every planet that you see in the solar system is orbiting that sun. But in Newton paradigm, he have a sun and an Earth both orbiting a center of mass. So not a heliocentric model.
That's kind of not true.
And that center of mass, it's true. Yeah, it's 100% true. And that center of mass, it's not in the sun, but it's away from the surface of the sun.
Yeah, nobody disagreeing that was Einstein's kind of gravity. What I'm saying is that
it's not the same exact thing that you are superseded.
Wait. Let me speak. Okay. So, are you actually retired? Do you think that I was saying that Newtonian gravity is identical to Einsteinian gravity? That's not what I was saying. I was saying that to say that Newtonian gravity is completely outdated would just be wrong, as we still incorporate some of the concepts from Newtonian gravity in our modern day conception of gravity.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. It works on something when you throw a ball or something like that. You can calculate the trajectory using Newton's laws of motion. Yeah, exactly, but not gravity. It's not gravity when you are talking about.
We were never talking about gravity. I was never mentioning gravity. I mentioned in an analogy, and what I did was to just say that. And I don't know why we got sidetracked with something that is so unimportant and completely relevant.
Because Ridicule butted in.
Stop. I'm not finished. So when I said Newton and gravity, it was just to say that Newton didn't presuppose gravity, nor did he say, well, I assume gravity and now I have to prove it. No, what he did is something happened to him, and then he said, well, look at this. For example, like the common belief, apple has fallen from the tree, and on top of my head. Wait, so there is something that put the apple down, to the ground. Well, let's analyze this, and that's how he got to the conclusion.
The reason that his excuse is.
Sorry, mate, I got to.
So if it wasn't an apple, let's imagine if it was a bubble, an air bubble inside water, and he observed air
when you say down, mate, when you say down,
claim again gravity, so things fall to the sky because.
I'm sorry, 3 people are talking at the same time. 2 people need to control themselves and let one speak.
Yeah. You're one of the fucking people talking over the people talking.
No, I'm not.
What are you talking about?
You're talking over me, and I let y'all speak. That's the problem.
Someone was speaking,
and that's it.
No, shut the fuck up, Linda.
You see,
we're insulting now.
Necros was talking, guys. Just let Necros finish what he was saying, and then Frida Goat can reply to Necros.
So he said that Newton observed an apple, and then he said, "Oh, the apple is falling because of gravity." So he didn't even acknowledge that the apple maybe the apple is more dense than the air around it, so it couldn't float. So how would he just acknowledge the fact that if he observed a water bubble, air bubble going up inside the medium of water, will he just say, "Oh, gravity is attracting things up"? Because he saw a water bubble,
I'm not
air
being
bubble going up.
Sorry, is this guy asking a question? I'm sorry, mate. Is this guy asking a question, or are you just rambling on about things?
Well, he doesn't like Eratosthenes. Hold on.
I'm not rambling, and I address
no.
specific thing that the guy told us about the apple and how Newton derived that gravity by just watching something fall, and he said, "Oh,
great, that's fine. I'll stop you. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you rambling. How did he manipulate gravity then?
He didn't. And you don't understand what I'm saying, so you think that I'm...
Yes, hold on. Time out for just a second.
Gravity. So if you don't understand me, ask me to explain the shit again, because I'm not agreeing with gravity.
Let's just get it back on track.
I didn't even make any test or experiment to prove his hypothesis that the cause of falling things is that gravity. So he didn't understand me, and he started jumping over me.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you. Can you tell me what my analogy was?
The point is, it doesn't matter why Eratosthenes assumed ball Earth. The fact is, he did.
Give me something.
Because hold on. If this is your proof that the Earth is a globe, why not point to the other things that pointed to Eratosthenes that made him so sure to make the assumption good enough?
First of all, I pointed to them, and the second of all, what's his name, Necros dude. Can you repeat what my analogy was and why did I bring it up?
Yeah, you said that Newton saw an apple falling. And he asked himself why it's falling. Oh, because of gravity.
No, that was not my analogy. I said that he came to the conclusion of something, or some like form of supernatural force that brings some form of object to the Earth's core because he saw something happen. That happened.
How did he come to that conclusion?
I just said it's an apple, but it doesn't. You don't have to believe in that thing.
Okay.
I just said that he watched something happen. That was the conclusion because somebody said that he. Wait, stop. Because somebody said that he assumed gravity. He didn't assume gravity. He didn't even have the idea of gravity before something happened. That was the point, even with Eratosthenes.
And then he assigned what he saw some power.
Wait, you just told me that he assumed the ball and he assumed the core inside the ball. And he assumed also that objects are going toward that core inside that ball.
Yeah, assumed, mate. It's an assumption. It's an assumption.
Those assumptions?
Yeah, assumptions, yeah.
Thank you.
So let's
prove an assumption or like prove an
let's get it back on track. Listen, if you're providing evidence that the Earth is a ball by using Eratosthenes, but you're saying that Eratosthenes didn't pre-assume ball Earth in vain, why don't we talk about the things that he was so sure of that made the Earth a ball that he could assume it to be?
But like a measurement.
Like his reasons? Okay. So in the book, as he describes, you don't have to follow, for example, how he got to the conclusion. You can follow how Aristotle got to the conclusion. You can follow how Galilei got to the conclusion.
All right, how did they do it, dude?
Okay.
Come on, Rambler.
Okay, so yeah.
Which is the one you're going to go with?
Okay, so let's go first with Eratosthenes.
Who?
Sorry, mine's over. Okay. Now here. So for Eratosthenes, it was the point of like how there's like a city in Greece. It's about the Alexander the Great. It's named after him.
Yeah,
now,
500 stadia, elevation angle measurements, flat Earth measurement. We know it.
Yeah, he got the measurement of some form of angle.
Yeah, it's an elevation angle, mate. It's a flat Earth proof right there.
That's
Man,
not a
we
flat
heard-
Earth.
It is, mate.
So, okay.
Yeah, it's a
Man,
flat
we
Earth proof, mate.
Man, we
Do
know
you
that
agree
story. You
with-
don't. We know the
We know that
story.
story. We know
Okay,
that story.
if you know the story, you can. Let's start with that. Okay, sure. Let's start with that. If you are so sure that you know the story, simple yes or no. Do you think that Sun is the center of the solar system? Let's start with that.
Doesn't matter what I think, mate.
It was a yes or no. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't care about your yes or no's. You've just gone on
Okay,
about
can you-
improvement.
so you do not
Excuse
wanna
me.
engage?
Stop interrupting. Stop being rude. You've had 10 minutes to talk,
No,
right?
you do not want to engage.
Excuse me. You're interrupting again. Be quiet and just listen for once, right? You might learn something. We all know about the Aristophanes measuring sticks and shadows on the surface of Earth. Got nothing to do with a globe. Now, have you got any globe proof in your pants?
Was that a yes?
Have you got any globe proof?
I'm not going to
Like
answer your
curve.
question until you engage.
It's a yes or no
Can you
question.
show us curvature?
Globe
Is that a
proof,
yes?
Glober. Globe proof,
Yeah,
Glober.
proof of a globe. Do you have any?
Let me
Glober.
respond. Let me respond to
Wait,
his.
do you want to answer my
No.
question?
Let me
you wanna answer my question?
Your question. Let me
Has it got
answer your
anything?
question.
Has
No.
your question? Sorry, has your
Yeah,
question
we
got
can
anything
conclude.
to do?
We can
Excuse me.
conclude.
Stop
we can
talking
conclude.
like a little
No,
child.
I'm not going to stop talking. We
Listen,
can conclude. We
has
can
your
conclude. I'm not
question
gonna
got
stop talking.
anything to do with the shape of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Look,
Now,
if
do you want to
just
answer my question?
Freeze, yeah, if you just answer Freeze's question first, then he'll answer your question. But you're just being
No problem.
disingenuous.
I
he asked you
you're
the
being
question first, and you
disingenuous.
just
You're not
answered his
engaging.
question. No.
Okay, go on then. Go on then.
I told
Was
him
that
the
a yes?
answer. No, it's just no. No.
No, you don't agree with that. Okay, so
No.
what?
No. I don't agree with that. No.
No, I don't agree
Okay,
with either. Go
sure.
on.
We can pull up some studies of it. Do you agree with Galileo's studies for Sun being the center of the solar system?
No.
Okay, then you're an eternal skeptic and you're
The
negating
answer-
general knowledge. Do you want to agree with some form of like knowledge in general or some form of evidence or no?
So are you?
So you just like asking
Right,
question
right,
after
right.
question
Okay,
after
you've had two
question.
questions. I'm going to ask you a question, mate. Is latitude
Sure.
on your globe? Do you have latitude on your globe?
How is that relevant to the point? I will answer
No,
just.
it's my turn to ask a question. It's to do with the shape of the Earth. Do you have latitude
It's
on your globe? Do you have latitude on your globe, mate?
I want for you to explain relevance before I
It
answer.
sounds a bit difficult question for you.
No,
Do you
it
have latitude?
doesn't. I just want you to engage. I do not want
Yeah,
to
I've
like,
engaged.
go into the rambles.
I answered.
Excuse
I
me,
already
dipshit.
answered two
Excuse me,
stupid
dipshit.
questions.
I've answered two questions, right? Your
No,
turn.
you didn't. No,
Yes,
you
I
didn't.
said no. I said no, and shut up, else the moderators will shut you up. I answered no and no. Now it's your turn. Do you have latitude on your globe?
Okay, so no was for
You're
the
not
sun
answering the
thing,
question
and
then.
no, wait,
He's
wait, can you stop
moderators
speaking? Wait,
is
can you stop speaking?
refusing
Wait,
to
can you stop
answer
speaking?
questions.
Okay,
He's
I'm
refusing.
gonna local mute you because you're rambling. So number
Don't
one,
you local mute me, mate, or
you
you'll
said-
get barred. You will get barred.
Well, no, we'll
Yeah.
switch. We'll switch speakers. Okay, if it's not working with I think who is that? One deck, right?
One deck.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's switch speakers. Okay, because we want to just bulldoze some guy. If the two of you are just clashing, there's enough speakers to let's rotate. Okay, let's
No
pass the
problem.
mic around.
I already give him the same answers. I
have a very
already
simple
answered
globe proof.
by no and no. So he asked if we agree that the sun is the center of the solar system. I said no, I don't. He asked the next question, which was Galileo and what he's done. I said also no.
Yeah, so that's still the Freed guy, right? Yeah, so hey Freed, like you got to know the difference between heliocentric and geocentric.
Okay, can I now speak and can I get on with my point before somebody interrupts me, interjects,
go
and then
ahead.
gets on a random point? So you said you don't agree with Galileo's form of research or Galileo's form of evidence. Okay, so you negate his rationalization. I have two questions. Number one, why? Two, if you negate evidence in general, not just his rationalization, what part of evidence do you accept? Let's go with that.
Do you know that Galileo, what the model that Galileo was following? The idea, was it heliocentric?
Was it heliocentric?
Does Galileo say
Is that a
that
question?
the Earth is the Earth is the center or the Sun is the center?
he was going with sun being the center, and that's heliocentric system. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes,
No, okay.
I asked you if Galileo was geocentric person or heliocentric.
Heliocentric. That's what he was going on with generally.
Okay, why? Why did he side with the heliocentric model?
That's what I'm asking. Do you want his rationalization? Y'all said no. So do you want it or no?
No, I'm saying for you, what do you think his evidence was?
I mean, there's multiple. So let's start with this one. When he looked with the telescope and when he looked at the other planets.
Yeah, he looked with a telescope and then he said it's heliocentric.
Can you let me finish?
Because I'm trying to get you to cut to the chase without. I don't want you to take the roundabout way all the way around. I want you to take the not the bypass. Go right through the city. Get right to the point. Galileo said it's heliocentric.
If you're not gonna engage, then we do not have to. But then don't tell me you want to engage. So
you're not paying attention.
No, you are not paying attention. I'm gonna local you because you do not want to engage.
Galileo said God.
Galileo, what he said basically, because you didn't even let me cut to the chase. What he basically said was, before you interjected,
God.
He looked at the telescope. He looked at the other planets,
and then said what?
He saw how those planets were formed. That's the point. And the form that he came to the conclusion was the heliocentric system. That's for one, and that's one part of the evidence. Do you want to refute that one, or do you want to go to the next one? I'm gonna unlocal mute you now.
Okay, he said heliocentric because why?
Did you listen?
Yeah. Okay, so he looked at the telescope. He saw some shit.
Do you have anyone in here at the moment?
Yeah. Do you hear Fred or Freed the goat?
Freed the goat.
Yeah.
What's up?
This is a problem.
Yeah, do you have anyone in this channel muted at the moment?
Yeah, he's been kind of doing it on and off. We're muting people.
No, I've just been trying to engage, and every single time I got interjected, and I didn't get my questions answered.
Can you just make sure you don't mute anyone, because it leads to like audio chaos.
I mean, I'll try to if I don't get interjected.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, people, like, if you do that, then it's not going to work out well. We can have a polite conversation. You can choose someone to talk to, and please try to wait for them to finish talking before you jump in, whether you like what they're saying or not, and then we'll try to do the same thing.
Okay, so what you're looking at, Freed, look at what you're looking at here is that Galileo looked into the sky with a telescope, saw a bunch of shit, then said, God did it. Okay, you can look up his writing.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
No, that's the part you have to prove. You're like, why did he say the Earth is the world or the universe is helium? Not just he said it was the whole universe was contained within this solar system. Okay, it was the sun in the middle, and then there were 6 planets, and then a firmament. And that was it. That's all of creation, because he had a secret knowledge by his interpretation of the Bible, in that God of the Bible made this manifestation by God's design that he interpreted on his own. The Pope said, your read may be correct, but don't release this information, because if you do so, people will associate that retarded shit with the Catholic Church, and it will weaken the power of the church. Galileo said, you know what? I'm going to talk about it anyway, so therefore disobeying the word of God on earth, the word of the Pope. People were getting burnt at the stake at this time frame that's called the Spanish Inquisition for having a lazy eye. They would get condemned as being demonically possessed just for having a lazy eye. So here's a guy who denied the word of God, direct heresy, and he got sent to his room with dinner. Even by today's standards, he lived in absolute luxury. He had a whole compound an indoor and outdoor pool, a garden. And he was already kind of sick, so he was kind of going to just get sort of nursing care and whatnot. So when you say, do you deny what Galileo was saying? I'm not saying I deny it. Can you show me this God you're talking about? Show me his design. Where is it in the Bible or some other writing, or where did he get that he interpreted the true manifestation of creation? What language, what information did he use to do this?
Okay, so number one,
science. He used science.
No, he used the Bible. You can look it up.
Can I speak? Thank you so much.
Yeah, so, hey, show me your God.
Oh, no, stop. So, one, that was completely irrelevant to...
Okay, never mind. You're done. Let's move on to the next caller. If your whole worldview is pivoted on what Galileo did, you gotta use all of Galileo. Don't just be like, oh, I looked at the telescope too. Okay, well, go debate Galileo then or some shit. Wait till you get to the pearly gates and be like, hey, I used the same method you used, but I didn't see no God. Let's just do that. Like, I mean, like, you're not even talking, you're just talking past people at this point. The turning people down is already cringe as shit. If you're not going to engage with the topic, bye. Okay, who's the next guy? Colt, I think, was trying to jump in. Or no, Twanger is back?
Yeah, I have a quick globe proof. So look, take a piece of like tinfoil, right? And take a piece of tinfoil and scrunch it in your hand. What shape does it become?
Whatever shape you want it to become.
Flat. Like a disc.
You get to do that.
Scrunch it in your hand?
Yeah, you can scrunch it into like whatever shape you want. Rectangle, square. You could do what shape do you want to do?
If you just squeeze it with your palm,
yeah. Which way do you want to squeeze it? You want to squeeze it to which direction?
Like put it in the center of your palm and squeeze it.
Yeah, I saw this episode of Star Trek.
I could squeeze it into a fucking tube, but if you're implying it becomes a ball, what the fuck is your globe proof, man? Tinfoil in a fucking hand?
Yeah, everything becomes a ball.
No, it doesn't. Fuck. Please, do better than that.
Bro, the NASA says it's a dome.
A mountain is not a ball. Humans
I'm
are not
talking about
balls.
I'm talking
Trees
about...
are not balls.
We're talking
All
about
plants
celestial
are
objects.
Not balls. We are not in celestial. We are not.
Gentlemen, excuse me. We're not talking about celestial objects. We're discussing what we're standing on, please and thank you.
It's a metaphor for massive things. Anything that's really big, that's really massive, will get squeezed into a ball.
We're not talking about your ex-girlfriend. We're talking about what we're standing on.
Yeah, what we're standing on is very massive. Do you agree that Earth is very massive?
So like you said, celestial objects, that word means objects that belongs to the sky, because celestial is the sky. We are in Terra. We are terrestrial objects.
Yeah, how big a pile of dirt do you have to make until it turns into a ball and floats away?
Listen to what I'm saying. Is the Earth a massive object?
Floats away in a ball form.
Is the Earth a massive object?
So your globe proof is that Earth is massive. Okay,
right.
Got
Anything that's massive becomes a ball. That's my proof. Yes.
No, that's not proof.
Or movement. Thank you, Linda.
Holy crap, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Down.
A mountain is massive.
Write it down because it's flawless, dude.
A mountain is massive. It's not a ball.
It's flawless.
No, it's not. A mountain is a small feature on a much more massive object.
Okay, hey, hold on. Is the solar system massive?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, why is the solar system flat?
It's not. It's all the.
Is a galaxy? Is a galaxy massive?
Eventually, it'll all.
Oh, hold on, Twanger. Is a galaxy massive? The Milky Way galaxy, is that massive?
It's in the process of.
Okay, why is it flat? Why is it flat?
It's in the process of condensing still.
Is the universe massive?
Yeah, it's all eventually it'll all condense into a ball.
It's got to flatten out before it becomes a ball. It's got to flatten out first, and then it'll form into a globe.
Right.
So all massive objects are not balls.
Yeah, they are.
Nice. You were wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You were twangering, Mr. Twanger, the Twangerer.
Keep my name out of your mouth, German.
I slap you.
But anyway, if anyone else wants to give a better globe proof than that, go ahead.
You didn't give any.
I got one. Volcano. Volcano. Birds. We got to do one today. Just birds.
Better globe proof than dirt becoming a ball. I don't know if we can do that.
I didn't say anything about dirt.
The moon's shadows refracting globe.
God of the Bible, according to Galileo.
Rovers on Mars. That's mine.
The other day, the guy told me that, if there is phases, if the moon have phases, therefore we live on a globe. So the moon have phases, we live on the globe.
I would just say let's do a reification fallacy. Let's go to some piece of ice where there is penguins, and then look at the sun and prove our derived concept from the sky by using the sky again. I think that is very intellectually consequent and logical. Sorry. Wouldn't you agree, guys? I have a cool story about the sky. I applied to the ground, but to prove what I applied to the ground, I'm just gonna use the sky again. I mean, this is top-notch logic, isn't it?
What's wrong with using the sky?
Okay. I'm gonna repeat it again. Okay. So I look at the sky, and then from the sky, I derive assumptions about the Earth. And these assumptions are derived purely from the sky. I apply to ground, right? So sky equals ground. Then I'm asking myself, how can I prove that ground is sky? Well, you guessed it right. I'm just going to use sky to prove ground. If that sounds unlogical, you might be a flat earther.
That's what they do when they go to buildings, different buildings. They just have to look to the ceiling of that building, the roof of that building, and they will just derive the floor. So if that building have a dome like a mosque, so the floor is curved. If the building have a flat ceiling, so it must be flat.
You're right, man. Like if I'm laying out, something on my ground in the room, what I'm gonna do is I obviously gonna measure.
Dude, I just hold on. I just thought of it.
Not even
hold
measure
on,
the roof.
Dude. We don't care about your sky ground stuff. You're just rambling.
Right. So and while I'm talking about this, I'm getting interrupted, which is amazing. But yeah, go on, man.
He said that you are rambling because you are repeating the stupidity that he said.
You just said sky ground like 10 times. You're rambling. Okay, so listen, dude. I found an even better analogy than the.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're interrupting this gentleman in the middle of what he was explaining. Shut your Doritos shoot, Linda.
That's what you interrupted me to say?
Yeah. So to finish it, I was saying to Necros, because I was actually not talking to you, Twonga, but anyways, Necros,
you gotta turn your mic up, it's really low.
Brother. I can hear you.
You can turn up also my
I turned you up, go ahead.
Yeah, 1 second, I'm gonna turn it up. Okay, so now I've got to turn it up. Anyways, so in order to get the measurements right for my foundation of my house, right, or the ground beneath, I'm gonna look at the roof first, right, Necros? We're gonna build the roof first, and then we build the ground, the foundation of the house, right?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
You could build the roof first and then put it on the foundation, but anyway, I found an even better analogy. So the aluminum one didn't really work, but let's think about a submarine for a second, right? What happens if you poke a hole in a submarine, right? What happens? It gets crushed down to a little ball. That's what happens, boys. Flat Earth debunked. Easy.
How so? How is a flat Earth the submarine?
So these people don't even hear what they're saying before they say it in there. They just fucking
dude. That blew your mind, didn't it?
He just
blurt shit out anymore, bro. He's just here to troll now at this point.
Yeah,
dude. What shape does a submarine become when it implodes? Tell me.
No, okay? So when the submarine has a leak, okay, water leaks into it, and it sinks to the bottom.
Right, and what happens to it?
Actually, what happens if a leak occurs is the crew gets activated and fucking plugs a fucking leak. And if the submarine goes into depths that are too deep and the pressure becomes too much on the outer hull, it will crush the submarine.
Right, it'll implode. And what happens when something gets crushed? What happens when something gets crushed?
By pressure on the external parts of the hull.
Right,
and there are parts of the stuff that can help counter that pressure, and that's why they don't crush.
But when they do crush, what shape do they become?
No, it doesn't turn to a ball. Jenna, can you, if you hear me, sister, can you just post that container that imploded because of the pressure?
Oh, you're saying it crushes into a spherical ball?
It crushes into a ball,
You are the master troll, sir. You are a master troll. I will give you that.
I'm not trolling. It crushes into a ball, bro.
Which one? Which submarine? Can I get a citation?
It crushes into a ball, bro. There's literally no balled up submarines on the bottom of the ocean fucking floor, you retard.
You fucking retard.
Hold on, you guys. Just like, okay, so inside Twonger's worldview, if globe, there's balls of submarines all over the ocean. Do you have a citation for that? You got one? All the submarines that sunk in World War II and whatnot, hundreds of submarines. They're just balls all over the place, just on the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, probably.
Can we see one?
I'd have to look it up.
Wait a minute. We went from guaranteed crushed into a spherical ball to probably balls on the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, this
is a good thing. Once
it was a thought experiment.
Once you research this, you'll see there is none. Zero. There's 0 submarine balls on the bottom of the ocean. So
Why not?
Go look it up. Go check it out. This could be a deep dive you could go into. Pun intended.
No pun intended there.
Thought experiments are done by people who does have imagination and
who does have good English
information. You don't have that. So you can't make a thought experiment.
Yo, Chad, I have a question. I'm not really here for debate, but I have a question that, let's say the Earth is flat, right? And there is a point A, and we start moving from that point A in a straight motion. And after 24 hours or the hours that will take upon depending upon the speed, we reach to that same point. Doesn't just debunk that the Earth is flat, because if it's flat, then we would probably fall over the edge.
Do you know that straight lines never go back to the starting point?
Hold on, folks. Sorry, he said all that to end with, wouldn't we fall off the edge? That is amazing. Your intellect is beyond recognition, sir. Thank you. Yes, we would probably all fall off the edge. You're correct.
So just to tell you something, even on your ball, straight lines are the shortest path between 2 points. Straight lines never curve and never bend. So a straight line never come back to its starting point.
Not even if
no straight lines on a globe.
Yeah, if you go in straight line on your ball, you will just leave the ball and leave the atmosphere and go to space. So how can you?
Yeah, I guess they don't implode into a ball. I was wrong about that.
Do you have any globe proof?
Me, yeah, I have lots of proofs.
I don't know if it's something you can prove. I'd say more that there's evidence for it.
No, you can't say that, Matthew. You just told me that you have just a strong belief for the globe.
Well, what's the argument for the curvature of the Earth?
There is none.
There's no arguments for the curvature of the Earth? Is that what you said?
There's no curvature.
Oh, got it.
Oh, that's not an observable thing? You can't just observe it?
No, you can't.
Is this just like a personal belief, or this is
Never
a fact?
even been measured, dude.
Say again?
It's never even been measured.
You need to measure something to see a curvature? When you pick up a pop, you can't tell that it's curved?
Of course.
Why? Because it's observable, right?
Right.
So what's your measurement claim?
Well, your globe has a certain dimension, and therefore we can, figure out the rise over the run kind of thing, right? The drop over.
It's just observable science. We don't need to obfuscate it when it's unnecessary.
So where do you see curvature of the Earth?
Yeah. When did you see curvature and where from, sir?
Space.
You went to the space?
Hold on. Gentlemen, we have an astronaut in the live stream Discord today. Excellent. When did you leave Earth and go to space, sir? What date was that?
Last year.
Last year. Interesting. I don't recall any space flights last year. So be a little more specific, please. Was it SpaceX or NASA? Did you have a suit on? Did you get to do a spacewalk? Please do indulge us.
So is the issue right that I need to prove myself on observable science?
Well, no, you must have taken some photos while you were there of the Earth. Like, come on, man. Don't tell me you went to space and just fudged it.
Well, I'm going to take a photo in space of something observable and then show a bunch of random Discord users?
Didn't you go to space to prove you're on a spinning water ball in space, sir?
No.
Why did you go to space?
Nor
Just
was
to
that
come
my claim.
and tell us you went there?
Yeah. I got lots of money. Why not?
So you're trolling. You're trolling then, is what you're doing, right?
Is it that I'm trolling, or that you don't want to?
Let me tell you something.
You are trolling because you didn't go to space last year.
But you can't prove that I'm trolling. And so you just want... No, listen. You just don't want to believe that I'm
You
trolling.
need to burrito and relax.
I don't want to. So see, this is an emotional debate. And you can't debate with someone that's emotional. I'm logically saying...
Let me take this, please. Let me take this. So, brother,
of your claim. Prove to us.
There's two people talking. I need one person.
Linda, shut your Dorito shoot and listen to me. Show us proof. Show us a ticket. Show us something. Show us a photo of you on the launch pad with the fucking astronauts that are taking you up there.
I don't need to prove anything to you. How about you just Google curvature of Earth?
You need to shut your Dorito shoot and listen. Prove it.
You asked me for something, and I'm saying Google the curvature of Earth.
You're making a claim, sir. You're making a claim that you went to space last year. Now you need to prove your claim, sir.
My initial claim is that you do not need to... You don't need to measure something to witness a curvature.
You're back to You said less than 3 minutes ago.
You're moving the goalpost, buddy.
1 year ago.
You're moving the goalpost.
No, you are. You're moving from your trip to space a year ago. I
said you can see the curvature of Earth.
Listen,
you care about an astronaut.
Yeah, I want verification that you went, Linda. Show me a photo of you on the launch pad before and after.
If I showed you a check for $1 million, you'd write it off that, that's not you. Because you don't want to believe.
Shit. You know why? You don't have shit to show. You have nothing.
Once again, I said I did not go and take a picture of the curvature because I don't need to. I didn't think that's like a...
was 1 year ago you went to space and saw
That is correct. Yes. That is correct.
Prove that now. Prove it. Don't just state it. Prove it. I jumped from planes. I could show you photos.
Wait, so the entire debate hangs. The entire debate hangs. Listen, can I please?
Jumped from airplanes, and I can show you proof of that. Show me proof you went to space.
Just let
the entire debate hangs on me proving me
Tell us
going
all
to
about
space.
it. It's not every day an astronaut's in here.
So if I show you a picture, hey, if I show you a picture of me going to space, I win, and you no longer believe the Earth is flat.
So this is another guy that's done no research sticking up for the globe, right?
Hello.
Have you done any research at all about this globe, dude?
Yes.
What? Do you know how big it is?
Okay, whenever you go to prove something,
So you don't know how big it is,
Hey, listen,
right?
listen. Whenever you go
How
to
big
prove
is it,
something,
man? It's a simple question.
whenever you
How
go
big
to
is the
prove
Earth?
listen,
How
whenever you
big is the
prove a
Earth?
contradiction in science, what are
You don't
some of
even know
the
how big it
leading
is,
points
dude.
to
And
prove
you're gonna
something?
stick up for it.
Observable science. You observe it.
Linda, answer the question, please.
What's the question? I got 6 monkeys like trying to. Blah, 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 blah.
No, you think you're a hairless monkey, and the rest forgot to evolve. Please answer the man.
Yeah, brother. Observable science.
What is the circumference of the Earth? What is it, sir?
Hairless.
Okay, if I answer that question, will that solve the debate?
No, that won't solve the
Then
debate.
there's no point of even entertaining the question.
Yeah, correct. So
We're just showing your blind faith, dude. That's all.
There's a
Blind
follow-up.
faith? It's observable science.
Listen,
What's observable science, dude? What are you calling science now? A picture from fucking space?
Observable. You can observe it.
You cannot.
No, you can't. You can't. You just lied and said that you are an astronaut because when you said that it's observable, that curvature is observable, and they asked you for the proof, you said, I saw it when I went to the space. So
the thing is, if I prove I'm an astronaut, it will not win the debate.
So
if I prove I'm an astronaut, it will not change the debate. Thus, is no reason.
You went to space a year ago, bud. You should have stayed there. You should have stayed in space.
Beliefs are not needed for the topic. So no, you can't come to me and tell me like you are a prophet coming from God that I will have to believe your words. No,
I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm saying this is how you can reproduce the results.
Okay, let me try something.
Make bold claims like you went to space and have nothing to show.
I actually want to see that you went to space.
This is how you reproduce results. But here's the thing. I would show you guys I went to space,
Hey,
right?
McDonald's worker.
But that would not solve.
I believe you. I believe you went to space. Okay, so I just got a couple questions. Like, have you heard of the overview effect?
The overview effect? Hello?
The
Did I hear you
overview
correctly?
effect. Yeah, overview effect.
No.
Okay, so this is quite interesting because it's one of the things astronauts talk about. They wrote a book about it. So I'm just kind of curious how you went to space and you did not even experience any kind of overview effect?
You would have to explain to me whenever you feel effect is. We can all drive a car down the highway, but not all of us are professional drivers, right? There's a lot of idiots on the road.
Did you see the Earth from space? That's the overview effect means you have to be in space and then see the Earth.
Yes.
Okay. And what effect did that have?
You got to break this down for me. I don't know what you mean by what effect I had. I
And
saw the Earth.
for the record, there's a lot of professional drivers on the roads that are complete idiots. So carry on.
And I agree.
Like you,
right? This is why we need to be skeptical of information that we see, such as observable science.
F1 drivers on the highway would be a menace. So
right. A drunk driver, right? We would not even regardless of his credentials, right? If we just observe, this guy's drunk driving.
You're getting off track. Listen to Chris.
Okay. So you're in space. You're looking at the Earth. Now tell me, what was the effect of that?
Once again, I can't answer your question. You're trying to lead me. You're trying to force an answer, and I'm telling you, I don't understand the question.
Just tell us you didn't go to space.
Astronaut? Why you don't understand the question?
Because we can all drive down a highway. That does not mean we all need to understand what the side of the highway is, right?
So you don't understand, but you just jumped in a
Do you think Jeff Bezos? Hey, real quick. Do you think Jeff Bezos understands that whole?
Yeah, Jeff Bezos talked with William Shatner on camera live about the overview effect. As soon as they touched ground, they flew the door open. Both of them instantly discussed the overview effect. So I'm trying to figure out how all
so they might
the
discuss it,
all
right?
the
But that doesn't mean
astronauts-
they understand it. You're
all
trying to force
yeah,
a answer
all
built
the
on me
astronauts-
understanding something.
So every single person who goes to space has some version of an overview effect. But
Okay, can someone please explain to me what the overview effect is, right?
This is for you to explain. You're the person who's been to space.
But I'm not
You should
claiming
be-
I understand what
you
it
should be
is.
explaining it to us.
I don't know what the
You're
overview
the
effect
one who
is.
saw the Earth from space.
But did I make a claim that I saw and witnessed the overview effect?
Yeah, that is the overview effect. Seeing the Earth from space. It's called.
Do they still make sure astronauts have the right stuff?
No, they don't. They let anyone in nowadays. It's disgusting. Someone should probably audit it. Next question.
Well, you haven't got past the first one yet. You need to describe what happened.
Well, just tell us a little bit about what the day was like.
Tell you what, I went into space and I saw the Earth. It was cool, and then I went back home.
That's just it. Your version of the overview effect is cool.
Boring.
Well, I don't know what okay. For me to sit there, right? Let's say you're blind, right? And I'm like, hey, this is a Pepsi, right? And then you drink it, right? And then I'm like, hey, can you describe to me what a pop is? And you're like, I have no idea what a pop is. And you're like, what? You just drank a Pepsi? Describe to me what a pop is. Then the blind person is sitting there begging you, please just tell me.
Yeah, enough.
Do you know what a zealot is, dude?
Yeah, this dude. I mean, if he wanted to at least LARP as going to space, he at least would have looked at what some of the astronauts had said and tried to parrot it. Did a little bit of method acting.
Yeah, it seems
it's holy shit, dude. You are.
There's no way he went to space and that's his whole story. That doesn't add up.
Yeah, it'd be if you want to pretend, try to at least know some of the verbiage and some of the things that people have said. It'd be hey, I just won the World Series. What are you going to do? It'd be I'm going to Disneyland.
Well, Crit, honey, you do understand that usually scientists are more humble and they don't talk like they know everything, and that they're more than willing to admit if they don't know a term.
Well, Starfire, you should have heard him spazzing out. He was spazzing out.
Spazzing.
He was claiming he's an astronaut, man.
You're a hero.
He was an astronaut. He went to space. Come on now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking
and we checked him.
I'm sorry, I didn't know loudspeaking made you correct.
No, we're looking for the paradigm shift.
Why are you doing it?
Turn me down then, ma'am.
Yeah, he had nothing. He couldn't show any training.
We don't need a cheerleader, Starsfire. He's spazzed out. He doesn't have the right stuff.
Okay, here, Starsfire. Let me break this down. Okay, listen, please. Let me break this down for you. Okay, Edgar Mitchell, one of the very first astronauts that really broke down the overview effect. He wrote a white paper about it. He called it environmental conditioning, scientific paper, cause and effect, the whole 9 yards. He came back to Earth and he was just dumbfounded why none of the politicians are listening to what he has to say. Apollo 14, Edgar Mitchell. He got to the point where he finally said, I want to start grabbing.
I don't need you to mansplain it to me. I literally typed it in the side chat.
No,
I typed it into the side chat.
This is a different story.
I'm aware.
It's a different story than what you typed. So then Edgar Mitchell said that he wants to grab politicians, the shot callers, the people he thought should change the world because of how intertwined everyone is. And he wanted to grab them by the scruff of their neck and drag them out to space and say, look at the Earth, you son of a bitch. When that didn't work, he was dumbfounded as to why none of the politicians gave a shit what he had to say. His final conclusion was that the people in the U.S. federal government, executive branch, had been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
Oh, wow.
I shit you not, okay? You can look this up. The conspiracy theory about shape-shifting reptiles from outer space comes from Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. He said that they look human, but their behavior is so alien in their degradation of the human condition. You're like napalming children in Vietnam, that they must be reptiles. And since they look like humans, they must be able to shapeshift.
Yeah, they're shapeshifters. Yeah.
Oh, so shape-shifting is correct, but people circumnavigating the world or being able to go into outer space or, I don't know, travel on a boat from one part of the world to another or anything like that. That's you can run experiments with your little buddies right here on Discord together to find out whether or not the world is flat.
Starsfire, that was the story told by one of your space explorers.
That's the part we're trying to get
Do you not hear the part where I'm saying that you guys can solve the equation right fucking now?
Keep it together. Relax. Calm down, Karen.
How cute. You're being condescending.
Still no colonies on the moon, but they were going to be there by 78. Like, we're still waiting to get public space travel, and yeah, it's also real.
Notice how you're not asking me.
It's real. You're going to go to space. Your grandkids are going to go to space.
You're not asking me how you guys can solve the equation right now and figure it out for yourself.
Through the issues here on Earth, let's go to space.
What does your script tell us for you to say to us? Go on.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure that there are people from two different, quote unquote, allegedly hemispheres right here, right now, right? Like you got some people from Australia, maybe, or New Zealand, or someone down south, allegedly.
Presuppose globe for your evidence of globe begins with presupposing globe. This is going great, Starsfire.
Okay.
The McDonald's worker will cheerlead for you.
Gravity and how it fucking works. How about starting there? Okay. Because there is, because you can literally look down a drain and see whether it goes clockwise or counterclockwise, and then figure out which pole you're in.
I had a
I have a question for you right now. Like, if you guys
I had a double-sided thing that rolled both ways.
I'm sorry. Explain to me how your physics works. Explain to me how your physics works.
Like I said, I've had a double-sided sink. And on one side, it drained clockwise. On the other side, it drained counterclockwise. Riddle me that.
Well, is Matthew here?
On the equator.
I'm here.
Okay. Matthew is a math teacher, college professor. Would you be willing to explain to Starspire how she's wrong there?
So, about which part?
That the toilet flush proves the rotation of the Earth?
So the Coriolis effect that can affect hurricanes and weather systems is unlikely to change anything about drains on toilets or sinks, because all of the other factors way outweigh any supposed Coriolis effect. So it's incredibly unlikely that you would experience
that never makes sense to me.
Okay. Well, if you're correct, then you can test it right now. Is everyone go to the sink and fill it up and then let it drain and then go ahead and see which direction it goes and then come back and say which pole you're on.
It will be random. About 50% will go clockwise and 50% will go counterclockwise. It's basically random.
That's something else you guys can do is go outside and take pictures of the sky. And if you guys do happen to be out during the nighttime, tell me whether or not you see the Southern Cross or the North Star.
Linda, why would we look at the sky to verify what we're standing?
I'm sorry. Do you think the sky is imaginary and the stars are too? Is that
no? I think the sky is above my head and the ground is under my feet.
Yeah, but if it was flat and you looked up, you'd always see the same thing. No,
you guys, hold on. Give Matthew some space.
Wouldn't you all see the sun?
Stars. Right. Matthew is an educator, okay? And he thinks Earth is a globe. And I want to see, because right now you're just arguing against flat earthers and you're not listening. Are you able to hear the same information presented to you by someone who is a trained professional educator? Are they able to teach you?
I'm sorry, trained professional educator how?
I teach university.
What standard? Okay, what university and what are your fucking qualifications that say that you know physics?
Biola University, I teach math and computer science.
The Earth is flat, he still won't believe it.
Math and computer science is not physics. Are you going to be telling me about math and computer science?
No, I will be talking about physics because I understand physics.
Okay, you're going to be talking about physics, but you didn't take physics and you didn't master in it.
Mrs., are you a physicist? Are you a known physicist that I can...
I'm willing to listen to the physicist.
Are you a known physicist?
He's not. He's not, and I'm telling you, I listen to the physicist.
If you're not,
when it comes to physics, I'm going to listen to the physicist, not the computer science nerd.
So if you're...
Okay, go ahead, Matthew. Come on, you guys, give Matthew some space here, for crying out loud.
So I present to you as evidence a video by Veritasium, who does have a PhD in physics, who he collaborated with Destin Sandlin, who also worked, does engineering. And I've met them both in person. They seem to be reasonable guys. And they said that you cannot see the Coriolis effect on drains just in normal life. Now, they did do a very controlled experiment where they tried to show that you can see the Coriolis effect, but you have to get like this large pool and let the water sit very, very still for a long time, for like a day and a half, and then open it up, and then you can observe it. But you're not going to see it in a sink or a toilet.
Yeah, I've watched the Veritasium guy. He definitely knows a thing or two about physics.
Yeah, so just try it. Just try it. Just fill up a sink and unplug it and see which direction it flows. Try it 10 times and it'll go one way, 10 different sinks, 10 different times.
Golly.
It'll be about 50-50.
Is Einstein an acceptable physicist in your world?
Right.
If it is, okay. So Einstein and the fellows are telling you all motions are relative. And you can't say or tell which one is moving, the sun or the earth.
Oh, wow.
So that's why relativity.
That's what you came up with?
Before you cry about that, I will put
That's what you came up with? You amalgamated that shit together to make that?
Before you cry, I will put
Do you really think that Einstein was saying that?
I sent the citation in the side chat.
Well, I understand you can take people out of context. I get that.
Golly. Did I just hear toilet
Star,
flush?
yeah, Star, can you talk to Matthew, please? Trying to get distracted. I know some people chimed in.
Honestly, I just want to get my coffee, and I'm tired of being overspoken. But that being said, he does have a point that you have to have a strong enough drain. So if you have a weak-ass drain, you're probably not going to see it. He's correct about that. But that being said, you can still observe the Coriolis effect as long as you have a strong enough drain. I forgot that some countries have weak-ass plumbing. That's my bad. But that being said...
You're confused, lady. I told you about the double-sided sink I had that went clockwise on one side and
you guys can all do it. You guys can all do it. You can do it from fucking home. You can do it from home. It doesn't have to be a large ass tub like he says, but you can do it from home.
You tried, Star.
You're just incorrect about that. And all physicists
I'm gonna try it, Star. I'm actually
incorrect.
gonna try it, but I'm gonna take Veritasium's word for it. He seems more credible.
Okay. You have a weak enough, because it does have to have a good suction to it. So you do have to have enough pressure there to do something. But that being said, you can still set up a drainage system, and you can still create a controlled group for very fucking cheap, where you can go and observe the Coriolis effect for yourself.
Which way does it go?
But at the same damn time, it's not the only experiment you guys can do together with each other on Discord in order to figure this out. I understand that you all have 2 brain cells and they're competing for 3rd place, but you guys can combine those brain cells together and figure it out because you have people on 2 different hemispheres. You're both like some of which can see the fucking Southern Cross, and the other side is able to see the North Star. Okay, you can also see how the sun, you live in time zones. You get that, right? Like, you live in time zones.
Calm down, Linda.
Okay, in which the sun, the earth is circling, okay? And you can literally fucking see that shit. So you live in a fucking time zone. You guys can go outside and be like, I see the sun, or I see the nighttime. I see the moon. You know, and by the way, if you happen to live near the ocean, you can also go and observe the tides.
She doesn't listen. Don't swear. You're on YouTube. There's kids watching.
Oh, I didn't know we were on YouTube. But you can. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, kids. I didn't know we were on YouTube. But you can observe the tides. That's another thing you can do if any of you guys are near the ocean.
Can you
and then tell me that the moon doesn't affect it, because that's a gravitational pull on a fucking sphere. Excuse me.
Then explain the two tides. Explain the 2 high tides and 2 low tides a day. Then.
And the moon go 2 times.
It's already been explained
it sounds like your stints at the beach are limited. So how many high tides do we have a day, Starsfire? Starsfire.
I'm not answering because I'm dealing with something IRL.
Well, you're telling it. Yeah, get your coffee.
No,
watch them write your name on the cup.
My roommate.
If you've got the moon's passage creating the high tide, how do you have 2?
Oh, she was just shouting.
Answer that. I'm in IRL.
No, she was just shouting the script. Now she gets out the script.
The script didn't cover that.
Yeah. The tides. We have tides. Therefore, it's glow.
Fill up your sink.
Wait, did I miss something, or did Matthew explain to us that a toilet flush shows that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Matthew explained it to the Globrifier, and the Globrifier didn't like it.
Oh, okay. So Matthew, every time you flush the toilet, you think of a glow proof?
Every time you flush the toilet, it goes counterclockwise or clockwise randomly based on the design of the toilet. Has nothing to do with what hemisphere you're in.
Ah, okay. Great. Good that we settled that. I hope you're gonna correct every other Glober who has that mistake.
Old horse, you made her shut up. You had just to ask that question earlier, brother.
Yeah, good thing she had something to do.
I'm still here. I'm dealing with my roommate. Believe it or not, you're not my whole entire fucking world. I'll be back in a minute. I said, hold on.
The language, young lady.
How about don't be an asshole, and then I won't have to use foul language.
Wait, you're stupid, uneducated, and also impolite? What's that?
Well, dude, she's a little upset because the Coriolis effect didn't quite add up for her.
That. Cognitive dissonance, we can understand
she
that.
She thought the drain spinning was Coriolis, but it's not, so I'd be a little upset too.
Aren't you the guy with the balled up submarines on the bottom of the ocean?
Dude, that was a thought experiment off the cuff. Give me a fucking break. You know, I've ran all the traditional globe arguments. They don't work anyway, so I figured I'd just come up with something, be a little creative, okay?
You just wanted to spew bullshit. I got you.
You're the one who doesn't even believe in evolution, bro. Like, your brain is fried.
Oh, yeah, no, I believe you think you're a hairless monkey. I believe you believe that.
No, I do have hair. I have hair on my balls. I have hair in my pits.
No, you're a hairless monkey walking around, and the rest of the monkeys forgot to hairless and critical thinkers.
Again, you don't even understand how evolution works. It's pathetic,
critical thinkers like
it's embarrassing, actually.
Spinning water ball, and you evolved from a monkey.
It's embarrassing that you don't even understand basic evolution.
So how does evolution create new forms?
It sounds embarrassing that you just believe what some guy tells you about evolving from a monkey.
We're talking to a fish monkey right now, what?
Sorry, what would you ask me, Matt?
Yeah, so as far as evolution goes, how do new life forms come about, like wings or like lungs
Selection.
Or things like that? No, I'm talking about like where do the genes come from that make the proteins? So where do brand new proteins come
given new birth to new species?
Do you understand that there's variation between individuals?
Yes, I'm talking about a specific argument about where do they
Hold on, flat man.
Hey, we just reproduce ourselves now. We don't continue evolving. Interesting.
Okay, dude, you're brain dead. Let me talk to Matt for a second. Go ahead.
Oh,
where do the
talk to one another? Go ahead.
Where do the genes for new proteins come from? For if there's a life form that doesn't have proteins, how do its descendants gain new proteins?
I'm not sure what you're asking me there. Can you repeat it one more time?
Sure. Some life forms have proteins that other life forms don't. So where do the new proteins come from in the story of evolution?
Through selection.
No, I'm talking about where they came from. Selection is how they reproduce after they appeared. The question is, where do new proteins come from? I'll tell you the answer. The answer is
I can tell you. I can tell you, dude. Slow down. We do know. You understand that a lot of proteins are homologous, right?
Yes, I'm talking about new proteins.
Yeah, new proteins get derived from older proteins.
No, they don't. I'm talking about new.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
You have gene duplications, and then those proteins get optimized for different functions. That's how it works, bro.
No, it doesn't. You don't even know your own story.
What do you can't, You're just saying nuh-uh, dude. That's what you're doing.
Your answer should be, it's random mutations that happen in the errors in copying the genes. But that only accounts for individual copy errors. The problem is you need thousands of them to make a brand new protein, and it's astoundingly unlikely that the right copying errors would make new proteins. And this is why even evolutionists themselves admit that they have no solution to this question.
No, it's not true at all.
Yeah, it is.
I just explained it to you, bro. When you have a gene duplication, you can reserve the ancestral function of the protein, and then the new protein can undergo a process and differentiate from the previous protein.
He doesn't get it.
It's actually not that hard to understand.
He doesn't
and
get
that
it.
stopped happening how long ago? We don't do that no more. We're not evolving anymore.
Yes, we are, dude.
Wild? Isn't that wild? We don't evolve no more. We keep reproducing ourselves. Wow.
Flatman, we are evolving.
Flatman, you can't even get out of the fucking toilet.
1 second, I wanted to say something. We are, Mr. Fishmonkey, listen, we are evolving. Men are now turning into women. Isn't that a great step of evolution?
All right, dude, you're always trolling. Just be quiet.
Oh, you don't like what I said?
But anyway, Matt, I thought you were a little bit smarter than that, but I guess
I'm
not.
very smart. I understand the problems with modern evolution. So these are problems that the evolutionists themselves.
Dude, you're saying, mutation can't account for it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this guy right here, he's watched too many Professor Dave evolution videos, and he thinks he's smart as hell. Matt, he doesn't get it. I think you're spot on with that answer. He doesn't even know that even exists because he's so stuck in the paradigm.
I don't know that what exists.
Did you know that was a problem, that even the people the scientists that are behind the evolution?
Dude, you're just parroting what he just said, and I explained exactly how it works.
Did you know that was
he said, no, you can't do mutation. He said, no.
Can you answer the question? Did you know that was a problem that even the scientists are dealing with? Did you know that? Did you not know that? Did you know that? I don't think you did, bro. I think Matt stumped you, and then you just said, "No, yeah, we do," and you went right back in.
Rat's ass. You went right back in now, dude. You're parroting. You're just parroting.
You went right back into the process of.
I don't think you know anything about evolution, dude.
So check this out. So you went. So check this out. So you went right back into your claim, which is the problem that Matthew was clearly trying to correct.
There is no problem, dude.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Now you're the guy saying nuh-uh. You accused Matthew of saying nuh-uh. You're the one saying nuh-uh. Why don't you do yourself a favor? You sound like you're still wet behind the ears. So check this out. Why don't you go look into it? Maybe go Google it. I don't know. However you're going to go to your professor. Go to your professor and ask him. Ask your professor, hey, is there a problem with evolution in regards to like what produces a new protein? Because everything that you answered is like, this is the problem with evolutionists. You're dealing with like the fingers, and we're asking, well, where did the elbows come from? But you're like, no, let's focus on the hand, and that's because we're at the hand right here, and you're talking about phalanges, and we're like, no, what happened to the elbow and the shoulders?
What are you rambling about?
Loud.
See, this is
Like you just
you don't
keep
even
on
get it,
pushing
bro.
the goalposts is what's going on.
Yeah,
that was incoherent. That whole fucking spiel. Shut up.
It was really. You don't understand
It was
English, sir?
word salad.
It's
That's
a
what
word.
that was.
Really? So you don't
Yes.
tell me you don't understand what a hand is? You don't understand what fingers are? Tell me where the sound came in. Or is that just the cope? Is that just the way
What
you
does
guys
that
cope?
have to do with what he was saying?
It has, oh my
Absolutely
gosh.
nothing.
Okay, so the problem
Absolutely
with
nothing.
idiots that believe in
I'm
evolution
sorry, he's an
is when they
idiot
talk
now?
about,
Oh,
okay,
because he
so
doesn't agree with you. He's an idiot.
okay, so the
You do
problem with
understand? Are
idiots,
you a
okay,
biologist?
so all right, so I'm gonna let you finish talking and then I'll go. Go ahead.
No, let him finish talking. Stop loud
I was the one
speaking to
talking.
him.
You
He was
jumped
the
in,
one talking
dumbass. I'm the
biology.
fucking one that was talking, you dumbass. Why don't you shut up? Why don't you shut up?
So
You
let
jumped in
him
here.
speak because you're literally just pushing the goalpost, using word salad, and calling him an idiot.
You are all right.
And I'm
You need to
defending him.
stop because you need to stop because
you're being an
you're
ass.
jumping into a conversation right now and you're letting him off the hook. So shut up now, please. Thank you. All right. So the problem with what you're saying down there, Twonger, is that when you're saying everything that you're answering to Matthew, that is the problem though, and you're talking about it as if the proteins were already made. But he's questioning you. Well, then how were those proteins made? And you just, right again, you jump to the end conclusion. Like, this is the problem that
You
evolutionists
didn't hear what I
have
said,
had.
dude.
What was that?
You didn't hear anything I said.
No.
What do you mean I didn't hear anything you said?
Go
You're
ahead.
literally making an
Tell
argument.
me. Tell me if you comprehended what I said. Tell me what was my explanation for the cause of new proteins. Go ahead.
You said that they're gonna self-correct and they're gonna make new ones off of the error code. And then that. Wait, hold on. Did you just fucking ask me a
Never
question and then immediately start talking again,
You're
bro?
already way off base.
Okay. I'll tell you what. So now you have to explain yourself to where you're agreeing with what Matthew, because what Matthew said is correct. Okay. Now I want you to explain yourself according to what Matthew said, because that's accurate in today's paradigm. That's a problem. If you don't fucking know the problem,
It's
go
not a
fucking look it up,
problem.
Junior. Go look it up.
It's not a problem. He said,
no, but it is though.
Mutation would have to be so specific. The chances are astronomical, dude. The chances of life forming are astronomical. But guess what? We're here.
So you're some kid on the internet.
Just because you say chances are too small.
But there's evolutionists, bro, professors of the higher echelon of academia, and they are having to go back to the drawing board.
You're
but
not
you
even
though.
paying attention.
Hey, why don't you go fucking get a Nobel Prize, bro? Because apparently you fucking figured it out. Apparently you know better than the fucking the people lecturing kids.
Understanding evolution doesn't require a Nobel Prize or warrant.
No. You didn't get the sarcasm. You didn't get the sarcasm, bro.
Listen, Linda. You're missing a few amoebas. You need to keep evolving and come in here with a coherent.
Hey, Twonger, I'll tell you what. If you can just
Bro,
go honestly,
I think you're actually more retarded than Flat Man can. If you
could just honestly go back and literally look up what Matthew explained, because that is an actual problem.
Shut the fuck up.
Evolutionists have.
Just shut up. I'm done talking to you.
Oh, well, then you shut up. If you're done talking, then you shut up, bro. Then shut up. Then it's that easy. It's that easy, bro.
So let me respond to a couple
What was
things.
the question that was asked to me before my roommate went?
Go ahead, Matthew.
So I will, in Twanger's defense, say that if you presume that God doesn't exist and natural explanations are the only explanations available to us, then evolution is the best game we have going. In fact, it's the only explanation because it's all you have left. I'm saying that I think that it is insufficient because in order to encode for proteins, you have to have a whole bunch of genes arranged just right. So genetic mutation and DNA copying errors are insufficient for
They're not insufficient, and it doesn't have to be just right. Both things you're saying are wrong.
Listen to what he's fucking saying.
I am. The difference is I can say, dude, I can
talk.
I hear what he's saying. I don't need 10 minutes to think about it because I know what he's saying is wrong.
Okay,
Stop trying to
you guys are
stop trying to steel man him. Okay,
conspiracy theories
I think Mac can stand up for himself, bro. Thanks.
Shut up, fuck.
I think he can stand on his own 2 feet, flat man.
Reptilian aliens,
bitch.
and you wonder why
Toby,
he's
shut the
confused.
fuck up. Shut your Dorito shoot. I don't even want to hear what Matthew's saying, but he has the right to say it, and we all have the privilege to hear it. So shut up while he's speaking, please.
I finished. Go ahead.
Thanks for the derail, buddy.
Okay, now I just want to say something. You guys are preaching flat Earth, reptilian aliens, some kind of cabal that controls everything, and Jesus Christ. And you're wondering why the atheist is upset and doesn't know or believe anything you say? Because it's not just creationism that you guys argue. It's not just creationism that you guys argue. You guys argue every crazy mentality whatsoever, and then you throw Jesus in the mix.
Well, the funny thing is I'm not even atheist. They're just so small-minded. They're not even close to conceptualizing the mind of God. That's how stupid they are. And I'm not even an atheist. I believe in God, but I also know evolution is a fact. You have to be retarded to not understand that.
No, all right, I'm gonna take the theist view, but I'm gonna take it from I'm not a flat earther, and I'm gonna tell you this. It says in the Bible. It says in the Bible. So if you're gonna take the creationist view, it says in the Bible that everything begets its own kind. Okay? And so what you need to understand is dogs will always make dogs. It might be a wolf and it might be a chihuahua, but it will always make a dog. It will never be something other than a fucking dog. And it's the same with the cat, it's the same with the human being, it's the same with an elephant. We never find those species in which something transitioned from one thing into another. That doesn't exist. And so as a theist, what I have to say on that is that you can go and you don't need the evolution in order to prove adaptation is possible. Okay.
So this stronger guy is telling you,
and stuff like that, and we don't have to come from single cell organisms.
Well, the funny thing is we did, and the amount of evidence for all the transitional forms is actually wonderfully beautiful. I suggest you check it out.
Yeah, that's what you're telling us. If we keep jumping, our descendants will have wings.
What do you? No, that's Lamarckism. Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
If we keep trying to jump and try to fly, we will have wings.
No, that was debunked fucking 100 years ago, dude. Good try, though.
There is no evolution.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No. Adaptation is very real. You can go and take a white moth and a black moth, and you can go and have it before the Industrial Revolution, where the majority of them were white.
Let's pretend.
After the Industrial Revolution, after the introduction of coal, only the black ones survived, and there's no white ones left.
Monkeys. How does that prove we're on a spinning water ball?
That's real, but the model will never become a butterfly, and that's the argument.
How does evolution prove curve?
That's stupid.
So, ma'am, can you stop?
How does evolution prove curve?
Can you stop spying?
Why are you bringing evolution to the argument of what we're standing on?
You guys are the ones that were arguing evolution.
Dude, flat man, you're the one who kept saying like you kept mocking evolution.
You guys were arguing evolution, and I felt bad for him because you guys also want reptilian aliens, cabal.
You think we evolved from monkeys when we were on a spinning water ball?
Yes, we did.
And all of this other shit. And I'm just saying, dude, if you're gonna do biology and you're gonna argue creationism, don't do it from the same mouth that goes reptilian aliens are real.
Please continue.
That's a straw man. No one said that. Yeah. No one said that. You just said
you were saying it 10 minutes ago. Look up in your own damn YouTube where they're all talking about fucking aliens being real.
The only one who bring that to the table, and you can check the YouTube stream. You can rewind the tape and listen to yourself, and you can see that no one bring those reptilians and aliens.
Hey, YouTube, whoever's watching, can you please put a timestamp in the thing for me? Thank you.
Yeah.
Please continue explaining how evolution proves wrong. Please continue.
Dude, I was never trying to relate it to the flat Earth. You kept mocking evolution, and I called you a retard. And then Matt piped up saying that, and I was just
because
having a
insults
conversation
and
with him.
ridicule are
I'm
the
not
tools
trying
of
to
the
relate it to
losing side
flat
of your
Earth in
argument.
any
So
way,
that's why you
dude.
started insulting me. You think you're a hairless monkey on a spinning water ball. Please continue.
I told you we're not hairless, and yeah, we are monkeys.
I'm not you. You are. I'm not.
I
Yes,
am
you
not
are.
a monkey.
Everyone in
I
this
am
channel
not
is
a
everyone
fucking-
in this channel is a monkey. Yes.
No,
You
I'm
might
sorry.
think you're a
I'm a
monkey.
human being.
Listen,
You are talking to
Linda.
me.
You
I'm
might
not.
think you're a monkey, but please do not call everyone listening at home. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're all monkeys.
You do understand, Necro, that many people believe they have a soul, an eternal soul, and that might not be your belief system, but it is other people's belief systems, and mocking that, so be it. That's your faith or your lack thereof. They're entitled to believe they have an eternal soul, and that is not completely ungrounded.
So
Science
back to
cannot prove it
curvature.
wrong.
Still no
Okay.
curvature. Okay,
So,
gotcha.
can you please make sure you keep in mind, just keep in the back of your head, that despite
no
all this
proof of the
other
globe.
crazy shit they say,
Gotcha.
people might have an eternal soul. Now go ahead and tell me about your aliens and about the fucking, I don't know, Freemasons controlling everything and hiding the ice wall.
No,
Let's hear it.
there is no one controlling anyone. There is just stupid
Okay.
people like you following
So-
some others who just are just joking. They
People who circumnavigate the world, those people, what about them? They're
Can you
insane
shut
and
up and
stupid?
let me finish? Can you shut up
Okay.
and let me wipe
Go
the floor with you? So those people were just joking. They throw a joke and some stupid and the other stupid people just follow that joke and they considered it fact and they come to us to just
People
defend that
circumnavigate the world daily.
yeah, okay.
You understand that? Airplanes every fucking day.
Yeah, okay. I go around my house every time. It doesn't mean that my street or the where I live is round or spherical. I do circumnavigation around my house every time. The block, the full block, I go just a full circumnavigation. I do a circumnavigation around the block of houses, and I come back.
Yeah, but you're turning around, moron.
That doesn't mean.
Do you do the circumnavigation in straight line?
Yeah, obviously you're not going in a straight line. You're not going to end up at home, idiot.
Why aren't they coming across the ice wall, dumbass?
Wait, just wait.
If there's an ice wall that surrounds it all, why aren't they coming across it?
Ma'am, you don't
ma'am me.
Ma'am, you don't process informations. What he said now, he said that straight lines can go back to where they started from. No, stupid. A straight line is the shortest. No, I'm not talking to you.
Call me stupid.
The stupid is the stronger one because
No,
he just
you're an
wants
idiot, dude.
some stupidity.
Don't call me stupid.
A straight line is a line that doesn't curve. It's the shortest path between 2 points.
Yeah, approximately the same distance, yeah. So their claim is that the buoys have to be within this range so you can see them. I'm guessing that's what his argument was, because whatever was written up there was a hot mess. And he wasn't able to articulate it because he's a hot mess.
mean, it's the best they got, bro.
Yeah, so for example, it would go something like this. As you approach the shore, there's corridors that they want you to travel in with your boats. They mark them with buoys. Have to put the buoys within a range that you can see them, because otherwise they'd be obstructed by the Earth curvature, which is based on this formula. Therefore, I'm concluding that the reason they put them at this range is so that I could see them rather than them being obstructed by the Earth curve. Right? See, that's beginning to sound like an actual point or an argument. But, I guess 137 IQ is too much of a deficit to be able to make a career.
You know what's funny?
That you're the only Glober we got to talk to?
That's pretty
yeah.
funny. I like that.
But also, you probably need at least IQ of 80 to understand why the Earth is.
What's funny is Shane's new video going over Jesse path of light's theodolite measurements where they're from 75 miles and these instruments are only supposed to be used at 50 meters, dude. That's what's funny. And that's
We busted him up on that argument conspiracy so many times, bro. So many times.
That's the only proof Peter's been bringing to the table for a year and a half, and he's like the globe gangster here on Twitter. So no, Peter,
conspiracy. You are not the smartest cookie in the jar.
You're the smartest Glober, and that's
you need to know that.
Ad hom.
I am the second smartest Glober.
Appeal to authority.
Who the fuck is the first?
I think it's Morwan.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh God.
Well, Morwan.
Now, if you guys were actually saying that he is, but maybe just you, but everybody else throws him under the bus, what does that got to say for your group? Everybody else throws him under the bus.
He is the ultimate Glober.
Not according to the internet trolls.
Well, you have no sense of humor. That's your problem.
I mean, they make fun of Bill Nye, too.
I'll tell you.
By the way, sense of humor is one of the things that predict high IQ.
I think Hugh Ross. That's cool.
Why doesn't Franco come up here? Isn't he?
He's probably busy smashing protons together.
Yeah, Franco's actually would be really great to have up because he's on a whole other level compared to professionally, anyways. Compared to Piper. Like, no, we don't know anything about Piper, right? But Franco's out there.
Well, I mean, if he's got that sweet proof of a momentaneously rotating horizontal, I mean, that would be something. I'd deal with that.
I would say
proof only exists in your head.
I would say Franco's like just under Mike West as far as like,
no fucking way, dude. Mick West? You talking about Mick West or Mike West?
Yeah, Mick West. Yeah, the debunker guy.
I don't know about that.
Hey, check it out. So if I have a level and I hold it level and I transpose my position across the surface of the Earth laterally, then that level, if I hold it level, must rotate constantly.
Yes, I told you this like right? 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
So where that sweet proof that that's what's undergoing in the level?
Easy peasy. It's called diverging verticals.
That's not the same thing, homie.
You guys should bring up. It is. You just need to think about it a little bit. You guys should bring up Keon. He's going to tell you about UFOs.
Yeah, Keon's up here. What's up, Keon?
What up, Keon?
Keon, tell us about the extraterrestrials and how they are going to change the future of humankind.
The topic was flat Earth.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Just flat Earth is boring. Unload,
bro.
He's my good friend.
Who cares?
No, so
I do.
I had a question for
The flat earthers.
You're a flat earther, Keon.
What's the question, dude?
No, I'm not, Peter. I'm not flat earth. Have you tried measuring the curvature before?
Have we ever been to Narnia as well? I mean, we want to add a list of things that people can't do.
No, I'm saying because Peter just said that he measured the curvature. Like, have you?
Oh, he said that.
Yeah, he said that.
Well, that's great. How did he do it?
No, I'm asking you because I'm not a flat earther.
I know you're not, but how is it possible you can do something that can't be done? Sounds kind of impossible.
You've just basically said Peter didn't do the thing he said he did. How do you do it?
No. I said Peter did it. He actually measured the curvature.
Really? How did he do it?
Yeah, he didn't.
I'm asking you.
He explained it in multiple spaces.
Okay, wait. Without him explaining it, Peter, shut up. How did he do it?
No, listen, I'm asking.
Yeah, I am listening. How did he do it?
No, Peter.
Yes, Peter. I'm talking about what he did. What did he do? If you were listening in all those spaces, I think it would help. You know what? It would boost his confidence that you actually paid attention. What did he say?
I don't know.
So you're appealing to him, and now you don't know. Yeah, this is important, Keon. You know what? This is a teachable moment for you. You've appealed to somebody whom actually you look up to, and you don't know what they did. Doesn't that feel all kinds of wrong?
Because Peter is a lot smarter than me, right? So he knows how to measure.
I don't think so. You're giving him way too much credit. But at the same time, you didn't pay attention if he did say anything because you just said he did something, and I asked you, what did he do? What did he say? And you were not able to tell me.
This is not the first time that he talks about measuring the curvature.
Okay, so at least you should have paid attention to the one time, and you didn't do that. Listen, I won't get complicated with you.
I did, but okay. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, just try your very best. What do you think he said? Anyway,
he got the numbers. I don't even know how you.
What numbers? What are the numbers?
He got the numbers.
No, he said he used 4 parameters to measure the curvature.
There you go.
But I don't know how do you do it. But I'm asking you.
How do I do it?
As a flat earther, have you ever tried?
I don't measure imaginary curves.
But have you tried though?
Measuring imaginary curves?
No, because see, if there's no curve, then you would know, right? If you tried.
Yeah, you can't measure imaginary curves. They don't exist.
Have you tried?
Why would I measure imaginary curves? That doesn't make any logical sense.
Peter's got the numbers, and he's coming for you.
If he did something and you think he did, I'm asking for you to tell to me what he did. Like I said, it would boost his confidence because you were listening all those many times. So it almost sounds like you're appealing to Peter because he has the answer, but you don't know what it is. How does that make any sense to you?
Appeal to Peter, Paul.
Well,
go ahead. Well, what?
He's not the only person who measured.
Really? So we're not gonna throw Peter under the bus because you don't know how to explain how he did it. Well, who else?
No, because I don't even understand the maps, so it would be ridiculous for me to.
Dude, so what? Okay, so what do you understand? Is there anything, Keon, you can understand and tell me that you know?
No, I wanted to ask you, have you tried measuring the curvature?
Oh, hell no.
Okay, so hold on a second, friend. If you don't understand the math of how to measure curvature, then whatever we tell you, you wouldn't understand anyway. So what's the point?
No, but I'm asking, have you tried measuring the curvature before? Because Peter, as a globe, he did it, right?
He's got the numbers.
No, he didn't. No, Peter actually didn't do it. He appeals to this other guy who did it, who, if you look into his experiment, he's not even using the equipment properly. So it's kind of funny you don't even...
Yeah, hold on, guys.
Yo.
The reason why I'm saying...
Yo, can I speak? Can I speak?
Yeah, I brought you up, Wayne, but just hold on a second. Keon, the reason why I'm saying this is important for you, that if you're not paying attention to any of the answers that the Globers are saying, be it that it could be important, and I think it would, like, maybe for you, it would be important to remember what Peter said if you're appealing to him, right? If you are, you should remember a little bit of what he's saying or write it down or do something, because perhaps when you appeal to him, when I ask you the question, what did he say, you could tell me. and then everything would be good because you'd be like, this is what Peter said. I'm going to tell you what he said because he measured the curvature of the Earth. But you don't have any of that, which means you weren't listening. See the problem we're having? All right, so I elucidated that for you. Let me just ask Wayne. Wayne, what's up, man? Welcome to the panel.
Does Wayne have the numbers?
Yes, I have the numbers. Okay, so can I just say, first of all, are we all flat earthers here? Yeah.
No, listen, there's a mixed bag. So just, what do you have to present, sir?
So to all the flat earthers here, you're all fucking twats. When you walk at the edge of the earth, do you fall off? No. How? Like, it's not fucking flat. You're stupid twats. All these.
You done? You quite done?
So you stop euthanizing stupid people.
No, I'm just saying, like, is that all?
What he's saying? No. It's a serious logic here, right? When you walk to the edge of the earth, does someone be falling off? Here, I'm off the edge of the earth, here. Like all I say. Think about it.
Yeah.
How the fuck could it be?
It didn't sound like a serious question.
That's great.
I do have a serious answer.
Yeah, no, it's a
I have
statement.
serious
It's a
answer.
statement.
I'll tell you the answer. So if somebody went to the edge and fell off, they'd be gone. So how would they come back and tell you what happened?
You are a twat, yeah?
Gotcha.
What's your IQ? What the fuck is
Got
your
him.
IQ, mate?
What's the crack, horse? What's the crack?
Got him.
How's the crack, horse?
Yeah, dude, like, seriously. Like, you don't think
Where are you from, Wayne?
No, we ain't gonna ask him that.
From Dublin.
I ain't gonna ask him that shit. We don't care.
Okay, serious question. Who's flat earthers? Give me your logic.
Oh, God, dude. Like, seriously, are you gonna get real or are you just gonna keep acting like a fool?
I'm real now. I'm real.
Wayne,
We don't need to tell you.
You got to keep
Listen.
it real, bro. Otherwise, there's no point in you being here. You're going to be a clown. This is a serious topic. This is like, we don't fuck around, man. Look, we're here to help each other.
The future of Earth is at stake.
How the fuck do you help each other?
Do you have a question or no?
Yeah, I just said my question. Like a flat earther, give me a reason why they think the Earth is flat.
They don't really. They're just memeing.
Peter,
on the
shut
internet.
the fuck up. All right, so Wayne, it's simple, man. We observe the Earth as flat, we measure it as flat, and we also practically use it as flat. I can talk about those points, but I don't know how far you want to go. How much time do you have, or if you're just gonna be fucking memeing and wasting my
I
time?
have all the time in the world, buddy. All the time.
Sounds like you're in a party, man. You're just here to meme, but fuck it. Whatever.
His accent,
he's just Irish.
His accent's awesome to add to the board, though. So stick around, Wayne.
Fine.
Go on, guess my accent.
Nobody gives a shit.
Well, he does.
Dude, I lived in Ireland for 2 years. Okay, I cannot pinpoint where you're from.
Right, Peter.
My guess would be
Peter's
maybe Limerick.
All right, let me bring up.
No, you're closest to Galway. You're close.
No, Galway. Okay.
All right.
Beautiful place.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring some other people up here because you guys are fucking boring. All right, so.
Thank you, Alpha.
By the way, in the Jumbo,
Hold on.
Gregory,
when it's my turn, I want to. Yeah, when it's my turn. When
in
it's
the
my turn.
Jumbo, Gregory, in the Jumbo is a proper measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Just something to
Oh
look
shit, you ain't fucking around now. All right, so yeah, gentlemen, if you want to take a look at that and give Peter.
Yeah. Petraki, Serigaki, and Anoso Somostaki. That got. I've been listening to you. Peter, I've been listening to you, man. I love you, man.
Malaka.
You're just like, like a turd bag. You know when you're straining, when you're fucking trying to do a shit and you're constipated. That's you, Petska. That's you, Petraki, Serigaki.
Malaka.
All right then, we got the Rev in here. The Rev, are you there?
Yeah, thanks.
What's up, man?
I've been listening, and I'll be completely honest. I don't know if the Earth is flat. I've always believed and trusted that it's not, that it makes sense to think of it as a globe because of some reasons that maybe you can tell me are wrong. But the reason I popped up is after listening to all of this back and forth, I've got a question of what flat earthers would think about some way to prove that it's flat Earth, or no, let me change the question. What do flat earthers think about, this is my thought, if you were to take two airplanes flying in opposite directions, what would happen after the flights? Would they meet up or would they just disappear off the edge?
No, they'll go to the edge.
All right. If you're gonna answer, listen. This is how I'm gonna do this space. If you're not the 24/7 team, don't answer. If you start answering and you're not 24/7 team, I'm gonna put you as a listener. If you're a listener now, or if you're
Do I count as 24/7 team?
if you are in the panel right now as speakers, it's a privilege to be up here, but you don't have to be. All right? You can just go back down to listen.
But am I 24/7 or no?
Sake, dude.
I got your answer. Here, let me just remove you as a speaker.
Thanks. All right, so we do want to address the Rev. So if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'd like to know. In other words, if you have a flat Earth, if you keep going in the same direction, eventually you will get to the edge or the end or whatever happens if the Earth is flat. And if you have two opposing directions flying, what happens? Do they eventually meet up? That would prove a globe, I assume. Or they never come back, or they never see each other.
Yeah, you're talking about a hypothetical. It's called the specific hypothetical you've posed right now is a far-fetched one. That means that it's something that's outside of a practical hypothetical. That's not something that could be occurring in reality. People don't do what you just exclaimed. However,
why not?
Because, okay, give me one instance where that occurred. I'll prove it to you.
Here's my...
No. Give me one instance. Rev. Work with me here. Give me one instance where that occurred.
Let me finish my point.
No, you need to answer my question. No, that's not how this works. That is not how this works. I get people to realize whether or not their statements are consistent with reality. So that's what we're doing. We're establishing... Do not interrupt when I'm speaking, Rev. It's simple. Do not interrupt. It's simple.
Well, you don't like it.
No, it's not that I don't like it.
No, because it doesn't get us anywhere, bro. It doesn't.
Okay. I don't want to have to do this, but I'll do it because I want Rev to realize whenever you're posing a question, and it has to be logically consistent with practical hypotheticals. If you're going to say a hypothetical, like think about us going from this position and a mile away, like something like that. Not we got two planes that are going in opposite directions. This far-fetched hypothetical that doesn't ever occur. And I asked you specifically, give me one instance, one example of it occurring in practical reality where somebody's ever done this so that we can put that against how we can frame it logically and consistently. That's all I'm asking for, Rev. Stick with me on this.
Fair enough. So I will answer you if you allow me to finish. I don't know if it's ever been, and I wonder why it's never been done. Okay. And as a flat earther, if somebody believes in flat earth, I would think that they would like to prove that or somehow create some sort of a way to absolutely empirically prove that one way or another it is flat or it's not. And I don't know if it's ever been done. I question why it hasn't been done.
Okay.
You just said you knew it had been done, though.
All right, so 24/7 team, if you're here, if you want to talk to this guy. If not, I'll just continue. I'll give you guys...
Well, it's pretty easy logical proof. If water seeks its level, and the Earth is mostly covered in water, the Earth therefore must be a plane. No other conclusion can follow.
But that's not the question, though.
It's not talking to you, Keon.
Can I answer?
There you go. There it is, logically proven.
Well, you're saying that's logic. You're saying you're denying gravity. Do you believe that gravity exists?
No, I'm not. I'm not denying it. I didn't even mention it. That's
well,
just
I am for the reason of arguing back or debating back to you, because you're claiming that a level of water is always level no matter where you are on supposedly a flat Earth. If you take gravity into consideration, then you have the moon, tides effects, etc. All of these things affect gravity. So if you believe in gravity, but you don't believe in the Earth being affected by different levels and different gravitational pulls and gravity itself, that's not logic. That's just a way for you to not address the issue.
You didn't address what I said at all. This is complete nonsense.
I'd like to address what Heretic said, but I'll wait if he asks me to.
Water is seeking its level. So that doesn't mean that you can't have forces acting on it. You can't have wind and tides and stuff like that. That means that when it's still and at rest, it's going to find its level and it's going to be flat and horizontal over its surface. And if that's the case, then you're dealing with a planar world, not one that's curved in a globe. period.
Yeah, you brought up a great point, and I'm on your side with that. Water does indeed seek its level, and it finds it, like in a lake and stuff, but
soon enough you're going to realize when we're in here speaking to somebody seriously, the 24/7 team's taking control, and we're going to speak to the individual, specifically that person. If you interrupt, you'll be put as a listener. That's just the way it goes, guys. You'll see the 24/7 in action, but you can't interrupt. Please continue, Rev.
Okay, so I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to believe that you are right by these statements that require logic according to your specifics, to your parameters of logic, when you're using things that, in my opinion at least, you're denying, like the gravitational pull from the core, the magnetic. What about compasses? Do you believe that the Earth has magnetic south and north?
Yeah, that's just another red herring.
What do you mean a red herring? It's literally a compass. What is a compass? Do you believe in compasses?
Yeah, that's a red herring again. You're just asking.
How long until you invoke the speed of light, I wonder?
I can't prove speed of light. I don't know about that.
Hold on, Rev. Let Harry take control of the conversation. We like one-on-one interaction. So the guy, when they get distracted, they focus on the other thing that you asked them. They're not focused on the interlocutor. So, just real quick, go ahead.
We're just going all over the place. I mean, you're not addressing what I said.
You're not addressing what I said.
Water. And you're just going to all sorts of other things. So it's a bunch of red herrings.
So all your proof, all of your reasoning, all of your rationale is calling it red herrings.
No, I'm saying that because you're not addressing what I said. So they are red herrings.
You're back to the same thing.
Well, you're back to not addressing what I said.
What exactly are you asking me to believe that you are right in being proof of a flat Earth? That water seeks its level?
Yes.
That's it. That's the only thing that I need to know to believe that I've been wrong, and everybody else that believes like I think commonly spoke and belief is the globe. The fact that one thing, water seeks its level, that's all you need to prove flat Earth.
Absolutely, because if it's doing that and not seeking a curve, then there can be no globe, since most of the face of the Earth is covered in water. That water must all be seeking a curve. It has to be curving with convexity for it to be a globe. And if it's not, if it's level, flat, horizontal, or seeking a level, then that's not the surface of a globe. It's impossible.
So, again, you discarded my thought of being able to...
Yes, that is all you need. Yes, I'll just answer it directly. That is all you need to demonstrate that the Earth is a plane, yeah.
Yeah, well, then I have no other... I guess I have no other time for you, because you discarded my experiment as being illogical and it's never happened because it's never been done, because I don't know if it's ever been done. And you're basing it on a simple level and seeking... you're just using one metric, one parameter, one reality, ignoring everything else. I have magnets on my refrigerator. There's magnets, but yet you deny the magnet of the poles. You don't want to have
a straw man and a red herring. It's not addressing what I said. It doesn't matter. The magnetic pole doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to what I said about water and the deductive conclusion that must follow that the Earth then is a plane.
So if the Earth is flat and it's a plane, how is it that it exists? What's underneath the flat? The top and the bottom. What's on the bottom?
What? What's that got to do with anything?
Well, if the Earth is flat, I assume is it not like would be a plate? A plate is flat. It has a top and a bottom.
I don't know. So that would be making some sort of a shape claim, and I'm not making that. I'm just saying that the surface is obviously planar if it's mostly water, and that's what we know.
So if you know that, what's underneath the water?
The ocean.
The other side.
An abyssal plain, that's also pretty flat.
So that's it? That's all we need to know?
Well, I mean, to answer your question, yeah. Your question was, how can we know that it's flat? And I told you how we can know.
Is there an edge, then, on a flat Earth?
Well, there probably is a limitation to it, but we haven't explored it. I can't answer that question.
So it's an infinite flat...
No, I didn't say it was infinite. I said I don't know where the limitations or the boundaries are. But
isn't it supposed to be an ice wall or something?
Well, that would be Antarctica, and Wikipedia calls it an ice wall. So flat earthers didn't term it an ice wall, Globers did.
And if flat earthers don't believe that it had... So clarify that for me. Is there an edge, an end, or not?
Yeah, there's probably a finite extent to it, but I haven't been there, so I can't point to it for you.
I'm not asking if you personally have been there, but out of all these conversations of flat Earth, wouldn't that be something that I think would be important for you guys to be able to explain? And
I think there would have to be a limitation to it, because there's gas pressure, and gas pressure requires containment. If it was just some sort of infinite expanse, you'd have to have infinite gas in order to have that gas pressure, and that doesn't make any sense to me. So I think there has to be some sort of finite boundary containing the gas.
And what contains the gas? Is it in a bubble, a dome? A gas has to be contained, otherwise it's free radical, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's just going to fill the limitation of its volume. So there has to be some sort of wall or barrier or something that's stopping it from expanding somewhere.
Again, I go back to the point of, if it's a flat Earth argument, then you would have to at least try to convince others. You should, in my opinion, have some sort of a way to explain the edge or the length or the width or what happens or the edge or what's underneath the flat plane. Those are all my questions I have.
What's underneath? So like what's outside of it? Like what is the Earth on?
Outside of what?
Is that what you were asking me?
I'm asking if the Earth is flat, if we are to believe a plane of flat Earth where water always seeks its level, where it's contained and there is no way of determining otherwise, that it is nothing but flat. It only logically can be flat because it's observable, because when you look, there's no measurable distortion, blah, 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 etc. All of these things, okay, let's go with that. Then you would have, my opinion would be, it'd be easier for you to explain and convert people, the Globers as you call them, to be able to have some answers for simple questions like, where does it, if that's true, how is the limit defined? Is there no limit? If it's flat, it has to have a limit, correct?
Well, I already told you that I think it must, but I mean, I haven't explored it, so somebody would have to in order to find it.
Okay, so anybody else?
I don't know. Ask the Navy. I know.
Obviously, you run in flat Earth circles, and people that are much more knowledgeable about this than I am. I'm just asking questions that I think flat earthers would like to know in order to validate their point. It doesn't seem like that's the case.
Well, I mean, I can give you stories about it, but what good would that do? I can't validate them. I don't know exactly where the boundary of it is. I can't tell you where to go. I can't give you any coordinates or anything like that. I don't know.
I'm talking about...
I think that logically, like I already said, based on the argument of gas pressure and whatever, I think that logically it has to have some finite extent to it, but I can't point to where that would be. How could I?
So would you agree then that saying that the Earth is flat is just basically sort of like a religion? You have to trust it's true.
No, some deductive conclusion that follows from the physics of water.
Have you been to the center of the Earth, bro? Just because you haven't been to the center of the Earth doesn't mean the Earth isn't round or a globe. I mean, I don't think it is a globe, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, now we're getting sidetracked here. What I'm getting at is nothing more than if the Earth is flat and if the water is the proof, then as flat earthers, there has to be a way to logically and simply to a 5-year-old explain how it's flat, because it is from here to there and it can tell because of the water and what contains the water What contains the water is X, a dome, a border, a wall, an ice wall, whatever it is. And then if that's the case, then it has to have a finite wall ending, etc. And then what happens when you go over that? Do you go into space? Are we in space? Do you believe in the universe? I don't know how you prove the existence of a flat plate, a huge...
I didn't say flat plate. That's something that you keep saying. And these are all sort of tangential things that you're just going off on.
But what is... My point is this, heretic, I'm being... I hope you understand. I'm being quite honest here. If the Earth is flat, to me, something that is flat has two planes, a top and a bottom, correct?
I have no clue. We can't get outside of this system to see what's on the bottom.
What is your definition of flat?
Even having no part higher than another. Level.
Does something that is flat have a top and a bottom?
Usually, yeah.
Usually, or about 100%?
Yeah, about 100%.
No, it's exactly 100%. If it's flat, it has a top and a bottom, and that's my point.
Right. So the Earth must have a bottom. Okay, I don't know. I can't. So I mean, do you think that I can get outside of this contained system and show you what that looks like and where it is and whatever?
Yeah, you're using yourself as a reason to justify not answering my questions, which is not. I'm not using myself.
I don't know why you're asking me those questions and where you would think I would get that kind of knowledge from. So maybe you think, okay, so maybe I should clear something up because you keep saying plate. So maybe you're imagining some sort of a flat disc-like object in a vacuum of space or something like that, and it can be measured in its entirety. Maybe that's what you're thinking.
Well, what is flat Earth then?
Well, I'm just asking you a clarifying question. If that's what you think,
yes, I am.
Of course, I'm not talking about that because I said that it must have some sort of finite boundary due to the gas pressure that exists here. So it must be contained. So we're enclosed. If the gas isn't fucking off and getting out of here, then neither are you to get outside of it and see what the entire thing looks like. It's not going to happen. Not in this life. So the vacuum of space, as you understand it, doesn't exist. That's not what the sky is. The place is enclosed. It's contained. Nobody's leaving. We're not going to go outside and measure the whole Earth and prove that it's some kind of disc or plate or something like that and show you what the bottom looks like and the edges and the sides and all that.
Quick question, sidetrack a little bit, if I may. Satellites, the deep space probes, those aren't real?
Deep space probe. So you're talking about something in the vacuum of space. So that would be an uncontained vacuum next to the air pressure of the Earth, something that physically cannot exist because, like I keep saying, the gas pressure must be contained. The gas on the Earth would just fill that vacuum of space, if that were a thing. So
that makes to me, I don't consider myself the smartest man in the world. Far from it, but that makes no sense to me.
Why not? You know what gas does, right? With an available volume?
I do. And usually it is contained. And I understand what you're trying to put forth as logic and as a proof. However, the point is, if we are contained, you have to disavow a lot of the things that are easily, or at least in my opinion, easily provable and measured.
How do you prove those things? Which things and how do you prove them?
Well, do you think that the moon rotates around the flat Earth?
Well, it moves around above the Earth for sure. Rotate? Rotate? What, like it spins on its axis? No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I mean, if you're just talking about it moving above the Earth, yeah, obviously, you can observe that.
And as far as the flat Earth, do you think that this flat Earth that you are arguing is very easily provable with your logic, at least?
Yeah.
Is it part of a universe, or is it part of a universe? Are other planets around?
No, so I wouldn't even use the term other planets because that's already assuming that the Earth is one. A planet is basically just a wandering star, a light in the sky that doesn't move with the constellations. I don't see any similarities between Earth and those things or any reason to categorize it as one of those things. So I would say that the Earth is not even a planet. So I wouldn't say there are other planets because Earth isn't one.
So, quick question again, trying to understand and bringing other subjects in to the same relative, I hope. The Magellan, do you believe that he existed?
Sure.
So, obviously, then, if you know familiar who he is, what he used and how he measured and how he got around what supposedly is a globe that you believe is not, how does that contradict the stars and the other planets observable even with the naked eye?
What do you mean? How does it contradict them?
If the Earth was not a globe, how would he been able to navigate through using the stars in order to get around and then wind up in the same place?
Oh, how would he celestial navigate? Well,
correct.
Like you said, by using the stars as reference points and treating the Earth as a plane as well.
But that's not what he did. That's not how he used it.
Are you sure? Well, what did he do? Show what he did.
Well, prove that he didn't. We have
so that's just
all
the burden
of the
reversal.
The
So you
burden
just
of
made a
proof.
claim and just reversed the burden after that.
I did because what you're that's can do. All you guys can do is I'm right and this is my proof, but you have no proof. You just deny and call herrings to everybody else that does have proof.
That's rich because that's what you're doing right now is denying the proof that I already gave you.
But you gave no proof. You just simply told me
you're just doing it again. You're denying it again. Yeah, I did give you proof. It is a logical proof. It has to follow that if water seeks its level, the Earth is some sort of planar thing.
All right, so
and celestial navigation does treat the Earth as a flat plane as well. You're going to draw a horizontal line from your position to the GP of the star that you're using as a reference.
So when satellites are thrown up and flown up to the sky, and the reason we have GPS and all this other stuff, all of this exists above the Earth, not around the Earth.
Right.
Okay. So if that's the case, is it possible to have one of these satellites maybe get out of this shield or bubble or containment, whatever it is?
You better hope not, because if that containment gets broken, bye-bye air pressure and bye-bye you.
So it sounds like what you're saying is not only is the Earth flat, but it is also contained to the point of its very existence is dependent on the bubble not being popped of whatever is holding it?
Yeah, whatever the bubble may be, if you want to call it a bubble, sure. Yeah, if that containment breaks, it's over.
All right. Well, I'm getting nowhere with this because it sounds like, here's my opinion. Good luck to you guys because I think if you had...
Hey, can I just real quick.
Let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
Let me just finish. All I'm saying is that if the Earth was flat, and if it was all of these things that you claim that are easily logical proof that it is flat, that denies all of the other majority by large percentage, people that have or believe proof that it is not, then what you're doing is you're negating the opportunity to go forward and put some actual physical or scientific or provable, measurable way of proving that it is flat, yet you don't do that.
Yeah, that's what water does.
Experiment. You call my experiments illogical and impossible and hypothetical when all you have to do is just do it.
Well, anything that follows from the premise of the Earth being a globe is therefore falsified if it's in fact not. So, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of derivative stuff that stems off of the Earth being a globe or the idea that it is one, and all of that must be false if the Earth itself is not a globe.
So, heretic, here's my counter to that. That is exactly the same way that I feel when I hear about flat Earth.
Okay, but I just gave you a logical proof for it.
And
I mean, it's up to you. You can take it or leave it. I just wanted to say something really quick. You moved on really quick, but I wanted to say something. Yeah, I wanted to say something really quick about gas pressure that you moved away from. Right. So if the gas isn't leaving, then neither is any satellite or man-made machine or man or anything else. Well, energy could leave, perhaps, but not matter.
Okay, well, I appreciate the time. I don't think we're getting anywhere, and I do wish you luck. So, thanks anyway.
Okay,
Yeah, so Mr. Rev, the whole conversation went downhill when he presented water as laying flat and horizontal, and you didn't rebut it with being, no, the water is actually curved, and then demonstrating how it is, because that would be the appropriate rebuttal. Everything else you said is highly irrelevant, because if the water's flat, then ipso facto, the Earth's flat. There's no way around it.
No pun intended.
Hey, Heretic, I wanted to...
Take a laser, take a long-range laser, use a laser transit methodology, which is an efficient methodology to measure a differential. Take a 6-foot laser, 6-foot storyboard 25 miles away over a body of water. You shoot the laser, hits the target, debunks the globe's curvature by 2 orders of magnitude. Water's flat, ipso facto, water's level, ipso facto 70% is flat, and between 2 parallel horizontal planes, as referenced by the term horizontal, which means parallel with the plane of the horizon, which means the Earth is oriented flat. So that's the point of contention. You failed to meet any rebuttal whatsoever to that point that Heretic brought forward, and so Heretic wins the argument.
Okay, let's say that he wins the argument. You just brought something up that I wasn't aware of. If you shoot a laser, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so you shoot a laser over 25 miles of water, right? 6 feet on one side, that's the height of the laser. 6 feet on the other side, the height of the receiver. So the differential between the altitudes of the receiver and the laser is 6 feet. So if the laser hits the target, you have a variance of 6 feet plus or minus the beam divergence. You could get about 3 feet out of that at that range for the laser that was used. Yeah, you take into account ambient refraction using a standard metric. You could use Walter Bislin's. That gives you another 5 feet. You still miss the mark by hundreds of feet, meaning the curvature that's supposed to be there isn't there, meaning you sufficiently proved the variance between 2 horizontal planes of plus or minus 9 feet over 25 miles, proving that the Earth is between 2 horizontal planes, which means parallel to the plane of the horizon, which means the Earth is oriented flat and horizontal and cannot possibly be a globe.
Well, that's the most convincing argument that I've heard so far. The laser, of course, straight as a laser, 25 miles. Is that some sort of a measure, or has it been done? Can you link me some information on that, or has it ever been longer or provable?
Yeah, so they did one that was 30 something miles over the salt flats in Utah, I believe, using lasers. So we have one over water at 25 miles and one over land at 30 plus miles.
Yeah, well, I respect that, but still 30 miles is, I could do that, walk it in a day. So that's not really impressive to me, but
it is impressive. Let me tell you why it's impressive. Because at 30 miles, the amount of off angle from the laser to the apex of the arc between point A and point B, if it was a globe, is off by orders of magnitude. Okay, so that is sufficiently debunks the claim.
Orders of magnitude can be interpreted in many different numbers, but my curiosity is piqued. I would love to see that experience or reference it somehow. And then I'll take a look at it and see what's going on, because
sure, so stay in. I will go on mute.
Questions.
Yeah. I'll go on mute and I'll go get those links and I'll bring them back for you. All right, hold on.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
"24/7 Flat Earth," episode 7.
Hey, Heretic, I've been trying to steelman that pressurized ball idea. And what I've basically come up with is that the atmosphere is pressurized and that there is atmospheric loss. And there's a significant loss of nitrogen, or not nitrogen, but hydrogen And around the poles, there's a significant loss of helium. And they measure this with some kind of weird special microwave lights. And at the same time, the Earth just so happens to be replenishing these gases at the exact same rate to keep the ratios of inert gas and oxygen and carbon dioxide all in check all at the same time. So to me, that just seems a little far-fetched.
What, that the same amount of gas is coming in as what's going, so how can you tell that anything's going?
That was the hole in my logic that I haven't been able to find yet. But yeah, I'm still looking into it.
Where is it coming from?
I can only speculate. Like I have no idea where it's coming from. I don't know like where it dissipates into space, but that's just what the AI is telling me.
So they got a first and a second law violation in their claim now? Damn.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I would need to hear the claim in more detail, but...
Yeah, like if the claim was that all this extra gas is like compressed and it fills the space as it escapes, that would be one thing. And then we still have an entropy problem because eventually it will run out, right? So how long is that going to last? It invites a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, the argument just made no sense whatsoever. But just Google how is atmospheric loss measured, and it'll go through the whole spiel for you.
What's up? What's up?
24/7 Flat Earth Space, repost this.
Yeah, you're doing a terrible job, like Kyrgyz. I'm not paying you to botch it up, dude. And you got to get it right. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode 17, a continuing series that we have going on. Falsification is independent of replacement. That's the topic of the space. Welcome, everybody. We're running late into the night or the morning. It looks like 4:38 in the a.m. for me. And it seems like we got Heretic on the panel for the 24/7 team. Overlord, homies you probably haven't seen up here, but now they're here. You can get to know them. And we're challenging people who think that the Earth is a globe. If you have any evidence, bring it forward. If not, if you want to ask us some questions, go ahead and do that. But either way, you're going to find out that the Earth is not a globe. Easily. Whether or not you can come to grips with that, that's up to you. We're not here to convince you. We're going to present information and challenge your mind on what you think the Earth is. Pretty simple. Shout out to Amish in the listening panel. He's also part of 24/7. Helio Skeptic, who's live streaming on YouTube. We got the bot in here as well. Mike B, that's down there listening in the listening panel. Jemsy, the bottom. What's up, guys? But now, okay, since we have a break in the conversation, Keon was asking some questions. Make Don, who's here, and the conspiracy. What's up, guys?
Yeah, I had a question. Like,
what's up?
What is your guys' thoughts on SpaceX?
It's a company that's showing people different things about rockets and stuff like that. They have technology that they're claiming they're sending satellites into the low Earth orbit. We're just basically, we can just tell you what we see from, media and such. Or are you asking what our opinions on it, or what are they?
Like, do you think they actually send us rockets out there in space, or do you think they're ever going to reach Mars? What do you think?
It sounds like he's building up an argument from incredulity.
Well, yeah, but I mean, our opinions right now on whatever these agencies are from the public perspective shouldn't sway anybody's opinion one way or the other of what our opinion is. The bigger question you should be asking is, how do we actually know the Earth is a globe based on this information? Yeah, far too long people have been looking at what people do and did base an opinion of what they think is happening. It's not based on any empirical evidence, is it, Keon? Yeah.
But I mean, Elon seems like he's serious about what he's doing.
That's great. A lot of people seem serious about what they do, but it doesn't mean that the evidence would support the case that the Earth is a globe based on his seriousness. Who gives a shit how serious he is? What stands to reason as true, what the truth is about the Earth, doesn't change whether somebody's serious about what they're saying. You know.
Yeah, but I'm saying that because I mean, if the Earth is flat and there's no space and there's no Mars to go to, yes, like if there's no space and Mars to go to, like what is Elon doing at this point?
Well, let's just think about this logically. He's one guy. Do you think he's ever been up there?
Like you mean Elon?
Yeah, Elon.
No, I don't think he's personally been up there.
So how does he know? Keon, answer me. How does he know?
So you,
Keon, answer me. How does he know?
It doesn't have to go up there to
really
to know.
So he can tell stories, and everybody has to believe him. Keon, is that the world you live in?
No, I mean I know he's spending billions in rockets.
What?
So that's a lot of money.
So what?
Why would you do that to go nowhere?
Why would you spend close to $1 million on a Bugatti, Keon?
There it is. Argument from incredulity.
Why would you spend $1 million on a Bugatti? Why?
Well, how do the two questions connect to each other?
Because you have to find the relevance in the question. What relevance does it have about somebody spending money on something versus the truth claim about what the Earth is? It doesn't have any relevance, does it?
Well, it does because
why?
Because he knows there's Mars to go to. That's
he knows. Does he know that? He's never been up there.
Why would he be spending billions and building rockets?
Because he believes the same information you do.
Right. So you saying one day you're just gonna stop building rockets?
Why? It's a company that makes money. Why would he stop?
No, but he said. I mean, he said that we're going to Mars within 5 years.
That's great. He can say whatever he wants. They've been saying we're going to the moon ever since I was a child, Keon.
Well,
did you know that?
NASA. That was NASA.
So I don't care who says what. People have been saying that that's going to be happening a long time ago. Whoever says it, they keep promising things, and they call this is a phrase, a term. They're saying they kick the can down the road. That means that, sorry, we couldn't have this specific launch go to today. We're going to postpone it for another couple of years. In the meantime, in between those years, you forget about what they said. Nobody remembers the last time they said that the last launch that they rescheduled. You don't remember, do you, Keon? When was the last time?
How many missions?
Yeah.
So
how many missions?
How many moon missions has Elon canceled or SpaceX canceled?
And or the government, NASA. How many, Keon?
I think the moon is not like Elon's primary.
No, but you're not realizing the veracity of the claim here, sir.
What happened to the Virgin? What happened to the Virgin expedition?
Oh,
Elon?
Richard Branson. Like there's a bunch of people.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of people that say they're going to do something, Keon. But just because they say it and they say, oh, well, we had to postpone because, technicalities or whatever. And then you forget about it. You don't remember the last time they said they were going to do something because it's like they say, well, we'll go in another year and a half or 2 years. And in between that time, life gets busy. You don't remember the time they said that. So they are just like, they're not going to tell you that they were going to go that one time. You're not going to be like, okay, it's been a year and a half today. Where are those guys say they're going to go to the moon? That's not you. You don't know that.
I love this argument because it's like, no, but they're putting all this money and telling us all this stuff. You mean the government? You mean the people that lie all the time?
Yeah, but at the same time, like Keon,
is that getting off?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying Keon's making this point that even though they said something, I'm telling him, yeah, they could make you promises. It's like, the boyfriend is making promises to his girlfriend. Oh, I promise I'm going to get you this. I'm going to get you that. He's full of shit. He ain't going to do none of the shit that he's saying. You already fucking know this, man. That's just the way it goes. You promise shit up and down. You ain't going to get it. You know in your heart of hearts it's not going to happen. You're just saying it so you can make her happy. That's the way it goes, Keon. You think that the people that are controlling, you know what? As a matter of fact, it's better if they tell you they're going and you think they are, and you happily know that, hey man, they're going to make this next moon mission or whatever, and you're paying your taxes, you're giving it to this, organization, and they're taking it in, and everybody in the organization thinks they're doing something that's going to send something up into space. But nobody really knows because they're not the ones going. They're on the ground. So everybody's convinced, like a story, a really good story, right? But when that rocket leaves the ground or whatever, they don't know where the fuck it goes. Is it going into space? How do they know? They just see computer screens. You know what I mean?
So let me make this clear. So you're saying Elon doesn't know whether Mars is a physical planet that he can go to.
Dude, he's got so many. He's got his fingers in so many pies. You think that he really gives a rat's ass if you're going to? All that shit is doing is making him some fucking money, dude. He's the richest man in the world, and all he knows how to do is to make more money. How's he doing it? Telling stories, getting people. Most of the technology that he's got right now is practical. It's shit that's operating right now, right? It's cars, PayPal, all that other shit. That stuff is like on here. But this other shit, if people invest a lot of money in it, where do you think they're getting all that money from? Do you think it just comes out of nowhere? Where's all that money coming from that they're going for, sending Starlink and all that shit? That money's coming from somewhere, Keon. He's just a business owner. He owns companies. He's making money. And that's very profitable because people believe this shit. That's not a very good argument for the Earth being a globe, dude. It really isn't. There's no way for you to tell based on how serious somebody is. Oh no, we're really going to Mars. I'm telling you. That's good. But you become a believer about it. That's all you're going to do. You don't know.
So essentially you're saying that like he would just keep lying forever and we'll never make it to Mars.
He honestly probably thinks that it is true what he's saying. He thinks all of that's true. People work on actual technology and all that stuff, but whether or not it goes into the place that everybody's saying it does, how would you know?
Well, so don't you think like they would send maybe some probes to Mars to see whether it's a planet or not
probes
before
to Mars? Yeah, so dude, really, like for you, it's all about the story. Your mind is captivated by it. However the story's told, so long as it's about space and all that stuff, that's fine, Keon. That's you. It's like Santa Claus for adults. You love the story. You want to know more. I'm not here to unconvince you about that. If that's you, think about it and dream about it and maybe think that you're going to go there one day. But that's not me. I got my head right here on the ground, not up in the clouds where everybody's mind is right now, thinking they're going to someday live in a biodome on Mars. That's stupid. That's so stupid.
You want to live in the biodome?
They got you all wrapped up in this story, bro. Like, and you don't realize it. You don't realize it.
Let me ask you this. So let's say like in 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah.
It makes it to Mars, and then it shows us. What would be your reaction?
That is like the boyfriend saying, "I'm gonna buy you a car, my love. I promise. I'll do it. I'm gonna get you a car. Don't worry about it. I got you.
No,
remember, I said in a couple years I'm gonna get you a car, and then the couple years happen, and she's like, "Okay, I thought you said you were gonna get me a car." He's like, "No, remember I said it. I have to use the money for this other thing. I'm sorry." And it never really turns out like what they say, Keon. Their promises of all going to the moon and setting up bases on Mars and all that stuff, it's never gonna work, dude. It's like they got a carrot and they're dangling it on a string in front of you, and you think you're gonna get it, but they have it on a stick, so you're never gonna get that carrot. Never.
Keon, have you seen the compilation of all the canceled moon missions? Like they have each president going through it, where they cancel the mission, and they're like, or rather, they announce the mission, and then a news clipping that the mission has been canceled. Have you ever seen that compilation?
Right? Isn't that NASA or is it SpaceX?
It doesn't matter.
Well,
Dude.
SpaceX
Look,
has canceled missions.
I know,
Dear
like
Moon was
Kirkus,
canceled.
it does not matter who it is, Keon. SpaceX, NASA, it doesn't matter. There's many space agencies.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
All right. But
I'll get it.
So even if you've seen that, you're still gonna think, well, that's just that time. But then this time is different. Just what you're gonna do. This time is different, right? This time we're really going. This time.
But what would be your reaction if we actually do make it?
No, it's not about me having a reaction if we do make it. Listen, whenever they say something's gonna happen, like think about it like this. They claimed in 1969 that they landed on the moon and they were walking on it. People were watching this on TV. It's not about that they are saying they're going to do something and then they do it and then they show people like through video or whatever. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is everything could be done in a production value. Just like the moon missions, right? 1969, they landed on the moon. They're walking around on the moon. What about that time? They claimed they went
and
there.
And then we never went back.
Yeah. Keon, there's a lot of stories that people tell. This is just some of the stories that people tell. But you happen to fall in love with the story.
So essentially, you wouldn't believe it if we do make it to Mars. So that's what you're saying.
They had video footage of people walking on the moon. They were watching it on TV, Keon. 1969. Yeah? They were watching those people allegedly walking on the moon.
Right. And we debunked the moon landing, right?
That's the problem, though. If they go to do something else, we could debunk that too because they can't go there. It's not possible. They cannot leave the system that they're in right now. It's a closed system.
Hey, I have a question when you have a chance. Or I have a question for you when this is over.
Well, I want to know if Keon, I mean, I know you really like the story, dude, but it's never going to be the case that there's going to be a scenario where they convince people that they went to the moon with videos or because like I said, they did it in 1969 where everybody was watching on their TVs, people walking on the moon. They can show you whatever they want, but you are just going to be a believer your whole life because you're not the one that's over there allegedly. You're on the earth right now. So when you see that, you're just going to be a believer. That's it. They're going to make you a believer, and a belief is an acceptance without any evidence because a video that they're showing you something is not evidence. If I show you a video of a gorilla climbing a building, smashing the Empire State Building, that doesn't mean that's real.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not real, right? Like, how can you discern whether it's real or not?
That's the problem. Primary experience, you actually experiencing something, makes things like has intrinsic value. Your primary experience, you doing something. But if you don't do that something, then you're just a believer, like everybody else that sees it.
Right, but I mean, we're gonna get to that point, right, where people actually.
I know, but that's how you feel, Keon. Those are your
I'm saying, your feelings. I'm saying if we do make it to Mars, people gonna go to Mars and they're probably gonna come back.
Those are your feelings, dude. Those are your feelings.
How many?
You're not gonna convince anybody by your feelings. I know. We're just gonna go. But what if we go? Like that's your feeling about it. That's not true. Where's the evidence? There's no evidence.
People thought that in the 50s too, right? We would be on moon colonies by now. How many of them have died believing that their entire lives?
A lot of people. Tell you that much right now.
Right? Millions.
Yeah, for sure. Millions.
More people have died thinking they were going to be on a colony than, I don't know, exist right now. Maybe.
That's the whole point, though, man. Like it doesn't. You think that, but yes, but in 5 years, they said 5 years. Don't worry. Well, if we go there in 5 years, are you going to believe it? Like, they're always going to say that. No. And in 2 more years, I promise. And then you wind up in the middle of 2 years, forget about it. And then whenever they say it again, no. we have to scrub the mission. It's going to be another 3 years. Like you're just going to keep believing in the next time and the next time and the next time. They're never going to do it.
That's called future faking. It's a form of a con.
Oh, wow. It has a name. That's crazy.
But there's people that buy the con, like Keon, because he believes that his world is a globe that spins in the vacuum of space. So it's easy for him to have the story believable. That's all right, man. And listen, at the end of the day, if you just believe that the Earth is a globe, but in your mind you think it's all true, that's you. Everybody doesn't have to think that way. Some people want evidence.
Right. So your whole universe is planet Earth. Is that correct?
No, it's not planet. Not a planet.
What do you mean by universe?
We would your cosmology. You're talking about what is the cosmology that we hold to. We would just simply put it like we are the floor. We're standing on the floor of the universe right now. The Earth that you're standing on.
The whole universe.
The Earth that you're standing on is everything that we know, and all the sky above you and everything you see, like the stars and all those things. That's all that there is. There isn't anything more than that. There's just the ground and the sky.
Right. So there's no like other galaxies.
No,
star systems,
no, nothing like that. No. You can dream. Can dream big, right? You can dream big.
How do you know though? Because you told me
there's no evidence.
You haven't been there.
Keon, there's no evidence of those things. No evidence. They're not presenting evidence to you of what they're claiming. Their ideas are giving to you, and you're in your mind. Those ideas, when you were little, when you were growing up, you were taught how to just be accepting for all these ideas. You never were taught how to like ask questions. Wait a minute. How do you know what a galaxy is? You never asked those questions to the people. You were told just to believe. Because it's coming from like authority. The authority, from a teacher or from a parent or somebody. Just believe it because that's science. And so all your life, that's all you have ever done. Believe it because that's what they say. You've never never questioned it.
What would be evidence? Like if I wanted to prove to you that Mars is a physical planet that you could go to, what would be evidence? What would you consider as evidence?
Well, first of all, if it's going to be proof that it actually is that, then you have to show me how the system of the Earth can negate the fact that our gas pressure here that we have on the surface doesn't have to expand into the available volume, which is the vacuum of space, without a container. There's nothing to contain the gas pressure we have on the surface from outer space. So we have gas pressure on the surface, right, Keon? You and I are breathing this gas pressure. And the gas pressure that you and I breathe is at 14 psi, just round about there. So you breathe in, you breathe out. You're breathing in that gas pressure, 14 psi. When you're going up a mountain, the air gets thinner, right? Harder to breathe. There's some very interesting facts about this. And if you keep going up, the gas pressure starts to get less and less. But as far as we know, they're telling us, not measuring. They're telling us that when you get to the highest parts of the Earth's atmosphere, then it starts to change over into the vacuum of space, where they call it the Kármán line. It's about 62 miles above the Earth's surface. And right there, that's where you go to super low pressure, such as it's so low that the vast differential from the surface to that place, it means that there's a high pressure differential, meaning that the gas pressure that you have here on the surface and the super low pressure that's up there, it would be such that if the gases can move into the available space, they would keep moving into the available space. But they wouldn't just move slowly, they would violently rush out into the available space. So kind of like if you have a high pressure differential from blowing air inside of a balloon, right? The high pressure differential inside of the balloon to the one outside of the balloon. They have low pressure on the outside of the balloon and high pressure inside of the balloon. When you let go of the balloon, when you're blowing air in it, it rushes out violently out of the balloon. until it equalizes with the pressure outside. Well, if we have the same type of system where we have gas pressure on the surface of the Earth and nothing to contain it from the vacuum of space.
I mean, we have something called gravity, right? Do you believe in that?
No, you don't know what gravity is, Keon.
Well, is it not the thing that is keeping the air in? Like
no, the idea of gravity. There's a cause and effect relationship with gravity, right? You see an effect when you drop something on the ground. That's the effect. What is causing this effect?
Oh, that's gravity, isn't it?
I know, but that word, it means it's a word that has it's kind of a loaded word. It means that gravity specifically is a cause and effect relationship. So the term gravity, it means you see an effect and there's a cause that gravity actually stands for. What is causing things to go to the ground? And it's not the word gravity. It's the cause of gravity. Gravity would be the idea that you see an effect. You see something drop to the ground, that's the effect. What is causing that effect?
But wait, isn't it the explanation for the containment, like on the globe side?
No, it's the,
like
yeah. That's the explanation for the containment. But what is causing the effect, Keon?
What do you mean? What's
causing the rock to fall to the ground?
Gravity is being attracted.
I know, but that's the. You're just telling me again. You're just telling me the name that it stands for a cause and effect relationship. I want to know. I see the effect. I see it falling. I want to know what's making it go down.
Well, it's a higher mass, so it's gonna go down.
It's a higher mass.
Like it's a heavier thing. Like if you have a balloon, it's gonna go up. If you have a rock, it's gonna hit the ground.
Yeah, but I'm saying I know, but what's making it go down? What is making that rock go down? It's okay if you don't know, man. Like this,
the mass of the rock.
No, the mass doesn't. The mass doesn't cause anything. But it's
maybe he means density.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just struggling to, and it's because I want him to say he doesn't know. We can go over the. If you don't know, like it's easier to say you don't know. Like I think.
No, I mean density, mass is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, but also you do know. So, if you're saying that something's causing something, how do we know that it's causing it? How do we know that the mass is causing something? How do we know that? How do we know the mass is causing the rock to fall?
What do you mean by that?
It's simple. You say that the rock falls because of gravity, but what is causing the mass of the thing? Like you said, mass is causing it. How does mass?
Yeah, because it's a denser object. So
yeah, it's denser. Yeah, but that's just relative density, relative to the object and medium. We're asking for the explanation of what's giving it the propensity to move down. What's giving it that propensity to move down? The mass?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's dense.
So what is the scientific evidence for mass causing something?
Or how do you even define mass?
What is the scientific evidence that we have that we can say that mass is the cause of this phenomena?
Gravity. I know it's hard for you.
It's circular. No. This is circular. You can't say the word gravity. That's circular. You're using the same word that you used to describe the effect. I'm only talking about the cause. Now you're saying mass is the cause. That's fine. You can say mass is the cause, but I want to know what scientific evidence do we have that shows that mass is the cause? It's not about me accepting it, Keon. It's about you being able to tell me how it's possible that that mass is causing something by a scientific experiment.
Well, Newton says lesser masses are attracted to higher masses.
Yes,
so
but
that's why it's falling.
Yeah, but these are just the words they say. I want to know the experiment that people have checked out and validated that mass is causing something to happen. What is the experiment? Do you know? It's not about me accepting it. I'm
I've
sorry.
already said it.
No, you didn't.
I've already said it.
You did not
So
give
the
me.
globe-
You did not give me the scientific experiment of why we know the cause of mass is causing something. You did not give it to me.
I'm not even getting the question, because you're saying why the rock is falling to the ground. Is that your question?
Yeah, why is it falling to the ground? So the researcher has to understand, he's asking the question, how can I figure out if the mass is the actual cause of the rock falling to the ground? How can the researcher figure this out?
I mean, you have air around the rock, right? The air is less dense than the rock, so the rock naturally is going to go to the ground.
Yeah, but that's
And the
relative.
Earth-
That's relative density. You're speaking what we say. That is what flat earthers say. We understand it. It's an object and medium relationship. You're saying what we say. There's an actual cause of the effect for what, pseudoscience says. I don't think you've said it yet. Not once. You're saying
the
relative.
Earth-
You're saying relative density. That's what we say. We say it's
Yeah,
an object-medium
relative-
relationship. I
Yeah,
know that.
relative to the air. That's what you're saying. But the
I
Earth,
know, but that's
the Earth
not.
is a mass too,
But
right?
you're not
the Earth
giving.
is a
Listen,
mass too.
Keon, you're telling me that the mass is the cause.
Yeah, the Earth is a mass, so everything is attracted to the Earth.
Yeah, I know, but what is the scientific experiment that shows this? That is
Gravity. How can I explain
no,
it?
that's circular. You can't say that the effect is gravity. When you see something go to something else, like the rocks falling to the earth, you can't keep saying the effect is the cause. The effect is not the cause. Well, I want to know how you know that the mass is causing that to happen. How is the mass of something causing that phenomena to occur?
Well, you explain it, because I'm not.
No,
even getting
I'm
the
not
question, so
explaining it.
explain
You're either going to tell me you know or you don't know, Keon.
I've already said what I think, so you explain it.
No, I'm not. I don't need to explain your claim. You need to say I don't know. Because if you're not telling me if mass is not the cause, is it the cause? How do you know mass is the cause?
Because we have gravity. The
That's
Earth
circular.
is a mass. Everything.
We're circular.
No,
We're going
I mean,
back to circular again. No.
I mean, you're not accepting gravity then.
No,
Like, you don't believe in
gravity is a word, and it's also described.
I mean, it's
yes,
not a
it's a
word,
word
it's
that's listen.
science.
Listen. You're now just using one word answers. You're not gonna say gravity or science. You're gonna have to define how your understanding of what's causing something to happen, the effect. You're gonna have to tell us how you know that it's the mass causing the rock to fall. What scientific experiment can be done to test that the mass of something is causing the rock to fall?
Yeah, so I'll repeat it again. So my understanding of gravity, the Earth is a mass and everything is attracted.
You don't repeat your claim, Keon. Don't repeat your claim. Keon,
yeah, but that's literally what you're asking me.
No, I'm not asking you to repeat the claim. I'm telling you what scientific experiment can be done to find out that the mass of something is causing the rock to fall. How do we know that the mass of something is causing the rock to fall? What scientific experiment is done to show this?
I mean, you can literally do it if you go outside.
What can we do? What's the experiment?
Keon,
just try to toss the rock in the air and it's gonna fall.
If you haven't figured it out yet, Keon, this is an honesty test.
I've literally explained why I think the rock is falling, and it doesn't want me to use gravity, so I don't know what to say at this point.
You should say, I don't know.
Yep.
No, I know why the rock is falling. I explained it 3 times.
No, you don't know. I've made it very clear that you don't know. Very clear. You say it's the mass of the rock and the mass of the earth that's attracting themselves to each other. Yes?
Yes.
How do you know the mass is the cause of this phenomena? What scientific experiment can be done to prove this?
Newton.
One word. Don't say one word. Explain.
That's literally it.
No, it's not
I don't know
literally
how to explain
it. If you don't know, stop using your pride and say, I don't know.
I mean, I told you what I think, right?
No,
So
Keon,
you tell
listen,
me.
Listen,
You tell me.
I'm glad I met you, because I'm going to show you I'm a dog with a bone. I don't let the bone go until you realize you don't know. You say the words I don't know, and this will stop. This will end.
Okay. I don't know. Can you explain?
Yes. Thank you. So now we're going to understand how your misunderstanding of what you think is going on is actually the cause for the effect. Now, the cause is explained as, according to mainstream rhetoric, as the bending and warping of space and time, according to Einsteinian general relativity, that superseded Newton's theory of mass attracting mass. They're two very distinct theories, mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space and time. According to Einsteinian's general relativity, the reason why something falls to the ground is because the object, or according to the theory, the Earth is so large that it's causing the space and time to be warped and distorted around it. So it's pushing everything down to the ground. It's not pulling, it's pushing. It's pushing things into itself by warping and distorting space and time around it. That is why they're saying that's the cause. The cause is because the mass is so large that the space and time around it is being warped and distorted. You didn't detail that to me. That's why you didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what?
No. It's not the end of the day yet. We're not at the end of the day yet. It's barely lunchtime. Listen.
So let me.
No. Hold on a second. No. You're not going to explain to something that I just finished telling you 5 seconds ago. You're not an expert of what I just told you. You're not. You were struggling to give me this answer. Now I'm correcting you. So essentially, wait. You're not going to overtalk me. You're going to wait. I gave you the permission to go ahead and tell me. You didn't do it. So now it's my turn. So the bending and warping of space-time, because of the mass of the object is so large, it's causing the object to be pushed down into the earth, the rock, essentially. It isn't relative density, as you were stating before. You got that wrong, too. That could be considered how we locally see it, as the effect is where the effect is concerned. Like the effect where we see the object falling down, we could say, well, it's relative density because we're saying the rock is less dense than the air that's around it. That's why it will go down to the ground. But it wouldn't work for the cause, because according to the cause, it's talking about general relativity being the cause, and that's the warping and distortion of space-time, being that the mass of the object is so large. That's the cause, not relative density. You had that wrong too. So, going back to the fact that you didn't give me that answer. Now, let's get into this. If you were saying Newton, you got that wrong too. It was not Newton's gravitational theory either. It was Einsteinian gravitational theory. That's the current rhetoric. And it supersedes Newton's laws about 110 years. So, for at least 110 years, we've been using Einstein's general relativity, bending and warping of space-time, and it causes a gravity well where everything that's around the Earth is going to get pushed down into it. It just depends. Whatever mass is bigger than the other. Anyway, we haven't even got into defining what mass is, which Amish was saying earlier. Because you don't even know what mass is. There's so much you don't know, right? So you think you do. Now you're realizing you don't really know. So now the problem is we're going to get to, okay, so if that's true that the Einsteinian general relativity is the answer, what is the experiment that shows that general relativity, where the mass is warping and distorting space-time, is the cause for something to fall down? I need you to look into how it's possible that Einstein proved with science that a mass of an object is being warping and distorting the time and space around it and causing things to be pushed into it. So that's what you need to do now. Now that I've outlined for you what the current rhetoric is, now you know.
Yeah, so just to reply, so recently NASA and as well as other scientific papers, they saying that space and time does not work. That's number one. Also,
no, that's not number one. That's not number one. I can't have you talking about something that you can't back up. Where you getting?
Literally what NASA said.
Yeah, literally what NASA said. Where did they say this, Keon?
I can find it for you. I can find a link for you.
Yeah. So, what NASA's saying, it's not general relativity any longer?
No, they basically, like lately, the scientific community is saying that space-time does not work.
Okay, so what are they saying the current gravity theory is?
So Newton was essentially right as well.
No. Newton was not essentially right. It was superseded by Einstein. You're going backwards. You're not even going forward. You're going backwards.
Yeah, now they're saying that space-time does not work.
Okay, where do you get your resource from? Like, because I don't even know where. Are these academic papers? Are these anything peer-reviewed? Is this an article written by some guy, some random person? Like, you don't even have any academic sources, do you?
I mean, I do.
What's your academic source?
So that's this guy, Corrado Malanga.
Yeah, what is he, a PhD? What does he do?
Yeah, what's a PhD? He got over 50 scientific papers published.
Okay, so now he's disproving general relativity in one fell swoop. So now everybody's going to change what science is describing.
It's not the one. It's not the one saying that. It's actually NASA and other scientists saying that.
Really? So everybody discarded general relativity all of a sudden because you found some papers on the internet somewhere. Why isn't the current rhetoric changed?
Technically, yeah.
Can I read a couple quotes from scientists? First one is from Professor Jacob D. Birkenstein, who's from Caltech. Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in spacetime geometry. Second, Douglas Klein, who's a physics professor, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. I've got more if you want.
So
according to Keon, we're taking a step back from Einstein.
No. So I don't know if you guys know Mach and Verlinde. Those are other physicists, I would say, that kind of say the same thing that Newton was saying. So gravity does not matter how you explain it. It's the same.
Yes, it does matter. No, it doesn't. No. You're not conflating.
All of them.
No. You didn't listen to what Amish just said. You didn't listen to what he said. He said one superseded the other. They're not the same, and you can't conflate them. There's no way possible. In mainstream rhetoric, they're conflating those two. They're not doing that. They're mutually exclusive. Two very different, distinct theories of gravity. They're not the same.
So do you know Mach and Verlinde as physicists?
Listen, are they disproving Einsteinian general relativity?
The warping of space-time.
Why can't you answer my question? Are they disproving Einstein's general relativity?
I mean, you talked about warping of space-time, right?
I'm asking if they're disproving Einsteinian general relativity. Yes or no?
They're not disproving it.
Okay, then.
Alternative explanation for gravity.
Alternative. It's not. If they're not if they're not disproving it, then they're still saying that it's still in play. It's still valid.
Can I jump in real quick, please?
Is it relevant to this topic?
it's relevant for me waiting 43 minutes now for the overlord that disappeared and is now in listeners said he would provide.
We moved on, sir. We're talking about this topic.
Okay.
You might want to wait till you come back and talk to him. So.
Hey, Keon, do you understand that curving space-time is what debunks Newton in the eyes of modern physicists?
Yeah, and I would say, like I said earlier, they saying space-time does not work. So I don't know how much they agree with Einstein. And like
there you go.
Earlier,
you don't know how much they agree with him. There's a gap in your knowledge when you're trying to produce some evidence for the claim that you're trying to back up right now. You can't even back it up by saying with the affirmative that they disprove what Einstein was saying by any citation that you can provide. This is important. This is like you're coming up with something, at least in the mainstream rhetoric, foundational. You haven't done that. You're just saying, well, these two guys that are saying something, I'm not really sure if they're disproving Einstein or not, but here's their theory.
In terms of space-time warping, yes, because they say space-time does not warp, and NASA says that as well. So yeah.
No, it does, NASA. Where does NASA say that?
I can find the link. For you, and I'll send it. And,
go ahead.
Quick question, AV.
What's up?
So that that thing that happens when you ask someone to prove a positive, that their positive claim, but then they go to the trying to use a negative claims or the opposite to prove the positive. What is happening there? Like when you say prove there's curvature, and then they'll be like, well, if there wasn't curvature, X thing couldn't be. What is that psychologically and logically? What's going on in that?
He thinks
I don't know if that's something.
Yeah, he's trying to find an out for the reasoning behind why he's going to have the Earth be a globe, and at all costs he's going to try to. He doesn't care what he has to burn down, so long as he clings. He's clutching his pearls right now. That's what he's doing.
Alpha, can I ask, are you a physicist?
It doesn't matter what I am. It only matters that the truth claim, the veracity of your claim, stands to reason on its own merit. So whether or not I am is irrelevant to the topic. You have to stick to how you're going to provide evidence sufficiently, how what you're saying is true. Now, if you're saying some random people are saying something, how do we know that they are qualified to say what they're saying? And then are they saying the exact same thing that you're saying? We don't know that. All we know is you're saying a few words on the internet right now that they're not saying. They're disproving the idea that Einsteinian general relativity is not true anymore. Like you're right now, you're actually not even working forward. You're working backwards, man. I was gonna think that I'm gonna entertain some new idea. This isn't new. If you're saying we're going back to Newton. There's absolutely no way. There's no way that Newton works on the cosmic level, dude. It does not work on the galactic level. Does not work. Does not work.
When I mentioned Einstein, it was about the warping of space-time. That's the only thing.
That's how you keep planets in orbit. If you don't have general relativity, Newton's not going to do mass attracting mass in the galactic level, Keon. It doesn't work that way. They have to come up with a new theory. And if you're saying we're going back to Newton, you're discarding all of what cosmology has been saying for the time that 110 years that general relativity has been in play. You're doing that right now. Unbeknownst to you, you think that you're trying to do a solid by talking about how these two guys are saying that general relativity is no longer in play. It's weird. It's a weird thing.
My whole point is that, like, gravity is a thing. It's a real thing. It does not matter how do you define it.
No, Keon.
So whether it's Newton,
Keon, you keep saying gravity is a real thing. We're only talking about the effect. The cause, listen, it's a cause and effect. Gravity is not just a word you're going to throw out there. Well, gravity's real. Yeah, what are you talking about? The cause or the effect? Because with the effect, everybody can see that. We can quantify the effect. We know the average rate of fall, all that good stuff. The effect is just fine. when you say that. When you talk about the cause, however, that cannot be scientifically proven. We all know this. You don't. So you can't, gravity is a cause and effect relationship. You cannot divorce it from that. So when you say gravity, you better be talking about cause and effect. It's not just a word that you throw out, well, gravity is real. That means that you just said that whatever the theory for gravity is also as the same as the cause. You can't. You have to explain to me how the cause was scientifically proven for the phenomena that occurs. Do you understand? Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, do you really?
So, yeah,
So what does the word gravity mean, Keon? If you heard me, what did I just say?
I mean, you're talking about the effect and the cause of gravity, right?
Okay, so now are both true?
I mean, if we talk about it,
are both true, Keon? Are both true? Yes or no?
What do you mean?
Is the cause for the effect both true? Cause is true. The effect is true. Are both true?
Right. So if you're talking about,
oh my God, dude, just answer the question.
I'm trying to
Why
understand.
can't you just answer that? Yeah, just okay. If you see an effect, you drop something. We can all quantify the average rate of fall, 9.8 meters per second squared. All this good stuff known about the cause or the effect, and we can quantify that stuff. It's useful as an equation, and many industries use it. That's fine. The effect is well understood. The cause, my good sir, is what I'm asking you. Is that also true?
Yeah, so let me explain.
No, now I can explain. I'm asking you yes or no. Is it true? The cause, is it true? Is the cause true?
Yeah, so let me
yes
explain.
Or no?
I'm gonna give you the answer.
No, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think the cause is true.
You think it's true. All right, so let's figure it out. What is the cause for the effect?
Right. So I agree with Newton when he says mass attracted mass.
I'm not asking what you agree with. I want you to state what the cause is.
Yeah, it's.
That was an Elon mute.
Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, so it's mass attracting mass. That's what gravity is.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong.
That's literally that's what Newton says.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what Newton says.
Einstein says.
So what's the?
That's what Marx says.
Yeah.
That's what Verlinde says.
All right.
And that's what Ada says.
So now that we got this far, because you settled on one theory, I thought you were going to go with the current rhetoric, but you haven't. You took us back 110 years. Fine. We're now back 110 years. You've undid everything. So now let's figure out, what is the scientific evidence for mass attracting mass, Keon?
I mean, you got to ask that to
No, I'm asking you, sir. I'm asking you. You have the burden.
The one that came up.
You have the burden of proof. You're advocating for mass attracting mass. You're advocating for it. Therefore, the burden of proof, sir, lies on your shoulders. You need to come up with the answer, whether you know it or not. You can't just simply say it exists and it's true. You have to now show me how scientifically it can be proven empirically. Now, what have they done to discover that mass is attracting mass? What did they do to find that out?
I'm not a physicist.
No, that's not the answer. It's I don't know. That's the answer I'm looking for.
No, I mean you can look up Mark.
No, I'm not going to look any, but no, I'm not. I'm looking straight into your soul. I'm looking into your soul. I want you to tell me. I'm looking for you to tell me whether you know or you don't. Do you know what is scientifically proven about mass attracting mass? Yes or no?
I don't know, but I decide to believe these people.
No, belief, sir, is acceptance without evidence. I don't need your beliefs. I need evidence. Beliefs, I don't need. I don't need those.
I don't know, but I've been told.
We don't know. Listen, we don't know a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, that's good. So therefore, I know, Keon, but therefore, you don't know what the cause is for the effect. Therefore, your story about what you say mass attracting masses isn't scientifically evidenced by you because you don't know. So then you can't tell me that the gravity theory, if it's a cause for the effect, is true. So it doesn't matter how many times you say the word gravity. Gravity is the cause and effect, and you can't prove the cause. You didn't prove the cause at all. Zero proof.
Right. So what?
There we go.
So what do you think we should? What do you think we should do now? So should we trust the experts, the physicists that spend their whole life doing this, or should we just say we don't know? Like, what do you think we should do?
I think we should figure out whether or not we can understand the cause for the effect. Do you think it's possible that science can actually? What? What?
They explain it. Mark explains.
Yeah. I ask you. Okay. So listen. You know what you're doing right now? You're appealing to the authority, but what the cool part about this is? You didn't give me a demonstration of how you know what they said. What did they say?
They literally say what
what did they say?
Mass. Here's the thing. So they believe that gravity is like
you don't know, right?
Like a conscious
a what?
Force.
A conscious force.
Yeah, that's what they say. So essentially, they're saying what Newton
how
was
the
saying.
fuck are they gonna science a conscious force? Can you walk me through the method of science, of putting some science to a conscious force?
Yeah. So
what?
Essentially,
you're actually gonna do it. You really are gonna do it, huh?
I mean, I try to explain it. Yeah, I'm not an expert, but I try to explain it. So essentially, they're saying what Newton was saying, like, which is mass attracting mass. So they believe everything in the universe is attracted to each other. So that's literally what gravity is to Mark and Verlinde.
Great. Now, where's their scientific evidence of their bullshit?
Okay, I don't have it because I'm not a physicist.
So you don't fucking know. That's the bottom line. You don't fucking know. So you want to stay here and spin my wheels about something you don't know about, huh? Isn't that true? We're spinning.
I mean, that's all I can tell you.
You can tell me. You can tell me that you are just a believer. Raise your hand, my brother. You believe in gravity. It's a belief, my brother. Now, if you raise your hand, you can believe too. You sure can. Is that what? I don't need that, dude. I don't need beliefs. I need evidence to back up claims. You don't have that. You don't got what it takes to provide that mass attracts mass is scientifically evidence. You don't have that, Keon. You got nothing but belief, sir. Off you pop.
I actually agree with Keon. Wait, did he measure curvature? No. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay, I take that back.
Wait, let me ask you. Have you measured curvature? Because I asked this before.
No, but we've been on this road. Now, your idea of what you think gravity is fell through, and pun intended, because falling, Yeah, you really don't know what you're talking about, man. And when it comes to gravity, relative density covers the effect very much so. We don't need to know as far as like the specifics of the cause because nobody, and I'll say this very clearly for you to understand, nobody knows what the cause is for gravitational ideas. Any gravitational idea. You can come up with anything, you will never know what's the cause for the effect. We only know that it's a law. It happens always. And it's object and medium dependent. It's dependent on the object and medium. If you change the medium, the density of the medium, the object will react. You change the object, the medium will respond to it. So it's always object and medium dependent. It's interaction between those two.
How do you explain the planets, like the solar system, if it's like relative density?
You've been fed a story, Keon. There is a story that you have in your brain about what those things are. But if I was to tell you, how do you know? What would you tell me? Come on, I need to hear those sweet words from you again. There's 3 words I want to hear. You know them. I need you to say it. Yes?
I actually got a question for you.
We ain't moving forward. We're not moving forward. I need to hear those words.
How do you know
we're talking about the planets right now. How do you know anything about those planets? Give me those 3 words.
Well, I research physics.
Yeah, you research physics. Okay, so what do you know about the planet? Anyone, pick one.
Yeah, so what I know, we have planets out there, and
yeah, what are they?
Gravity,
what are they?
Well, you have Mars,
and what is Mars?
A planet.
I know. What is it?
A physical planet.
Okay, now it's a physical planet. What are the elemental structure of Mars? What is it? What is it made of?
What do you mean?
What is Mars made of?
Well, I mean, atmosphere.
Really?
Ground.
What is the ground made of?
I don't know.
That's the one. Thank you. See how easy that was?
I mean, you can find out. You can literally
this ain't about finding out. This ain't about finding out. This is about you recognizing when I get people in here, I hear those words over and over again. And you know what? I don't get tired of it. I want you to say, I don't know. Every single time I ask you something, I'm going to get people to do that always. When you come in here, you're going to hear every baller coming in here saying those sweet words, 3 words that I like to hear. I don't know. I'm going to get you to say it over and over and over again. I don't get tired. We can do this all night long.
Can I ask you a question? So how do you know that there's an ice wall? Like, how do you personally know?
Did I make the claim that you just said?
Well, that's part of flat Earth.
No. This ain't part of what I said. Did I say that claim?
Okay, so you don't believe in?
Did I say that claim?
That's literally part of flat Earth.
Did I say that claim?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter.
It does matter because if I didn't say it, you can't put a claim on me that I did not say.
Okay. Can I ask Lee Kyrgyz then?
No, Lee Kyrgyz is not. Don't worry about him. You're dealing with me.
No. I'm just the sideshow, man.
You're dealing with me. We're gonna get. So we're gonna get you to say those words again. Hopefully, you pick another topic. We'll go to it again.
How do you know that's a dome?
Did I make that claim?
Now he's trolling.
Yeah, you made a claim earlier.
When
you said that's a dome, that's a containment, so that has to be a dome. A
containment is not a dome. A dome is a specific shape, isn't it?
Right. So
what's the difference between a container? Yeah. What's the difference?
What is contained in the
word? The word container and the word dome are 2 very different words, and they mean 2 very different things.
Okay. Let me be direct then. So what's contained in the atmosphere?
The container.
Right. What is the container made of?
Yeah, that's asking something that I don't know.
Right. That's good.
That is good because I'm intellectually honest, and you need to practice that as well. That's easy, isn't it? Being intellectually honest. When you don't know something, say I don't know.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. So what do you know for certain about the flat Earth? Like something you can say
simple.
You know.
The Earth is flat and stationary. I know that 100% through and through.
Okay, and how do you know that?
The Earth is observed, it's measured, and it's practically used as flat.
Okay, that's a key word there. Measured. Have you ever measured the length of curvature?
Absolutely.
Okay. How did you do that?
Well, I'll tell you like this. The Earth measures 0. The numeric value that I'm going to use is a big old fat goose egg. 0 curvature. No deviation. There's no elevation change. There's no rate of change of slope on the horizon. It measures 0 curvature. No curvature whatsoever. That means that when you do any type of measurements on the surface of the Earth, you transfer a line, especially in land surveying, straight, level, flat, all the way across.
Right, but I'm going to use your same parameters here. So have you done it personally, or you trust in somebody that has done that?
The method is simple. The method, I'll put it to you this way. If the method was put out there that Earth curvature has been measured, then people could actually replicate this method. Now, the method for measuring 0 curvature is simple. First, you start off with a horizontal plane that doesn't deviate, right? So we're going to go somewhere we're going to get mean sea level. Mean sea level is at the medium place from the rise and fall of tides. Did I lose you, or are you still with me? Mean sea level.
Yeah, but I'm with you. But the question, I'm asking a different question. I'm asking, have you done that, or you're just explaining it now?
Yeah, it's the way the Earth represents itself. The Earth represents itself as a flat horizontal plane. So with the flat horizontal plane, we're going to measure everything from that reference point, which is what I'm telling you now. So everywhere on the surface of the Earth, we're going to use that reference plane to then measure any elevation change. Now, an elevation profile can be got from the distance from mean sea level to any place on land. Now, this is the only way that you can do this, because you can't have curvature on the Earth that's not been measured. And it has to be either measured to be dropping away from the tangential plane, right? Like if you put, I'll give you an example. If I put a ruler on a basketball, that's a tangential plane. And anything deviating from that plane would be dropping away from that plane. And I could measure a drop over distance. So if that was true, then from mean sea level, that would be the vertical point, and the tangential plane that was be taken from the vertical point there, anywhere away from that, the Earth would be dropping away. And I would say that I wouldn't be able to get any elevation because I'm getting a vertical point from mean sea level, and any point away from that, the curvature of the Earth would be deviating away from that, and I'd have to do some calculations. Now, that right there is done in a mathematical construct. The only way I know that the Earth can be measured as a horizontal plane, meaning that from mean sea level off into any place on land, the horizontal plane that extends from mean sea level off into any place on land, I can know that the land that I'm standing on is a specific elevation above sea level. Like, they say that you could say this mountain is, 14,000 feet or whatever the case is, right? So the mountain or any place on land is understood to be above or below, this depends where you are, above or below mean sea level. But you can only have that on a horizontal plane from mean sea level. That horizontal plane that extends outward is flat Earth, Keon. And there's no deviation from horizontal, meaning that Earth is only measured from that reference point, from mean sea level to that place on land. So the Earth is measured to be flat, sir.
Right. Have you got any written record of this measurement?
Yeah. Everybody who's a land surveyor does plane surveying. And it's useful for geologists that you want to, see what the land's about. They take topographical elevation profiles, on the land for certain long distances. It's, local and long and medium range distance. People have been measuring the Earth this way, Keon. That's exactly how they do it. They don't measure the Earth with any curvature. Now, if it was an Earth that was a globe, curvature would be taken into effect, like when they would do their measurements. That's not. Planar surveying never takes the curvature of the Earth into account. It doesn't have to.
Right. So I'm asking, have you got any written evidence of this measurement?
All of the planar surveying data corresponds with the flat Earth. All of it. Every single time they do planar surveying anywhere on the surface of the Earth.
Right, but you still not answering my question.
I am. What more evidence do you want if everybody's doing it, Keon? Everybody's doing it. All the professionals that are out there right now.
Well, you said to not believe people and to appeal to...
It's a method, sir. It's not about believing people. The method should be out there, how you can actually extrapolate this information. So it's not about you just doing this. It's about a method. The method should be something that can be tested and redone and done over again. So anybody that wants to can do it themselves. Outside of that, you can go to a beach and see that the horizon has a flat horizon, which means that there's no elevation change or rate of change of slope on the horizon, which means that we are dealing with a flat horizon. That there's no curvature to be detected, no curvature to be measured.
So just to be clear, you haven't actually measured. You're appealing to surveying, right?
Yeah.
You
So check this out. Check this out. if anybody's going to measure the surface of the Earth, do you think that they're going to take the curvature into account? I'm not just talking about me. Anybody? Yeah. Hello?
I hear you, but
can anybody go and measure the curvature of the Earth right now?
I mean, that's the question I'm asking you.
I know that. I'm asking you first, and then I'll get to me. Can anybody measure the curvature of the Earth right now?
I'm not sure. I don't know if I
know
can do
that. See how you're not sure about that question? I am sure that when people go out and do surveying, planar surveying, they will never measure any curvature. In fact, they need the horizontal plane that they reference, which is the flat Earth, to understand that the level Earth that they're going to be measuring has no curvature. That's the method that the professionals use.
Right.
Right. So there's no curvature taken into account with any of these surveys.
My question to the professional would be, why are you not taking that into account?
Because the Earth is not curving. Duh.
Yeah, but we have to ask them though. Like, we can't just assume. It
doesn't matter. The information that supports what I'm telling you for planar surveying. You know what? Look up planar surveying, Keon. Do that. The method is there. It's clear. It outlines how they do it. There's no curvature taken into account when they do their planar surveying. It cannot be used that way. If the Earth was curving in any way, they would have to take it into account, even the smallest amount of curvature. They would have to. It would be a part of their information, of the raw data.
Well, did they tell you that, or you just assuming?
No, it's not an assumption. It can only be done this way. What are you not understanding? If the Earth was curving, that would have to be taken into account every time they do their surveying.
Here, I've got a quote for you. Isn't that great? I just kind of pop in on the side door with some quotes. Definition of plane survey. This is from civilengineeringterms.com. The type of survey in which curvature of the Earth is not taken into account as a survey is extended over small areas, known as a plane survey. Another quote, method of surveying in civil engineering. It is that type of surveying in which the mean surface of the Earth is considered as a plane, and the spheroidal shape is neglected. Plane surveying is done if the area of survey is less than 250 kilometers squared. That's theconstructor.org.
Right. I mean, I would have a lot of questions for the people, the professionals who do this.
You don't need a lot of questions because they're not taking curvature into account.
Yeah, that exactly would be my first question.
Well,
why you're not
you know why they're not taking it into account? I'm gonna give you a little hint. Because it's not curving.
My question would be, did they tell you that? Like, we don't know.
Tell you that? Like, what the fuck you would expect, dude? If it's not curving, it's not curving. They're not going to take something into account that's not there.
My favorite part is in a surveying book. My favorite part is in a surveying book when they'll do all the surveying calculations and then they'll get to the section on the Earth and they'll just state it. They'll just be like, because the Earth is a sphere. Wait, hold on. Where did you get that from?
Right. What they do is they take a planar survey. They take a bunch of planar surveys, right? And they link them together into a surveying network. And then they say, well, Earth has to be a ball. So let's go choose a mathematical model for the globe. And now let's apply all kinds of corrections so that it can conform to that mathematical model of a globe. So they apply astrogeodetic corrections, they apply gravimetric corrections, refraction corrections. They've got a whole list of corrections that they can go to. And these corrections are playing within the acceptable mean error tolerances, which means that they're hiding curvature within acceptable error tolerances of a globe. It's not there. You don't need it. And they have to assume Earth is a globe in order to conform their measurements to a globe. Like, they could not measure the curvature directly. They have to pick out a mathematical model first and then apply mathematical corrections to what they actually measured in reality, which is flat, in order to create the globe.
Now, what's crazy is that he keeps saying, I got so many questions for them. What questions? I'm already telling you, they don't take it into account. And there's citations where they're saying they don't need it. Still got so many questions. What questions? What are you going to ask them? Please, like, what is it about you that's not getting this? They are not measuring the Earth curving, because if it was, it would have to be introduced into the way they measure on the surface. Yeah? I don't think he's got it. I feel like he still hasn't got it.
I get it, but
I don't think you have.
You know what's even funnier, Keon, is they can select one of many different globe models, and then they have to apply different corrections to fit the globe model that they choose. So it's not even like the corrections they're applying are even measurements themselves. They're calculations based off of measurements, but they're not fundamentally measurements. They're the end calculations.
Jedi, did you want to say something?
No, not just yet. Let Keon speak a little bit more. It's funny.
Hey, Jedi.
He's going to be like, but I still have so many questions. Oh my God, if he says that one more time, I'm going to lose my shit, dude.
I would have to talk to one directly before I can
What the fuck are you going to tell him, dude? What? What are you going to say to the surveyor that we haven't already told you? What are you going to tell them?
I mean, because your explanation for them not taking into account the curvature is because there's no curvature. But I disagree with that.
Well, doesn't that logically follow? Doesn't that logically follow, dude?
What are you gonna magically? Are they gonna be like, nah, man, he lied to you, man. Our planar surveying, we add the curvature in. Don't worry about him, man. We got you. We know what you're saying. We add the curvature in. They don't know what they're talking about, and you're gonna be like, aha. Yeah, you guys. I'm glad I talked to you guys, because now you're adding curvature. No, the guy on the internet, he said they don't add curvature, bud. Is that what you think's gonna happen?
Wild? Sorry, bro. I thought you were done. You know what's wild is Franco is a physicist, and he actually like works at CERN, and he was in here for like a good hour, and he didn't say shit. Like during that whole thing, if you were a physicist and you were really interested in this topic, wouldn't you want to come up and just like own the flirfs?
You know why? It's because Indio was in here, and Franco and Indio have had it out together before in the past, where Indio totally dunked on him and destroyed his cosmology. And he saw Indio was in here, so he was quiet.
Wow, epic.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Which episode
I think
was that?
he won't come in here either way. He's
so just another question. So you know the cardinal points. I did the same on the flat Earth. Like east, west. I did the same on the flat Earth.
So we got away from the fact that you can't measure any curvature to this question, Keon?
Well, I mean, we can agree to disagree.
No, we're not going to agree to disagree. This genre, sir, is right and wrong. That's this genre. It is not agree to disagree. Nope. Sorry. You can't get away with that.
Because you said, they living out the curvature because there's no curvature. Like I said, I disagree with that. I think if they live it out, it's for
yeah. That's your opinion. But how can you make that a reality? What are you going to do?
Talking to a professional.
Let me talk to a professional and ask him.
Which is something that nobody ever did. So,
dude, are you fucking all right? I don't know, Jedi, if you want to speak.
No, you're right. What distance do you think plane surveyors measure, Keon?
I'm not sure. I think someone said that 250 kilometers earlier. I don't know anything about surveying, so I wouldn't.
You don't know anything about surveying. No, they don't. They don't survey up to 150 kilometers because the technology that they use, called the theodolite, is only accurate up to a range of a few kilometers. So what Alpha and everybody else are saying is, for the short distances, with the technology that they use, they don't measure any curvature. They don't measure any curvature when plane surveyors anywhere on the Earth use theodolites to measure distances up to 5 kilometers.
Right.
They measure from a mean sea level reference datum. Did you know that?
Well, just to clarify, so what's the maximum distance they measure?
Depending on the technology, so the theodolite. So that will be on an individual basis depending on the technology. but you're not going to be getting theodolites to have accurate measurements up to 150 kilometers. That's not even anywhere possible, dude.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is like if it's 5 kilometers, you're not going to have a lot of curvature in 5 kilometers.
Well, this is the thing. When you go 5 kilometers and then you go 5 kilometers again and then you go 5 kilometers again, they're not measuring any curvature. So every time they do it, there's no measurement of Earth curvature.
Right. So you agree with me then? Why? That's literally why they don't count in the curvature. That you agreeing with me?
Yeah, because they don't measure it.
Yeah, and your claim is going to be that errors will accumulate over distance. Well, errors relative to what? You have to have the curvature in the first instance to measure the degree of error against. It doesn't exist.
This is why they only measure short distances, because the errors will increase because of things like refraction and the stability of the technology. So they do short distances, 5 kilometers, and then keep doing short distances. Within this planar survey, the total area that they measure is flat.
Right.
Like
So
we said earlier,
we go an explanation then.
Sorry, say that again.
I said we go an explanation. Like you're literally telling us why they don't count in the curvature.
I'm telling you, they don't measure any curvature. It's not accounting for, it's the measurement of it. There is no measurement of it.
Right. Right. So I'm right. Like it makes sense, right? It's not.
Yeah, there's no measurement of Earth curvature. Yes. The Earth is measured flat.
Wait, how the fuck are you agreeing with us, dude? I don't get it. How did you just agree with us? And you're thinking you're right? Did I miss something?
Yeah, so essentially you saying that like they measure in flat because they measure in short distances, right?
Yeah, did you hear what Jedi said though? I don't think you did.
Yeah. No, I think I did. Yeah.
You did. So how many flat surfaces level do you think that's going to equal curvature? Yeah.
Well, he literally talked about 5 kilometers, so that you're not going to have a lot of curvature.
No, he didn't just say that.
Yeah, so he said 5 kilometers and then another 5 kilometers, so you're not going to have a lot of curvature in 5 kilometers.
This is the point. So plane surveying is done on every piece of land in the world, taken from mean sea level. So when they use plane surveying up to a distance of 5 kilometers, give or take, doesn't matter how many extended points that they do, 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, it's always flat.
Right, so it's no evidence of flat Earth.
It is, because the Earth's measured flat. We're measuring the Earth flat. There's no measurement of Earth curvature here. Not at this distance, not at a larger distance. The curvature comes in because everybody thinks that they're living on a ball. So they readjust the measurements that they've made to fit the Earth being a ball. They'll have errors, they'll have refraction, they'll have whatever they'll have. But the physical measurement of the Earth is physically measured flat.
Right, so how much curvature do you think is in 5 kilometers?
Enough to measure.
And basically you're saying in 5 kilometers they measure is zero curvature.
It's going to be 0.0002 something, maybe 1/6.
Right,
percent
so that's
of. Yeah, so how would you know there's any globe? Why would you even think there's a globe underneath that?
Because the curvature is over distance.
Prove it. We're asking for that proof.
No.
They will have to measure longer, like a longer distance.
They do, though. This is the thing. This is what I'm pointing out to you. From the 5 kilometer, and then they measure again 5. They're forcing what's called a line when they do plane surveying, right? They do this when they do cartography for coastlines. So we use this measurement with a theodolite of vertical and horizontal angles. Now, if you understand that an angle is 2 straight sides, and we're measuring horizontal and vertical angles from the surface of the Earth or mean sea level, then you understand that this process requires the Earth to be flat and horizontal, because we're not going to be measuring vertical or horizontal lines from a curved surface. So the practical tools and methodology that we use require the Earth to be flat, because the theodolite measures angles. Same with a sextant, which is a navigational device. We use that for measuring vertical and horizontal angles to terrestrial and stellar objects like the sun and the stars, all measuring angles. The Earth has to be flat for us to do this.
You can't get away from it. Measures flat. Observational, it looks flat. Measures flat, and it's practically used as flat. You were asking me to demonstrate how it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, I take Jedi word for it, but because like I said, I don't know anything about this topic. But can I ask the question I wanted to ask earlier?
Yeah, but did you understand that we're giving you the information of how the Earth is flat? Which is the question you were asking me to give you, and I said there's 3 categories. There's observation, there's measurement, and then there's practical use. There's 3 categories.
So far, the audience has heard that you don't know anything about your own claims. You didn't know anything about what you thought gravity was earlier. Now you don't know anything about what you think curvature was. So you don't know. You don't know that Earth is a ball.
Right.
You remember
So
those? You remember those 3 words I want you to say, right? I don't know. That's intellectual honesty. Now, when you don't do that and you're being obtuse, then I'm getting to be frustrated because you don't need to be.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of surveying, I would have to, like I said, I would have to take Jedi's word for it to face value. But again, can I ask, the cardinal points, are they the same on the flat Earth?
What do you mean? Are they the same?
Like, is east the same, west the same, and etc.?
Yeah.
Right.
The cardinal point, north, south, east, and west,
Right.
are the same. Probably the thing that you don't understand about north, south, east, and west, though, is they're horizontal bearings. So they're horizontal as well. North is horizontal, a distance along mean sea level where your compass points. East and west is a horizontal bearing, a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of your magnetic field. North, horizontal points, though, dude.
Right. So, Jedi, do you believe in the ice wall?
Ice wall?
Yeah, that's one more.
Yeah. No, I don't have beliefs. There's an idea out there that some flat earthers think that the Earth is encircled by a wall of ice. I've got absolutely no way of verifying this. I would not make that claim. That claim comes from a north-centric polar projection of the globe model, where Antarctica is at the center and Antarctica is spread out to the circumference. That's a globe map. So I have no idea.
Right. So
if Antarctica is an island, as is commonly thought to be, right? You can go to Wikipedia, you can go to the U.S. Geological Survey site, and you can read how they describe the coastline of Antarctica as being massive ice walls, about 98% of its perimeter. So that ice wall claim is really not something exclusive to flat earthers. Just want to point that out.
Well, I mean, we globies, we believe Antarctica to be a continent. So I don't know about the flat earthers.
Well,
but
I'll speak for myself and say I think Antarctica is likely a big, gigantic island on flat Earth.
Right. I mean, we believe that too as globies. We believe it's a huge continent. I believe it's...
Yeah. You keep saying that word "believe," mate.
No,
you asked me. You asked me.
We know. I'm sorry. We know.
I mean, that's fine. I'll guarantee you this: you don't know. You believe.
Well, not really, because.
Sorry, have you been there?
I mean, I've researched people.
Have you been there?
People cross Antarctica. People cross Antarctica.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
So you would believe those stories, wouldn't you?
I mean, so I have to go to Antarctica to prove that it's a continent. That's what you're saying.
To have first-hand knowledge, yeah. Otherwise, it's just an anecdotal story that you take on trust and believe without any first-hand evidence. Just like you asking me if I believe if there's an ice wall. I don't know there's an ice wall. I don't have beliefs. You understand, right?
Okay. So let me ask you this. So if I'm in Argentina, right, and I keep traveling west, where would I end up on the flat Earth?
If you were to continue along the same latitudinal line in a circle west, you would end up where you started from, obviously.
That's on the globe. How does that work on a flat Earth?
That's going west around north, which is a circle.
So you understand what a latitude is, right?
Yeah, it's a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris, measured with angles from a horizontal plane with a sextant. It's a circle around a point.
Right. So let me make this clear. So in the flat Earth.
Sorry, do you understand what I said before you make it clear? You understood what I said, right? You asked me what a line of latitude was. It's a circle of equal altitude requiring a flat Earth to measure.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with your answer.
Really? How do you measure your latitude?
Oh, that's a good point. It could still be on a flat. It's just a circle from Polaris.
Yeah, that's why I say I disagree.
Latitude?
So
how do you measure latitude?
I don't know how you measure altitude, but I'm asking if I'm on the latitude, I'm not one specific.
So you don't know how you measure latitude, and then you're going to disagree with me on what latitude is.
You saying it's a circle? I disagree. Like you're going in a circle.
Even in the globe model, it's a
it's a circle, but you're going around the fucking globe, right? Yeah, on a flat Earth, you're saying you basically going around a flat Earth.
You're going around a circle. Yeah, it's a circle.
Right. So that would
the horizontal bed while you're talking.
Right. That would involve having an ice wall, right?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So if on the flat Earth, I'm on a certain latitude, let's say the southernmost latitude, and I keep traveling, where I'm going to end up?
If you stay on the same latitudinal line, you'll end up where you started.
Okay.
Yeah, the big difference is, Keon, is you think you're doing a somersault around a ball.
Yeah, so on the flat Earth, in order for me to end up in the same place, you're saying I have to go around the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, in a circle. You called that east. On a latitude, which is a circle around Polaris. Sorry, the ground position of Polaris. Sorry, before you continue talking about longitude and latitude, can I ask you how longitude and latitude are measured?
I'm asking the questions, bro. So
I'm not under interrogation by you, my friend. This is a friend.
No, I'm trying to understand the flat Earth.
You're not.
I'm trying to understand the flat Earth.
Listen to the bravado on this one, Jedi.
Right, he's got some bollocks on him. This one, isn't he? Dude, I'm just asking you, being as you're asking the questions, if you know the fundamentals about the things that you're asking. So, do you know how they're measured?
So, okay, can I ask my question, or are you gonna?
Are you not listening?
That's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about.
My friend, we're having a conversation about latitude and navigation. I'm asking you about the very basic principles of this coordinate system, longitude and latitude, that we use for navigation. I'm asking you the very simple question: do you know how latitude and longitude are measured?
What do you mean? How they're measured?
If I want to figure out my latitude, how do I do it?
Like if I'm like outside and I'm trying to figure out what latitude?
Yeah, if I want to figure out my location because I want to navigate somewhere, like within your question, how do I do that?
It sounds to the audience like you don't know what you're talking about. You're bringing up latitude as if it's going to be some slam dunk against flat Earth, but you don't even know what latitude is. So you don't know that it could be the slam dunk against flat Earth that you think it is.
No, I'm trying.
No, you're not. No, he's looking it up. He's looking it up right now.
No,
Keon,
I'm not looking up
Keon.
anything.
I need you to say
I'm
you
trying to
don't know
figure
right
out
now. Just say
what the
you don't know.
southernmost.
No, just say you don't know.
What,
Keon?
what's the
Keon, no.
southernmost latitude
Dude,
of
just
flat
say you
Earth?
don't know. That'll be better.
No, I'm asking
No,
a
you're
question.
not.
What's the southernmost
I
latitude?
need you to agree that you don't know. Because I want to stop you and I want you to realize that you don't know. Like Amish said, you're asking questions that you don't have no idea of how to answer them. When Jedi asks you questions, you're not responding to him. You're silent. And that looks to everybody like you don't know what you're talking about. So when that happens, just say, I don't know. We're not going to take your silence as you're trying to figure it out in your mind. You're actually trying to look it up. Just say you don't know.
But hey, if it's clear that he doesn't know, you guys don't have to like keep drilling it, asking.
You can have a seat, sir. We're not talking to you. The way this works, we're the hosts, you're the guest. Yeah? All right. Go ahead, Keon.
Okay, so let me simplify.
Not
it.
really.
So,
We're looking for the sweet words, I don't know. You're not going to simplify shit because you don't know anything, Keon. We're looking for you to be honest about how you don't know something.
no, because see,
That's not
the reason
see,
why.
look here, dudes. You don't know, say you don't.
Yeah, I don't
Thank
know.
you.
Can I ask my question now? Can I ask
That's
my
strike
question?
3, isn't it?
So let's say I'm on the equator. I'm on the equator, and I keep traveling on the same line
You
of
don't know what
latitude where
latitude
I'm
is.
gonna
So, hey,
end up.
if we were a bunch of globers and we asked you what latitude was, if we asked you what latitude was and you're in a 24/7 globe Earth discussion, what would you say?
Latitude. The equator is latitude. So if
Oh
I'm
my
on the
gosh.
equator and I keep
So
traveling
you wouldn't
east
know how to
or west,
evaluate whatever a glober says about latitude and their location on Earth, let alone what a flat earther says about it. You just don't know. So you don't know anything about gravity, which you thought was a slam dunk against flat Earth. You don't know anything about surveying, which you thought was a slam dunk against flat Earth. Now you don't know anything about basic navigation, which you thought was also a slam dunk against flat Earth. You don't know. You don't know that Earth is a globe, and that's what the audience is hearing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you explain how latitude and longitude work on a flat Earth? So
Jedi just did.
Work. Because this is why I asked you, how is longitude and latitude measured? Now, for example, if I want to figure out, like I asked you, what my latitude is, I'm going to measure an angle. That angle is going to be the height of Polaris above the horizon. This measurement to give me the whole longitude and latitude system requires a flat Earth because it's an angle measurement taken up from the horizontal plane of reference. That's mean sea level. You're going to need a flat Earth to have and even start the conversation about where I am with regards to longitude and latitude and what will happen when I navigate using this coordinate system. To have this coordinate system, you require a flat Earth. You know what an angle is, right?
So
he doesn't. Just say you don't know. Just say you don't know.
It was a question, but
just say you don't know.
You saying stuff that is not.
Just say you don't know.
He's saying stuff that is not relevant to what I'm asking.
Yeah, he is. He is. It's relevant. It really is.
How? Because I'm trying to figure out on a globe. I understand how latitude and
no, you don't
work. So
how does it work on a globe?
Yeah, I do. I know what a latitude is.
You keep saying that. How does it work?
Sorry. How is longitude and latitude measured on a globe? How's that done?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what is the latitude.
Keon, we're having a conversation about navigation and what happens when you go in certain directions based on the coordinate system that we're using. You invoked latitude. You also invoked east and west, but we'll put that to the side. I'm trying to point out to you that as soon as you say latitude, that's a flat Earth measurement. So my question to you is now, how do you measure latitude if you're on a ball, a curved surface?
we're not talking about the ball. We're talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah, so you're going to require a
I'm-
flat Earth to even start talking about the coordinate system, because it's going to be an elevation angle taken from a horizontal plane, the height of Polaris above the horizon. For example, if I'm at the North Pole and Polaris is directly above my head, that's 90 degrees north, vertical line down from where the line of the star intersects me on the Earth, and the horizontal line perpendicular to that vertical. As I move backwards, measure an angle from mean sea level to Polaris, and I measure an angle of 45 degrees. My latitude is 45 degrees. That measurement requires a flat Earth. You understand this, right? You know what an angle is, don't you?
So Jedi, so on the flat Earth, on the flat Earth,
if I ask you questions, but you never answer.
On the flat Earth, is North American, South
You're going to
America,
answer his question. This is the last time you're going to divert away from his question. Answer it, or go back. Answer it, or go back down to a listener. It's up to you. Answer it, or go back down to a listener.
Is asking me stuff that is not relevant to what I'm talking about.
Then. Fuck off of the stream. Bye. Fuck out of here, dude. You want us to extend a courtesy to listen to your dumb ass, but you don't want to answer any of our questions? Fuck off, dude.
He spent most of his time with us exposing how little he knows and how much he wants to believe.
The man was being cordial with you, and you're just being obtuse as fuck. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah.
I was getting confused. So I keep asking you questions, sir, but you just don't seem to be answering them. It's a bit weird.
I mean, like most people come into this conversation unprepared. They think that they know because they believe that other people before them of greater minds have figured this out. They can just ride on their shoulders. Pygmies on the shoulders of giants.
The worst part about it is he didn't know anything, and he didn't admit that he didn't know anything until I had to force it out of him. Like, no, you're not going to move forward until you admit that you don't know. And on top of that, he's not cordial enough to be like, yeah, let me answer your question. And at least back and forth would probably be better that way, but he was just being obtuse. And that kind of entitlement, I think, is what I don't appreciate. Just don't be entitled. Just be intellectually honest. If you don't know something, say I don't know it. That's simple.
I gave him a cheat code an hour ago when I told him that he needs to pay attention because this is an honesty test. And he said, okay.
You wanted to come back up and whatnot. Like that.
We're showing the world that the average person has no idea what the Earth is. That's really what this is about. It's a gigantic belief in the globe. It's like an urban myth that got legs and ran away.
The important thing is every single one of these interactions are being documented. We're keeping these on record. They're going on our YouTube channel. They're going on this specific channel. We're documenting all these interactions. And, for the audience, if they want to come back and listen to these streams, you're going to find out that every time these guys come up here, they're never going to be honest. They're never going to answer our questions. They're always going to divert, red herrings, obfuscate. They're never going to stick to the point. And it's just a dishonest tactic. Why aren't they honest? Why don't they say they don't know? If we're intellectually honest, why can't they be? You know what I mean? Like that's unfair.
Yeah, what's the psychology going on behind somebody who adamantly refuses to accept that they don't know what they don't know, even after being embarrassingly exposed in front of the whole world?
Very strange behavior.
So, Amish, rather, what do you think is going on in their brain when they do that thing where they go from, they go from like a positive to a negative, trying to use negatives to prove the positive claim of curvature, they'll almost immediately go, well, if it's not true, then X, 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 or Y, it's not true. You know what I mean? Like there's this moment notice that keeps happening over and over again.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's complex. I think one of the things happening is that people haven't been taught and haven't had practice with critical thinking. We've gotten by in our modern age of labor diversification, right? Everybody's specializing in their own little thing, and so they're conditioned to think that they have to trust. And in order for them to succeed, they very well may have to trust other people in their particular fields of endeavors to accomplish things in the way that they say that they are. So they are, in essence, leaning upon the massive framework of popular science, of consensus-based reality, under the assumption that everybody in the world believes the same, therefore they're likely correct. These outlier flat earthers are not with the main consensus view, therefore there's something wrong with them and they are incorrect. I think this is kind of what's going on subconsciously in their brain. And they're unwilling to free their mind and think for themselves. There's another component to this, which is the social cost. The social cost to being a flat earther is enormous. People lose friends, jobs, relationships, you name it. And it's because people have been conditioned to think over the past 100 years or so that if you think the earth is flat, then you're stupid, you're a caveman. Because only cavemen thought that. We have NASA, we have rocket ships, we have satellites orbiting around the globe. How could you possibly think the earth is flat? And then you've got the Flat Earth Society with their stupid memes making us look dumb. No, which we're not. We're not the Flat Earth Society, by the way. So society's been conditioned to think that flat earthers are stupid. So in their mind, they're talking with someone who's stupid and they're going against consensus reality. Therefore, I can make fun of them. Therefore, the burden of proof is on them to prove that the earth is flat. Even though if you're honest, you can look out and you can take inventory of everything you've ever lived through, and you know that you've never seen curvature or experienced the earth itself spinning.
I think you hit it on the nail there. The head on the nail is conditioning. That makes a lot of sense. People are conditioned to respond this way. I see. I'm gonna
like Kyrgyz. Did you see the so far you've been exposed to like most of the 24/7 team? These are the homies, man. Amish, Heretic, Jedi. You've interacted with most of these guys. They're pretty top guys, man. All these guys. Like this is the crew. This is the crew I run with, man. These are the guys.
We haven't had Q in here yet, but yeah.
No, we have. It was episode 4, but it got scrubbed. They did what they did. But yeah, but he's kind of a boomer, so he doesn't really know his way around tech. So it's very he was struggling. He's like, he calls me Miggy because that's what my old name used to be. The Miggy, I can't understand. I can't get this. I gotta go. So he took off.
Oh,
he couldn't get it.
But he can handle Discord. Discord's worst.
Yeah. No, dude, he really likes Discord. Either way, man. Yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. We know all the damn tricks to all these guys.
So, like Kyrgyz, at some point in your journey, and maybe you're there, you go from asking for proof of flat Earth to asking for proof of the globe, because you know that flat stationary Earth is what you experience, what we all experience, is a base axiom. This is the very foundation of our reality. So in order to believe in something contrary to your lived experience that your senses have developed as such to take in and understand, you're going to need some damn good evidence. And when we get these globers coming in as they do, coming in empty-handed every time, and when we expose that they believe somebody else has proved it, somebody else is the expert, somebody else has to have this evidence. And when we go through thousands and thousands of interactions through all walks of life, recording everything, you see that nobody has the answers. Nobody has the evidence. So what's one good reason why I should believe there's a globe? When literally everything we do and see and experience practically and observably is not.
That's called negative proofs, though, right? Like what they're doing. Is there a name for it? That's what I'm trying to look for. Is like, what is the name for the process that they're doing?
It's a burden of proof reversal.
Reversal. Okay.
Burden of proof reversal fallacy. Yeah. The positive claim on the table is that Earth is experienced flat and stationary. Like, where can I go to see the curve? Where can I go to feel the Earth spinning? How can I measure it spinning? How can I measure it curving?
Isn't this fun? It is, because like most of the world is this way, man, and it doesn't matter. We could tell them till we're blue in the face; they're not going to change their mind. So we're not in it to convince people. It's not what we're here for. We're here to expose them to the fact that the truth is going to be told, and whether they agree with it or not, that's up to them. They're going to reconcile that amongst themselves. And we're not here to twist people's arms into flat Earth. For what?
Yeah, it's not like you could if you wanted to. Like we can't take somebody right now and convince them. They have to convince themselves. They have to be willing to be convinced. So we kind of point them in a direction and send them on a journey. And it's up to them if they want to take the first step.
You got a few listeners down there, man. Welcome, guys. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 17. Falsification is independent of replacement. We've been tearing down the thing they want us to replace, but we don't have to do it. It's not part of what we do.
Yeah, Alpha, I have to drop in a few minutes. I'll be back in about 15 to 20, and then I'll be on for almost an hour.
Yeah. I may or may not be here. I'm not sure. Kind of, it's about hitting that hour.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I'll be on for a little bit more, but.
Okay. I'll drop as a listener.
All right, man.
I'll be honest, my weakness and knowledge is with theodolites, and specifically the vectors that this one guy has posted to me that they're using to show that there's like an offset between the two theodolite measurements, and that shows curvature. I'm not as familiar with this argument.
I was going to tell you, and also anybody else that's listening, if you guys are having trouble with like globe earthers, if you want them to come in here to see how they fare, I would ask for you guys to invite them to this space. Yeah, just follow me, and just keep in mind, like, you know, I usually go live. I have a work schedule that's like, I work 3 days, 12-hour shifts, and then I'm off like 3 days. I work 4 days, 12-hour shifts, and I'm off 4 days. So that's just to keep you guys ahead of knowing that this is my last day. Then I'll be working 3 days, and then I won't be on those 3 days. But on the days that I'm not, I usually am on.
That's
just to kind of let you know when I'll be on.
Me, man.
What do you think?
Hey, hey, stop talking right now or get booted. Okay.
Okay.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Thank you. Notice how I didn't give a third option. Now, if you guys want to chat in the chat, go chat in the chat. If you want to talk, talk. But don't interrupt the talking with your chat talking. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so, Bax, how do you consider the Earth is actually like? Because, like, if you're critiquing the globe model, then you have to have another model. Like, if the Earth is not a globe, it must be something else. So what do you think the Earth is?
Why would I need a model for the Earth when you don't really have a model yourself? You just have cartoons.
I mean, you need a model because...
No, you're the one that needs a model. I don't need anything, personally.
Okay, yeah, but, like, if you want... Okay, so do you consider? Let me rephrase this on another argument. Do you consider that there's some elite, a globalist elite, the pun intended, that wants to hide the shape of the Earth, right?
I didn't make any claims about that.
Okay, but do you consider it or no?
Do I consider that there's like an elite force that's trying to lie to everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly, but I mean, that's really neither here nor there.
Like you think NASA is lying with you, right?
Hold on a second, friends. Let's set the stage for some logical categories, okay? NASA is an organization. Organizations don't have the power to lie, okay? So let's just squash that right here, right now. Rethink your wording, please.
Okay. Let's. So whatever. All of these, how do you say? All of these systems, like planes, interballistic missiles, whatever, that we see every day, must function of some way of the shape of the Earth. Of course, you are saying that they don't work following the globe Earth model, but to fly, they need some sort of model to understand the Earth. So I'm asking you if there's a model that can explain.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can look up some charts and graphics and books about plane models, and it'll tell you right in there that their model can be simplified to a flat, non-rotating plane. So there you go. So planes modeled over a flat, non-rotating plane. There you go. So we can just take that one, set it to the side. Now you got intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? Okay. Let me put this to you this way. Those are DoD level, okay? So you have absolutely no clue what they do or don't do, and neither does anybody in this room. Okay, so let's just put that over there. So now that we've done that and we've got nothing to talk about, why don't you talk about something that's actually something we could talk about?
Okay, first of all, no reason to be so confrontative, but okay.
Hey, bro, stop picking on me for my disability. Thank you.
Okay. So let's okay. So okay. Let's say you have.
This is Gabriel, right?
Yeah, I'm Gabriel.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to, Okay, cool. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing?
I'm doing fine. So okay. What time is it for you, Baxwax?
3:09.
3:09. Okay. For me, right now is 22:09. Why is there a time difference between countries?
Holy moly! Go ahead, Vex. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about it.
Oh, why is there a time difference?
Yeah.
Well, see, this is the thing. The state that I live in passed legislation to get rid of daylight savings, so it confuses me because if they did that, would this be the correct time, or would it be an hour ahead or an hour behind?
I mean, in specifics,
Right, brother, right.
Look out your window. Is the sun shining, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Where
for
is the
me,
sun? Let me see if I can.
Yeah, it's completely.
All right, so let's just set the stage. Yeah, let's set the stage, brother. So you started off with times. He told you that the reason why locales have times is completely arbitrary in a human convention. Period. End of story. So let's take that, throw it in the garbage can where it belongs. Now let's talk about what your real claim was, which is about sunlight and daylight. Okay, so go ahead.
That is, why is night in some places, why is day in others?
Yeah.
Okay, so was that a question or a statement? I'm confused.
Yeah, it's a question. It's a question.
Okay, perfect. So why is it light in some areas and dark in other areas? Okay, it's very simple. So the areas that are lit up, right, those are the ones that have light, and the ones where it's not lit up, those are the ones that are dark, and we call that time of day nighttime. There you go.
And the moon?
What about the moon?
Well, because
the moon wasn't part of the question, dude.
I mean, you're doing because
Can you see the moon right now from where you're at? I'm just curious.
Dude, I can see the moon. I can see the moon in broad daylight right now.
Yeah, because I saw a day moon. It was either yesterday or the day before. Let me look up, put on Sky Map and find out where the moon's at. Yeah, the moon is like 3 degrees above so if I was at the beach, I would see the moon right now.
Like, depends on the time of the day, but whatever. Let's go back to the previous topic. Okay.
I don't think the moon depends on what the time that my clock says for it to be visible. I think the moon just does what it does, but...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just moon stuff, so... Okay, so I'm going to keep going and pressing with this matter, okay? Hope you don't find it too inquisitive or intrusive. So, okay.
Are you from South Africa, by chance? You kind of sound like Flatzoid a little bit. You have like the same kind of accent he has.
I'm not South African.
I thought it was Flatzoid. I thought it was Flatzoid at first.
Too at first.
I'm
you
not
guys
South
sound
African.
very similar.
No, I'm not South African. I'm Spanish.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Well, you're not an American, so who cares? All right, keep going.
Okay, cool.
Why?
Anyhow, so
I literally thought he was Flatzoid at first.
Hold on, everyone. Let's just take a moment to make sure that we pay homage to the Englishman's defense that America has surpassed its homeland country by leaps and bounds. All right, thanks. All right, let's go on.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so you're talking that the sun, night occurs because the sun doesn't light some areas, right?
Whoa! No, nobody said that.
Bach said that night it's because
what?
Yeah, Bach.
Oh, yeah. See, there's a big difference there. Okay, if somebody says it's not light out, and we call that night, that's actually not making a claim about the sun at all.
Okay, yeah, but where does the light come from? It comes from the sun.
Oh, yeah. Can you prove that?
Why
don't you prove to me that all daylight comes from the sun? Go ahead. How are you going to even begin to do that?
Okay, it's.
Yeah. See, the problem here, friend, is you got a lot of assumptions in your claims that you don't even realize you have. Okay. So I'm helping you realize that you're making mistakes.
Okay. So daylight. Why does daylight come from the sun? Pretty easy, because look up in the day and you see that the sun is the brightest object.
Oh, so the sun is the brightest, therefore all light that I see in the day comes from the sun? Is that your claim?
I mean, because you can see daylight without the sun even being present.
Artificial light,
Correct. Dude, I realize you have a lot of claims that you don't realize you have, but how about we just take your claims and throw them in the garbage, and you just speak about what you think you're seeing, and we'll just give you the graciousness of trusting you that that's what you think's going on. Okay, how about that? Is that fair?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, so.
All right. So why don't you just just take a moment and reflect about what the question is that you actually want to ask. Think about it, and then let us know.
Where does the light come from if it doesn't come from the sun?
That's a good question. Because in the Bible, the light existed before the sun was created. So I mean, I don't know.
Oh, there you go. So we got an ancient document purported to be by the dude who invented light himself, the boss man, and it says in that document that boss man made the light and the day before the sun. However, that's not the real question you want to actually ask. That's a side question. I told you, take a pause and actually think about the real question you want answered.
Okay, wait a second. I want to address some things. So I assume most of the flat earther arguments come from religious grounds.
All right, so you've abandoned your questioning about the nature of daylight, right?
This is not. I'm not abandoning my question. I'm just because you've brought up.
All right, so you're gonna put it. All right, so I'll put it on the table for you. Go ahead. Hold on, friend. Hold on. I'm gonna put your question over here. We're gonna pause that, and I promise you, we'll come back to it if you want to reclaim your time. So go ahead and engage with Jedi, who's about to talk to you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So who was the guy who mentioned the Genesis thing? Jedi.
But I mean, it's neither here nor there.
Okay. So what I want to. Okay. So I want to say a thing about about a general historical documents on and religious documents. So, okay, yeah, because you mentioned the Bible as a source, and the Bible is a perfectly valid historical source in many places. But
so we're talking about a completely different subject now. Like we're not even on a different page. We're in a different book now.
No. Here's the thing: the Genesis is part of the Bible, but he cited me the Bible, so that's why I'm talking about the Bible. So let me explain. So the Bible is a perfectly valid historical document in many cases with some nuance. But the thing I want to address is that the notion of God created the light, it's not the same on all historical texts from that time. Like there are several creation myths of the light being created. Some of them say, for example, the Mayan people say that it was the god that created the sun, and the sun is where all the light comes in. So that will be getting into a religious thing. But what I'm saying is that if it is a universal that the sun is not the source of the light and the divine is within the lack of it's within the light that doesn't come from the sun, then why do so many cultures associate the sun with the light?
Killian, you're doing a lot of hot micing, bro.
What?
So very sorry about
that. No, you're good, man.
Thanks.
Do you have something to add? Did you want to talk about something?
Yeah, I've made a question.
Well, there's a question already on the table being waiting to be answered, so you can sideline your interjectory question until that one's answered.
I'm going to put.
So no, it's Gabriel. He was sidelining you. Your question's on the table about why do so many cultures coordinate the day with the sun, right? That's the question, yes or no?
Yeah, and like a lot of creation myths involving the sun, whatever.
All right, so I don't hear anyone chiming in. So I'll just tell you what the biblical scripture says, that God made the day and the light, right? And so you had the evening and the morning, and then after that, He made the sun to rule the day. Now, nowhere in the Bible does it say the sun is the source of the day. It says it rules the day. So at least in this one document here, it's separating the two, even though they're connected to each other, because the evening and the morning, the day and the night cycle, the day is ruled by the sun, and the moon rules the night. Okay, and different cultures are going to have different interpretations of that. But keep in mind, all of these are interpretations, right, of ancient documents, right? So now that you know the answer to that a lot of cultures think different things about the nature of the sun. Heck, some old cultures thought the sun was being pulled by a chain by a guy flying in a boat around the earth. Okay, but those aren't your real questions. So hopefully that satisfied your itch enough to where you can actually ask your real question.
With the real question, let's go to the real questions then. So okay. Now, one thing I gotta ask about the light, because we mentioned we started on time zones, on why in some places it's light, on others it's night, right? So okay, what makes you and you said that the light doesn't reach everything, and of course the light is not the sun, and from what you said now is that the sun and the moon are the rulers of the light and night respectively, right?
I don't know, dude. I'm waiting for you to get to your question, okay?
No,
so what's your question that you want answered?
Okay, so my question is, if the light doesn't come directly from the sun and it's from some outside source, why does every light source, like every light source, coincide with the sun? Like, if the sun is here's the thing: if the sun is the ruler of light, like if we take by word, let me explain. If the sun is the ruler of light according to Genesis, and we take by word what Genesis says, okay, then making someone the ruler of something implies that the sun is the ruler of light, therefore controls light, therefore the sun is the fuck. The sun is
Dude, brother, we got to stop you because you're not even keeping track with what people are talking about. No one said the sun is the ruler of light. No one, not one time.
You said
except
that.
you. No, I didn't. No.
Yes. You said it like
wrong. No. Why don't you take a minute and try going through your memory banks to actually think about what was told to you? So what was clearly told to you is exactly what the Bible says, which is ruler of the day, not ruler of the light. So you're simply wrong, sir.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Today, I said the light to simplify. But yeah, today. Okay.
No, it's not simplified because I'm thinking in my mind that the sun is the boss of the light switch in my house. You know, like I have a light in my ceiling and the sun gets to tell me when I can and can't turn it on or something. Good grief.
Okay, the sun is the ruler of the day. Okay. And the day is because in Genesis says, okay, then God said, let there be light, and there was light, and God saw the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Okay?
Yeah.
So the light, which is the day, it's also synonymous with daylight, like the light there's in the day. Okay, and the sun is the ruler of that day, of that daylight. And
okay, so right, so if that's true, then that makes the sun the ruler of a particular type of light, not just light generally, correct?
But we are talking about daylight because I was talking about time zones before. So
but you can read a newspaper at a full moon.
Okay, I'm gonna
there's plenty of light at nighttime. Also,
let's just set the logical categories. There's all kinds of lights that are clearly not sourced by the sun, like the lights in my dashboard of my truck right now.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. As long as we agree on that.
Yeah.
Then we'll accept that when you're talking about the sun being the ruler of light, you're specifically talking about daylight.
Daylight.
Yes. Now that we parsed that out. Okay. Cool. So now that we've done that, what's your question?
Okay. Now, if the sun is the ruler of daylight, and the ruler is somewhat that controls something, like a ruler leads, controls, like leads a particular set of things, right? Then if the sun, if the sun is the ruler of light, daylight, the sun controls daylight. And what other way it can be that the sun controls daylight than light being coming from the sun?
Aha, see, you made a categorical error there. You basically said, for lack of a better term, that the only way for the sun to control light is for light to come directly from the sun. That doesn't logically follow.
Why
so, for example, I was a sergeant. I had men under me, and I controlled them. Doesn't mean they came out of my butt.
Wait, that's not how it works in the Army?
Well, sometimes it works the other way. Hey, listen, dude, sometimes that works the other way, but that's in the Navy.
Oh, my bad, sorry.
Oh, shots fired.
Yeah, no worries.
Right. So now that we've discombobulated any sense of logical coherence that you possess, have you figured out what your actual question is?
Okay. So.
Can I help you? Hey, listen, friend. Can I just help you out?
Okay.
To mercy everyone's ears from having to hear you fumble around.
Of course.
Because your original question, okay, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sorry I have to do this by giving you your own questions, but I mean, it just has to be done. I think your original question was, if the Earth is flat, why isn't it daylight all the time?
Yes, that's why my original question. Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay. Anybody know the answer to that?
I didn't even pick up on that's what he was getting at.
Yeah, that's what I like. I don't know. I had to move like my whole argument when I got hit by the sun is not the emissor of light. So.
Well, because the reason why, friend, is because you couldn't just simply ask your question. If you just asked that question that I said at the beginning, we wouldn't have had to go through this whole pathway.
But you know, the part of your answer to that question, you have to take into account the sun.
Right. So your question is, and then we're going to open it up to the panel here to answer the question. Now, keep in mind, you're asking flat earthers. So globe earthers, it's not your turn to answer his question. Okay? So the question on the table is, if the earth is flat, why isn't it daylight all the time? All right. Any answers?
Well, yeah, like if I'm in the middle of like a coal shaft, let's just say it's 100 yards by 100-yard coal shaft, right? And I light a lantern. It's light around where I'm at, but it's still dark at the corners of this coal shaft. It's dark 10 feet from where I'm at. Like light doesn't just. I mean, I don't know. I can't really. But I don't know what light is either. So I'm not an ether guy.
Bro, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. So let me paraphrase what you just said, and correct me if I'm wrong. What you're basically saying is your experience with light is that when you turn on a light, it doesn't light up everything everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've got it.
It doesn't make sense to say, you know, if the Earth is flat, then why doesn't it light up the whole world?
No,
like, why would it? Why would you think that?
Okay, so now, because I was going to segue the argument into saying, okay, then does the sun move? Then it's moved because that's supposing the sun is the source of light, but because apparently flat earthers don't believe the sun is the source of light.
What? Well,
it's like being like if you're outside and it's pitch black and you have a nice mag light or $50 flashlight and you shine it on the ground like 10, 4 feet above the surface of the ground. How come you can't see your neighbor's front porch?
Okay.
I think the sun is this massive object. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Because I was going to segue into okay, if we are saying that the sun, because I'm going to say again that the sun is the source of all daylight. Okay.
We see the sun during the day. Yeah.
Yeah, the sun during the day.
Good.
Okay.
And we don't see it at night. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, perfect. So what's the logical position of the sun in respect to the moon, and how big does the sun have to be to light up a specific sections of the earth at one time, and does it move?
What do we observe the sun to do throughout the day? We observe it move across the sky, don't we?
Yep.
Good. So what logical inference will we have that that's not the sun moving, that's actually us? We see the sun move, therefore the sun's moving?
Okay. Yeah, but you know, if you do spins upon yourself like children do, if you do that, the world is moving around you, but you know the world is not actually moving around you. You are moving. So it's not such an illogical thing.
Right, exactly. So we're standing on a stationary Earth, and we see the sun move, and we say, "Hey, we see the sun move." Okay. So, do you doubt that we see the sun move? Is that what's going on, or do you agree that you see the sun move?
We see the sun move, but
correct. So the sun moves.
But here's the thing: it doesn't make any, because the sun is not orbiting in any object.
What are you talking about, dude? Hey! We're just talking. Listen, dude. We're talking. Listen, we're talking about what we see. We see the sun move throughout the day, and then when the sun ain't around, that's called the night.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty easy. Okay, but what I'm asking is that why? How does the sun move? Like, how does it execute that movement?
Don't know what the sun is, mate.
Oh, that's easy. I can give you an answer for that. So the sun's locomotion is caused by sun power. There you go.
What the fuck is sun power?
Well, dude, I mean, the sun clearly is powerful, right? And it's got power and it moves. So I must logically conclude that the sun has power to move. Problem solved.
I mean, that's not how you do science. You know, like
what science, dude?
Like, you know, the scientific method.
Hey, watch this, brother. Watch this. I just moved my arm and picked up a soda can. That clearly means I have the power to move. So the reason why I moved is because I have the power to do so, and I enacted a choice to do so.
Yeah,
so I don't need anything more extraneous than that.
Yeah, but there's a science to you moving that arm. There's the biology of. There's the biology of.
It's not really science, man.
Now, hold on a second. You also need to know that the power of the Black Knight is Batman.
Wow, the Dark Knight.
Batman.
Yes. So, all right. So we've concluded that the reason the sun moves is because of Batman.
Okay, wait a second. The sun has the power.
I am Batman.
Okay, let's say the sun has the power to move. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean that the sun is a conscious being that consciously moves?
No. It's a tongue.
Nobody knows what the sun is.
My God. Tongue-in-cheek way of saying that we don't know what the sun is, dude.
Yeah, you're gonna get them lost. No one knows what the sun is, but you know it moves, and wherever it moves to, there's daylight. You know, if I had a torch,
but aren't you curious of investigating what the sun is?
Gabriel,
be able to.
If I had a torch in my hand at one end of the street and you're at the other end of the street, it's not going to be light where you are. But if I walk across the street and pass you that torch, it's going to be light where you are, isn't it?
Okay. Yes, but right now you've opened another kind of.
The sun lights up wherever it is.
Okay, but you're not really giving a question. You're saying because it is. You're giving a pretty easy observational. Like, yes.
That's what we have. Except, hey, friend. Let's break it down for the simple people in the back that aren't as smart as you and me. Okay. Here's how it works. You said, why don't you want to go investigate what the sun is? I'll tell you why. Because I can't fly. There you go. Remember Icarus, the story of Icarus, where he tried to go to the sun? What happened? The dude got fricasseed. Okay, nobody's been to the sun to come back and tell us how it be and what it do, and whether it likes pink or blue or coffee or tea, or whether it goes and takes a nap, or whether it has an existential crisis and wonders, what am I doing here? I've been just going around in a circle forever. Holy crap, my life sucks. Nobody knows anything about this stuff, dude. And we're not dumb enough to try to pretend we do. Okay? Does that make sense now?
You can investigate about it. You know.
Oh, really? How are you going to do that, dude? Why don't you go ahead and tell us how you investigate about it? Yeah, let us know.
I mean, it's pretty easy, you know. Just study math, study astronomy, like as.
Oh my goodness, dude. Hey, sucker. Why don't you tell me what the sun's made out of right now? Go ahead.
Okay, the sun is made of a bunch of chemicals, mainly hydrogen.
Cool story, dude.
No, he's still reading. Hold on, AI. Give him some time. We're still reading the AI overview.
No, I'm not reading anything.
Okay, so the sun is made of stuff. Cool story. So I'm made of stuff too. Wow. Now I know everything about the sun. What a waste of my time.
So
I heard that the sun was made out of God's dookie. God dropped a dookie, and it coalesced, and then it caught on fire.
Dude, you realize
the Bible. Listen, dude. Hold on a second. That's not entirely wrong because the Bible says that God is a consuming fire, and so if God is made of consuming fire and he takes a dump, I guess his dumps would be made of fire too.
Yes.
So now that we've told you our cool story and you told us your cool story, how are you going to validate your story, homie?
Well, right, let's see.
How did you get there to verify this?
It's pretty easy. You know, we've sent several, how do you say, several satellites.
You sent something to the sun?
Several, like right now, for example, at this moment, there's a satellite on Mercury that is analyzing both Mercury and the surface of the sun, and we have pictures from.
That's a really cool story. That's really cool.
You can see pictures of the sun taken from that satellite.
You can't.
Yeah, search them up, dude.
No, you can't have satellites on Mercury. It's impossible.
There's a satellite on Mercury.
No, there isn't.
It's yes, there is. It's literally orbiting.
No, it isn't.
Every day I hear something new. This is great.
Jesus fucking Christ, man!
Why do you have to say that?
Why?
Do you want me to explain why it's impossible?
Yeah, explain why it's impossible. That there's.
Okay. Don't need you to splurge out. Calm down. Take a breath. The place that you're talking about can't exist. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, kinetic molecular theory, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, PV equals nRT. You can't have a vacuum of space without the gas that we're breathing dispersing and increasing in entropy into that space. So no, you're not having satellites in the vacuum of space flying around Mercury because that place is fundamentally against the second law of thermodynamics. It cannot exist.
So Mercury.
I just got a boner.
Mercury doesn't exist.
No, that's not what I said. I said the satellite in the vacuum of space residing near what you think Mercury is can't be true because the vacuum of space violates the laws of nature that I mentioned. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
You know that the vacuum of space, like does. It isn't a black hole. The vacuum of space, it's just the lack of
10 to the negative 17 torr, an ultra high vacuum.
Yeah, but like, how does this violate thermodynamics?
Yeah, it really doesn't.
It does because gas fills space, doesn't it? Entropy increases.
Yeah, but we have gravity. So
Shush. I'm talking, my friend. I'm talking to this other guy. I'll deal with you in a moment. So to have a vacuum of space,
I'm going to let the other guy take.
Okay, no problem.
Yes,
we have gravity. We have gravity, do we?
Yeah, we have gravity.
Okay, what gravity are you talking about?
Like matter attracts matter.
Okay, that was debunked. Sorry, that was debunked in 1915 by Einstein, right?
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Einstein, mathematical concept, mass distorts the space-time fabric. There was no interactions at distance between mass upon mass. 1915. You're 109 years out of date. 109 years out of date.
What Einstein said was, like, Einstein tried to explain gravity, but Einstein agrees that gravity exists and that matter attracts matter.
No. Einstein doesn't say that matter attracts matter.
Yeah,
hold on. Einstein says that matter distorts the space-time fabric and things fall into gravitational wells. There's no interaction at distance between masses. The masses don't attract. They fall into gravitational wells.
Again, this is...
hold on a second, friends. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I got to update my friend Jedi there.
Okay.
So it's actually not that they're falling into the gravitational well. It's that the bent space-time has a geodesic, which means the shortest distance between the bent space-time, in which a moving object must be traveling through. So they're not really falling as much as they're just being redirected as they move through warped space-time.
And that redirection is an attraction.
No, it's not an attraction.
No.
Not an attraction.
Well, that's like saying a train track following its, a train following train tracks is an attraction. That's so dumb, dude.
Can the space-time hold down the gas then? So can you show that?
Well, what are you trying to say? Okay, I mean, who are you responding to, Casey, Jedi or me?
You.
You're saying that, like, can the space-time hold the gas? Yeah, I'm saying that the Earth attracts the gas particles. The gas particles don't move into space. We kind of a positive gas.
Sorry. The Earth attracts gas molecules?
Yes.
Where's the gas produced?
Where's the what?
Where's the gas produced on the Earth?
Like, what are you trying to say? Like,
I'm asking you where the gas. I'm asking you where the gas is produced.
Like,
where's the gas?
So which gas? So, for example, oxygen.
Let's say oxygen. Where's oxygen produced?
Yeah, so oxygen, like before the Earth didn't have oxygen, right? The oxygen got produced by trees. Then, like, CO2 came from.
No.
I thought oxygen came from plankton. Phytoplankton.
Yeah. Phytoplankton in the sea.
Wait,
so when the gas is produced down there at surface level, which direction does it go?
Regardless, the fundamental.
Excuse me, no, not regardless. Not regardless. When the gas, when the gas is produced on the surface of the Earth, which direction does it go?
You're having two different conversations now.
No, I'm talking to you. You said that the Earth attracts the gas to it. I'm just going to point out where gas is produced and the motion away from the Earth.
What are you trying to say? You're trying to say if gas is produced here, like, for example, let's say I can produce gas right now. I can boil water, right? Can create gas. And you're saying that, like, this gas has to escape? Like, I'm not following.
The gas expands. You said that the Earth attracts the gas to it. But if we look at the physical natural world, when you boil water, for example, or water is evaporated by heat, we understand that the gas expands upwards into the space available above the Earth. So we don't have the observation of the gas being attracted by the Earth.
We do, though, right? Because as...
Show me.
The reason why...
I want a reason. I want you to show me.
Yeah, I'm about to show you, right? Like, as soon as that water, right, heats up, it goes up because it's warmer and has more energy than, like, the surrounding gas. As that steam or vapor, like, cools down in the air, it spreads out through the entire, like, room. It's why if you put, like, a humidity detector on the floor, right, in, like, a room with 0% humidity, and you boil water, that humidity detector is going to increase over time as that water is dispersing through the room. Like, this is not that hard to prove.
Yeah, I know.
If you put that humidity detector on the ceiling, it would read the same thing, bro.
So we understand
you proved my point, right? Because the humidity is spreading through the room.
So good. You understand that gas expands, don't you?
It disperses through the room, sure.
Yeah, exactly. It disperses. Yeah, exactly. It expands, doesn't it? That's what gas does.
It expands is not like... Okay, fine. Let's move forward. What's the point you're trying to make?
But you don't have the observation of the Earth attracting gas to it.
The Earth... What are you're saying? I don't know the observation of the Earth attracts gas?
Yes.
No, what he's saying is gas molecules don't have a preferred direction that they travel. They travel in all directions randomly until they collide with something.
But that's fine, right? Because those molecules don't have...
No, it's not fine, because you're claiming gas goes down at 9 meters per second. So no, it's absolutely not fine. Gas does not have a preferred direction.
I'll explain why it's fine, right? Just like the particles in water, right? Like, you agree that water particles are also traveling far, like, super quickly through water, right? But these water particles, they can't escape the liquid itself.
Water particles are not gas molecules. You're trying to give water particles the same property as gas molecules, and that's not the case.
What is the difference between H2O in the liquid form and H2O in the gas form?
They're not bonded.
Matter phases? The fact that they're different phases of matter?
What is the difference between those two
They're not
molecules?
bonded.
It's a very easy answer.
They're not bonded.
Bonded? Okay, which bond?
The electrostatic force that, or
No, there's no electrostatic force.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely correct. Right, whatever the force that holds them together.
They're hydrogen bonds. But my fundamental point is even you can have different liquids, right? Like water is the perfect example because of the fundamental point is that the water in the liquid form does not have enough energy to escape the liquid form and turn into gas. That's why when you boil water, you introduce energy into those molecules, which allows them to escape. Similarly, the Earth traps these particles of gas within its atmosphere. If you were
gas isn't a particle.
Yes, okay. What is gas made out of?
No, hold on, friend. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Before we go on, we have a logical error on the table. We have a tautology and circular reasoning, which is gas is trapped within gas. Okay, you can't just change the word to atmosphere and think nobody noticed.
Oh, I noticed. The atmosphere is the gas. That's the oxygen and the nitrogen.
No, the point is that the Earth itself is exerting a force onto these. Yes, let me finish. Onto these particles of gas, similar to how the liquid form of gas is exerting a force. Sorry, the liquid form
gas
of gas
is not a particle.
I just want to ask him really quick. Can you just show gravity affecting the vector of gas, please, and then we can put a stop to all this?
Can I show gravity affecting the vector of gas?
It's simple. If you have a vacuum chamber,
don't talk right now. Just get him to do that.
All right.
The fact that you're alive is the proof. But
no. The question is, can you show gravity, and we'll give it to you for this instance, changing the direction of a gas particle or molecule, however you want to describe it. Show it.
Okay, what proof are you looking for? Like, you want an experiment where I do what?
Oh, if you could, please. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, but what kind of experiment would you guys look for? I mean, they're probably
a scientific one where you have an observational phenomena and a presumed cause. That would be gravity. You making gravity change the direction of a gas molecule.
Yeah, we can find one.
Yeah, we could. Let's just start with this, friend. How about you just find any experiment related to this in any way, shape, or form, and we'll start there. How about that?
No, there are multiple. We can, for example, fill like a test tube with different kinds of gases, and we can show. One second.
That's a container.
Here, dude. Stop talking about what we could do. Go get the citation, bring it back, then we'll talk about the specific example. How about that?
Yeah, let's find something.
I think he's getting tired.
Yeah, his whole point from the beginning is that gases at ground level goes up, so it isn't getting attracted down to the Earth.
I mean, let's say we have a vacuum chamber that's 3 feet wide by 3 feet tall, like just a, like an aquarium tilted on its side, like just a rectangle. And then you suck all the gas out of that and make it a vacuum, but there's a balloon in there, and that balloon's just filled with air. Doesn't have to be filled with helium, just regular air out of your lungs. You suck all the gas out, and the balloon starts expanding funny. It starts getting kind of flat, and everything starts moving around. Once the skin of that balloon ruptures, where does that gas go? It eliminates the vacuum chamber because the gas moves in every conceivable direction to fill the available space. Gas has no directional bias.
Exactly. So according to him, all the gas should be going towards the ground.
Yeah, because for example, super light particles like helium, like when you release helium...
Helium's not a particle, but you keep saying particles when that's not what gas molecules are. Gas molecules are not particles.
Yep, they are. Okay,
they are. Okay, citation. I demand citation saying that gas is particles. I'll wait.
What kind of like tomfoolery?
At the moment, we're just waiting for you to.
What do you think gas is made of? Just curious.
Hey, whoa, bro. Vaxwack is out of line for trying to have you do a double citation duty. One citation is hard enough for a Glober. Vaxwack, how dare you pick on him for his disability? Okay, that's 5 demerits in the Flat Earth merch store for you.
Hey, here's the. Wait one second.
I'm sorry, Mr. AI.
So this is the first one. Gases consist of particles. Now I can go back to finding the other citation for the experiment.
That's awesome stuff. Remember, you made the claim that the Earth is attracting the gas to it. Remember that.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
But that's not what we observe.
That is what we observe.
No, it isn't, because gas expands indefinitely in all directions.
Sure, but that does not violate what I'm talking about.
It does, because you're saying there's a directional bias.
I'm saying that there's an attraction, so it's more likely that the attraction is an energy potential. What does a directional bias mean? What do you think that means?
It's that attraction that you've got to prove.
Yeah, so statistically, right, like these particles aren't able, right? Statistically, these particles aren't able to escape the Earth because, yeah, they're forced to be like going more downwards compared to upwards. Especially
there's a directional bias. So forced to go downwards and not expand into an available volume. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, gas fills space.
Okay, what do you think the second law of thermodynamics is?
Would you like a demonstration?
No, just explain what you think it is.
Okay, so I can demonstrate it to you in 2 forms. So entropy is a direction. Right, it's how energy, with regards to the second law of thermodynamics, moves. Now, we can demonstrate this with, if you boil water, for example, and the water's hot, over time, what will happen to the hot water? It will go cold, right? Hot goes to cold, very simple to understand. If you have a high pressure system adjacent to a lower pressure system, the gas will fill the next available volume. Gas will fill the lower pressure system. As demonstrated, if you would like me to do so, if you have a vial of gas and you open it, the gas will leave.
Okay, so tell me how does
understand it as well.
So how does the so finish your explanation.
How do we get clouds if the gas is going down all the time?
Just let him finish his demonstration. So what's next?
But that's it, mate, unless you want me to go and get you a university lecture.
Okay, and how do you go from that to the gases? Like, what is the misconservation of entropy that's happening due to gravity?
Oh, that would mean that the gas doesn't fill space. Entropy is not increasing. For some reason, the gas
like
doesn't fill space, according to you.
So let's say
you asked me to help, and now you're talking.
Okay, let's go.
Good. So we understand that high pressure fills lower pressure environments, right? You have a container of gas and it's under high pressure, like your tyres on your car or your bike, and you release the valve or you slash the tyres, the high pressure disperses outwards, doesn't it, into the lower pressure environment. That's entropy in action. Right?
Sure.
No energy is added to the system. You've just unconfined one gas. And
but what you're failing, you're misunderstanding.
That's okay, no problem.
What you're failing to understand is that the Earth itself acts as a box.
The Earth itself, which is one surface, underneath the gas, is acting as a container. No.
Yes.
Holy crap.
No.
Holy crap. Before we go on, I just want to tell everyone I'm going to save so much money in shipping things because I only need the bottom of the box, and that's going to save me a ton of money. It's going to be awesome next year.
Yeah. Do you think that you understand if you've got a ball, right, like a football, and you've got gas inside the ball, that's a container. Gas on the outside of the ball's not a container. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Good. So when you say that the Earth is a container, that's a ball underneath the gas, not surrounding the gas.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So would you like to retract your statement?
No.
Okay. Why?
Why?
You understand
because
the very simple You understood the very simple explanation of a container of gas given in the dimension of a football, and the gas inside the football is being contained by the lever of the football. You're suggesting that the gas on the outside of the football is being contained by the football.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Or you don't want to retract your statement?
I can finish. I'll let you finish. Can I finish?
Dude, I just want to know if you're going to retract your statement or not.
I'm not.
Okay, then.
And it's
Why?
because gravity itself prevents most particles from reaching the escape velocity to leave the atmosphere.
It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
It's not.
Would you like me to cite this for you?
The
gas isn't filling the
exact
space.
the exact same way the ball is preventing the particles from reaching a velocity where they would be able to escape. Like
No, they're not. No, dude. A barrier of a ball, which is a physical construct that surrounds the gas, is in nowhere equivalent to your claim that you just made. Okay, not at all.
I just have a question. Do you think particles touch each other?
Well, I don't know, dude. Is it appropriate for them to touch? Are they in love?
I mean, you should know if you're making this statement. Do you like when you shoot a particle at a wall?
What statement are you, dude? What statement, dude?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. When you shoot a particle at a wall, do you think they touch each other? Like the fucking neutrons go and they hit each other and they bounce back? Like, what do you think happens?
Holy crap, dude. I'm gonna give you one chance to walk that back before you make it.
No, what do you think happens? What do you think happens?
I think they go over there and they ask, "Hey, bro, how are you doing?" And the guy says, "I'm doing horrible. My wife just left me."
Wait, so you don't know?
No, I'm just making fun of your stupid non sequitur, dude. Okay, if you cannot understand, listen, friend, if you can't understand how a solid wraparound, no, dude, no.
Yeah, okay. What happens, right? What happens
is you shut up and I lay it down. That's how it happens.
Okay, so you have no explanation. You have no idea.
Dude, shut up. I asked questions or forth. Which one's gonna be?
You realize that the space.
No, we're not playing this game, dude. No, dude. Here's how it's gonna go down, homie slice. You're gonna concede that a literal physical structure that's solid is different than the conjecture that you posited as some kind of mystical, magical, wobbly force that you think is a force that's Newtonian, mass attracts mass, when Jedi schooled you that it's bending and warping space-time and objects traveling through geodesics and bent warp space-time, and that those are much different than a solid frickin' container. If you don't understand that, dude, I don't know how we could possibly help you here. All right, let's unmute this kid and see if he knows the difference between a container and not a container. Go ahead, friend.
No, it's the same. It's because it's applying a force. And that's what you don't understand.
It's the same. What a dummy.
No, it's applying a force, and you just don't understand. The space between your atoms is 99.99999% empty. The reason why particles can't escape the boundary, and they do, it's actually possible for particles to go through fucking boundaries, right? Like we know this from fucking quantum mechanics, that even if you have a particle in front of a wall, there's a slight percent chance it goes over the wall, into the other side. This is known. But the reason why they generally can't is because the wall attracts like a repellent force among it. Now, the repellent force and the force that Earth attracts to it are the exact same. And so you can abstract that to
No, you just... Dude, how can a repelling force and an attracting force be exactly the same? Dude, you can't even keep your story straight for a whole sentence, bro. So what you just proved is that there's a giant container around the Earth because they're the exact same. Wow, dude, you shot your own claim in the foot.
I don't think you understand. The vector that the forces are enacting among the particles is identical.
No, dude, let me put it to you this way. A push is different than a pull. Okay? What is this, kindergarten?
What are you saying? It's different than what you cut out.
Okay, so if I'm traveling in a direction being pushed,
That's a much different force that's traveling in a direction being pulled, even though the direction is the same. You're trying to say they're the same, and that's just
the effect is the same.
Just show it.
I can show it mathematically, but I don't know.
No, we don't want mathematically. We want a scientific experiment starting with the observation.
If you're quoting, like, if you're quoting Einstein, like if you're quoting thermodynamics, right? You've entered the world of mathematics, right? And then you know, if you accept that entropy is a thing, because entropy isn't like a physical law, right? Entropy is like a statistical like reality, right? That just happens due to like fucking Brownian motion. It doesn't necessarily.
Can you have a high pressure next to a low pressure without the high pressure going to the low pressure?
Yeah, okay.
Well, can you? Can you have a high pressure next to a low pressure without the high pressure going to the low?
Yeah, you can actually.
Can you show that?
I can find you a citation.
Just look at the atmosphere. You have a gradient. You have high pressure next to low pressure.
all right, bro. We came back to this problem here where Homie was supposed to bring us a citation, and then he took the exit off the off ramp when somebody else gave him a way to get out of proving his claim in the first place. So why don't we just pause that kid for a second to give him a chance to find one of the 3 citations he was pressed for that all had to do with 3 different points. So pick one, bring it back, let's talk about it. How about that?
Yeah.
I've produced 3 already in the side chat.
You're basically saying that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply anymore. It's just useless. It only happens now and then.
Thermodynamics universal and valid without exception in closed and open systems, in equilibrium and non-equilibrium in inanimate and animate systems. That is, in all space and time scales and useful energies, non-equilibrium and work potential is dissipated in heat and entropy is generated. So that's
Would the atmosphere, would the gradient in the atmosphere violate the second law of thermodynamics? Because we have high pressure next to low pressure and it doesn't equalize.
Yeah, but we have energy in the system that stops that, right?
Yeah, the globe would have energy in the system too, right? So why doesn't it?
No, because we have energy in the system like thermodynamic. We also have gas production cycles, which take place down here on the surface of the Earth.
So does the globe.
It's not a violation.
So does the globe.
Actual processes that can be tested, demonstrated, measured, etc., etc.
But the globe has all those things.
Magical
force. The thing is, I'm glad you're going to need a container to start describing gas pressure gradients. You're going to need
my container is expanding. It's the edge of the universe, but it's a container and it just keeps expanding.
Okay,
so I have a container.
If your container's getting bigger, the gas pressure will go down.
No, but I'm producing gas at sea level, so it's fine, right? That's what you would say.
No, you're just making shit up now.
But if it happens on your flat Earth, why can't it happen on mine? It's the same thing. It's just gas pressure being produced.
My friend,
at sea level.
If you're saying that your container is the entirety of the vacuum of space that is expanding close to the speed of light, then our gas pressure would be going down because the volume is constantly changing.
Yeah, but it takes just as long for the information to reach it, so it actually updates. The gas pressure gets produced at sea level.
Now I don't know why I engaged with you. Fuck me.
Oh, you're making shit up too, just like you were saying. Oh, well, it's produced at sea level, so it can counteract the gas pressure at higher altitudes. It's the same nonsense.
No, gas pressure gradient is caused by 1, a container, 2, the energy in the system, and 3, the gas production cycles within the dynamic system of the Earth. But so
why doesn't it all equalize?
My God, it's like you didn't listen.
You're going to have to explain. You're going to have to You're going to have to demonstrate how you could do this on Earth.
Yeah, it's.
You have a demonstration.
The system's in non-equilibrium.
Do you have a demonstration of something that follows the same gradient?
Yeah, the system's in non-equilibrium. Excuse me. You can address what I've said. The system is in non-equilibrium. That's why there isn't a constant gas pressure.
Do you have a demonstration of that in nature? Do you have a demonstration of that in nature?
Oh, sorry. Exactly what you're asking of me?
I'm asking for a demonstration of gas pressure having a gradient in nature.
Yeah. Walk outside.
Begging the question.
No, you said in nature. So
Yeah,
nature's
begging the question.
outside. You said in nature.
And you're begging the question.
If you want an experiment, I can give you an experiment.
All right, give me an experiment.
Cool. You're going to need a container, and then you're going to need to add energy. We'll call that heat to one side of the container. You'll notice that there's more pressure where there's more energy, and that the other end of the container where it's cooler, less pressure. Gas pressure gradient inside a container. Now, fucking what?
All right, and then you're gonna have to also have a sun that produces
you agree
heat.
then? Yeah. Sorry, you agree?
Yeah.
Then, yeah. Thank you. Now shut up.
Well, it's like my example earlier. Like if you have a canister of spray paint and then you throw it in a fire, why does the spray paint explode? Because the gas inside the canister of spray paint gets excited. The thing is, you can change the pressure of gas without necessarily changing the volume of the gas. Sorry, I just hop back in.
All right, friends. So what we've arrived at is Homeboy Glober has a bunch of cool claims, right? Which may or may not be true, but it's irrelevant because they're claiming that at the center of these claims is a globe, and a globe is an object, and an object has dimensionality and structure. And so if it is true about the Earth being a globe, then you could simply just demonstrate that the Earth actually is curved. And then this idea about arguing about gas this, gas that wouldn't matter because you demonstrate the Earth is a globe in the first instance, and then if the Earth is a globe, therefore thus and so's would have a grounding of a proved premise. So how about you just prove the Earth is a globe in the first place, and then you can win the day. Go ahead, please.
I mean, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, if you could show the curve first, and then you can start reassuming the force.
Because if you don't prove the Earth is curved, and you want to talk about gravity, okay, cool story. Whoop-de-frick. So we got things go down. Cool, down. Okay, let me see. Okay, I got a little thing. I let go of it. It went down. Cool. Down towards the Earth. Down perpendicular to horizontal. Okay, cool. So now we have a horizontal Earth where things fall perpendicular to it down. Great. So now we're back at where we started, where your claim that down is actually inwards to a giant ball needs to be proved. So if that's your belief and that's your claim, by all means, bring me evidence that it's a ball in the first instance. Hey, Jedi, drop something. Let me know if it goes down or inwards to a giant ball. Hey, Crit, drop something. Let me know if it goes down or inwards to a giant ball. Hey, Glover, drop something. Let me know if it goes down or inwards to a giant ball. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, yeah, I've dropped something, but I haven't measured curvature.
Exactly. Hey, everybody do it right frickin' now. Let me know if it goes down. I think we all know what's going to happen. It's going to go down. Unless it's buoyant, and then it's going to go up. Now we have down and up.
So just to confirm, we have to drop it first, correct?
Correct. Right, so all we need now is for you Globers to, have these beliefs that down isn't actually down, but down is actually inwards to a giant ball as displayed radial. So Homeboy sauce that dropped it in England is actually diagonal to me rather than just down, as we all experience everywhere we frickin' go. I've never experienced otherwise. Yeah, cool story. I agree that that's your belief, and I'm confident that you're confident in your beliefs. Now, if you want us to concede to your beliefs, why don't you just prove that your belief is reality by proving that you're on a ball?
Up and down is based off of horizontal too. Like if you don't have a horizontal, then how do you know what up and down is?
All right, now that we're past story time belief hour and it's time to put the brass tacks on the table, seems like the Globers don't want to speak up to just give that easy peasy cheesy proof the Earth's a ball in the first place. So I'm confused now. I thought the Earth was a ball already.
Well, I mean, I'm going to
This
fill
is
up
why
some
Neil
buckets with
deGrasse
candy.
Tyson.
Hold on, Vax, hold on.
Sorry.
You can go.
Sorry.
I'm just going to let you know. I just want to let everybody know I'm going to be filling up some buckets with candy, and I'm going to drop the candy down into the bucket. And so while I'm doing that, if any Glober wants to prove that that's actually inward to a giant ball, go ahead. Otherwise, I yield the floor.
No, this is why all the Discovery Channel dudes like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku and all these guys, they won't talk to us. Like they say, oh, I'll never talk to a flat earther, not in a million years, not even if there's a fire. I'll never talk to them because they can't keep their stories straight, and they'll get crushed. And we're just some idiots on the internet.
If I light my lighter upside down, the flame still wants to go up. I thought it was meant to be attracted to the earth.
Ooh, that's a good point.
You know, even the gas is being pressured towards the earth to help it out a little bit, and it's still going up.
The silence is delicious.
Yeah, now our friend Euclidean boy didn't realize that he was actually shooting his own model in the foot with all his concessions, that everything he thinks only work if the Earth is a globe actually don't only work if the Earth is a globe. In fact, the only things that only work if the Earth is a globe is if the Earth is actually a globe, which is the one thing he can't prove. I think he put himself on deafen because he didn't want to hear that down actually proves the Earth is flat. Hey guys, the Earth is a globe. Why would you say that? Drop something downwards. Oh, you mean down, perpendicular to horizontal? Yeah, that proves Earth globe. Really? You sure about that? Yeah, of course. If Earth not globe, how thing fall down?
Exactly, because, you know, you say, oh, well, gravity is real, because if I drop my pen, it goes to the ground. Like, what else were they expecting it to do? And they say, oh, well, it should be floating. Why should it be floating?
Not only that, pens don't drop in nature. They're either resting on something or they fall off whatever they're resting on. They're not like, it's not like just pens just magically fall constantly, you know?
No, but I mean, they say they pick up their pen, they drop it, and it falls to the ground, and that proves it. But why would they expect it to do anything different?
Because it has to.
Because space
in their
movies
mind, it has to.
In space movies, they show you that you float around in the vacuum of space. That's why.
The movies.
There you go.
Because you cannot drop the things if you have the flat surface. If you drop the things and the surface is flat, then the things will float for sure.
And if you realise the Earth is flat, does that mean the whole world is daytime now, and we can see forever?
No, if you drop the thing and if it's falling, that means that surface is curved. Why you don't understand?
Oh yeah, of course. Makes sense.
Of course. Cannot work on flat surface.
Sometimes it falls a bit sideways because I'm a bit off centre, you know?
When it's windy.
This candy has been brought to you by the letter R. We're just going to listen to the relaxing sounds of ASMR candy bag crinkles, brought to you by the letter G.
Today's heliocentric models were brought to you by the letters R and G. I love it.
Would that be little G or big G?
Hey, this is a family show. Hey guys, I have a song. It goes like this. The proof will come out tomorrow when I see the sun doing something. The flat earthers will be in sorrow. It'll be curved, you see, if I see the sun doing something. How'd I do? Am I on my way to Broadway?
Kind of.
Cool.
So is that this weekend? Tomorrow and Sunday, right?
Yeah, sort of.
Awesome stuff.
Supposedly, McCune and Jaron and Witsit had like a three-way, and it kind of put off the trip a little. And by three-way, I don't mean anything untoward. I just mean that they had a head-out threat. You know, three heads butting heads, and Will Duffy had to make peace and stroke all their heads and be like, "There now, little kids. Let's all be nice so we can go to the big playland."
I'm still interested to see what happens. It's not going to change my view either way, but this pantomime, I want to see what happens.
Oh, is that still going on, that Antarctica thing?
Yeah. There's
it's been going on. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say there was a YouTube upload, I think earlier today or yesterday, of them in South Argentina just before they left. So yeah, it's still happening, dude.
Oh, it's already started. It's already out on the way.
Oh man, yeah. Well, dude, let's set the record straight for the slow retards in the back who haven't been paying attention for the past 6 months. Okay. The alleged thing called the final experiment didn't start yesterday, and it's not going to start tomorrow. It started 6 months ago. Why? Because Will Duffy himself said the final experiment has already begun. Why? Because it's not about what occurs in Antarctica. It's about social engineering, right? It's about the impressions that people get about the way flat earthers react to this thing, which is why he's so desperate to get people like Flatzoid, who, by the way, he was in a debate with on Modern Day Debates. I suggest you all go watch it because it's relevant to the topic, where Flatzoid mopped the floor with this clown. And the only thing this clown really had to do was try to trick Flatzoid into admitting that if the 24-hour sun had seen that debunks flat earth, and Flatzoid was like, "No, I never said that, dummy. I said, I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun. If there is a 24-hour sun, it'll change my belief about there being a 24-hour sun or not. It won't change my position on flat earth." And of course, Will Duffy had to try to get him again and be like, "Oh, I'm going to say it 3 times and then maybe you'll slip of the tongue." No, Flatzoid was strong and said, "No, dude, the only people who have anything to lose are you dumb globers, because you guys made all the claims. So if anything happens here against your paradigm, it's going to send a ripple in your paradigm, not in the flat earth paradigm, because the flat earth paradigm has always been," let me put in a clue for you. You guys ready for this? It's magic. You ready? Make sure you guys sit down. Make sure you guys put on your rain suits. The earth is the earth, and the sky is the sky. Yeah, that's what flat earth has been saying since the beginning. Duh.
Are you telling me that angles to the sun in Antarctica won't change the ground?
Correct.
You could have saved someone a lot of money by telling them that a lot earlier.
I wouldn't have fucking listened anyway.
Well, that's why Duffy has been on a gaslighting campaign to try to convince everyone that flat earthers as an aggregate community think that the 24-hour sun is going to arbitrate the propositions because he has some choice clips of some retards saying it would. Now, rest assured, those guys are not 100% retards, but in that moment where they say, oh, if the sun does this and that means the surface of the earth is curved or not curved, then yes, in those moments they were stone cold retarded, and he's got clips of them saying it. He got Dave Weiss. He got that one Pastor Dean Odell. He even got Nathan Oakley seeming to say that it would, even though the context doesn't show that. And so he's got all these clips that the average schmuck is going to watch and think that Will Duffy actually made a point, right? And that's what it's about. It's about socially engineering everyone to have a primer that flat earthers agree that this will arbitrate the proposition. And that way, when it happens, and if it goes Will Duffy's way, people will then think flat earthers are dishonest. And so when you say, hey, didn't the final experiment settle this? And then the flat earthers will be like, no, because the sky has nothing to do with the ground. And they'll be like, oh, you're just a liar. Just like Will Duffy said you'd be. And then they can just turn around and walk away because Will Duffy successfully completed his campaign against flat earthers' character known as Bulverism, which is the fallacy of the year.
Well said, brother.
And we all know that he's joined forces with the likes of Danny Faulkner, right? We all know Danny Faulkner has the exact same attitude towards flat earthers, that he bulverizes them all the time. In the words of C.S. Lewis, which, by the way, C.S. Lewis is a prominent Christian philosopher who Faulkner should be well aware of, since Faulkner is a Christian apologist, right? But yet Faulkner decided to put it out there on his media that flat earthers are dishonest, immoral, maybe not even Christians, yada, 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 anything you could think of. So yeah, these two guys are two peas in a pod that they want to castigate flat earthers as somehow the dregs of society, even though they're supposedly pastors and ministers and apologists for the Christian ethic. Not to mention that when you're deceiving people, like Will Duffy did in the beginning of this final experiment 6 months ago, he lied when he was talking to McToon. Him and McToon both knew who was in charge of the final experiment. They both knew they'd had correspondence and that they knew each other, yet they presented to the audience that they didn't. He lied to Kingdom in Context. Will Duffy then issued an apology to Kingdom in Context, in which in that apology he lied. That's very interesting, coming from a guy who has a seminar on his production sheet in his church where he teaches his church that lying isn't actually immoral. Very interesting.
Wow.
Oh, really? Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I'm so glad you asked, friends. I'll post the clip for you.
I'd love to see that.
Your wish is my desire to fulfill. There you go. It's coming at you.
Man of God.
How do we actually attack globies? Like, what information can we present to just fucking shit on globies?
The measurements of the Earth.
The easiest way to poop on globies is to preload yourself with Taco Bell. I mean, that's obvious.
Just this question: how elevation change on the?
There you go, Jedi.
Where'd you post it?
Still low. Never mind. Keep talking.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
I got to sign into the wire.
Yeah, you're starting to robot a little bit as well, mate.
Don't forget, the Earth's crust is the firmament. Will Duffy 2024.
What? Serious? What the fuck?
Yep, go watch the Flapzoid.
Bro.
So, terrible.
He didn't just say that. He said he said that the crust could be a firmament, and 5 minutes later he said, well, there could be a round firmament around the whole globe. And then after that, he said, well, maybe there used to be a firmament. There's not one anymore.
Yeah, I've heard that story. There used to be.
Yeah, so like God. Well, yeah, dude. I mean, God, he wanted some dinner, and so he took the firmament off the earth so he could put it on top of the plate so that his God wife wouldn't yell at him for getting the microwave all splattery.
Who's the Christian guy who's got the dinosaur park? What's his name? The one who always goes against evolution.
And Hovind.
That's the guy, yeah. So Kent Hovind goes along with the idea that there used to be a firmament that was a firmament of ice that was melted, which is why we had the flood, but it's no longer there anymore. Yeah, that's what he says.
Hey, by the way, kinematically, thermodynamically, electrostatically, spastically, it's an equivalent principle that if you simply just had more water pressure in the atmosphere that wasn't yet converted to liquid because of the whatever equilibrium it had at the moment, you would still have a higher pressure atmosphere that would solve all those higher pressure claims that Mr. Hovind makes. So it's not the case that it can only happen one way. And usually people say, oh, it could only happen the way I decide because that is my bias towards my view. And even though there's these other options that are functionally exactly the same, I'm just going to dismiss them because I'm dishonest or dumb. Like, I'm really into his high pressure makes animals grow bigger. Because guess what? You can prove that. You can put fish and reptiles and stuff in high pressure environments and they actually grow bigger. And he is correct that a lot of creatures actually never stop growing. They grow their entire life until they die. And so if they were in the higher pressure growing bigger and they had extended lifespans, they could be way bigger than they normally otherwise would be. Now, that's a cool story, and it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Duh.
Didn't they correct the title, the final experiment, to the final? I can't remember what it was. They changed it.
No, they didn't change it.
No.
He talked about all the types of things he could change it to, didn't do it, and then when he got to the debate with Flatzoid, he tried to press the idea that, oh, he can just call it that because of this reason or that reason. Flatzoid pressed it to him. By the way, Modern Day Debates, you can go watch it there, or you can go to Flatzoid's channel, Flatzoid's Perspective, and you can watch it there. Or you can go to Quantum Eraser's channel, Quantum Eraser on YouTube, and you can watch a critique of it there where, Flatzoid gets critiqued a little, but he also gets praised for mopping the floor with Duffy's space mop.
What was the alternative name for it? I can't remember.
The fake exchange, the farcical enigma. I mean, you could just go down the list, bro.
No, they had to say it better than that to change it from experiment to
Expedition.
Expedition. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Which is a stupid name because that would connote that there's going to be no further expeditions to Antarctica. So just, shut down shop, everybody come home.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing to see here, move along. All right, so how many of you guys watched the clip right there of Duffy basically excusing himself for any responsibility for lying to people?
Yes.
He's not a good man, is he?
Nope.
Well, to be fair, this is from a context with a larger sermon. So maybe in the other parts of the sermon, he actually chastises the idea of being intentionally deceptive like he was when he did his apology video and when he lied in the first place, which is why he needed an apology video. Yeah, so by the way, in case you guys didn't notice it, Duffy and Faulkner, who are both being involved in this, and if you go watch the Flatzoid debate, you'll see it, that they are denigrating Flat Earthers' character. They're using guilt by association. They're using identity politics. and all this stuff wrapped up into a giant big ad hominem sandwich named by C.S. Lewis as Bulverism. So if you don't know what that word means, go check out C.S. Lewis or go check out what it means. It's great. It's basically a campaign to do everything I just said against another individual. Now, we know they've done that before. Faulkner even was on 24/7, and he tried to show Indio some pictures that supposedly proved Faulkner went to the ocean, like Indio told Faulkner he did, and showed Faulkner Indio's pictures that show a boat, way, way far out. And Faulkner was like, oh, that's not possible. But here's my other observations, that show, oh, I can't see the bottom of the boat. But the dude manipulated the photos. And Indio immediately called him out on it live. But this is a guy that says, hey, if you have flat earthers in your life, I wouldn't debate them because, it's like, they're kind of immoral. They don't accept evidence. They're dishonest. They're like, liars, kind of. And, maybe they're not even Christians. So just treat them like crap because they're losers. But yeah, this whole experiment was social engineering. So guess what, Jedi, you ready for this? Jedi, do you have a lot of money?
Yeah, man. What's up? What do you want?
Do you have a lot of money, though, for real?
Yeah. What do you want?
Okay, so let's say you have a lot of money.
Yeah.
So Will Duffy said that you're actually poor because you spend all your time on flat Earth, and when he cures you of flat Earth by completing the alleged final experiment, you're going to be free to actually just go out and be rich because you're going to have all this free time. You're not going to be poor. You're not going to have to beg for money on super chats. You're going to be able to afford. You're going to be able to afford gloves to go to Antarctica. It's going to be awesome. It's like I've already picked out my color of my new Lamborghini.
Wow. Fucking wow.
He said that on the debate. Dude, he didn't just say that in passing. He said that in the debate about the predictions of the final experiment with Flatzoid.
Wow. What?
He then went on to say he badmouthed Nathan about family things. He was just badmouthing flat earthers. It's like the whole thing was basically try to get Flatzoid to make a claim that the 24-hour sun would disprove flat earth and see if I could trick Flatzoid because I'm a deceptive retard, and I hope Flatzoid's retarded too. And then if that doesn't work, I'll just lay on the bulveristic tactics and make flat earthers look like scumbags and losers and, basement dwellers that can't afford a sandwich.
Yeah, his mask completely slipped during that debate because, when I was seeing Will Duffy when he was talking to Jaron and all these other guys, I'm like, oh, he seems like a nice kid, but no, during that debate, it completely slipped off, and he's an evil piece of crap.
Someone
my opinion of Will Duffy completely shifted because I didn't think he was. I knew obviously that he was a globe proponent, and he had his own motives and stuff, but he made it so obvious during Flatzoid's debate, and I gotta give Flatzoid an apology because because that whole whatever amount of frames missing from that one video a couple of years ago that I saw, I kind of always ignored Flatzoid, but Flatzoid's on top of his game. He's a good dude.
Yep. Once Will Duffy had all the money, he shows true colors.
Yeah, he's like, now that I'm out of the country and I got a bunch of money, and I'm going to head up to a country with no extradition and drink Mai Tais. Brenda tried coming here asking us questions about TFE and basically like, oh, if there's a 24-hour sun, does that mean the Earth is flat? And I basically convinced Brenda that Brenda's crazy and doesn't even know what the world is. It's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know how Brenda is well behind on this topic.
September? The 20th.
Well, I'm only bringing it.
Have a
I think someone's
squeaky
kid.
shoulder. Yeah.
Someone's kid is trying to get a free ice cream cone or something.
My bad, you guys. Yeah, but you also made a Glover chop off their stuff. Who was that guy? AI, you were talking about the moderator in one of the debates with the pink headphones with the little.
That's just a joke, Holmes.
Well, I mean,
the joke was that the first person that I debated in any sense of calling it a debate was Plainer Walk, and the repercussions are obvious.
I remember that debate. That was awesome.
Is that debate can we find it and watch it?
Yeah. So no, bro. Stop and let me tell you a story. If you consent to this story, I'll tell you. But you have to give me your affirmative, enthusiastic consent.
Come on, just tell us the story already.
No, that's not good enough. I'll go to jail if I act on that. You have to say, I enthusiastically give you my affirmative consent, yes or no. If you say yes, then you agree.
I enthusiastically give my affirmative consent. There we go.
All right, perfect. Now that we're all consenting adults here, okay, so how it went down. What were we talking about? Oh, man. All right. So, how it went down. Somebody give me a little hint here. Come on. Get my memory going. What were we talking about?
Something about it.
You had asked. You had asked
now that
thought.
I
got you.
Oh,
You
yeah. The debate.
He thought about
debate.
Scott Mackey saying that he would put himself in an insane asylum.
Correct. But the question that I'll answer that, but the question I was going to answer is about the debate. So what happened was, if you guys know, 24/7's been around for almost 10 years. It was originally started by ODD himself. And it was later taken over by some other people. Then it got into our hands. Then we lost 1.0. Then we made 2.0. And it's been a battle here and there everywhere. So, Helio, skeptic, shout out. Spot's right in here right now. He publishes our content on live streams. Does it on YouTube, does it on DLive, does it on Twitch. He records them, he saves them, he converts them to MP3s and stores them. But before he was doing all of these extra measures, we used to have a lot of content on a particular YouTube channel. And one day we had Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, try to strike Helio's channel because there was a time in the video where there was a commercial that was Bob when he was running for office, which makes his content as a commercial for public office means he's a public figure, which means under fair use, we can have his image in our video, period. However, he petitioned to YouTube to get homie's YouTube struck under the threat of, are you ready for this? Are you ready for what his threat was or his demands? Hold on, friends. Let's see if you can guess what his demands were. That'll be a fun game. So we'll let 3 people guess before I tell you the answer. All right, go ahead. What was Bob's demands? Not strike the channel. Go ahead.
That he fucks your mom?
No. That's one try. All right, next person.
Didn't get the Earth's round.
Nope. Next person.
He wanted money? Money?
Nope. All right, that's 3, so I'll give you the answer now. He wanted to be made a moderator in 24/7 so that me, Moore, and Indio and Miggy couldn't mute him anymore. So obviously we said pound sand, and so he goes, okay, and then he struck the channel, and YouTube actually kind of agreed with him, even though that was illegal. But, it's a private company, whatever. And so Helio's channel with a whole bunch of debates and content got struck. So he had to put the entire channel into private mode. But it got struck to where he couldn't even access it. So for 6 months, he didn't have access to that channel. And finally, YouTube gave it back to him. And then it came back again. So now we have access to all that again. So the answer is yes, you can find that debate. Now, we went down that memory lane, friends, just to show you how pathetic and desperate and despicably retarded and goinky globers are. Not all globers, but globers, quote unquote, or maybe anti-flat earthers, right? The list goes on of how many despicable things these alleged glober figureheads have done to other flat earthers. Tried to get them to lose their job, tried to get a flat earth girl to fall in love with them so that they could make her go back to the globe to win a bet. A lot of despicable things they do throughout the years. Or, try to gaslight the world that flat earthers are the scum of the earth, kind of like Will Duffy's doing lately. Right, so was there another question on the table?
Don't think so.
Oh, it was the comment about some of the globers. Some of the globers have said that if the Earth is flat, or if there's no 24-hour sun, they're going to say the Earth is flat, but they're actually going to question their own sanity because they think they've arrived at a position that's well-reasoned using their mental faculties that they can't see how they could possibly be wrong. And if the Earth does turn out to be flat and not a globe, that they would assume that they themselves are insane. Scott Mackey's on record saying that. If you'd like, I can post a clip for that if you want to hear it and you never heard it before. And the other night, Brenda agreed that Scott Mackey's reasoning was actually quite good. And yeah, maybe rather than think the Earth is a simulation, or rather than think that maybe we just got our cosmology wrong, no, I'm insane and I need to go to an insane asylum. In fact, even Professor Phil Bell just last night said the same thing, that I was trying to recruit him to my cause of saving globers from the insane asylum to convince them that there's still a life to live. Just because the Earth is flat doesn't mean you have to give up. But he's like, no, I already told my sister to check me into an insane asylum. I'm like, well, bro, I'm sorry for your loss.
I don't even know where to begin with that, mate. I really don't. I must be insane. I mean, I can get it from Brenda's point of view. She clearly is, but...
Well, the interesting thing about Brenda is, in the course of the discussion, I was actually trapping Brenda into making concessions. So ultimately, now that we've agreed that Brenda's faculties are not sufficient to determine truth, and I used some citations from some well-known authors to demonstrate that the evolutionary paradigm of which Brenda ascribes to cannot evolve for truth. And so there's no reason in the creation story to where you arrive at present day in Brenda's mind that Brenda has any reason to trust their own judgment about anything. But Brenda decided to say, but what about these experiments that prove a multiverse? And I said, I'm glad you asked, because when I watched my little physics lectures from major universities and the pioneer cutting edge dudes, they told me that the multiverse is actually a near infinite permutation of expression of physics, and as such, all permutations must be realized. In other words, if the Earth is a ball in one universe, then it's a cube in another universe, and then it's a triangle in another universe, and then another universe that's flat. So they've arrived at their quote-unquote science to say, we lived in an evolutionary Big Bang world. It ended up being a globe. We ended up getting really smart, because monkeys were banging rabbits, and then we had rabbit monkeys, and then they, went to school, and they learned how to talk, and yada, yada, yada. We ended up today. And now we're so smart, we believe in the multiverse. But in another version of the multiverse, the Earth is actually flat. So I told Brenda, therefore, if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. And Brenda was like, well, of course, that would be true, that at least possible or near certainly possible, if not certain, that the Earth is flat in another universe. And then Miggy comes in and he goes, yeah, it's this one.
Classic Miggy. It's funny.
Good time.
Yeah, that clip of Scott Mackey, a couple of people have asked if you could drop it in the chat. I think Clipcord wants to see it. If you got it to hand, that is.
I got the best clips, homie.
Don't say that in front of Clipcord. Bloody hell.
He got the best clips too. It's okay to have two best.
Okay.
They're called, yeah, it's a plural of best. It's bestesses, okay?
Bestesses.
All right, give me a second. Go ahead and further conversation, and I will find that for you.
Okay, but we've got a couple of new people in the chat anyway. So sorry for the rambling for the last 20 minutes or so. So it's been very interesting. If anybody's joined, wants to understand why this channel exists in this lovely politics server and why people in 2024 are saying that the Earth is flat, please unmute your microphone and ask the question. There's a couple of new people, a couple of names that I don't recognise. Captain America, what's up, my friends? Good to see you. See your microphone's open. If you want to join in the conversation, mate, please feel free to do so. Who else don't I recognise in here? What was the name I just scooted past? Rover, what's up, Rover? ROV 3R. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the channel. Like I said, any questions, any points of discussion you want to raise, please unmute your microphone and ask the question. Or you could just leave dead silence, and that would be awesome. 28 has joined us. What's up, 28 at the top of the channel? Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Who else have we got in here? We've got Anti-Globalist. We've got Apophon. What's up, Apok? Good to see you. Eli's in the house. Big Daddy Fluff. What's up, brother? Great to see you as well. Crit is here. Elbow TV. Elbow Falcon Jr.'s here as well. Effie Batman. Gemsy's in the house. What's up, Gemsy? Grisp is here. What's up, Grisp? No point talking to Kathos. It's deafened. KC. Good to see you, mate. Majin. Good to see you too. Mark J. Matrix. My old friend. How you doing, mate?
Morning. Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, doing really well.
Nice one.
Have you played squash today, or was that just once a week thing that you do?
No, 2 nights a week, Monday and Wednesdays.
Awesome stuff, mate. It's been a fun day. That's for sure. Was you around for the Nathan Oakley show earlier? He was our resident Australian, is that correct?
Yes, I was here for it.
Yeah, that was lots of fun. Lots and lots of fun. But who else we got in the channel? We got Mick. What's up, Mick? Morvis has joined us. Myth is in the house. Neil is also here. What's up, Neil? Plum Bob.
Yo, yo.
Yo, yo. Good to see you, my friend. Rayleigh Criterion. Good to see you, Rayleigh. Sasha. What's up, my friend? Says Who. Tactical Droid. T. And right down the bottom, Vax Wax. So there's loads of people in here. Welcome, one and all.
So yesterday I was looking at the
Dream Team.
We'll start that again. What?
yesterday I was looking at the flatearth.ws website, and just as I couldn't think they were even dumber than they are, they proved to me that they were dumber.
What have they done now?
They have their page regarding the coin in the table and the camera at the table level.
Yeah.
And then they tried to explain how apertures in cameras work.
Right.
And they got it totally wrong. Like, completely wrong.
Oh, goodness me. Well, I shouldn't act surprised. That's why I'm laughing. I'm not surprised that they got something wrong, but wow.
That was the website that convinced me that the Earth was flat.
What
nonsense. Right? I looked at that website and saw the nonsense they wrote on it and went, okay, it's got to be flat because it can't be this stupid.
That's funny.
You know what threw me off the other day? Brenda came in with a reference to that site when we were talking about flatness versus curvature or whatever. Someone mentioned the Bolivian salt flats. And Brenda was like, oh, well, they're actually curved because reasons. I asked, well, can you cite something? Like, were they measured? Whatever. And up comes a snippet from that site. There's a page or whatever where they talk about that, or they talk about some sort of flats, frozen lake type thing. and on it there's little markers like GPS coordinate things, and there's 2 paragraphs, and that was it. The paragraphs were just mockery or of some sort. And I asked, I'm like, okay, well, where are the measurements? Like, what tools did they use? You know, where are the distances, et cetera, et cetera. And Brenda left. Like, what the fuck, you know? So on this site, they have a bunch of shit, but no detail.
Oh yeah, let me post something for you, Mickey Mac. I'll post it for you, just for you.
Please.
No, hey, listen, I'm going to be very clear here. None of you other guys look at what I'm about to post for his eyes only, okay? Don't look. I'll trust you that you won't. Hey, Mick, you could still talk, though. Your mouth could still work.
Well, I mean, I got nothing else to say, man. I'm flabbergasted by the claim, but without lacking the proof. So that's all I had to say.
I'm just posting the things that you're talking about, and there's actually some good ones in there. Now, how did I find these, Mick, so fast?
Because you went to the WS website.
Wrong. Man, dude. Mick, you're Mick, you need to report to Flat Earth Education. Hey, whoa. Report to Flat Earth Re-Education Camp, please. Stat.
And your toilet cleaning duties.
I repent. Forgive me, Lord.
That was an alley-oop. That was an alley-oop for you to say, oh, you just went to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and searched the term and then pulled up the media links that we have over there. For frick's sake.
I mean, Matt, dude, you just finished saying that on the WS website they have the table stuff. And then you post something about the table stuff.
No, all right, Mick. I could see I have to work on my syllabus in the Flat Earth indoctrination school, because clearly there's an error there that you didn't. Yeah, so thank you for revealing that.
Oh, you mean because I'm immune to your doctrine or indoctrination technique? Is that what you're basically saying?
Well, yeah, but that's just because you're mentally deficient. Like a normal human would be totally vulnerable.
So I'm invulnerable, i.e.
All right, Mick. Just look at the things that I posted, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I'm looking. I've seen all these.
All right, perfect.
Oh, wait, is that my cue to act surprised?
No, it's just like, you know, the WS thing. Like they debunk, like they try to debunk like one factotum, and they do it horribly, and they don't realize there's like 20 others.
I know. I mean, it does. I am a little bit thrown off by what has been said about this stuff with regards to the focal length and the aperture and all that stuff on the camera, wherein they introduce something about, oh, well, as you zoom in, it's a physical thing. So like some physical stuff is shifting around and all this jazz, you know? Like, I don't know enough about that to really say anything, but I'm pretty sure they might have a point on all that, though it's not sufficient to really, discredit the entire.
I'm pretty sure there's one that I think this might be the one, but there is one where you can clearly see the reflection of the curtains on the surface of the table, right? Right, and if the angle of the incident of reflection is equal to the angle of ejection or whatever the heck that law is, then you can just reverse those angles and you know that the camera is above the surface of the table. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll grant you that. Yeah, I saw this building one the other day. Jedi posted it. Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you this, my friend. If you go out into the world and you find a location that's relatively flat over a long distance, maybe even a lake, and you focus on something out in the distance, you can lower your body down. And you'll notice that as you're focusing, it's an object in the distance. It appears like as you're lowering your body, there's like this rate of tracking that you have on objects out in the distance. And then as you get to a certain angle, all of a sudden, the bottoms of those objects instantly disappear before you even reach the angle at which the things in front of you would be precluding that object. And then you can, especially if you do it in water, you can bounce up and down, and you can literally see that thing instantaneously blink in and out of existence as it reaches the critical angle of propagation versus reception, which, by the way, falls below your ability to resolve. Because I didn't know if Globers knew this or not, and it might hurt their feelings, but the actual world doesn't function in linear perspective. That can only happen in art. Wow, dude, why? Because the actual world has physics, not drawings.
Yeah.
Imagine thinking that you're debunking something by applying ideal rules that can only exist in ideal space. Holy crap, what a dummies.
I gotcha.
These dudes think that angular resolution loss as it approaches the critical angle, they think that it's perfectly linear. That linear, because it's called linear perspective, means that the loss rate is linear ad infinitum, and it's simply not the case. Go look up any lecture on MIT about how the angular resolution loss does, and they'll do this little graph, and they'll show you that it accelerates as it approaches the critical angle. It's almost like hyperbolic, or what's that other word? Exponential and hyperbolic. It's not a linear rate. It seems linear for a very, 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 very long time, and then all of a sudden it just takes off, and you get massive amounts of loss immediately.
I gotcha.
You know, one of the lessons that you learn in art, if you do an education series in art, like you're going to be an art teacher or whatever, or even in the classes that you would take at a higher level, college level or whatever, and they teach you this to teach you to kids, which is this. A lot of kids, they try to draw what they know rather than how the world actually is seen. And so everything they draw is out of proportion, it's out of scale, it's out of depth, it's out of perspective, because they're trying their hardest to draw what they know is there rather than what they actually see. And so we do this exercise all the time. It's called draw what you see, not what you know. However, Globers think in their minds that they know the Earth is an orthographic projection from the side with a giant ball and a dude standing on top of it with a line intersecting an object way out in the distance that has no scale factor for any angular loss whatsoever. And so they try to impute that imagination into the real world. Why? Because they're retarded. But the actual reason is because they've been indoctrinated to do so, to be fair to everyone. You know, many, many people grew up that way. That's what when they imagine the Earth as a globe, when they imagine all of these claims, they're imagining it in a artistic construct that they either see on a paper or they create in their own mind. It has nothing to do with what they're actually seeing in reality. All right, I had to crinkle some paper, so hopefully you found something to talk about while you were listening to me talk about something that I'm talking about.
Somebody in the chat called Flat Coin Mover. Who's this? Sounds like a name that I recognised. It's a great name, though. Flat Coin Mover. See, Mush Kane is still in here. What's up, Mush? Hope you're doing well.
What are you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Good stuff. Somebody called Crispy has joined us. What's up, Crispy?
How you doing?
Yeah, doing well, my friend. What brings you by? Thank you, Cokes. Totally not boobles. You've joined us as well. What's up? Welcome to the channel. Don't be shy. Everything will be okay. The Earth being measured flat isn't really going to change your life that much.
They probably don't want to talk Jedi. They're worried you're going to convert them. Oh, he's gone.
I gotta say, Jedi, you are really good at the second law of thermodynamics argument. I really appreciate it.
What did you say?
He said, Ali. He said, hold on. He said, Ali, you are really good at the second law of thermodynamics. That's what he was saying, right?
No, I thought I said Jedi, not Ali, like Muhammad.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, Muhammad Ali was a very good boxer, so it's not a bad comp.
Yeah.
Ali, so if there is a 24-hour sun, are you going to stop being a fake flat earther?
AI, go get the fuck off, AI.
Ali, are you a flat earther or are you a globe earther?
Flat.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
So, what brought you to flat Earth? What made you see that it's flat?
It's obvious, man. It's obvious. We are living on flat Earth. Mass, huge, unexplored. We didn't explore it yet. Yeah?
Interesting.
So it's not a ball. It's not a spinning ball. And these niggers, they've never been to the moon.
Oh my god! All right, Ali, bro. Now I gotta ban your dumb ass. All right. Sorry.
AI, you're a faggot.
When I gotta ban you twice, dude.
Hilarious.
I gotta ban you twice now, dude. Holy crap, dude! Why you gotta make my work twice as hard by doing two things wrong in less than 3 seconds?
Yeah, but AI, you said the N word on FPD a couple weeks ago.
Yes, but dude, I'm literally the king of all black people. I can do what I want.
Okay.
And the difference is, hold on, sucker. Doesn't matter. Let me tell you what. The rules for this server are very specific. We are presently in where? This server. You guessed it. So, to accommodate the rules of the server, I'm not allowed to say certain words, and neither are the rest of you. All right, so let me ban this sucker real quick so we can get on with it.
Can you post a list of those words?
No, I'll just say them out loud real quick.
Let me just say all the words we can't say.
All right. So the general words are the N word, the F word, the C word, and there's a few others which I can't remember at the moment.
By N word, you mean neighbor, right?
Yeah. So we got neighbor, fax machine, and crop duster. You could say neighbor. Yeah, you could say neighbor, but you can't say neighbor.
You forgot one AI.
Well, say it out loud real quick so I can ban you too.
Level it's curved.
Oh, good one, Sasha. That was a good setup.
That fucking it's the worst one.
Yeah, hold on, Sasha. Hold on. Hey, Mick, did you see that? That's called a layup. All right, learn something.
I wasn't listening.
Oh my goodness, Sasha, you're fired.
One job, one friggin' job.
No, you can't fire me. I quit.
All right, so now that voice criminal is banned, let's get on with Glover's coping about the fact that regardless of what they see the sun do, the Earth will still be flat 3 days from now. You guys are thinking in your mind. Oh, go ahead, Sasha. Go ahead, bro.
It's not only with the sun. It's the same with all things in the sky.
Yeah. Good point.
And with that forces,
All right, Casey with the clown face. Who is you? Is you Reasons? Is that who is you that I remembers? I guess not. Could have sworn I remember that guy.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
Are you the Reasons guy?
The Reasons guy? No.
Well, yeah, there used to be a guy called Reasons. He called himself Reasons, and he kind of sounded like you, and I thought maybe that was you because it reminded me of the voice.
Nah, it's hard to tell, man.
No, I've never changed my name. I've even been called Hendo before.
It's hard to tell, man. There's too many clowns that come in here. We get them confused.
So Reasons was I think he was a rapper and like a prize fighter, and he came in as a Glober, kind of trolling us a bit. But over time, he's like, you know what, Earth's definitely flat, and then he started smacking Globers around senseless with his words, not with his hands, even though he could with his hands, because like I said, he was a fighter, big dude too. Even that by his voice, you couldn't tell how massive he was. Obviously. It's weird. There's so many people we know on here that we've never actually seen, and we have like this iconic avatar of them in our minds, and then when we see them, it's like completely different than what we thought. Like for example, did you guys know Demok is actually white?
Wait, he is?
Yep. Yeah, I knew you had a picture in your mind.
Yo, that tripped me out. I asked him like 2 weeks ago. I said, Demok, let me ask you, dude, are you black or you white? But yo, I'm as white as a snow, motherfucker. Nah, just straight up white. I was surprised
that was
you can't tell.
I thought that was a troll. No way. I don't believe it. Show me the evidence.
Dude, he's been on camera before.
Hey?
Yeah, like for example, I'm not actually a cyborg with half my flesh ripped off.
No, but that's obvious.
That's bullshit. Yet you are.
You're all right. You got me. It's all my flesh is ripped off. This was an old picture.
You're T1000, man. We all know.
The best one is Indio because I cannot help but picture an old Asian guy. No one's gonna be able to salvage me of that.
I think that I saw India on some presentation. I think that he had on his YouTube channel.
But I can't help but hear a Native American guy who smokes too much. But I see a grandpa Chinese man.
Dude, he doesn't smoke.
It sounds like he does. He sounds like he's got, the raspy lung, consequence of too much tobacco. That comes
I just
with our
first
culture.
heard of Indio like 2 weeks ago. Like I never even knew he was a dude. I mean, I always saw him like being quiet in like different discords, but I didn't realize he was like a QE/Nathan Oakley type. Like,
Well, he's like one of the most prominent speaker in our venues.
Yeah, he's quiet until he's
right,
quiet.
and that's why I was surprised because I thought I heard everybody.
Nah.
Well, you know what? You know what's interesting that you just said right there, homie? You've been around, and you don't know who everyone is or what they've been up to. So it would be stupid of you to attempt to make claims about what other people do that you have no idea about, correct?
Oh no, absolutely, but I never heard anyone else really mention it before.
No, I understand facts, but I was just taking opportunity of that to teach anyone listening who thought otherwise a lesson on how dumb they are.
Gotcha, bro.
Yeah, some guy came in here once and we were arguing, and he said, to like what you're saying, AI. He called me a fat black retard. So I don't know how many of those he got right. Let's put it that way.
Wait, how can you not know how many he got right?
Well, one of them for sure not. But the rest, well, I guess it's all subjective.
Well, that depends. Do you subscribe to one drop theory?
Never heard of it.
So one drop theory is if you have one drop of quote unquote black blood in you, then you can call yourself black.
Oh well, I may be black then. I actually don't know, but I'll take it so I can flex.
Oh, you're like Schrodinger's black.
Sure. But I can more honestly run with Schrodinger's red. I'll run with that.
Well, I had a guy call me retarded the other day, and I asked him, "Well, what is it to you if I were retarded?" And then his response was, "Well, then I would just make fun of you."
And that's not.
I just pictured that guy. What's that character's name in The Simpsons, where he just points the guy at people. He's like, like I'm picturing him walking through the mall, just pointing and laughing. Like how rude. Makes for good comedy, though. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce. Got some din to go to, so
All right.
I'll join y'all.
Awesome. Now the machine can finally run well oiled again. Just kidding.
Peace out.
Did you guys say goodbye? Because he'll be a Mandela effect by tomorrow. Yeah, so, hey, you guys, did you hear that guy in the background that was trying to interrupt? I think he said he had globe proof. Did anybody hear that?
That's probably why he's already bounced, because he realised he doesn't.
Yeah.
I think I've heard Captain America in the past mention that he had such things.
Yeah, but to be fair, they don't have to bring globe proof. I mean, it's perfectly okay that we just accept their beliefs as beliefs and just agree with them that they have beliefs. I'm okay with that too. And then they could just ask us questions. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, if you want us to agree that you have beliefs, we can all agree with that. But then when you tell us, no, the Earth is a globe, and I know it's a globe, well, then you're going to have to back that crap up, right? Because then I just can't respect it anymore because it went beyond belief. Oh man, dude, I'm running out of voice, Holmes. Need to recharge. All right. So, any questions from the flat earthers or another flat earther who's in the room that they could take advantage of the fact that they're in the room and could answer the question?
What's the question, sorry?
The question was, does anyone have a question for anybody that's in the room?
Not right now. I'll save it for when there's a conversation to interrupt.
Cool. In case you guys didn't notice, that was a sarcastic chastisement of that behavior.
I think the hardest question going is probably be any evidence of a globe.
I don't know. I thought you could answer that with 2 letters.
Oh, you can, but if you believe in it and you really want to prove it, it's difficult.
Let's wait a few days.
What happens in a few days?
You don't know.
The Earth is going to change shape in a few days?
Yeah.
Like a transformer?
Because of sun.
What do they think? This is some kind of Disney movie. If you wish for something long enough and hard enough, it'll come true. It doesn't work like that. Just go and measure, find no curvature, deal with it.
That's why I don't like that expedition. They was going to Argentina. Bolivia was before. They could land in Bolivia, measure that flat salt lake, and then go to Argentina.
Warning, may cause psychological breakdown.
So, like, what is the experiment that they're doing? Like, what's like? I actually haven't been following it at all, but like, what are they going to do? Like, where? Like, do you know where they're going to Antarctica, or
they're going to Union? They're going to they're going to Union Glacier in Antarctica, supposedly, to conduct something that is not experiment in any classical sense. It's just named experiment because it sounds cool to them. And what they're going to try to do is see or not see if they can see the sun for 24 hours. That's pretty much boils it down as simple as possible.
and who ended up going?
Go ahead.
Sorry, who ended up going to that?
There's a bunch of people. I don't know all the names. And I think Will Duffy went. Danny Faulkner's going. Some really fat dude. Liz Beth, who's a flat earther. Witsit, who's a flat earther, so-called. Jaron, who's a flat earther, so-called. McToon, who's a flat earther in denial. Creaky Blinder, I think, who wishes he was as cool as McToon. Let's see, who else? A couple of losers. Some guy who wants to get married to his woman while he's down there. Let's see. Let's see who are the girls on the Glover side. Oh man. Well, Fight the Flat Earth. Yes, that's the one girl on the Glover side. And then Planar Walk, that's the other girl on the Glover side. And then let's see who's left. I don't remember the rest of them.
So what's the experiment?
So the event is called the experiment, but there's no experiment being done. They're just going to go and see whether they see or don't see a sun for 24 hours in the sky. Hold on. While they're Union Glacier, they're not just going anywhere. They're going to Union Glacier, which is in Antarctica. So they say.
That's quite a lot of people for them to go down there. Is it? Am I right in thinking it's only one person that's paying for all this?
No. There's some of it's being paid for by crowdsources, and some of it's being paid for by individuals, and some of it's being paid for by benefactors. So it's not just all coming out of one person's pocket. No.
Well, it's a big trip to go look at the sun.
But all the profits are going into one person's pocket. LOL.
What's the date of it ending?
I don't know off the top of my head. Right now, I think they're preparing, and then tomorrow, I think they load the plane and then travel, and then I guess they're going to arrive at Union Glacier tomorrow or the morning after.
So I assume all the footage is probably going to be like copyrighted by somebody.
Well, supposedly everyone's got their own equipment, but on top of that, supposedly McToon is supposed to wear some kind of body cam or something and have it on quite a lot and make that footage available for free. And then Jaronism is going to bring a similar device, essentially like a body cam, maybe similar to what cops wear. He's going to have that, but he's going to charge you like $250 for a hard drive, or like $50 to get access to the digital. Well, at least that's what I heard last time I checked. Might have changed it by then. Might have changed it by now. I could be confusing it though with Jeranism's Master Man class, where he teaches you how to be the best man ever for like $250 seminar. So I'm not quite sure. Not. Hold on, guys. Now don't confuse Jeranism's Master Man class for $250 with McToon's Super Master Man class for $50, which teaches you how to say yes to your wife.
Mastermind classes. You're not being serious, are you?
No, I'm being serious, dude.
Oh,
I'm being deadly serious.
Jaren used to be good back in the day. Well, 8 years ago, but I don't know what happened to him, man.
I don't know either. I think his endeavor started out on a wrong foot. By his philosophy was like, oh, screw everything I've been taught, relearn everything, screw any idea I've heard about God and nature, and just everything about me, which is why he called himself Jeranism. It's all about his journey, himself, and he's all focused on the self. And I mean, that's kind of a, some people think that's the way to go, but I think it's not the way to go.
Seems to me like someone with that mentality would succumb to bribery if it at any point came to be. Just something to think about.
Well, it is, because like we all know that a man would kill another man, for like 10 grand or even less. So, for more money, who knows what they'd do. And I'm not saying he is or isn't doing anything, but, people could judge for themselves how consistent he's been over the years. I just know that when he started his endeavor, his philosophy was essentially like, from what I could gather, was anti-Christian, anti-established religion, anti-God, and pretty much anti-everything, and just about himself, from what I could gather from what he was saying.
I don't know if any of them are Christian that are going.
I don't know. I know McToon claims to be a Christian. Sure about that, other than that he claims to be so. Witsit would not call himself a Christian, although he would say he's a Bible believer.
Oh,
and then the rest of them, I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, maybe just to change the topic. I remember watching a video of time zones and what they did with like the time zones, and like, can you like kind of refresh my memory on how time zones work skewed, so then it can work for like a globe on a flat Earth? Like, you know what I'm talking about? I remember seeing like this video of like this guy that sailed around the seas, and he was like, he spoke Spanish, and he was explaining why the time zones were all like, they look weird on the map, and why there's not 12 time zones.
I think I either have that or I've seen that.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good video. He did a good presentation of it. I can't remember what he was explaining. I also saw like another video of like the Spanish team, and they're explaining the eclipse in 2017, and that one really pushed me to believe that the Earth is flat because the eclipse like passed over the Earth in a certain particular way, and it was way too fast for how it came about. And like the math, like trying to wrap your head around the math of it was a little bit complicated, but they did a really good presentation. I forget what they're called. They're like the Flat Earth research team or something, but it's all in Spanish. It's like a big group of students. And
Interesting. I know I've seen a documentary from some people out of Brazil.
yeah, there's some very good Spanish videos up there that need to be translated more. They're
Dude, we got holy crap, making all that noise.
I just posted that time zone video in the side chat.
Sweet. Let me find it and download it. Oh yeah. Captured. Oh. All right, thanks for posting that, homie.
No worries. It was on the 24/7 Discord, just in the time zone check section. There's also a part 1 where he's more talking about how I think magnetic declination. It's talking about how that affects celestial navigation and such.
No, there's something really bad going on with your mic. Sounds like a demon snake is hissing in your microphone. Not that I'm the best mic in the world, but that mic was definitely ear raping. Maybe give it a wiggle. Try again.
To confirm, that is the video I was talking about. Yeah, I thought that to be very, very interesting, especially in the Pacific Ocean and like what they do in the Pacific with all the. I always thought that was weird. Whenever like before I was flat earth there, I would look on like their Google Earth and just like look at the Pacific Ocean and it would kind of show you all the timelines and like there's like this like weird. I forget what timeline it is, but it like it's going straight, and then all of a sudden it shoots out to the west coast of America, and then it like comes back, like it kind of does like a whole arm on it, and you're like why would the time zone do that? And he explains that's where they do kind of like they crunch all the time zones together or something. I don't know. I'm butchering the explanation. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
So what you're trying to say is it's interesting enough that we should watch it.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Welcome to Rattlesnake TV, guys. In this video,
Nope.
we're going to be reviewing Andrew Wilson's debut.
Have a good one.
Now, there's a lot going on in the world at the moment, but everybody seems to be a bit quiet on the debate front, but not the Wilsons. They are not taking one step back, but that's just the way that it goes.
Welcome, Sergeant Larson.
Morgan will be having Andrew on.
Mute up, bro.
Mate.
Freaking iPhone users. Oh man, they never learn, do they, Jedi?
No, we don't. That's correct.
Always buying the iPhone. They're like, well, you know, I already got an iPhone, so my next phone has to be an iPhone. Otherwise, Steve Jobs will haunt me. Don't get me wrong, Androids have problems too when it comes to those automatic connection settings. Like you'll walk by your truck and you'll be talking in your earpiece, and all of a sudden your machine will decide that your truck should be the Bluetooth that has control of your microphone. Or like if you call me and then hang up, even though I paused my YouTube video 30 minutes ago and I clearly don't want it to start playing just randomly, As soon as you hang up, it'll think, oh, now that you've connected to your stereo, you must want to play the music that you were playing 30 minutes ago. So we're just going to blare it at the top of the setting that you just had for the previous audio and make your ears bleed.
iPhone does that too.
If you go into developer settings, you can change your Bluetooth settings so it'll only ever connect to one device at a time. It's under simultaneous Bluetooth something somewhere in there.
I like it. Yeah, so iPhone people, so developer settings
probably
are what like you can do if you have an
he's pretty good at ping pong. Like he really is.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's Android, by the way, not Apple.
Yeah. So yeah, to access developer settings on an Apple, you basically have to sign a 10 million man petition, bring it by hand to Apple, kneel down on the elevator of glass, make it to the top, and then beg the guy that's at the top to listen to your plea. And then if he deems it worthy, it'll go up to the Apple committee, to which they'll laugh at you. They'll put it in a box that says "Do not open for 3 years." All right, let's see. So who wants to take on Brenda in a debate after the TFE occurs? Anyone? Any volunteers?
No. I mean, I'm only speaking for myself. Definitely not.
Is that before or after the greased pig gets wrestled?
I don't know. At this point, I'm going to have the greased pig be the debate participant because no one's willing to do it.
Whether or not a stew is a phenomenon.
Well, two greased pigs wrestling each other, I don't know. Especially when one of them's Brenda. Debate about what?
Who knows?
You. That's the problem.
Debate about basically is about, okay, now that they did or did not see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, what is the conclusion on the shape of the Earth? Basically, something like that.
Well, considering Brenda was saying that the result of that would be flat earther walking off a cliff into the ocean, just showing up to the debate would be a victory. No?
Right. Well, if it doesn't go Brenda's way, Brenda said insane asylum time. Oh, here's Alpha. Me and Alpha, we got Brenda in a corner. We snatched that wig so fast it created a nuclear explosion.
Can you put its wig back on? It doesn't look that pretty without it.
What's up, man?
What's up? All right, so let's do some conversation starters. All right, so I'm going to have grilled cheese and tomato soup for dinner, sprinkled with a little reduced salt, which is actually reverse what do they call that when you take liquid and you evaporate it? Or what is it? Distilled?
Dehydrated?
I don't know, man. So what you do is you get all the Glober tears on a tray, and then you put them in the oven, and then you get all the crusty salt that's left, and then you sprinkle it on your tomato soup. What's that called?
Evaporation.
All right, we'll go with that. I don't know. There's a fancier name for it, but evaporation works.
You mean like sunk cost fallacy?
Yeah, something like that.
Reduction? No. The crystals of the tears.
Dehydration.
Regret.
Or if it's freeze drying, it's sublimination.
So wait a minute. Are you trying to say that the Great Salt Lake bed was actually caused by the last time that Glover tried to prove the Earth was a globe, and then they all went someplace and cried, and then they wiped history clean and then started over?
Yeah, they almost drowned themselves.
But you know what my favorite part is where they say, "Oh, a salt lake is just a flat spot on a giant globe." And I'm like, did you ever think about what you just said, dude? Did that ever cross your mind of how dumb that is? And they're like, what do you mean? You could have a flat spot on a globe, and did it just be flat from one end to the other? I'm like, no, dude. Think about what you're saying. They're like, I don't know. What's the problem? And I go, dude, think about it. Take a ball, cut a spot off of it flat, right? The midline between the 2 points that begin to arc again, that midpoint would be lower in elevation than the two ends. So it wouldn't actually be a flat spot. It would be a depression, which would be experienced as two reciprocal slopes. In other words, like a triangle. So the center of it would be filling with water where the two ends weren't. So it wouldn't actually be experienced as a flat plane on a globe if you had a quote-unquote flat plane on a globe. They can't figure that one out, dude. When I tell them that, it literally blows their minds. Oh, man. So Alpha, Flatsy, the co-host extraordinaire, was supposed to talk to Nathan this morning. I don't know if she did or not. But supposedly supposed to be in 24/7 now. But I prefer voice-to-voice rather than messages. But whatever. We'll get him on the X Spaces eventually. Flatoid wants to do it.
That's good.
Again, I put the messages in. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that's good that Flatsoy's down with that, and appreciate that, man.
I think it would be cool if possible. It would be cool to do it over the next 3 days because that's when like the TFE is ripe over his debate with Duffy, and you guys can like rub it into Salty Glober's faces.
Yeah, I was thinking available time frame, something around like Sunday, maybe Sunday night.
Okay. Well, if you get around to it, message him right in the Rank Rolls chat, in the back chats.
Yeah,
He's been replying in there.
Yeah, I've been like, as soon as I get up, man, and my feet hit the ground, I'm just like go. So I haven't had a chance for pretty much anything else.
Well, let's just say, for sake of argument, if you're planning on doing one Sunday, I'll just let him know. Hey, try to show up.
Yeah, Sunday. I mean, if you get someone can message him, yeah, that would be great.
And I'm going to try to get a bunch of people to attend.
Can you
'Cause
send
I think he has. Yes, we can.
on Twitter?
We could send notification. Yeah, if you're in there, yeah, you get notified when Alpha goes live.
Okay, maybe I got to download the app and do that.
And I think also Flatzoid has the ability to live stream from his side. So he'll have like his group that he normally has attend his shows, have a show that's on the side of his side, but then he'll also have the X Spaces crowd. And then you'll have the 24/7 crowd. That debate was pretty good, though. It was really enjoyable. Alpha, did you see the clip?
No, not yet. The one with Duffy and Flatzoid? No, not yet.
No, not that clip. I'm talking about the juicy clip.
Don't know what context. Not yet, probably.
I'll post it for you. Dooby dooby doo. Na 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 na. Duffy is a retard.
Oh, was it what you were referring to the other day about him saying that the firmament is the floor? I think that's what you were.
Oh no, that was pretty dumb. I'll agree, but this one is kind of more scandalous. Man, what's my upload speed doing? Holy crap. Oh, it's already uploaded.
Hey, Matrix, what did McBooger Eater say yesterday? We're here to predict the prediction. Something like
Oh, yeah, it was something like that. What was it?
I think that was it. We're here to predict the prediction. Like,
You guys better watch out, man. R.I.P. AE map. R.I.P. Gleason's map.
map.
Oh man, it's about to be grilled cheese time.
AI, that Will Duffy clip is a peach.
There needs to be a. There needs to be a meme. There needs to. Oh, you got the clip up.
Yeah, it's like 40. It's like a little. It's converted to MP3 or MP4. Little 40.
Of course, he's saying that.
Him saying that is his justification for taking money off would-be churchgoers.
Well, this is what I was going to say as well, because I don't know if it was in his Flatzoid thing. I've barely watched anything on him. I saw the other day someone had like insinuated that he was a fool and might lose money doing this thing, and he, in his defensiveness and pride, he let slip that he stands to make a good deal of money potentially from this whole endeavor. So I'd be wondering if the Globers are concerned that they've just been scammed by a flat Earth or a globe Earth even mega church pastor, which I'm sure is the last thing that they want at this point in their lives.
Oh yeah, Duffy's gonna be like maybe a roaming celebrity, interviewed by all kinds of news networks, getting paid appearance fees, speaking fees, licensing rights on certain things, et cetera, et cetera. A guy could end up making like $50 million off of this. Let me change that. If I did that, would make like $50 million off of it for sure, because I'd be going around being the biggest media hoe if I was in Duffy's position.
Especially if you don't have any issue with lying and deception.
I just heard a clip. Wow. He actually said those words over a pulpit. They have no shame these days. They have no shame these days, these guys. But it's right in line with people that just want to hear someone tickle their ears, right? Because they would love to be like in a world where they're not held accountable. That's nice. And we don't have to be held accountable to anything. That's fine. You could live like that. So be it.
For those of you who are listening and haven't heard the clip, just like to quickly tell people who are listening what he said. He's basically saying he's looked from front to back through the Bible and he's concluded that there is no problem with lying and being deceptive.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, dude. Were there people nodding their heads at his church when he was saying that?
Imagine.
Because if that is the case, then all of them they're reaping what they sown. He is God's judgment over the people. He is exactly what they wanted. They wanted
imagine
this.
going to church and bringing your kids and stuff, and the guys up there being like, "There's nothing wrong with lying and deceiving, folks." What are you going to do at that point?
Like, I guess I don't know. I've come to the point where it's like that's fine. If these people want to do it, they're getting what they want. They're getting people that are telling them exactly what they want to hear, and that's fine.
True enough. But because, I mean, he's said a bunch of times, I'm sure, during this whole run-up to the final experiment, like, we want the truth. We want to settle the matter once and for all and know the truth. It's like, well, but here you are saying you don't care about the truth and that you have no moral obligation to it. So which is it?
Well, ultimately, when you break this down, it comes down to ambiguity between telling things that are not true. So the thing you're stating is inaccurate, and whether you intend it to be inaccurate, whether you intend to deceive, and even that, he's saying that intending to deceive and be inaccurate is not necessarily wrong. So he then has, in order to make it wrong, the intention behind it itself has to be wrong. So as long as he deems his reasons good enough, that makes what he's doing okay. So, for example, I can lie and deceive as long as I've decided that the reason I'm doing so is benevolent.
People?
What?
You mean like if I'm saying, okay, I'm going to deceive these guys, but it's for their benefit. That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah. So like you said on the Flatzoid debate, flat earthers are poor. Like Whitsitt and Jaron were complaining that they couldn't afford to go. They didn't have any money. They can't buy the gloves or the socks. He's like, oh man, these guys are so poor. I can't wait to cure them of flat earth so they can be rich.
Oh, good Lord.
For the benefit of mankind, we have to lie and deceive.
Wow.
So basically, because the platform that he's speaking of all has to deal with, and it ties into cosmology, right? Like because he's greasing the skids, no? He's greasing the skids. He's basically saying, yeah, that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with it because if it's for your good, let's say, then God doesn't say anything wrong with it. I mean,
Well, Alpha, who before Will Duffy came, who was the other prominent person involved with a Christian ministry that we know of that was using tactics of accusing flat earthers and saying they're bad and saying they're immoral, maybe not even saved, all this other kind of stuff? Remember that guy?
Odell? Debate him?
No, not Odell.
No, he debated him. He debated that guy that you're talking about.
Yeah, but no, I'm not even talking about that guy. I'm talking about Faulkner.
Oh, Faulkner! I got a special bone to pick with that guy because he's okay.
Yeah.
What he's writing in his, I don't know if you've seen his book or not. What he's putting in there is dude. If anything, I would say that Faulkner would probably be a pupil to this guy Duffy, if not probably his mentor or something. Either one. I don't really know the relationship.
Well, I'll tell you what the relationship is right now. They're both going to Antarctica together.
What? No
Yeah,
way.
Faulkner's on the TFE, dude, and he just put out an episode in the past 3 days saying a whole bunch of more smack on flat earthers.
My God.
And me and you, Alpha, know from our history with him in 24/7 that we've reviewed his articles and read them and parsed out, like, look, he's accusing flat earthers of all this derogatory stuff and just, castigating people's grandmothers and mothers and sisters and brothers. And he's doing this as a supposed think tank for Christian apologetics that pastors are supposed to use as a resource for their churches. And he's going around basically pooping on the congregation. And he's writing, essentially saying flat earthers are bad, immoral, liars, etc. We had Bible U from the old FED days. She did that. Paula, if you guys don't know who she is, she's got an episode critiquing his book. We've all been on his case for years. Indio even punked him out live when this homeboy tried to present some pictures. So Indio went out in Boston, tracked boats, filmed them with his iPhone camera, right? Like super far out, way beyond the alleged claim that the geometry of the globe can support, and proved it to himself that the claims of the globe are a pile of dookie. So then we had Faulkner take issue with that, and he's like, oh no, those are just cherry picking. Look at all mine where the boats disappear bottom up at exactly where they're supposed to disappear. And so if anybody knows Indio, as soon as you give him a photo, he immediately starts putting it through his software. He doesn't take your word for it, and he immediately found problems with it. And he's like, dude, why are you trying to lie to me? This thing's crap. This thing's at the wrong angle. These scales are different. Why do you have to manipulate these images? So who's actually the liar?
Well, according to Duffy, there's nothing he needs to worry about now because it's for your own good. It's for your own good.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Him and Faulkner can sip martinis on the beach of with some penguins and be like, hey man, we're doing God's work.
Yep. Exactly. It's, dude, well, it's a sign of the times for sure. It's exactly what Scripture had wrote about when it said they will wax for themselves, these teachers, these people that they're going to put up in the pulpits that are just going to be what their itching ears want to hear. That's what they want. They want to hear somebody that's going to pat them on the back and tell them, no, you're all right. Don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. It doesn't say in the Bible anywhere that lying and deceiving is wrong. Relax. Doesn't say that.
It does.
And I know, but according to Duffy and friends, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, so what this means is that
no fire and brimstone for you fellas.
Well, I mean, God's going to have to take it back, right? Like, oh, I'm sorry, Satan. I'm sorry, Satan, that I disparaged your character by being the father of lies. Oh man, what a slap in the face, right? Yep.
I would imagine that this is just going to escalate. I mean, we probably think we've heard like the lowest of the low. I don't think they have. They're probably going to be like, I haven't even begun to define myself with the shit that I'm going to say. Like, I could have just imagined.
Part of this campaign is a Bulverism campaign, and what they want is when people look at all the things that have been going on, and this is, by the way, Will Duffy, I mean, it's pretty much a Loctite case that this is what he's doing. He's attempting to do a social engineering in the populace that on the aftermath of this TFE event, they can just dismiss flat earthers as the dregs of society completely. So if it was bad before how people thought of flat earthers, it's going to be even worse after this. And there's going to be a lot of relationships lost, a lot of fighting, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's going to happen, and I think that's what they want to happen.
It'll be so funny.
The only thing that'll be persecuted is the truth.
When they come back from all this and everyone's still in here, still getting flat smacked around, they're like, why are you guys still in here? we showed there was a 24-hour sun. I'm going to say, well, it still measures flat. They're like, no, you have to leave now. Nope, it's still going on. And they're just going to sit here and listen like they always do. And nothing will change.
Did Indio
That's
tell
what I
you
told
guys
Brenda the
about
other day.
Did Indio tell you about the final proposition that he's going to have? Because that's what he's naming it after they all come back from this.
Yep.
So
No,
get
what
ready
was
for the
that?
final proposition. That's coming.
What's that? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, Indio didn't tell you, Cyclone?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a few days.
Oh, so you basically confessed. You basically just confessed that you haven't been paying attention to the updates in the back chat. Okay, fine. You're fined 250 credits in the Flat Earth merch store.
I've got like 10 back chats going on. I can't keep track of all of them. But yeah, that's fine. I will submit for my punishments.
Oh, I see. Secret mod chats. How about you just fucking tell me?
Yeah, you know, the penance for that is you're going to have to deal with Brenda for the next month. So
yeah, you're on Brenda duty.
Brenda's all yours, man, for the next month. So
it's like cleaning the bathrooms.
That's a date I want to see. Fucking hell.
Yeah, so basically they're going to have to submit the proposition that they're going to say that what does this have to deal with the Earth, shape of the Earth anyway. So in a logical syllogism, they're going to have to form how the Earth, or excuse me, how the 24-hour sun shows any relation to the Earth in any way, like whether it be globe or what. So they're going to have to form it into a logical syllogism as to like how the sun being seen 24 hours has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yep. So,
They
for
have to do
example,
it.
if I'm hungry,
go ahead.
Here, I'll give you one. So, if I'm hungry, I'm going to go eat some tomato soup with grilled cheese. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Yeah, that's exactly how. It has nothing to do with the Earth whatsoever. But yeah, they're using it as it never has. But I tell you what, R.I.P. the Gleason's map, because if they do see the 24-hour sun, which probably will, if they do see it, then that's kiboshed immediately. Because you don't have the AE, and it never was a flat Earth map to begin with. I mean, it just, we were always saying that because they say, okay, think about it like this. If the sun goes in a circle in the north and it goes in a circle in the south, that's not the same as the AE map, is it? So what flat earthers have been saying a long time ago, that, the sun goes in a circle in the north, but they never said it goes in a circle in the south. But if they do see it go in a circle in the south, and not only is it going to go in a circle in the south, but it's going to be going, either, what is it, clockwise? Is it clockwise in the south? Like everything to start, they see the rotation? The sun will have to make a clockwise rotation in the south as well. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anti-clockwise, it makes an anti-clockwise 24-hour rotation in the north, and it would have to make a clockwise rotation in the south as it goes 24 hours around. So not only does it have to go 24 hours around the people that are watching, but it also has to do it clockwise. So, which means at some point it will be going west to east. What do you think about that? Oh shit. It's gonna be on like Donkey Kong.
You said it was going to go west to east?
Well, if it goes clockwise, it should. Because think about it. The sun goes anti-clockwise in the north in the 24-hour period. You get it? Follow?
Yeah.
Okay. In the south, if it goes 24 hours around their heads, it will have to go clockwise.
Yeah.
So at some point, they will see the full rotation around their heads. And then at some point, it will go from west to east, then back to east to west again.
Right. Yeah,
Get
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Right. So there you have it.
Would that be surprising to you to see that?
Me? No.
Yeah.
No, because it doesn't have to deal with the Earth in one way or another. It's not. Try to form it in a logical syllogism. How the sun determines anything to deal with the Earth. We've never been talking about the sun having anything to deal with the Earth in any way, because it doesn't. Still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. We've never been saying that, but those who have been saying that the sun goes around the north in a circle, they're going to have to now say the sun goes in a circle in the south. The tune is now changed. The AE map is now kiboshed. Gleason's is kiboshed.
The AE map, Gleason's map of kibosh 10 years ago. It just took a lot of people time to realise it.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the same. I mean, we've always been saying it in 24/7. The map is not the land isn't the map. We've all been saying that. And these are just concepts of what people would think the Earth looks like if it were flat, but at the same time it's not a map for flat Earth. So
what is the AE map?
Pardon?
What is the AE map?
The AE map is you've probably seen it around. It's the north-centric global projection where Antarctica is the circumference. The global projection map. AE azimuth or equidistant, north-centric global projection. Hope that answered your question.
Hey, Sergeant Larson, can you mute your mic?
Yeah. Hello. Yo.
What's up?
Anyway, just to let you guys know, everybody's tune is gonna add, especially when it comes to the telling to people, okay, well, this is what the sun does, and if it's not accurate to what people have noticed it been doing, like in the south especially, that it goes concentric circles, well, then we're gonna have to figure out, because it can't just be the north that it goes around. Remember that meme where it shows that the sun's going around the north in a circle and then it goes splayed outwards? That meme's gonna have to change. We can't use that anymore, because if it goes in a circle in the south, well, now we're gonna do it.
So why would this rule out the AE map?
Well, the AE map shows the outer limits of the Earth would be an ice ring. Well, the sun would have to go around the whole ice ring if it was going 24 hours in a circle. The entire ice ring. Because if you're in one location, one specific geographic location, you can see it going around in a circle. That would mean that it would be going around a landmass, not a giant ice ring. Because you would be on one side of the ice ring and you couldn't see the sun if it goes to the other side of the ice ring. Follow?
Sure.
The sun would always be to the north.
You have problems like this no matter how you look at the way the Earth is.
Yeah, but this is the issue. The issue has been that that was never a flat Earth map to begin with. It never was.
Sure.
The conception of the conception of what the Earth would look like when all the continents are splayed out was it was used as an idea. It wasn't used as a end all. You get it?
Sure, but it's not any worse than any other flat Earth map.
Yeah, it is. It is especially when you start to say that this was what the Earth could look like, and then you have the sun would have to go around, in the south around the ice ring to give 24-hour sun. You'd have to have it work in a specific way. But if you don't have a specific map that shows this, and you're using the AE map, then that's getting debunked when you're trying to say, well, the sun goes around the north just like this in the AE map, and in the south it goes around like this in the AE map, and you're showing the sun go around the ice ring. Well, on one end of the ice ring you could say there's some people over here, and on the other end there's some people over there, but how are they both seeing 24-hour sun? You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
It doesn't work in the AE map.
Did this guy just say it's no better than any other flat Earth map? What do you mean?
Yeah.
All maps are flat, buddy.
Yeah, they're flat, but the problem was what I was telling the gentleman is that cartography isn't like what people. There's a lot of things that people need to look into when it comes to cartography. So you can't take a world map and say this is what we're going to go by. There's no gold standard, by the way. You know that, right? Does everybody know that?
To an extent.
All the maps were built using measurements that require a flat Earth. The globe is just a really distorted flat Earth.
Yeah, that's great.
That's how the trick is done.
Yeah, and that's great for the glober, but for the people who are looking at flat Earth, there's still problems with like trying to get the world as a whole, kind of mapped out and put into a orientation style, flat plane. You know what I'm saying? Like everything with the orientation of the continents in the way they should be in accordance to how it's actually laid out on the Earth in reality. There's a problem, right? I don't know. This has been the issue, guys. Trying to get orientation and sizes to conform to reality. It's not as what people think it is, basically. Anyway, I got to get going, but look into this topic. It's a huge topic, by the way. But yeah, in this whole 24-hour sun in Antarctica will kibosh the AE map and the Gleasons.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Why?
That's fine. You can disagree with it.
Why? Why do you disagree?
Because you're saying there's some kind of geometric problem with being able to see the sun.
Yeah, I gotta get going. Jedi, you can take this one.
Cheers, mate.
Have a good night.
So say that again, mate. Sorry.
You're saying there's some kind of problem with being able to see the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica.
On an AE map, yes.
Yeah. But there are similar problems if you map the Earth differently.
Okay.
If you were to, we would have to look at the map. If you gave me any kind of map, I could point out the same problems.
Okay.
And you could say like, we don't have any map. That's fine. But if you did give me any kind of map, they would have the same problems.
How do we make maps?
We measure the distances on the Earth.
Yeah. What do we use for references?
What do you mean by that?
So I'll answer the question for you. So we can use things in the sky for references. We were talking about time zones earlier with the sun, for example.
Sure.
We can also use the stars, can't we? It's how we get longitude and latitude, for example, right?
Yep.
Cool. So we measure those in a specific way. How do we measure those? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Elevation angles. Elevation angles to the sun to denote lines of meridian, and elevation angles to Polaris to denote a latitude and latitude system. Circles of equal altitude.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So those are angle measurements. We understand an angle is the intersection of two straight lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So you're going to require a flat Earth to make these measurements then.
Why would that be?
Because it's an elevation angle taken up from the horizontal plane of mean sea level. You measure up from the plane of the horizon to denote the angle of, say, Polaris in the sky. So you're going to require a flat Earth to make that measurement in the first place. In actual fact, all cartography is taken from vertical and horizontal angle measurements.
Is it measured from the horizon or is it measured from level?
It's measured from the plane of the horizon, mean sea level.
Like, is it measured? When you say it's measured from the plane of the horizon, what I mean is it measured optically from the optical horizon, or is it measured from level?
It's measured from the plane of the horizon. So, for example, if you was to use a nautical or marine sextant, we would use the horizon for that type of measurement, right? That measurement, when you do when you do your height of eye correction because of your altitude, you then correct downwards to a mean sea level reading, so 0, and then the elevation will be taken up from that horizontal. So you require mean sea level to be a horizontal reference for you to measure an angle up from it. So you require mean sea level to be a horizontal reference.
Why would that be?
Because it's an angle measurement taken up from the Earth. It's the premise for longitude, latitude. It's the premise for all cartography. Okay.
All right. I'll do some reading on that then.
Okay, no worries.
I do have another question. When you're measuring at a certain latitude, it seems whenever the further north you get, the more northern stars you see. The further south you get, more southern stars you see.
Yeah.
How does this work on a flat plane?
All observations are taken from the observer's perspective. So the observations are based on how you view the world. And we view the world in a perspective form. That means things above your eye line with distance would descend downwards to the vanishing point known as the horizon. Things below your eye line will ramp upwards to the vanishing point known as the horizon. So when you're asking the question, why is it when I go further south, more stars appear up from the horizon? That's because of the way that you view the world. It's based on the celestial sphere model. It's like a protractor over your head in the sky. So you point at the horizon, and then directly over your head is 90 degrees. Then over the other side of you is 180 degrees. And this arc in the sky, this protractor in the sky, is how we measure the elevation angles of these things. So, for example, hypothetically, we're standing directly underneath the pole star Polaris. So that is 90 degrees at my zenith. As I move southwards, still facing north, so I'm walking backwards, measuring the declination angle of the star towards the horizon, 80 degrees, 70 degrees, 45 degrees. Every time I measure that, that's going to be my latitude. I measure the angle of Polaris above in the sky at 45 degrees. That's my latitude. When I get to the equator, that's the minimum elevation angle to the horizon, a distance of 5,400 nautical miles. When I continue going south, as I've continued to observe, things keep coming up from the horizon, measured in angles. So when I go more south, beyond the equator, beyond the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, there are other stars in the sky that I observe outside of the dead tropical zone where the constellations reside, between the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer primarily. So when I go further south than this, I see the stars that I couldn't see before, based on the observer's view in the world. That's all it is.
So, why, for example, are you able to see the same stars in Australia and South America?
Because they're below the tropical line of Cancer. Say below, more south.
Sure.
And the
But
ones that are
they
north,
should be far enough away from each other.
Okay. They should be. This is just how we view the world, mate. It's not a should be. It's what it is. We're not going to be able to see every single star in the night sky from just one location with a limited view of perspective.
Sure. I guess the issue, what I'm having, there are a couple things I'm not understanding. One is, it seems like it's rotating around us. And
What? Stars.
The stars, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you, as you go east and west, you also see different stars at different times.
Yeah.
And
because they're moving east to west, right?
Yeah. But if you go west long enough, you come back around and see the same stars.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly.
You said around. You might have answered your own question then.
The issue is the stars, if you map them out, they kind of form a massive sphere, right?
Yeah, based on the celestial sphere, yeah.
Yeah, and you can map out which stars you see based on what part of the Earth you're on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And every part of the Earth, you see a different portion of the sphere.
Right. Where did you get a sphere from all of a sudden?
Just like the stars are rotating around us.
Yeah, the stars are, yeah.
And it's so you just take the North Star as one end of that sphere and the South Star as the other end.
Why? Because every time you've measured the angle of the star in the sky, it's an angle measurement. Where have you got a sphere from? You're measuring a horizontal plane of reference to measure the angle of the star in the sky. When's that horizontal plane of reference become a curved plane of reference?
How would you look at them?
What do you mean, how would I look at them? I'm looking at them, measuring them, I'm telling you how we measure them. You were the one who dropped in on a sphere. Well, we don't measure a sphere.
I didn't say...
Okay, sorry. I thought we were having a decent conversation, dude.
I didn't say on a sphere. I wasn't saying the stars are rotating on a sphere. Right. I was saying that the stars, when we map them out, they map onto a sphere.
No, I don't. All measurements of stars,
why do you say that?
Angle measurements. Every star has a ground position denoted as 90 degrees from that ground position to the observer. When we map them out, we map them on a horizontal plane. Because that's how we measure them.
But what about the argument that our eyes are slightly fish-eyed naturally? So ultimately, if we try and map out something on a macro level, it's going to turn out to be like a circular shape, just from our natural eye glands. You could use that argument for the flat Earth theory. I was just saying, like, that's why it's such a good lie. It's because no matter how far we go up, it's still going to look like a curvature due to our limitations of our actual eyes.
Sorry, what curvature? Where's the curvature?
In our eyes, there is no curvature, but our visual perception is limited through evolutionary traits, I guess you could say. And that's why
it's not making any sense, dude.
Well, you know that we if we look at a far distance, we will tend to see a fisheye sort of view due to our eye structure, our physicality of our eyeballs. It's not to say that it's actually curved. It's just what we perceive. It looks like it can be curved.
Yeah.
So with that being said, when we map out something on a macro level, like the stars, we can only see to a point where it comes to a manifestation of like a circle, due to the fact that our limitations of our eyes tend to replicate what we see.
No.
You don't? Okay.
I generally don't agree with what you're saying. The only arc that we see is the arc in the sky. All measurements are taken from a horizontal plane. I understand what you mean that we see kind of in fisheye, but that's not really saying much, my friend. Maybe I'm not following you. Maybe you could restate your position clearer. I do apologise.
I think it's the foundation of what the lie is built off, is the limitations of our eyes. So that in no sense of the matter we can actually prove, besides from the images that we see on the side chat, that the Earth is actually flat. But it is flat. But it is almost impossible to tell someone that it is flat and not a curve, because it's part of our reality now. Our physicality is showing that it's curved. Unless we get access to that sort of, oh shit, this is the wall that stops us from traveling, or this is the evidence to show that there is continuation of this flat Earth, then there's no way you can actually conceive it to be true. And that's why they got you by the balls. Well, that's why they have the globalists by the balls. And I'm just saying that's the foundation that they've used. So if someone was to say we've mapped out the stars, of course it will be a circle. But even if the Earth is flat, it would still be a circle, like just due to the limitations of what we can map out from where we are.
It would be it would be a circle around the observer, but that doesn't mean that the surface is curving. I think I understand what you're saying.
Exactly, yeah.
Gotcha.
But it's one of those tricky, realities that have to. There's an obstacle that one has to overcome, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to push back on the lens of your eye for a second, my understanding is that we see the world upside down and our brain corrects for it. And if I were to put goggles on your head that flip, your vision just upside down right now, I think it takes 3 days or something to that effect, and your brain will correct it. And so even with those goggles on, you'll see right side up. Have you ever heard of this?
Interesting. Nope. Well, that's just arguing that maybe it's actually impossible to actually say what is what.
I guess the original thing that I guess is important is if you ever look through a telescope, the image is upside down, and that's because of the lens. The lens is in effect, and those same lenses apply to your eyeball, except our brain corrects for that upside down. Where our brain doesn't correct for it when we look through it.
But would it not be it would be distorted It would be distorted. It would be somewhat distorted, though, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be.
I guess that's where I'm missing you. When I hold up a flat ruler to my face, I can imagine our eyes have some curvature in them, but our brain corrects for that. When I look at a straight ruler or a curvy ruler, I can make the distinction between the two because my brain is already corrected for what is straight, what is curved. So I can correctly identify a straight line versus a curved line.
Well, I mean, it's up for exhibits, I guess. I was more thinking if the higher you go and the more visual distance that you can see in relation to everything else, everything is just far away. There's no the only thing you can see is the window on the aeroplane.
But when I look at Saturn's rings, I can still basically identify those rings are straight, yet Saturn is curved.
The rings
trying to get back to where Jedi was taking it, if we can, because this is getting a bit off into the weeds.
Yeah, the eye thing doesn't really make sense.
I thought it was a well-known fact that we tend to see fisheye when we look out into the distance that's far beyond our, visual. It just tends to slant over. I mean, this is what you get for when
It would depend on what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think the confusion when you're talking about a celestial sphere, it's a perspective view of the stars as a sphere, but it's not curving. It's just a perspective view of it. I think a lot of confusion comes from that.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. That's pretty much what I was getting. But if there was an infinite plane of flatness that goes on for all we know, it's for eternity. No, who cares anyway? But our eyes will show limitations and distortions, and one of them is quite prominent is the fisheye effect. So,
I thought you were giving up on this.
I'm just concluding and then full stop.
Let's move it along. Doesn't really make a difference. Whether it's fisheye upward or whether it's convex or concave depends on whether you're looking upward or downward.
All right, well, let's get along to the next point. So, have we got any other points for a globe? Or any questions?
I guess I'm in search of like experiments I can run in my backyard. Philosophically speaking, like stuff I can do cheaply and realistically to kind of give credence to the argument that there's a flat Earth versus a curved Earth. I can think of like 3 different examples off the top of my head. Do you have any that would give credence to the flat Earth?
So yeah, let me send you a link and talk you through what I'm sending you. Did you join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
No.
So I think I tried to send you the link. Oh no, yeah, it says you're a member. So go on to it should be the icon. Should be the icon with the Earth and the Sun and Moon spinning around it.
I found it.
Right, so if you scroll down about 3/4 of the way down the server list, you'll see an additional information section with loads of channels that are all alphabetized. It's got stuff like NASA and gravity and Sun and Moon and loads of channels on different topics. You see those? Right. So if you look under C for curvature, you can familiarize yourself with the curvature claim of the globe. And then if you look under L for long distance observations and laser tests, these will show you what people are doing to test the claim of curvature, which usually involves going down to a body of water, a lake, a shoreline, a beach, and testing things like horizon distance, object obscuration in the distance, seeing if there's an obstruction due to curvature as predicted with the globe's curvature, like testing these things with lasers, drawing line of sight, hitting point-to-point targets over distances, seeing whether they can hit targets over however many miles. Got laser tests going 10, 20, 30 miles. They're not finding any curvature. So if you're looking for stuff you can do yourself, this is what we would recommend. Find your nearest shoreline or lake and go and test that curvature. Because at the end of the day, the crux of this entire topic is the physical geometry of the surface that we live on. Because you can talk all day about gravity and Antarctica and all these other tangential topics, but if you don't have the foundational requirement of the curvature in the first place, then none of those arguments work for the globe, because there is no globe.
And there's a lot of content, and at least the long distance observation one. When we're talking about lasers here, we're talking about like my, $30 laser I can get off Amazon, right? Like a green laser.
Well, yeah,
we're not talking about like scientific crazy lasers, right?
Well, these guys are using crazy lasers, but you don't have to do that. I would recommend you start with the long distance observations. There's some very cheap methods that people are using, like things like going and buying a door length mirror, one of those long mirrors you can get, just a cheap long mirror, and they're going down to the beach and they're just doing mirror flashes down the coastline, just flashing the sun's light to one of their friends that's like however many miles away, 10, 20 miles away, and seeing if they see the flash from the mirror. And they do, showing that there's not the hundreds of feet of drop that the globe model claims there should be to obstruct that light. So there's a bunch of things you can do, but I'm just giving you those resources so that you can check them out in your own time. And on that server, there's terabytes of information, documentaries, articles, journals, all kinds of stuff. So take your time and go through some of that information.
I think that one spoke to me because I saw a video on Reddit basically doing a laser experiment and, kind of proving the opposite. But obviously, an anecdote is evidence of anecdotes.
Yeah, they still try and show this Netflix puff piece, hit piece, where they edited an attempt at a laser test, which they didn't actually do because the laser broke. So they ended up using a flashlight, which effectively made the test redundant. And they all went away. I mean, we know people who were there that night, and they went away saying, we'll do this again, because this was basically a failed attempt. But they edited it in such a way that just when one of the guys said something like, oh, that's interesting, which wasn't even sequentially what happened in reality, just cut that way, and then cut the whole movie to make people think, oh, wow, this flat earther measured the curve. But no, he didn't. And there are loads of people doing these kinds of tests, and these are the things you should do, and they do show that there is no curve.
Has there been anyone who's done this experiment over the course of various weather conditions?
Yeah, people are doing them all year round, all over the earth. There's hundreds of them by now, thousands probably.
How do we is there a way, an easy way of knowing how much and whether and how much refraction is at play in these tests?
There's
Depends what you mean by refraction. I mean, there's a few rule of thumb assumptions that can be made. The standard atmospheric refraction as a mathematical construction is 7/6R, which essentially means they mathematically increase the radius length by a sixth. So that still doesn't solve the problems that we have when we're observing a horizon that's 10 miles away for a 1-foot observer, where the globe says the horizon should be at 1.2 miles, even with standard atmospheric refraction. That only puts it up to about 1.5, 2 miles max if we're generous. But it still comes out over 10, 15, 20, 30 miles. So no, there's no actual realistic model of refraction that explains what we're seeing.
Well, to be fair, just like there's different humidity in a given day, different temperature, there's also a different refraction index. In the same way we measure weather, there's a refraction index of your local area.
Yeah, but there's no refraction ever been claimed even that's supposed to lift something that's obstructed by physical Earth curve up and around the curve, so that it appears in front of the curve and the curve appears behind the thing that it's physically obstructing. That's not a thing. Until we started having these observations, that wasn't even a thought in human conception. It's only been recently, post hoc, speculated, because we're showing observations that are impossible on the geometry of the globe claimed that we live on.
Why would that be impossible?
Well, like you said, maybe 2 miles maximum, but not 10 miles. That's the thing. You might have a little slight difference with refraction, but it's never going to be over 10 miles. In other words, the Earth curves don't exist.
Yeah, because bear in mind, this whole physical Earth curve horizon is what they've been saying in the textbooks for decades. has been a proof of the globe for thousands of years. Aristotle saw boats go over the curve. I mean, they're still saying this today. So to say refraction is to concede that it's not physical Earth curve, it's something else. It's an optical effect. Which again just means that the globe has no geometry of a globe. So we're not on it. It's a topographical plane.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that.
So I'm confused about what you said that, wait a moment, is it even working? My audio, I mean. So I was confused when you said that refraction isn't even what has been claimed. It is just straight up false because refraction is corrected for in basically any application that involves long distance observations, like the surveying, for example, while measuring like heights of mountains, or panoramas that simulate long distance sightings and how high the mountains would appear.
Is there a question in that? I heard I'm confused and then a bunch of rambling.
Yeah, that was the question. I don't know if you heard it correctly or not. Was the audio quality?
You were confused?
Yeah, I was confused because you said that refraction isn't something that has been even claimed, and that's refuted by basically.
What kind of refraction did I say hadn't been claimed? I was quite specific in what I was saying wasn't occurring.
Like refraction, the atmospheric refraction?
What did I say about it moving an object that's supposed to be obstructed in front of that obstruction and having the obstruction appear behind it? Anyway, Embo, we've got some new people in, so we'll get to you. The two other new guys who are in, either of you got any more questions?
Is the sun flat?
How would you verify that?
I'm asking you.
I'm not claiming it.
You don't know?
No, I don't know what shape the sun is other than a circular disk light that we see moving in the sky. What else could you know about it?
You have no idea to know.
Well, how would you find out?
I'm just asking you. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay.
I think the sun is tough, but we can watch. We can see all the various sides of Mars through a telescope, or maybe Jupiter's a better example.
Well, you can look at these things and speculate on them, but that's about it.
Well, I guess the point is like it gives evidence that these celestial bodies are globular in shape because we see.
I don't think so.
Most sides of it. It's circle in appearance, but since it rotates, doesn't that make sense?
I'm not. I wouldn't.
If you're saying you're looking
Post a photo of one of them.
You're not going to see it in 3D. You're only going to be looking in 2D.
Yeah, you see a 2D circle line.
Everything is 2D.
Yeah, and I kind of disagree with that because you can see like, oh, hey, Jupiter has a moon. That moon's in front of this object. I agree to like, in a sense, like, yeah, it's basically 2D, but you can't
get. No, it's a monocular. The telescope is a monocular. You only look through a single lens through the one eye, so you're not getting depth perception, especially at the distance it's claimed.
But when the moon when it goes over its surface, we can tell, hey, it's casting a shadow on Jupiter's body. We can tell that this moon is in front of Jupiter. Therefore, we can deduce that we're looking at a 3D image, even though if I were to take a photo of it, it's going to be looking 2D.
Well, I would say
post it inside.
Everything's 2D.
Image. Post an image in the side chat. Let us see this. Let's see these globes floating around in the sky.
Waste of time.
Make sure you critique the image too. Make sure it's a photo. So you think that's a real image right there? When you
Just
think
define
that shadow
real.
right there, look at. That's what I'm asking you. You just looking at this and
Yes, I
assuming
think it's a real photo. But I mean, like for example, like I was really disheartened
shadow's real.
when I learned that like a lot of like the celestial bodies that we take images of, those colors aren't actually real. Like when I look through a telescope, a lot of the stuff is black and white, and that's like super boring.
So this is a fake image,
It's because
right?
well,
Yeah,
no.
it's fake.
Hold on, time out. So the reason why when I look through a
Just
telescope and I
admit
see
it
black
is
and white,
fake.
hey, whoa, can you listen for just a hot second? When I look through a telescope and I see the image is black, okay, never mind.
Just let him speak.
Guys, let him finish. Guys, hold on, guys. Let him finish.
So when I look through a
Finish his
telescope and I see an image is black and white, that's because of the sensors in my eyes, the rods and cones, and I forget which one, can't perceive the color. But we still get that data through the telescope. It's just that my eyes are limited. And so we use processing, et cetera, to make those colors pop out. So it's still a real image.
Colors.
Well, let me say.
It seems spherical, right? Those colors and how they're detailed on it. That's what makes it seem spherical. It just seems
either
that way. Like the gentleman said, it's still two-dimensional what you're looking at.
Do you have any pictures of the
It's a disc. If you look at the shadow is a disc.
Okay, but you gotta follow me. I agree. Like if we just look at this photo, I'm totally with you. But we see all sides of the planet of Mars, or I feel like Jupiter's a bad example because it's a gas. Who freaking knows what's going on?
Let me say either way. We could argue all day about whether they are or they aren't spheres. I don't think you can say that you know they're spheres. You definitely don't. You could say you believe they're spheres.
Yeah, they look it. I'm with you.
But either way, even if they are spheres, that doesn't make any logical necessity that what we are standing on should be a sphere.
True.
They could be spheres and we could not be. There's no inherent logical.
I agree, but I'm trying to. You got to follow the conversation because it's not necessarily about to hey, you're a flat earther, you're wrong. It was more of an exploration of that other guy's question, like, hey,
No,
sphere?
that's fine, and I'm not saying it is. I'm just pointing out that regardless of what they are, it doesn't tell us what the Earth is one way or another. Which is why we don't use those as some kind of proof one way or the other.
Well, you posted something, right? That
no, I didn't
even you said was fake. No, not you, the other guy.
Oh.
I said it was real.
Something that and then you said it was fake after I brought
it was post-processed. That doesn't mean it's fake.
Yeah, but they don't believe what they don't
real.
see.
Why don't you just give us an image of it not post-processed? And then you'll know what it looks like. See what it looks like, right?
I'm trying to understand the barrier of proof needed. Like if I go take my phone out of my pocket and take a photo of your face and then show you a photo of your face, is that a real or a fake image of your face?
It would be a real photo.
But it's processed. Most of the computing is done on my phone, and my sensor is actually pretty shitty.
Probably not a very good analogy.
Well, I guess it's not a good analogy, but I guess in a sense I can see what you're saying. Like
there was a shadow under your eyebrows, and it color corrected a little bit, but it's a real image of your face.
Look, like if we was all watching you take the photo.
Yeah, that's fair. We saw it happen.
Yeah, we could make a photo, right? But you're trying to say that that's the same image that you posted, and then you also admitted the photo. It's not the real photo. Show me the image, and that'll be what it looks like.
Yeah, I think your connection's bad. But I guess if I'm following, I'm trying to think of like, okay, instead of taking my phone in my pocket, I take my DSLR out of my pocket and take a photo, okay, of your face. Okay, we agree that that's real, partially because we all saw me take a photo of your face. But if I go and take that same DSLR and I attach it to the end of my telescope, at what point does the image that it's producing no longer become real and is instead fake?
Well, I suppose it would depend what kind of level of processing you're doing afterwards. How much touching up you're doing, how much coloring you're doing.
Asking you,
like, I mean, that's a fair point, but I know that I can go grab my telescope out of the garage and go and point it to the moon right now, today, and then tomorrow, and then the next day, and I'll get 3 different images of the moon, and it's going to be rotated at least to some degree.
No, the moon's face stays the same.
No,
you can't try
the moon. The moon oscillates.
That.
You see different craters on different days. There's certainly a dark side of the moon.
The conversation.
Dude,
sorry, what?
Let me say one last thing. I want to make this clear to everybody. Post the image,
right?
Like before post edit. Looks like.
Yeah, you're
before
breaking
they
up, buddy.
put all this computer
you're lagging a bit, James Richard.
Before they
you're lagging a bit too much for us to understand anything.
He's lagging, but we
at the moment.
I got what he said. He said
got it. Okay,
he wants
perfect.
The raw,
perfect.
He wants the raw image, no processing.
Excellent.
That's basically what he said.
Perfect. I feel like explaining is not the way. I feel like laughing is the way. Yeah, I can't be taking you seriously.
That's okay. You can put yourself on mute if you're not able to handle it. That's quite all right. You just do what you need to do,
Yeah, I'm gonna be laughing in my corner here.
Yeah, you laugh in your corner. That'll be healthy. So, right. So we agree that either way, whether they're spheres or not, that doesn't make the Earth a sphere. What does make the Earth a sphere? Anything?
Well, it'd be curvature, wouldn't
it? I guess on this topic, I think about like the solar eclipse, and got to experience that. We know exactly where it's going to run across the Earth, and the way it runs across the Earth gives evidence to a globular Earth, not a flat Earth, right?
Okay. How does it do that?
Well, do we know the path of a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, but they were.
Jeez, why can't I remember which one it is which?
They were predicting the eclipses and their positions back in Babylonian times. They still use the Saros cycle, which is used to predict eclipses for thousands of years, and it was made by flat earthers, the Babylonians. So that doesn't tell you the Earth's a ball. It's like a clock. You can predict when these things are going to come back round again. Cycles. That's all that's happening, essentially.
And the way we predict them today is based off of the same flat Earth. What was the cycle?
The Saros cycle. SAROS. I'm sure there's a load of fact-checking articles about it by now, because we've been speaking about it for a while. This does not mean that the Earth is flat, although yes, the Babylonians were predicting eclipses and they were flat earthers and they did use this cycle, which NASA still admit to using today. Haven't had to update it. These crazy flat earthers, i.e. essentially the entirety of human existence, did quite a lot of amazing things. We are where we are today because of those crazy flat earthers. And yeah, they were predicting the eclipses, no bother.
Do you think we've gotten better or worse over time at predicting eclipses and knowing where to stand?
Oh, well, in terms of predicting eclipses, maybe slightly better, but in general, worse. We've gone worse across the board, which makes sense, right?
You lost me there.
Entropy, a factor, right?
How have we gotten better? Even the Mayans predict eclipse.
Well, I'm just like being realistic here. I remember the last eclipse. It was like, go to Arkansas. In this area, you'll see the eclipse from this time to this time. The total, solar maximum or whatever it was called is going to happen precisely at this time. Like, it was down to like a freaking science. They knew exactly when, exactly where.
Yeah,
I guess I don't know, but I imagine those following the Saros cycle back in the day weren't quite as precise.
No, the ancients were spot on with the heavens.
They knew it was coming because days before they would get ready. They would start, the court.
Bro, you're still robot.
And queens, and
you need to get yourself to a better location, James Richard. I'm afraid. But yeah, the ancients were masters of the skies, right? They were building megalithic sites that still stand today that are astronomically aligned to such perfection that it can't be matched today with modern technology. And that's a fact. Whatever was going on back then was next level stuff.
Like, I've heard of like the Antikythera mechanism and stuff, but
yeah, exactly. They were making,
but to make to posit that it is more accurate than the systems that we have today threw me off.
Well, I didn't say specifically that was more accurate. I spoke about the astronomical alignments in some of these megalith sites being so perfect that it's like beyond comprehension. Well, I'm out on my mobile at the moment, so maybe later I'll go and find some of the articles. But you can look into it. Just look into the megaliths, look into the astronomical alignments, look into some of the modern attempts that they've tried to do it in with like UN buildings and stuff like this.
Cyclone, do you know what I find interesting about it? Was now speaking about the telescope and watching the planets in the sky and realizing if they are circular or spherical. Do you know? And there are colors. We are seeing like this because it's gray. But when we put for example, Black Swan example, 10 miles of the photo of the reality, then somehow, that logic is disappeared. Somehow these 10 miles you cannot perceive. You cannot see the horizon anymore. But speaking about space, you see everything is there. You take the telescope, but when you take equipment to see the 10 miles, there is problems because there is air pollution, whatever you want, the conditions, weather.
They're basically saying we can't tell what's going on within 10 miles of us looking across some water, but we can tell what's going on billions of miles away with these little dots of light. We can tell you everything you need to know.
And that is the photo, and this is the real photo, and this real even video or presentation of the reality. Oh no, this is not. Which height was the camera?
You know, like on a full moon, when the moon's directly overhead versus when the moon's on the horizon, the moon's like a totally different color. I feel it, and totally different size too. I feel like. I guess, I think about astronomy, and it's like obviously, or I guess maybe not obvious, but the best stargazing is when objects are directly overhead versus on the horizon, for those same reasons that we have limitations when we try to look 10 miles in a telescope directly, horizontal. It's because we're looking through more atmosphere versus less. So it seems to track in my mind.
That's the explanation. But what if you see the water on 10 miles? What then?
I don't know what you mean.
You see the surface of the water on 10 miles. What then? Are you perceiving that something is happening now in the air, or you see the real water on 10 miles?
It means a faint ball with a radius of 3959.
Yeah, that's the point. Because the explanation for that will be, I see the water because there is some conditions. No, you see the water because it's there.
Yeah, see,
I guess I'm thinking about, like, is there an area on Earth where we don't have to use water as our litmus test? Like maybe the salt flats in Nevada. Would that change your mind? Like if you try to look horizontal there?
Yeah, we can use the 200 meters hill in the middle of the USA. Can we use that one?
Well, I guess if I'm following you, the answer would be the same whether we're looking across water or we're looking across the salt flats of.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've done tests on the salt flats.
It's the
If you
same,
look at those long distance observations channels and the laser test channels that I pointed you to, I'm pretty sure a few of them, some of them are on the salt flats, which are surprisingly flat.
If you want to read about salt flats, it will tell you like this: it's a 4,000 miles squared. That means that it's something like 30 miles per 20 miles per 20 miles. 1,000 miles squared. Is that? Yeah. Its elevation change 1 meter.
Over how long?
Not for 4,000 miles squared.
No, you've confused him here, Sasha. Now he thinks you're saying there's 1 meter of curvature over 4,000 miles.
No, 4,000 miles. 4,000 miles squared. That is something like, I think, you need to do the math. How much is that? It's squared.
Yeah, maybe start him smaller, right? Think of like a 10-mile lake.
Isn't it like 1 kilometer is 2 centimeters of drop? And like 100 kilometers is 200 meters of drop?
8 inches per mile squared as a rough approximation. Good for up to about 1,000 miles.
Yeah, something about 3 centimeters, 2 kilometers.
You can just Google it, right? You just Google Earth curvature calculator. And you start plugging in the numbers, what your observer height is and things, and it'll tell you how much curvature is supposed to be there. How much, if you were to guess, how much curvature do you think there would be over 10 miles between A and B in terms of that drop over a distance?
And it's telling you also...
A meter?
For
10
3
meters.
meters.
How many do you think?
I would guess 3-ish.
3 meters. Yeah, not bad. They say it's about 66.6 feet.
Okay.
Right. So they're saying if you were at one side of a 10-mile lake and your friend was standing at the other side of a 10-mile lake, he should be below about 50 odd feet of curved water. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what I found. Maybe I'm looking the wrong place. This is...
Where are you looking?
A bias source.
Well, just type in Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, I found one. I just pulled it up. So...
I'm thinking they need to step up the pace on those moon colonies and colonizing Mars. It's getting too expensive to live down here. Probably much cheaper on the moon.
For food and water, we will think later.
So you tell us when you've got what you've got for 10 miles.
The calculator that I found says 66 feet.
There you go, right? So if your friend's standing at the other side of that lake and he's 6 foot tall, let's be generous and say with some refraction, you're still looking at 50 plus feet of curved water that's obstructing him. He's like behind a hill of water. Yeah.
This is kind of frustrating.
So if you took a pair of binoculars or a telescope to the beach and looked across that lake, would you be able to see your friend?
Absolutely not. Not 66 feet. But this other damn calculator I'm looking at, if I'm reading it right.
So when people go down to the lake and they do this and they see their friend, what does that mean?
Something ain't jiving. And of course, this other calculator I'm looking at halves that. It says, no. I'm doing eye height on this one. The last one I wasn't even doing observer height. But this says
say that
6 foot tall, 10 miles. You have a 33 feet drop over distance.
10 miles, yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot high. That first one didn't even ask how tall I was.
Yeah, but we have observation with 1 foot height.
Yeah, so this is just an easy example, but even with that, you wouldn't be able to see your friend. But people are going down to lakes and doing this, and they can. They can shoot lasers to them, flash mirrors at them, see
What
them
that
moving.
mean? What that
means? Yeah, what do you think that means? You already said it.
Yeah, I already said, that's something ain't jiving at that. And that's I think, the important bit of what we're talking about is to go and try this myself and see it for myself, because if it contradicts the reality I live in, by all means.
This is it, because we would say go out and test for yourself. You don't need to listen to what we're saying. We're just showing you what you can think about, research, and what you can do. And you come to your own conclusion. But like you said, if reality is telling you one thing and a model is telling you another, which one are you going to go with?
Reality.
That's it. Welcome. That's why we're here.
Welcome
anyway,
to reality.
Someone else. That's a good time for me to drop off. So someone else, feel free to carry this on. Good talk, by the way. Welcome to the server and all that. Your show.
And what
good for you.
What would be if it's not curved?
Flat.
That one.
I knew that was the answer you wanted.
Some people doesn't want to say. I don't know why. They're scared to say that word.
Well, that's it. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left.
All right. So obviously, I'm taking this seriously, and I'm going. And my first immediate thought is to go to earth.google.com, find a lake near me where I can be like, oh, hey, this is a spot that's 10 miles away from this spot. Let me just set up a laser, 1 foot off the top of the water, and let's shoot some laser beams. But by virtue of me using Google Earth, am I falling into some trap because Google Earth is using a globular Earth model?
No. Nobody's using Globe Earth model.
I mean, it is, though, isn't it? You zoom out enough in Google Earth, and the Earth,
it is
Earth
not.
is curved.
No, it is not. Google Maps. It's a flat Earth map.
Zoom out.
Yeah, zoom out, but zoom in. Zoom in. Come down to the surface. Take any distance do you want, and I will, and tell me how the elevation changed with the distance.
So when you zoom out, when you look at Google Earth, when you zoom completely out, you will just see the transformation when you go from pictures, photographs, flat photographs, to a 3D rendering of a ball. So it's not the same thing. When you zoom in, when you use Google Earth or Google Maps, you are just navigating on those flat images that were taken from the sky using high altitude airplanes, helium balloons, so different HAPs, like they call it, high altitude platforms.
Yeah, don't the Google Earth Pro, the elevation profile, it's just a flat plane anyway.
Yeah, exactly. When you zoom in, Google Map and Google Earth, it's the same exact thing, even if they use different projections. When you in Google Maps, they use Mercator projection, but in Google Earth, they use Peters projection. When you just zoom in, the navigation will be just the same.
Am I still roboting, guys? Does this sound better?
It's better.
Always thought it was weird that when you zoom out on Google Earth cartoon, it don't even look like the images they give us from so-called space. Why is that? Why wouldn't it look like the real thing the further out you went? This goes to like a 3D computer graphic cartoon.
But when you zoom out reality,
The images of so-called space, it don't even look like that. Why wouldn't it look like that? Fucking ridiculous. Right around 50,000, 60,000 feet, it'll start to turn into a cartoon. Google Earth, get those high altitude plane pictures, and then that's it.
Yeah. You just transit from images from planes to 3D rendering. Completely CGI.
All right, I got one.
I mean, if they use the satellite to do it, as you zoom out, it should look like at least like the images of Earth from space. It would look more and more like that. Different every day.
I saw one of Florida recently that it looked pretty convincing. But okay, if I go with my girlfriend, we watch the sunset at the beach. The sun is setting. It's set beyond the horizon. It's getting dark out now. Now, if I go and take my drone and I fly this 10 meters in the air, I can see a second sunset. How could this happen on a flat Earth?
Just look at the side chat. I will post something that will explain that for you.
So are you claiming that the horizon is the geometric Earth curve blocking out the sun?
No, I mean, take me at my face value. I'm saying that I've done this. I've seen the sunset with my girlfriend, and I take my drone up in the air, and I can see the second sunset, essentially.
So are you claiming that the horizon is blocking out the sun? Yes or no?
I have no idea. I'm just telling you I can see a second sunset.
So why are you asking us questions about things we're not making claims about?
This would happen on a flat plane.
You just hiding the angle to it.
No.
It's angle.
We don't even do any of that.
Oh, this is interesting.
You gain elevation.
Not our claim. Hold on, James. Hold on, dude. Jeez. Who here claimed anything about sunsets or the horizon? I'm just curious. So nobody.
Nobody. I'm answering his question though.
Why would you answer a question that we didn't make a claim about?
I don't know why you're being obstinate. I'm not being
obstinate. Why are you? Excuse me. Why are you asking me a question about something I didn't make a claim about? You saw two sunsets, apparently. Are you claiming that the horizon, that the sunset, according to you, is it behind it, or did you just see the sun go away twice?
I already responded. I don't know. I'm not making any.
You don't know. Okay, so you're not making any claims. We're not making any claims. I see. So the sunset is just something that we witness. You're asking how it happens on a flat Earth. The flat Earth is measured to be flat. You saw two sunsets. You're not making any claims. I'm not making any claims. Who cares?
I feel like you feel like you're making a point, but you're just kind of turning me off from the conversation.
No, I'm not turning you off. I'm just saying, who here made any claims about what happens with the sunset? Okay, what claim did I make? I'll wait. We'll wait here all day.
More engaging, talking to people, talking to me in good faith, not in this.
I'm asking you a very good faith question. What claim did I make?
I'm not saying you're making any claims.
You just told me that I made a claim.
Question again?
You said, yes, you are. So what's the claim that I made?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't say that. Oh, okay. So why are you asking this question since I didn't make any claims about the sunset?
So quick correction, I'm not asking the question to you. Next.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be the only one answering you from here on out. So do you have any other questions? Is it a bummer that I'm not playing the game that you want me to play? Is that the problem? You don't want to talk to me because I won't go ahead and beg the question with you? Is that what it is?
I wasn't trying to play a game, but you are. Like, this is a
What game am I playing? Excuse me. Excuse me. What game am I playing? What game am I playing?
Questions.
What game am I playing? What game am I playing?
You're playing the stupid
Listen
game.
to yourself.
What about? Okay, fine. Just point it out. Apparently, it's not obvious to me. You tell me the game that I'm playing.
You're playing a stupid game.
Terrific. That's so clear. Thanks for not being ambiguous.
Just kidding.
So now I've been accused of playing a game. Nobody here is giving me any indication that I'm doing that. In conclusion, nobody made any claims about horizons or sunsets except for the individual who brought up his anecdotal account of seeing two of them. I wonder what he's trying to draw from his observation. Could you tell us what you're drawing as a conclusion from the observation that you made?
It seems to me, logically, when I think about this scenario, that this would only work on a curved Earth, not a flat Earth.
And why is that?
I'm thinking like, okay, let me grab a piece of paper. Let me grab this roll of tape. The roll of tape ducks behind the piece of paper. That's the sunset. I take my drone up in the sky.
Oh.
I can't see the duct tape anymore. But on a curved Earth, I could. Therefore, I think it gives credence to the curved Earth model when I think about.
I see. So you're attributing physical obstruction from a geometric physical horizon. Is that correct?
I have no idea, dude.
You just told me that
simple terms.
Something goes behind another thing, and therefore I can't see it. So you're saying that the sun is going behind some kind of physical obstruction. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So would that make the horizon something physical that we could measure to?
I have no idea.
A tangent point? So you're saying it led to the idea that we're on a ball because the Earth curve, the physical blocking out the sun, that in your mind is somehow, I don't know, the Earth is falling away from, rotating away, actually from, and then it goes obstruction. Could we measure?
Hello, YouTube. Hello.
You were breaking up whatever you were last saying.
Oh, it's the British.
So axially, the Earth is presupposed. You're presupposing axial rotation. The Earth is rolling away from, rotating away from the sun in its apparent place, right?
Everybody else,
and then all of a sudden,
goodbye, guys.
First, so yeah, what a bitch.
That was really rude, man. People don't have etiquette anymore. We need to make the internet British again.
Yeah, proper etiquette.
I apologize.
Maybe just being
I was
in good faith, supporting your claim. No. Well, that's the thing I'm doing. I'm entertaining him. He's asking me a question about something I made no claims about. So I figure maybe he can make a claim. So he's insinuating, or making the claim that it makes good sense to him that apparently the sun's going behind some kind of geometric Earth curve, some kind of physical obstruction. That's a great thing to claim. All we have to do is see if there is a physical barrier or physical boundary, like a tangent point or a sagittale that we could measure to and definitively know if the physical Earth curve is blocking out the sun. But we never got there.
I think why he brought that.
I was going to get to the same thing. I was just going to